doesn't take a genius like you or I could look at that and be like, that's the wrong approach.
Yeah.
It's just the wrong approach.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the way I look at it from like a more high level perspective as to like, you know, whether it's some limited hangout. There are all these really interesting things I've uncovered with so the people that funded quantum gravity were, you know, it was like initially kind of established at this Chapel Hill conference at University of North Carolina in 1957. And it was this guy, Agnew Bonson, and he was obsessed with gravity. And he
wasn't there also a guy named DeWitt and then
Bryce DeWitt.
Bryce DeWitt.
Yeah, Institute of Field Physics was Bonson's outfit, and Bryce DeWitt was his chief theoretical physicist. And he's basically convening the top physicists in the world at the time. I don't think anybody would argue with this. Like John Wheeler, Peter Bergman, you know, Freeman Dyson, like these legends. And they're all trying to figure out why gravity breaks down, you know, at subatomic scale. So like why gravity doesn't work with quantum stuff. And that establishes the field of quantum gravity, from which you could say string theory is like a later offshoot, right? This is the crazy part. Bonson in the back room is funding Townsend Brown. And in my opinion, I've uncovered all sorts of stuff as to why Townsend Brown experimentally is figuring out real physics and is using these capacitors and with high voltage experimentation in a way that ostensibly seems to create some sort of connection between electromagnetism and gravity, which, again, if you were to talk to any conventional physicist, they'd be like, if you can experimentally do that, that is crazy. Leads to all sorts of amazing possibilities, propulsion, comms, whatever. And so I think Bonson was like funding some like, you know, back of the house research with this guy, Townsend Brown, who was, according to a couple of books, this guy, Paul LaViolette, he was maybe even at the Chapel Hill conference. And the thing about Brown is he was never an amazing theoretician. He was more of an experimentalist. He was more of a Tesla type. And he actually wasn't like traditionally super credentialed, but he had theories around what he was doing. And I think he was kind of breaking physics. And there are all these kind of credible witnesses who saw what he was doing and were freaked out. Edward Teller was one of those witnesses who freaked out. Curtis LeMay witnessed his experiments. And so, you know, I think he was doing some really interesting off the book stuff. And then meanwhile, academic physics is being sent into a cul-de-sac, being sent into a dead end. Is that incidental and emergent? I don't know. I don't know how conspiratorial to be about that, but it's fascinating.
Yeah. Jeremy Riss was explaining to me, alien scientist.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He does great work on that. He's like a fucking historian on this anti-gravity history.
He really is.
And all this stuff. The amount of knowledge he has is unimaginable.
Oh yeah.
But like, I think he was explaining to me that DeWitt and Witten were both. Why are they doing this? Erasing podcasts with people who talk about getting abducted by aliens off of the internet. I feel like they have way bigger fish to fry.
You would think. I don't know. There's something very interesting about Chris Bledsoe's story. It's like, why is, you know, Jim Semivan, very high up at the CIA, why is he showing up at Chris Bledsoe's, you know, place in Fayetteville, North Carolina? When he's, you know, starts to kind of attract the foes, he talks to the lady or whatever, you know the whole story. He's definitely attracted the attention of some very interesting people. You know, we were just talking about, you know, Tim Taylor.
Yeah, so that's the guy.
I would always mention pseudonymously. He was written about in this great book by Diana Pasulka, religious studies professor, called American Cosmic, and then he was kind of doxxed by Chris Bledsoe on your show, actually.
Right, so, which I thought that might have been the reason that video got completely blasted off the face of YouTube because of him talking about him, right? Because if I'm that guy, and I have all these connections that he allegedly has, I could probably make a call or send an email to somebody at YouTube being like, nuke this thing.
Totally. Yeah, well, that's what, and Bledsoe even says in the story that Tim Taylor gives him a whole brief about UFOs, and he says you can't send it, and then he like sends the email or something to his wife or somebody very close, and immediately gets a call from Tim being like,
knowing that he forwarded it.
Yeah, like and so you know, who knows if that's like a test and like, you know, they're sort of being psyoped, or you know, I don't know. I think even Bledsoe thinks that, you know, maybe he was being messed with initially when he sort of entered his life. And even when I think he was giving him a tour of like Kennedy Space Center.
Oh yeah, he said when you walk through the security, when you walk past the security tower, he goes, just play a song in your head.
Yeah, so they can't access your thoughts.
So they can't access your thoughts, right?
Yeah.
And I asked him, like, what?
Yeah.
I'm like, who's in there?
Yeah.
And he was he didn't know. He's like, mind readers. I don't know if they're aliens or humans, but they read your minds.
Yeah.
And then he also said some that I'm like, I don't even know if I want to say on camera, but he like.
Say it, Danny.
He told me some stuff. Okay, essentially, I'll dumb it down so it's not too technical, but he basically told me that this fella showed him a real life Men in Black neuralizer.
No way.
That wipes your memory.
No way.
This is what he told me.
How can you know?
And he's a neuralizer. He actually cut the segment out of the podcast because I was like, there's no way I'm putting this on the podcast. It was like a 10-minute chunk of that Bledsoe podcast where he explained everything about it, how it works, where they got it from.
No way.
Yeah, bro.
Why didn't they neuralize him after they described the whole neuralizer? That would seem like
you would think they would want to do that, right?
Yeah.
But like that is kind of like essentially is like one of the explanations for the missing time stuff. And he had another story about like missing time where they were like walking through a forest.
Yep.
I don't know if you're familiar with that one, but they were walking. Tim and Tim were walking through a forest or somebody like looking for something, and then all of a sudden they started over. Well, like they almost like started back to where they were an hour ago, like in an instant, but almost like a loop, like they looped through time or something.
It's fascinating. Weird. I don't know. Well, I just we were talking earlier about I did a piece on this guy Thomas Townsend Brown, who I think is just a fascinating character.
One of the best documentaries I've ever seen. It is incredible.
Appreciate that. Well, he's amazing. He's I think like a forgotten hero in American history. I think he made all sorts of breakthroughs in the world of gravity. But in general relativity, gravity and time are related. So the kind of subplot of his whole biography, his great biography called The Man Who Mastered Gravity by Ben and Paul Shatsky, I recommend you all read it. The subplot is that he's obsessed with time travel. He talks about time travel constantly with his wife Josephine, his daughter Linda. And here's where it gets really weird. Apparently, Tim Taylor told Chris Bledsoe that he was part of a secret time travel group in Nassau in the Bahamas. And the president of that group was Thomas Townsend Brown. Now, I would think that was I would dismiss that out of hand. I would be like, that's sort of, madness. But I know from my own research, independent research on Thomas Townsend Brown, he spent a ton of time in Nassau in the Bahamas. And he was just extremely interested in time travel. And he was spending a lot of time with this guy, William Stevenson, who was James Bond's super spy. He was the inspiration for James Bond. He was Winston Churchill's super spy. But he was, Ian Fleming's inspiration for James Bond. He was just like fascinating, kind of, coordinating a lot with Wild Bill Donovan, early OSS, or late OSS, early CIA, involved in the formation of the CIA, was working out of the Rockefeller Center in New York and kind of calling a lot of interesting shots, almost part of like a shadow government, if you will. So he's close with Thomas Townsend Brown. They're in the Bahamas a lot. Mm-hmm. And then you have, Ryan Bledsoe saying that Tim Taylor told his father that he's part of the secret time travel group with Thomas Townsend Brown. Just very, very interesting. And then you we were talking about this before the show. You said, that Tim Taylor told Chris Bledsoe that the Adjustment Bureau was like, his life or whatever. And that's all about like changing one little variable. Like, it's like if I were to freeze this room and like, I don't know, move your mic like a little bit, right? And you get this butterfly effect style multiplicative effect down the line or whatever of like, changing timelines. It's madness. It sounds kind of crazy.
Complete madness.
Yeah,
science fiction.
It is. It's sci-fi, and I'm not proposing that that's a real thing, but it is fascinating that there are some connections there. And then the final connection I made is Townsend Brown's daughter is an amazing woman.
She was in the documentary, right?
She was in the documentary on the phone call, and her name's Linda Brown, but it was Linda Leach for a while. And she has an Amazon review on Tim Taylor's biography. Tim Taylor's biography is called Launch Fever, and he wrote 2003, 2004. Right. And in 2012 or 13 or 14, like early, well before Diana Pasulka even pseudonymously published about Tim Taylor under the pseudonym Tyler in American Cosmic in 2018, Linda Leach is writing a review on Launch Fever, saying this is, wonderful homage to, the space program or whatever. So clearly there's a connection between Townsend Brown and Tim Taylor, which is, it's pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so you have this mid-century inventor who I think, I mean, at the very least, like we have an FBI file on Thomas Townsend Brown saying he's the lead radar scientist in the entire Navy. Like, this guy's a real guy. You can say he didn't crack anti-gravity, that's fine. I'm like totally open to that. But you have to think probabilistically around that. I have a lot of evidence that he did. But say he didn't do that or whatever. He's like a very real guy, and he's talking about time travel constantly. And then there's this really interesting connection with the modern NASA mission controller. I don't know. I don't understand it.
Yeah, going to the Adjustment Bureau comment that he made. Do you think that there's a thing that happens to people, and I wouldn't know because I don't have the personal experience, but do you think it's possible there's something that happens to somebody or certain individuals when they have tons of super, super top secret information that they have and nobody else has, where they sort of feel like their life is, for lack of a better term, they're living the Da Vinci Code. And they sort of like fall into that, and they sort of like look through their entire life at that, through that lens. Right, like I am living this movie, or like I am the superhero character because I hold these secrets that like literally would change the power balance of the world if I let them out.
Yeah,
I wonder what that does to your brain. You know what I mean?
I do wonder that as well, and then I wonder how much of it is like human clearance systems versus like, have you ever experienced synchronicities in your life?
Oh, all the time.
Things popping up, showing up, like really cool, interesting, fun way. So maybe there are people that are more tapped into that in sort of a weird way.
Well, that's what this guy tries to do, right? He's trying to tap into this other thing. He's trying to get these downloads that in her new book talks about, like all these. Diana Pasolka in her new book. She taught in that one. She talks about encounters. Yeah, it's great, awesome book. Shout out to Diana. All of these protocols that he goes through every day about not drinking coffee, and like going outside, getting sunlight and all this stuff in the morning, and like trying to download some sort of cosmic shit so he can make more patents.
Yeah, it sounds so woo-woo and wild, and like I don't know what to say about it. I think that's more how thinking works than the average person realizes it. I'm a big fan of the transmission theory of consciousness. When you're daydreaming, you're not actively producing those thoughts, right? It's like you're like a receptacle for the thoughts. And so I think it's this important kind of epistemological question: is, are we locally producing the content in our minds, or are we somehow downloading it from elsewhere?
Yeah, sure.
I think that is probably going to be proven by some sort of scientific model of the future. Right now, electromagnetism, as we know it, decays over and attenuates over space-time, so we don't have a good model for like how that transmission might occur. Neutrino information transfer. But increasingly in vogue is this extended electrodynamics model, which NASA and not the DOE, the National Science Foundation and NASA just launched this podcast, and like Hal Puthoff and all these interesting like kind of figures in UFO world, but also with some pretty impressive bona fides just in science as well. You got a former Skunk Works guy, some Navy scientists, and they're all speaking about extended electrodynamics. And this is basically a model that involves a scalar field. So unlike classical electrodynamics, you don't get the attenuation over space-time. So you can have basically in classical electrodynamics, you just have one electromagnetic wave, a transverse Hertzian wave. So you have a magnetic field, an electric field, and wave propagation, and all three are perpendicular to one another. And so because of that, you get this attenuation, you get electrons pairing off, and you get this decay function on the signal. But in the scalar field, you can get like scalar longitudinal waves. You get all these interesting wave types, and you don't get the same decay. And so maybe we are downloading thoughts via one of these sort of scalar field waves. That would just be one thought experiment. I don't know.
Right.
But I do think something like that will get proven out, just given the phenomenology of thought or invention, where like a wheel pops up in Africa at the same time as South America.
Yes.
If you look at the phenomenology of science, it looks way more like a revelation than it does like
mechanics or something.
it looks like something's popping into the person's head every single time, whether it's Dirac staring at the fire at Cambridge, coming up with the Dirac equation, or Einstein at his desk as a patent clerk. Like, it literally, it's the exception to the rule is like, I just finished the equation on the whiteboard. No, you're like in the shower, or you're like, there's so many examples. So, yeah, I think, Heisenberg at Helgoland, making all these downloads about, how electrons make quantum leaps and, electron cloud.
Yeah.
Like, it's sort of constant. So Tim Taylor saying that, it's like, yeah, I think that's real. But then I don't know. It's hard to sift through some of the other quackiness. I don't want to endorse any of the stuff that he says is definitively real. But
yeah,
it's interesting.
He seems like the most. I mean, it's because he's so elusive. I think it makes him so interesting.
Yes.
Especially the way she talks about some of the stuff that he's involved with. Like, you met the dude, right?
Right.
Yeah, I had like a 20-minute call with him.
Really?
Yeah.
How did that come about?
I can't say, because I will say anything on any podcast. I'll always be public, but I want to protect
Sources.
Sources, exactly. I just don't want to burn relationships.
Sure. Can you tell him what you talked about him with? What you talked about with him?
Yeah. What the impetus on my end? So I invest.
Yes.
And I just back to
Right. Steven, did you leave your phone out? We gotta put our phones out there. We got Palantir in the building, bro. We can't let all our info get sucked up. He's a Palantir honey trap. Jesse Michaels.
I am not. You're furthering the internet bullshit, Daddy. Come on, man.
Just kidding. But no, you what you talked about on Julian Dory's podcast.
Yeah,
that's
podcast. You guys went into like your whole background in investing and how you invest. Basically, you invest Peter Thiel's money.
Exactly. Yeah, love Julian. Great guy. Yeah. And so I worked at the family office for long amount of time, and even now I still have a contract with them, and I do investing, and but I'm mainly focused on the show. It's like 95% show at this point. So one of the companies that I was invested in was a rocket company, and they were struggling. Like, rocketry is incredibly hard. It's got a very high failure rate. Yeah. It's absurd. I mean, the amount of, you're talking about like thousands of subcomponents. Like, one thing fails, and you get this chain reaction, the whole thing screws up. So we had a couple of failures, and I always try to keep my investment stuff and the quacky stuff that I'm into. I always try to keep those separate for many reasons. But I'm kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as we're struggling to get off the ground. And I know
a startup rocket company.
Yeah, it's a startup rocket company. Yeah. And so I know about Tim Taylor being this NASA mission controller. He uses consciousness protocols to get rockets off the ground. And I also know about the history of rocketry, where it's like Jack Parsons, the founder of JPL, but basically the American rocket program, or Tchaikovsky, the equivalent in Russia, or Werner von Braun. Like, all of these guys believed in versions of this. So I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
Yeah, I basically, like, in my, putting my investment hat on, I'm a materialist reductionist. Like, I don't want to bring the woo-woo stuff in, but again, it's, I'm like, if I have access to this guy, I gotta, find a way to meet him, talk to him.
Pretend I'm not interested in UFOs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I actually, that was literally the impetus, was like helping on the rocket stuff. So it actually wasn't as much like the UFO thing.
Right.
And so, we spoke, and he said some interesting stuff. He was like, most of it was actually kind of very like kind of platitudes around the American cosmic style stuff, like, use these protocols and tap in, and like, don't use your phone. I was like, yeah, I already read that in the book that was all good, published, but thank you. And then he was also like, look, if you want the rocket to work, maybe you have to get aligned with what they want. And I was like, they? Like the non-human intelligence.
He said this to you, knowing that you didn't bring it first. You brought it up first?
No, I brought it up. I didn't bring up non-human intelligence first.
He was the one.
Yeah. I know. I just asked questions about rocket.
Bless you.
Bless you. I was just asking questions about the rocket and getting it to work. Yeah.
And so, did you follow up on that when he was like, they? Did you ask who they were?
I don't remember exactly. I mean, I'm sure I did. And I was sure that when he said he was talking about non-human intelligence, either due to a follow-up question that I asked or something he made that kind of clear. So,
I don't know what to make of this stuff, man. I mean, he even said, like, apparently, like, he knows Elon, right? He has to know Elon. He works for Elon and at SpaceX and, like, watches the rockets and supposedly is part of NRO where they have to, like, watch everything that happens around the rocket with satellites and drones or whatever.
I think so. I don't know. You know, I've heard that, and Pasulkas tweeted that, but I think he does work occasionally with Elon. I know he works on some, I think, some serious launches. He also works at Aerospace Corporation, which is a very interesting company. So they're sort of like
remind me what that one is.
They're like I think they're kind of like a think tank. They have like 5,000 employees split between Virginia and Fairfax area and El Segundo, and I think that they show up in interesting places around here. Question for sure.
Aerospace Corporation.
Yep. Yeah,
I don't know. Like, my world got turned upside down when which I talked about that on the show, but like when Bledsoe came in here and talked about this stuff, and then after that, I became aware of the Mirage Man documentary. Which flipped my world upside down again.
Yeah.
And I've been looking at this whole topic through that lens. Ever since then.
Sure.
And it really makes a ton of sense.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's an example of like, should we like talk about? So this guy Paul Benowitz is outside Kirtland Air Force Base. He sees this like vertical takeoff and landing occur of probably some exotic, craft or whatever. Which to me doesn't mean look away. It's like, what is that? What's the initial thing he saw? Mm-hmm. And then Rick Doty, who's an Air Force Office Special Investigations Officer, enters into his life and kind of drives him crazy. He's told that he's communicating with aliens via these signals.
NSAs across the street beaming into his house, telling him they're aliens that are like running out of gas on their planet and they're on their way here.
Yeah. So pretty nuts.
So now, like, so after watching the documentary and learning the story of this guy Paul Benowitz and seeing how this world really works behind the scenes, like, I have to just assume that most of this stuff that's going on is just super secret military technology, and there's a huge apparatus and bureaucracy of people behind the scenes that are just involved in making information murkier, right? And like what they were doing with Paul, if I understand it correctly, because he was in the UFO field, he was part of MUFON and all this stuff, so they were trying to use him as a conduit of disinfo to poison the well. And because they knew there was also Russian spies in the UFO community out west. So they thought, okay, we can just throw a couple curveballs through Paul Benowitz, it'll throw off the Russians, and they won't know what we really have going on. So now I look at people like in the media today, like, and you're gonna have to explain stuff to me better, but like people like Crush, people like all these whistleblowers, people like Bledsoe. Like, okay, is he Paul Benowitz? Is he a Paul Benowitz? Is he a Paul Benowitz? But everybody, that sounds like there's like CIA people, NSA people, NRO people, like the guy that he talked about that mapped the moon for the Apollo mission. He was like visiting him and like befriending him, and telling him all this secret stuff. And then like, God, dude, it's too much.
Yeah, it's extremely confusing. I mean, here's what I would say. That seems like a massive waste of resources. Like, to what end? Why are you getting all these kind of super high up guys, NASA, CIA, to visit this guy?
Driving to North Carolina from the middle of Florida.
So, but that points to there being some real like proto architecture underneath. Like, there's a different. You can attempt to manipulate or like shade a thing differently. And by the way, I'm not saying I have no evidence that this at all happened. And for example, Bledsoe's case.
Sure.
And he seems like a really earnest good guy to me. I hopefully can go. Talking about
very
sweet guy. Yeah.
But as his daughter, she was in here with him.
Awesome. Yeah, their whole family's really cool. But I think you can have an experience and you can shade that experience differently versus like you didn't experience anything to begin with. Because it's like, why are you spending all this like manpower and resources? It's like this huge waste of resources otherwise. And so if it's all passage material or all some honey trap or like, that feels like a little crazy to me. And then you have all this you have like, so you have to think probabilistically with all this stuff.
Sure.
So like, there's the stuff where the adjustment period, like the crazy stuff. Like to me, I hold that extremely loosely. I catalog it as very low probability, and I'll look for corroboration in the future for it. But like, if you're like, do you believe that's definitely a thing? No, I don't have no idea. Right. But then you have things like, you have this book called UFOs and Nukes by a guy named Robert Hastings, and we've talked about this. He documents 167 Q-cleared ICBM security personnel, radar operators, guys that
most psychologically sound people in the military, right?
They're on the PRP program, the personal reliability program, where they have to report if they're taking ibuprofen or Tylenol. They inherently have to be the paradigm of a sound mind, because you are guarding the crown jewels. Like, you would never let the crazy person next to a nuke, right? And in certain cases, they have their finger on the button. And so all these guys see tic tacs, saucers, orbs. Often they're messing with comms links, shutting down the nukes, rendering them inoperable. In the case of Malmstrom 67, Robert Salas. In 64, Vandenberg, you have a nuke wrapping around an Atlas V dummy missile and taking it out of the sky. And then you have Air Force Office of Special Investigations people like Rick Doty. In fact, Rick Doty is literally one of these people who shows up with this guy Mario Woods at Ellsworth Air Force Base in 1977 and swearing them to secrecy and saying, never talk about this again, and demoting them in cases where they do come out when they speak to Robert Hastings. Robert Hastings getting threatening phone calls. And so to me, if you were to, you have to think about everything as like a database. And it's like, okay, it's one thing if you have like the, National UFO Reporting Center or MUFON. It's another thing if you have this, database, which I would call UFOs and nukes, of these inherently very credible people coming forward saying they've seen things.
Yes.
And then,
did you know sleeping less than 6 hours per night nearly doubles your risk of death?
Poor sleep is also linked to even then, your null hypothesis gets pretty fantastical and weird if that's what you're saying. But then you look at Fukushima, Lino, which is a town right next to Fukushima, next to the prefecture, where they have their civilian nuclear energy grid. They've had it there since the 70s. They're famous for their nuclear spill in 2011.
Right.
And in the 90s, they built a museum dedicated to UFOs. And Vice did a documentary about how obsessed the townspeople are with UFOs. And it's probably due to the nuclear energy presence. And you have a famous case in Bariloche, Argentina, where they have their civilian nuclear grid, where a commercial pilot sees a UFO, and you have stories around Chernobyl. And so this nuclear connection is extremely important. Then you hear about UFOs basically being bound up within nuclear secrecy, and Battelle Memorial Institute being, very big part of UFO research. You look at the special definition of nuclear material under the Atomic Energy Commission, which was in 1954, and it's basically any material with emitting any sort of radiation. So alpha, beta, gamma radiation, anything is born secret, and it's restricted data, meaning that you don't even have to fall under the direct clearances of government. If you are a private aerospace corporation and you pick this stuff up, it is restricted for you too. So it's like born classified. So you have all this evidence that there's this kind of like DOE search UFO thing that's been for a very long time. I think that's where you have to start, this coherent picture. Yeah, there's psyops, there's weird. But I think what people understand is that if there are psyops around, it means the thing is more likely to be real.
Sure.
How many Bigfoot psyops do you know?
None.
Yeah, because nobody would fucking believe it.
Right.
Psyops are 95% true and 5% false, and the 5% that's false matters a ton because it throws you entirely off the trail.
It's 95% true
Yes.
and 5% false?
Yes.
Oh, really?
That's what people don't understand about psyops. They think psyops are yeah, sure. They think that it's 95% false, but you dismiss it out of hand. If it was 95% false, you'd be like, oh, it's Bigfoot. Fuck them. I'm not going to believe that. UFOs are standard deviations more charismatic than any other. If it's the psyop,
well, Bigfoot's more believable than a fucking alien coming here from another universe, right? It's a hominid. It's a big hominid.
Right. Which is why, and I'm more into like Jacques Vallée, Diana Pasulka line of thinking, where I don't think, little green men from Zeta Reticuli is the answer to like what we're seeing in the airspace.
Shout out to Mike Masters.
Shout out to Mike Masters.
We'll talk about that.
I love Mike Masters. He does some really important work.
My favorite.
He's amazing. Yeah, and he's great because he's thinking about this stuff inductively. Most people don't realize they're bringing priors into thinking about UFOs that deal with movies they've seen and the zeitgeist and culture. And so they're not looking at the phenomena ground up first principles, and he is. And that's why Mike Masters is amazing. And people should definitely follow him. But that's what people don't. So the psyop, I think is a really important point. If there are psyops around the thing, it's more likely to be real. And if UFOs are real, there are going to be psyops around it. Obviously, if you have this like core important truth, there are going to be psyops around it. If you're talking about the nature of reality, obviously, but it's ephemeral and hard to detect, and it's like this thing that happens only to certain people. Of course, you're going to co-opt that, manipulate it for narratives, and you have all these competing factions trying to like overlay their narratives on top of the thing. So these things are psyop or real is positive sum. It's not zero sum. The fact that it's real means there's going to be a psyop. The fact that there's a psyop probably means there's an element of reality too.
Why would they invest manpower into it?
Why would they invest so much manpower at the highest level? And so that's, I think people don't get that, and they snap it to grid. They're like, this is a psyop or this is real, and it's like there are psyops and it's real. It's the same. And that makes it really interesting. And worthy of investigation. Everybody should think for themselves, and you should distrust anybody who's saying it's definitely this.
That's why the Bob Lazar story is so interesting to me, and it stays interesting because like the more we learn about the psychological warfare and the counterintelligence stuff, like in this current UFO state we're in, the more light it shines on the Bob Lazar story. In what was it, 1980 or something, 1990? 87. So, like, apparently he was the guy who first came to Area 51, blew the whistle on Area 51. But then I think this was all part of your documentary. Was this a part of your Townsend Brown documentary?
It was,
So, like, I think one of the questions you asked in the Townsend Brown documentary, which was brilliant, was why would the CIA let a guy come in who has this crazy history? Right. I think, and another thing that happened was I think he like recently gotten a divorce with his previous wife, who then like killed herself.
I didn't know that.
She like went in her car in her garage and let her car run until like she suffocated. This was like a week after they got a divorce.
Oh no!
I think Bob also owned a strip club in Vegas.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, he did.
And then what was
I think a brothel.
It was a brothel.
Yeah, he had a brothel.
So the CIA is going to go out and find it, and to think they're not going to do a background check and find that kind of stuff if it's the CIA, the most top secret facility in America.
Well, you've seen Oppenheimer, right?
Yeah.
So you remember that Matt Damon's character, Leslie Groves?
Yes.
Who's running basically the entire Manhattan Project from like a national security standpoint. And he says, I didn't hire Oppenheimer in spite of his socialist sympathies. I hired him because of them. And so you hire people when it comes to some of these more secret programs, sometimes if they do have compromise on them, because they're more easily controllable. So that wouldn't necessarily cut against the whole Bob Lazar argument
for them.
That's an argument for them hiring him.
Okay.
But
and discrediting him if he ever decides to spill the beans.
Yeah, and there's even so what I was saying in that documentary is John Lear is a CIA cargo jet pilot or whatever,
right?
And the son of Bill Lear, who created the first business, basically private jet in the U.S., who's known as the autopilot wizard, and actually worked with Thomas Townsend Brown.
Right.
He comes from this like aerospace like dynasty,
right?
And he affiliated with the CIA. And says he disaffiliated in '83, but definitely was still flying cargo jets for them, like into the mid '80s at least. So my question is, like, we kind of know that if there is a UFO program, it's being run partially by the CIA, and the CIA has a part in it. And so if you're the CIA, why do you continue, unless you're extremely dysfunctional and not coordinated, why do you continue to pay this guy flying cargo jets for you if he's leaking your most vital, important secrets. Because John Lear put all the files around Bob Lazar on George Knapp's desk. He broke the story. Yeah. So why would you pay a guy who's leaking your crown jewel secrets? So that's one question. And then John Lear also had a UFO blog before, and it was friends with Bob Lazar. And there's some story that Bob Lazar says all this UFO stuff is crazy and wacky and bullshit before he gets hired by Area 51 and that's for it. But the question stands, why would you hire Bob Lazar to your top secret UFO reverse engineering program if your good friend, or his good friend, John Lear, was a babbling UFO nut who has a UFO blog? Like, you'd obviously find that in the background check, right? Yeah. So, like, there's a lot to me that points to the CIA wanting the Bob Lazar story out. Again, that doesn't mean the details of the Bob Lazar story are not incredibly interesting. And maybe it's 95% true and 5% false. Mm-hmm. And maybe this Billy Meyer sports model that he worked on was real. I don't know. Maybe Gravity A and Gravity B are high-level frameworks that if you are working on a secret UFO program, you need some initiate, STEM student to start to develop an interest in, but you need to protect this from getting into adversary hands. So you put it out through this quacky person who is discreditable in Bob Lazar. And so it's kind of this limited hangout of a person where you can always retract it. You can always point to, say he faked his MIT, educational credentials. Yeah. And you'd say all this stuff about Bob Lazar. You'd say the brothel thing, but maybe there are elements of it that, are very real. So I think it's this incredibly intriguing story. And what I want to be clear about is I think like the Corbell and George Knapp reporting on it are awesome. Like, I think we should be looking into this stuff. But to me, if you're not thinking about it through a meta lens of like, the CIA probably wanted elements of this out, I think you're losing the plot. I think you're going to fall for, you can't take the thing at face value. You need to understand that it's being pushed for some reason. And I think there's even a John Lear interview where I believe he says a guy named, I think it was like Admiral McClellan. He says that this guy who was part of like legacy UFO efforts told him that he needed to leak the Lazar story because he knew that it was discreditable, but that it was mostly true, but also discreditable. And so there's literally a Lear interview, because Lear was clearly kind of unhinged and a little, crazy himself, where he's just saying what I'm telling you now, which is that the Lazar story, again, there could be elements of truth, but it was put out because it was discreditable. And I think that's the way a lot of this stuff works.
So what was the benefit of putting it out? Was it to recruit new talent?
Tons. So it's like, if you want to throw the adversary off the trail, or like keep things fundamentally protected, but have initiates, develop intrigue and want to be recruited or whatever, like it's like the perfect way to do it. Yeah. So it's like tech protection, it's adversary signaling, it's recruitment, it's increasing the surface area. It's if you expect a leak in the future, you can manage that leak because you're like conditioning people and like softening the blow for something you expect to leak in the future anyways. There's so many reasons to get in front of and do something like that. And Ben Rich, who was, president of Lockheed Skunk Works, their most secretive, advanced aerospace aircraft division at the time, responsible for, the SR-71 and, U-2. He was complaining at the time how he was basically saying, like, I have to spend tons and tons of money on tech protection because the F-117A, which was their first stealth fighter, had just crashed in Bakersfield in 1986. Lear actually established credibility with KLAS, with George Knapp's, news station, by giving them information on that F-117A.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So there's some interesting ties there. The final thing is John Lear and Jim Goodall, his buddy, had been camping outside of Area 51 for the better part of a decade, taking pictures of all these advanced recon stealth craft. And so the security knew him. They all knew who he was. So it's like, if he's leaking stuff, it's probably for a reason. And so I think, people like Ben Rich were smart, really smart. Ben Rich used to call UFOs unfunded opportunities. And I think, he was kind of using John Lear to those ends, if that makes sense. Again, I don't know if you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that we're not, reverse engineering UFOs in sort of, secret compartments of the government. But that's the way I think you need that meta lens to look at it through, if that makes sense.
And on my list, on top of my to-do list is read the book that Jacques Vallée wrote about this stuff, where he talks about Bob Lazar drinking something weird or something like that.
Yeah, Messengers of Deception.
Yeah.
Jacques Vallée's always, I've had a bunch of conversations. I love that guy. French godfather of UFOs.
Right.
And he's always thought Bob Lazar was like just completely full of shit. Which I think there are more elements of truth to it. And there's actually a great movie coming out about Bob Lazar by my buddy Luigi, and it's called Project Gravatar. And I do think it's actually going to corroborate that Lazar probably was at Area 51.
Really?
Yeah. And
he's working on it with Lazar?
He's working on it with Lazar. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's going to be epic. It's going to be really awesome. But yeah, so in Messengers of Deception, Jacques Vallée says, and what about the liquid that Bob Lazar said he was, meant to drink or whatever, and the memory lapses that it caused. And immediately my mind goes to Angelica, and I'm like, and Lazar admits that, and I think he's admitted it to Luigi, and he'll talk about this, the fact that they made him drink a weird liquid and he'll forget certain things. So, something kind of weird going on there. I don't know what it is.
A psyop wrapped in a mystery, wrapped in another psyop, wrapped in some sort of speech deception. Yeah. I love what Annie Jacobson says in her book about when they're first flying the first jet planes out of Area 51. The CIA pilots had to bring gorilla masks in the cockpit. Remember that?
Oh, no.
Because the CIA pilots, when they were flying this first jet plane, in case they came in visual distance of a civilian airplane, they had to put on the gorilla masks.
No way.
How crazy is that?
That's crazy.
That's my favorite one.
Oh, that's so fast. Is that in Area 51?
That's in Area 51. Yeah. You spent a lot of time with Jacques Vallée, right? You guys are. Did you live close to him? Or
No.
You used to live closer to LA, right?
Yeah, I lived in LA for most of my life, and no, I just whenever we're in the same city, I try to hit him up and visit him, and he's amazing. He's just a very, very deep thinker, and there are clearly a lot of layers to his understanding of the UFO.
A lot of layers. The most interesting thing to me, and I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this, was in Diana's book. She talks about him being obsessed with angels and demons, and this medieval spiritual stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
And she says that he gave her a book about the devil with 666 pages. And he said to her, if you want to understand this stuff, read the book about the devil. What the hell? I don't know what to make of that. And I don't think Diana did either when I asked her. I'm like, did you read the book? She goes, no, can't find it.
You lost it.
No, he didn't give it to her. He just showed her the book.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I will say you know the concept of Lindy. So it's this idea that the current age of something should define its expected survival in the future. So really old things are very durable and are probably more true or right or just valid. So the Bible, very Lindy. Plato, very Lindy. Modern architecture, or I don't know, the Museum of Ice Cream, not Lindy.
Right.
And so, I would say that really applies to the UFO question. Whatever we are seeing now is probably what we've historically seen forever, and that's what Jacques Vallée's book Passport to Magonia touches on. It's Celtic medieval, fairies and leprechauns, and angels and demons, and Passport to Magonia is based on the denizens of Magonia in medieval France. It's probably what we're seeing today. And they almost pattern match one-to-one in terms of, the actual story. It's like somebody comes down, there's missing time involved, there's sometimes implants and physical parts, there's healings, but people also freak out, and sometimes they get sick afterwards. Yeah. It's just very common. And so I think when you get into the religious stuff, a modern scientist would say, oh, that's crazy or whatever. But if you treat that as a real phenomenology in the past, if you treat, like Diana Pasulka has in her book, St. Francis of Assisi, experience on Mount Laverne in 13th century Italy, if you treat that as a historical artifact, which I think you should, then I think a lot of these things were just UFOs. Now, where it gets weird is then you say, oh, UFOs are just angels and demons. So many people say that. And then you give him one more question.
Yeah, I say Tucker Carlson says that more than
he says it more than anybody. And you know, I'm a fan of Tucker's, but like then you ask Tucker, ask anybody, then you say, what's an angel? What's a demon? They'll have no idea. They're like, I don't know, what are you talking about? You know? And so yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what they'll say.
By the way, love that fucking podcast you do with Alex Jones.
Oh, thank you, man.
One of your original ones.
One of the OG, yeah. He's hilarious, man. I love Alex. Yeah. He's so funny,
dude. That was pure entertainment.
It was so fun.
With painting rocks with Alex Jones.
Well, we did this thing in Austin and like at like InfoWars HQ, and he had COVID and he gave me COVID.
What?
Yeah, so I share some genetics with.
Oh my god!
And it was just I don't know, it was fun. We shot guns and stuff, but the vibe was like a little off. And then my friend Reva, she was like in LA at the time, and he was coming into LA. And she was like, we gotta just make it gonzo, weird, and funny. And we gotta paint rocks. She bought all these board games and stuff. And it was just
genius.
Lighten the mood. It was awesome. It was so funny. Oh, there it is.
Where's the title of it? Isn't it like Painting Rocks with Alex Jones?
Alex Jones, yeah, Getting Drunk and Painting Rocks.
Getting Drunk and Painting Rocks with Alex Jones.
And he just says
that's such an OG Vice title.
It felt like very Vice. It felt like just. I feel like your stuff is very Vice too. Like you have a lot of episodes like this. But yeah, he's just like, oh man, he's so fun to spend time.
He looks like he'd be such fun to hang out with.
He's so fun. He spent that whole day at my house, and I gave him all these books, and it was just such a good, fun vibe.
What were you guys drinking?
I think tequila.
Tequila?
Yeah. And he was going. Yeah. I know what he's saying right now. He goes. This is so weird. He goes. I didn't have a sexual desire for my mother.
Oh,
when I look at her. What?
Oh my god!
When I look at her, you know, she's so beautiful, and then I'm like, Alex, you are crazy.
Dude, he is such a smart dude.
He's actually extremely smart.
He's such a smart dude.
Yeah.
But like, the thing about Alex Jones, a lot of people don't realize, is that he throws so much shit at the wall.
Yeah.
Like, there's the meme, right? Like Alex Jones always he gets stuff right over time.
Yeah.
He's like, the difference between conspiracy theory and the truth is 6 months. You know, Alex Jones was right again.
Yeah.
But like, if you saw the volume of shit that he says, you would realize how much he actually doesn't get right. He does get a ton of shit right.
There's so much. It's survivorship bias.
He's constantly just throwing shit out there, right?
Yeah.
Of course he's going to predict something right.
Yeah.
You know, the 9/11 stuff is crazy. How he literally called out that Al Qaeda was going to fly planes in the tower
on air.
He
goes to Osama specifically. It's wild.
That is fucking.
It's wild. I think he's tapped in. It goes back to our conversation on consciousness. I feel like he's like a bit of a prophet. He's like one of these people. It's like a generically magnified receptor. And like I think he's like an antenna. He's like an antenna, and a lot of bad shit gloms onto him. Yeah. He's like Kanye too, where it's like so much bad stuff gloms onto Kanye, and then so much good too. Yeah. And like I think that's where people like don't understand somebody like him. He can be so wildly wrong when he's wrong.
Yeah.
But when he's right, it's like nobody else was right. Like it's like a download that he got that was so prophetic. It's so like ahead of his time. It's really amazing.
Yeah. And it's almost like you have to be able to get rid of that filter.
Yeah.
For that stuff to happen. Because if you have that filter and you're like constantly like sitting and mulling on things before you talk about them or before you claim them, whatever it is, it's like automatically that is like you're not going to have that superpower. But if you don't have the filter built in at all, and you're just constantly just coming in and it's going out, it's flowing through you, then it's like you're more tapped in somehow. And that's totally. It's definitely, you can see that with content.
Yeah, it's like automatic writing where you get the first like page you write is like contrived. It's coming from your like prefrontal cortex, like this intellectual thing, and then boom, you get into the flow. Like, on autopilot, something's coming through you. The music, you're tapping into music.
Yes.
And I agree. You can't have the filter, and I think, and that's why I get so.
That's the double-edged sword. But
it's a double-edged sword. You have to be okay with it, and you have to be discerning. It's condescending to an audience to say, "I'm going to a priori conceal you from this entire thing." Instead of, I'm going to let you think for yourself. Yes. And there's a lot that this guy says is completely quacky and wrong. Right. And there's a lot that's super right. And like, but we're not going to like, you're not going to be like Bubble Boy and Bubble Girl, who they, siphon you off from like this, like, really important, possible, slivers of information that are really important.
Yeah.
Golden nuggets.
Yeah, totally. Where were we going before we start talking about allergies?
How did we get to allergies? Oh, demons. Yeah, I said Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Jacques Vallée saying Jacques Vallée. I mean, if you get into like, there's like a Gnostic through line in thinking about UFOs. So like, you're familiar with Gnosticism?
Yes, Gnosticism. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
So like, the idea that these are like arcani, protectors or tricksters, protectors of the material world, but there's like a demiurge that runs the material world, and that's like a lower god, and then there's like a higher god, and this is not something I would fully subscribe to. I think they're too I think the material world is very special, and we can learn all these amazing things from it. I also think there's higher stuff going on. Yeah. So I'd say I'm more like, I don't know, like a Neoplatonist or something, but there's definitely some Gnostic thought and through lines in this world, and like I think that is one lens you can overlay the whole UFO question with. But as to I don't know, he's super into fallen angels, and he's interested in demons, and I can't quite explain that.
Well, the demon thing is interesting when you look at the regime in Brazil case. Yeah, the thing that smelled like sulfur,
and they call it the three women. They go, it's like that demon,
smelled like a demon, had horns and eyes like a demon, and killed a guy,
Yeah, no, some of these things, or even the rumors of Roswell. There's a CIA liaison named Chase Brandon who wrote a book called Crypto's Conundrum, and the alien being that comes out of Roswell. And I think there's some true stuff that comes out of that book.
Do you think we really have a being that came out of Roswell?
And I would say high probability that Roswell happened. There was a crash there, and then lower probability that there was a being. I don't know what, maybe lower probability, 50-ish%, but I decently high. There's so many times people at Roswell are like, something happened here, beings came out. Yeah. Edgar Mitchell, who I know this is going to kind of muddy the waters because he was an Apollo 14 astronaut, who then got really interested in consciousness and aliens, for a trip on the way back to the moon, almost this conversion experience. He was from Roswell, and it's like an open secret there that something happened. And then the beings I would rank as lower probability than like the memory metal that Jesse Marcel, this Air Force flight surgeon, I think definitely collected, and I think it did make it to right airfield. The
tritium, what is the word for that metal? Tritium or night? Tritium? No, not tritium. It was like there was a crazy metal that there was a name for it where it would bend and go back to its original shape.
Oh, you're talking about the titanium nickel alloy. So there's a contract between Wright Airfield and Battelle Memorial Institute from 1949 that my buddy,
the Gerb video,
UAP Gerb, everybody check out his channel. Shout out to Gerb, amazing researcher. You should have him on. He's awesome. So there's this titanium, and I think it's a I don't know.
It's a crazy word.
I don't know, but it's titanium nickel alloy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Titanium nickel alloy, and there's evidence that we have that.
Well, we definitely have that. That was declassified as a material that we have in 1961. Then you have to ask the question: why does Battelle Memorial Institute, that runs all of our nuclear stuff, have a contract with Wright Airfield where the Roswell materials were? Yeah, nitinol.
Nitinol. That's what it was. That's the word.
Yep. So that they have a contract to study this stuff between Wright Airfield and Battelle Memorial Institute in 1949. Again, there's the nuclear connection. And then I think in 61 or 62, it comes out that nitinol's a thing. But why are you keeping it secret for 12 years? And then nitinol's really interesting because it exactly patterned out. So Jesse Marcel, this Air Force flight surgeon, he comes out later in 1979, I think, saying, actually I was like forced to pose with this, fake material, and the Project Mogul comes out later. The Air Force says that, it was just a weather balloon or whatever. But actually, it was this kind of, memory metal that was like extremely, very durable, and like you could apply a lot of stress to it, and it would kind of like it had like shape memory. It would go back into its original form and look unperturbed. Yeah. And nitinol is that. We know that's the case. Yeah, that is crazy.
And James Fox's witnesses literally said this is the exact same stuff they found in Brazil when that thing crashed.
There you go. Yeah. So
they said that he explained it like he was like foil that you could bend around and go back to its original.
Yeah, and Robert Sarbacher, who was very close to Thomas Townsend Brown, probably working on a lot of this stuff, talks about thinly layered materials that do similar things from that time.
Yeah.
So I think they are there, and then the bodies I rank a little lower probability, but I've heard some pretty credible sources that I think there's something there too.
So what do you make about what?
And moment of contact is, and I think more, by the way, is going to come out about the Virginia case. Moment of contact is, in some ways, better corroborated.
What else is going to come out? You got special info, Jesse?
Well,
my fellow men, if you've lost your hair, it doesn't mean you can't find it again. Try Hims Hair Loss Solutions and join.
So I think I'm really excited to see what happens. But I would rank that as probability as far as the beings than Roswell, because we have witnesses who are alive and we have them on video saying they were right there. There's the 3 women who
how about the scene where they go to the guy's house and he pulls his gun out and he's about to shoot him.
Totally, that scene, and then there's this doctor that reportedly died when the thing was in his hands. Some kind of ammonia smell which keeps coming out. So
he said that the doctor who did the X-ray said the whole hospital smelled like ammonia for a week.
No,
sulfur. I'm sorry,
sulfur, which is the smell of the devil. So
yes,
weird.
Yeah.
Then you have to ask yourself the question, how much of that stuff is actually just historical and real? If something has a religious veneer to it, we throw it out as not historical. But we have to remember, pre-Enlightenment, everybody was religious. Everybody.
Yeah.
So it's history. It's not religion. Just because something has a religious overlay to it doesn't mean it's inherently not true. You can say a lot of the things in the Bible feel beyond the pale for you to believe, or whatever, like the seas parting in the Old Testament, whatever.
Yeah.
But to say that somebody definitely didn't have this experience that seemed paranormal, we put this religious overlay over that, I think is extremely
sure.
Yeah. And we have all these examples now of people experiencing paranormal stuff, and it's just not a religious overlay because that's not the kind of mythology of today. Science is.
Right. Yeah. Again, like you say, don't put the king from the baby out the bathwater. Yeah. But there's when it comes to the crashes, though. What do you make of the crashes? If these things are so advanced that they're extraterrestrial of the future humans, 500,000 years in the future, why are they crashing? Yeah,
this gets into weird stuff, but I think there's high-powered radar that was developed in the 40s. I think Watson Watt was the first guy that developed radar. That was in Britain. And then we started to experiment with more and more high-powered radar. And we had that at White Sands, and I think we had that probably at Wright Airfield. And I think we've had that at Air Force bases across the U.S. And then I think they're attracted to nuclear stuff. And so I think they can be disrupted by some of these high-powered radars. And this is where the conversation kind of gets weird
and they're not aware of our high-powered radar.
I think that's possible, man. I mean, there's also, I think it's possible. They could not be, okay.
They're talking about directed energy weapons. Is that similar?
Yeah, and it's weird. I don't like talking about it because I think it's kind of fucked up, to be honest. I don't think that should be, it's kind of weird. But
how so? What do you mean?
Well, just messing with these things at all. I think they're not kind of interfering with us, and so we shouldn't interfere with them.
Totally.
But I think as far as that being possible, I don't think we know what they are. I think we assuming, they traveled the cosmos to get here and they're so advanced or whatever, and then they get messed up due to our, how do we have the hubris to think that we could pop them out of the sky with this stuff? It's we don't know what they are and why they're here. And there are ways in which you could be extremely advanced and then ways in which you can be super simple. AGI is way more advanced, not AGI, any AI model is way more advanced on vector calculus than a human. Way more advanced. Mm-hmm. When it comes to snap intuition and judgment of kind of multimodal stuff across different domains, humans are way more advanced than AI. Right? So this idea that they are stepwise better than us in every single way and can't crash, I think is ridiculous. And then it also is predicated on the space alien thing that, again, we don't know. They could just exist in this kind of interior fabric of reality. They could be kind of mostly ignoring us outside of certain things that light up in our population around consciousness or nuclear, things of that nature. And so, the development of certain, weapons technology might interfere with them, and I don't think that's crazy to say.
Well, it might not be as crazy if they were sending things that weren't biological, right? If they were sending sort of drones through, reconnaissance drones, that kind of like we send to other planets.
Yeah, but everybody I know who's deep on this topic says that the biological stuff hit their drones. And like the grays and all this
they're
stuff,
like 3D printed things.
They're anatomically compiled, like what is DARPA looking into right now? Like programming biology. Yeah. So like that's probably what they are too. And if you look at like all the interactions with the alien beings, they're always like, do not fear, we won't hurt you. This will take a second, and then they there's like an incision, and they like put an implant in you, and then they go away. And so like they are doing a low level task. They're probably not the beings themselves. They're probably von Neumann replicator envoys to like achieve a specific function.
Mm-hmm. So it's probably do something.
No, not at all.
They do something to a lightning strike or a DEW or whatever.
No, it's like your little robot avatar.
Like some people think that they're crashing on purpose, right?
Yeah, or it's like a donation or a gift. Jacques Vallée speculates that. This is where I have no idea. Yeah. But I do believe there are crashes. There are just so many. I mean, Leonard Stringfield had 119 cases. There's a guy named Ryan Wood who has 104 cases. Yeah. Most of which are uncorrelated with the Leonard Stringfield cases.
So when you're talking about those like anatomically 3D printed biological beings that everyone thinks about as like the little gray aliens.
Yes.
When I had Greer in here last week, as soon as I said that, asked him about those things, he goes, "Oh, that's just CIA." I'm like,
if that was his standard,
that's all CIA.
That's just like one of the worst standards.
He completely brushed it off as like intelligence black shit happening.
His easy straw man for anything that he thinks is like fake in the UFO world is it's like intel, national security, deep state, whatever. And like I just think that's like super closed-minded thinking, and like I don't know. It could be in the case of Whitley. Whitley has a really interesting story where you did a great podcast with him that everybody should check out. But there were experiments done on him as a child at Randolph Air Force Base near San Antonio, I believe.
Did he tell you about when he went to Mexico?
Yes. Yeah, that was very strange as well. Yeah. So I don't know what to make of. Yeah, I don't know if you like have like a theory there. But I mean, that's I think less of an uncommon story than people realize as well. These like GATE programs, these gifted and talented student programs, recruiting kids for like Stranger Things. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Whitley. First of all, when he came on that podcast, I didn't know he had an implant. He fucking dropped it on me right when we started recording.
By the way, touch the implant?
No, I didn't touch it, but he showed me a video.
You should have, dude, because that thing is weird.
Really?
I touched it.
He sent me a video of it. There's a video of it I have, and then he showed me like the X-rays of it. I saw you touch it though. That's crazy. He says that it moves around.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said they tried to take it out and it just moved like Which also is a common thing that you hear of. These things move on their own metabolism, that's very common. So again, it points to this kind of biological ground thing.
Have you read all of his books, or did you just read?
No, I've just read Communion.
So there's a bunch of other stuff.
Oh, and I read his book on Jesus. Actually.
Oh, did you really? Okay,
yeah,
I read that before. But there's a lot of interesting stuff that he didn't include in Communion that he does include in his other books. This fella I had on the show, Jason Giorgiani, is like
I've seen that episode.
He is a historian of Whitley Strieber. He's read every single book, front to back, multiple times, and like I spent like 2 hours playing him before I had Whitley in. And there's a lot of other interesting things, like wild things that he left out of Communion. Like for example, there's one scene in one of his books, I can't remember the name of the book, but where he talks about when the alien girl is like riding him.
Okay.
He says there's a CIA guy in the room watching him. A CIA guy that he knows. Watching him have sex with a man. And like how do you explain that? Well, first of all, why did you leave that out of the book?
Yeah.
What was going on? I think I don't remember if I asked him about that in the podcast. But like, there's so many just bizarre, and then also like the history of him going to Mexico.
Yeah.
And like, he didn't want to talk about that to me on the show. I don't know if he talked about it with you, but like, apparently there were some kids who went down to Mexico, and he was a part of it, where he was at some house that was like guarded by the military, and it was all military stuff, where they were like subjecting children to watching like murder videos of people getting like tortured and murdered and stuff to do something to their mind, to induce some sort of trauma to these children, right? So if you combine that with his stories, I don't know what to make of that.
Well, I do think the inducing of trauma and dissociation is more common than we realize when it comes to these programs that recruit kids and try to find kids with high psi abilities. And this is going to sound nuts to the average person who doesn't believe that there's any sort of mind-matter interaction or whatever, but parapsychology has been studied at elite universities since mid-century. Stanford Research Institute, Princeton, Engineering and Anomalous Research, Paralab, Duke, the Ryan Center from 1931 1960 was the first one in the U.S. And I think aerospace has known about this for a long time. And unfortunately, I think we have a dark past, checkered past when it comes to MK Ultra, which came out in the Church Committee in 1975. And I think MK Ultra and a lot of the psychic stuff dealt with trying to find kids and induce trauma. And so I don't know, I find Whitley to be pretty honest in his readout of things. Not like he's like a good guy, and then I
don't know what to make of any of this stuff. I just listen to what people say and repeat it.
Me too. Sure. Yeah. Well, I think and then you can obviously remember things falsely as you kid. Right. So I don't know on that, but I would be lying if I weren't to say that didn't kind of pattern match to other stories that you hear. So
Whitley story.
Yeah, I just interviewed a psionic asset on my show.
Oh, Jake Barber?
Not Jake Barber.
Oh.
But Jake Barber does say, he kind of hints at this. He goes, I was traumatized. He had a really rough childhood. His stepfather didn't treat him super well. And he kind of talks about how he was gifted as well, where he was like, he had matched colors up as a kid with major chords and minor chords. And so certain colors would make you happy, like a major chord, certain colors would make you sad, like a minor chord. And to me, my almost coded read on that is maybe he was part of something as a kid, or maybe they looked at him, or maybe early on they thought that he had something kind of special going on. And that again, it's a lot of stuff around GATE programs in the U.S. I think are going to come out in the next
program.
Year. GATE, G-A-T, Gifted and Talented Education.
Oh.
Yeah. I think a lot of stuff there is going to Stranger Things style stuff. I think Stranger Things as a show will look a lot more real than people now think it is in a couple of years from now.
Yeah.
And there are people I know deeper than me on this who are the tip of the spear as far as investigative research on this stuff. So I'm not trying to blow up their spot. And but it's kind of weird.
It's kind of weird.
It's really weird. It's really it's messed up.
Mm-hmm. I'm just like, my pause with the shit with people like Jake Barber and all the whistleblowers for that matter, is that if I am a part of this secret government, right, or this secret rogue private organization that has possession and understands this super anti-gravity UFO technology, contacting non-human intelligence, whatever it is, it seems like something that's so much more powerful than anything that the U.S. government would even have, or any government for that matter. And if I wanted to protect my secrets, I would absolutely send out fake whistleblowers.
Sir, I think we don't know exactly what to do with what we have. I think we have bits and okay. Take this analogy: if you had you gave a thumb drive to a caveman, would they have any idea what to do with it? They don't know information theory. They don't have a computer to plug it into. Just look at this thing. They probably try to make a fire with it, right? So I think that's maybe you can get some interesting derivative technology. Maybe the nickel alloy titanium. Maybe we've got some interesting stuff with that. Maybe there are elements of the Philip J. Corso Day After Roswell, narrative that are true. That some of this stuff has made its way into civil side, infrastructure. Yeah. Elements of it, I think there's clearly falsities in that book. I don't think semiconductors required, alien tech to their patents of transistors that go way back to the 30s. But by and large, I think we're extremely confused in the Stone Age on what we've retrieved. And so if you find this stuff and it's like Cold War era,
who do you
it's the U.S. government, the U.S.
The people who know what's going on.
Yeah. And so like, yeah, I mean, like America. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if you meant me or if you meant the guy that's working on the graph.
Well, let me tell you, I got a stash. Danny. Yeah. No, I think like the programs around this stuff. I don't think they know exactly what they're working with or what they're doing, and to me that explains a lot of you need in the era of Cold War secrecy. We're way ahead of like China and Russia on like retrieving this stuff to begin with. Then like you can keep it super over compartmentalized, right? And like that's fine. It doesn't matter. Then all of a sudden, if like Cold War ends, and then now we're probably back in another Cold War, and it's this multipolar kind of scary thing, and China starts to catch up and like eat our lunch on some of this stuff, then all of a sudden you need like some civil side eyes. Like a lot of our best and brightest are not working at like Lockheed or Northrop or like any of these places. So you need to like let certain things out. Yeah. And so that I'm not cynical about, a lot of these whistleblowers. I think they're genuinely wanting to come out. Why they might have some sort of top cover or like why they're not dead, to me might be explained by you got to kind of let the cat out of the bag somewhat, if that makes sense, because you need certain eyes on this thing. Because I don't think we've made a ton of progress on many dimensions. I've heard rumors that we have alien reproduction vehicles or advanced research vehicles that pattern match the UFOs. We've made them flyable, and then I just don't know. I don't know if that's like how much progress we've actually made. So, and then even if we have made progress, it's really that fundamental question of like if we're at parity with China or Russia, then this stuff has to come out somewhat, if that makes sense. And then we live in this like information age too, where it's just like impossible to keep a lid on this shit. And I do think there's these snowball effects where somebody displays a tremendous amount of courage, like David Grush, where he pieces together all this stuff and he goes forward to the IC Inspector General, gives him 1,000 pages and offers to say I'll go to skiff with anybody and I'll show you where the bodies are buried and I can give you the exact addresses of the facilities and stuff. Right. He does this in front of Congress, and I think if you're on the program, you're somebody like Jake and you're seeing that, you're like, this guy's really courageous, and it inspires you. It's like the Bannister effect. Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile, and then 10 people broke the 4-minute mile like 2 years after him. Right. I think you see somebody go a little, you've had like moral qualms about what you've been doing already. And you see somebody like, take it this far and you're like, okay, well, I know a little bit more and I could probably help with this effort. I'm going to go a little farther. And so, yeah.
I can see the problem though, which you alluded to in that conversation with Jake, that if all of this super high tech secretive war stuff that we're working on is so compartmentalized and not available to even people in the highest levels of the military and, the highest generals and the president. Like if we get into a war, I'm sure that Russia and China, under their dictatorships, they're going to be able to get shit done instantly, and they probably don't have this problem of compartmentalization and keeping secrets from their actual government.
Yes.
Right? So like that's a problem.
That's a huge problem from a national security standpoint. I mean, read the 3-body problem, and like that's how it goes down. It's like you see like a scientist that, you're the CCP, you're the the PLA. Yeah. And you see a scientist like working on some really interesting neutrino info transfer. Just something like really far out, crazy stuff that like you don't have. Yeah. You just knock on their door. You say, we're relocating you. Yeah. You're working at this base. That's it. That's the way it goes. That's not the way the U.S. The U.S. is like you have these competing factions. You have all this, It's just it's way more of this kind of uncoordinated octopus. Mm-hmm. And right, so I think the reason, I think a lot of these NDAs that people have signed in the aerospace context to work on this stuff in the past are extremely threatening. And they're, really scary retributions that could occur hypothetically for a lot of these people. Yeah. And then I do think whatever legacy programs like don't want anything to come out are on their back heels. And they're like, some limited disclosure has to occur, and I think they're kind of like we don't quite know what to do here. And I think my hope is there are people on the inside who are a little more like, we need basic ontological truths to come out. It's like nuclear stuff, right? Like you have nuclear physics, or you have programs all over the country. It's physics, it's open source. Ontological truths, the idea is that there could be bodies and crafts. Like people need to know this shit. That's crazy. Yeah. And then anything that any trade secret that could immediately be weaponized or is low barrier to entry, blow up the world kind of stuff, that obviously should be classified.
Yeah.
And we just need to think about it reasonably through those lenses. But I do think there are people on the inside who are just dogmatically pro secrecy because it's like this cargo cult bureaucracy thing. It's just like they don't understand how to be any other way or something.
Yeah, I mean the most frightening thing is that if this rogue government that's like has its own air force, military, navy, whatever, that has all this power and has this technology that could essentially like beat any world government's technology as far as like war or whatever it is, like, and if they go rogue and if they decide to start a war against the rest of the world, like that's the worst. That seems like the scariest thing regarding these companies that have this stuff, because what's going to stop them from keeping more secrets from you and just taking this technology and exponentially gaining more information and revealing more insight into it and understanding more about the universe and keeping that shit from the U.S.
Right. Turns into like a breakaway civilization.
A breakaway military.
Breakaway military.
A breakaway. It's not a country.
Well,
but it's like a company that's more powerful than any country.
I did find it very interesting that like Matthew Livelsberger, the Green Beret, he blows up a Cybertruck in front of Trump Tower. So it's like this weird message or something.
Symbolic, yeah.
Felt kind of symbolic, like some sort of meme work there thing. And then the email he sends to Sam Shoemate, who goes on Sean Ryan, is all about Chinese gravitic propulsion drones, which I think is China is not flying with impunity with, electrogravity propulsion. Like that's game over, right? Like that's like we're in the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's been going on for 3 months or whatever. Like that's not that. But maybe it's sort of a little bit of a shot across the bow, depending on what force was behind that. Because clearly he was dealing with a lot of trauma, PTSD, and I think was like a good guy in his private life. But like, what leads somebody who's like that to do that and to send that email? And I did speak to a Green Beret about this, and he was like, maybe this is a way to let out some of the gravity stuff that we have made breakthroughs with. So think about it like this, like maybe you're sending a little shot across the bow again to Elon, Trump, civil side government, and you're saying we've got some harder core shit that you don't have. Yeah. And again, this is deep conspiracy. I would hold this very kind of loosely, low probability, but it goes to the point that you've made. And then I don't know where they are technologically and if they even have the power to sort of flex and do that. But I do think that aerospace has some pretty advanced technology that
those drones over New Jersey, they didn't seem like anything special. Like they seemed moving like regular drones. Like they weren't moving at light speed, or like they weren't moving like Tic Tacs making sharp turns. They were just like floating around like normal quadcopters.
They were floating around for longer periods of time than you'd ever expect. Like hours at a time. They'd stay stationary. So they were exhibiting some kind of exotic effects with the kind of winds and stuff. But like, yeah, generally. And then I would make a huge distinction between a lot of people were seeing orbs and like other weird stuff. And then there were like the fixed wing drones that looked like they were meeting FAA regs, which were obviously human. And so I would make a clear distinction between those two things. I would also make a distinction between the stuff showing up at nuclear bases, which if you know Robert Hastings' work,
yes,
that looks more, I don't want to say paranormal because that sounds quacky, but that looks more like of the UFO, the classic UFO variety.
Right.
You have to classify it.
I understand that the New Jersey stuff didn't seem like anything near the UFO variety.
No, I agree with that. A lot of it. And then, but you had Salem nuclear plant right there, and you had stuff showing up there, and at Picatinny Arsenal, right? Stuff was showing up.
Right. I think it was definitely our government or one of our government contractors that was in charge of that. I don't know what they were doing.
But did you hear the audio of, Wright-Patterson's, like, comms links were down? Like, their power was out for, like, a few hours? Like, that, to me, is classic Robert Hastings UFOs and nukes. And that was happening around that time.
What happened with Wright-Patterson? I thought they just had to, like, shut down the runway or something for...
No, I think the power was out for a couple of hours.
Wright-Patterson, the power was out?
I believe either the power, all comms were down for a little bit. Yeah. And there's
Can you look this up?
We should look it up. Yeah.
Let's find out.
Yeah, I think it's on Twitter.
What would we search?
Do Wright Patterson communications outage.
Wright Patterson drone.
And there's
Wright Patterson Air Force Base experienced a closure of its airspace for about 4 hours late Friday night into early Saturday morning due to sightings of small unmanned aerial systems drones in the vicinity of the base. The base's airspace was closed as a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of the installation and its residents. No property was damaged or residents harmed during the incident. So they closed the airspace.
Okay, and I guess maybe there wasn't a comms outage. It was like it was precautionary because there was stuff flying around it.
Right. Huh. Yeah, I did hear like a some sort of radio comm thing too, where they were talking about like shutting down the airspace.
I have a crazy one for you. So in 2010, after Robert Hastings wrote his book, which was 2008, F.E. Warren experienced an outage for.
What's F.E. Warren?
F.E. Warren is a nuclear base in Wyoming.
Oh, okay.
And it experienced an outage for, they said 59 minutes, but Robert Hastings did back channeling and it was 24 hours. And President Obama was briefed on this. Now, do F.E. Warren outage Atlantic? F.E. Warren, outage Atlantic. And you'll see that this was reported on by like mainstream media. And I don't know,
broadband?
No, the Atlantic, like the periodical or whatever.
Oh, and the Atlantic magazine.
The Atlantic magazine.
Oh, okay. Magazine. Atlantic magazine.
Yeah.
Is it a power outage? This looks
failure shut that third article.
Down.
Yeah, exactly. So this is really crazy. So President Obama was briefed on this, and Hastings back-channeled with this retired missile technician named John Mills.
Yeah,
and he back-channeled with some missile security officers on site, and were like, there was a Tic Tac flying around all over the base, and that caused the outage.
Is this like one of the Minutemen missile silos, like where they have those underground ICBMs?
I know Malmstrom is. I don't know if F.E. Warren is. Maybe, but. This is what's crazy because you can even see in the article, at the top of the article, engineering. So power is crossed out, and then it goes into engineering failure. I think it's covering their ass. I think they don't want it to seem like it was attributed to a UFO or to a Tic Tac or whatever. Which again, Robert Hastings backtracked. And by the way, I should say I think I was wrong about the Wright Pat thing, so I don't want to conflate. Like this is another thing that I think was very legit. But I mean,
that's huge when they shut down a nuclear base.
Obama was briefed. Yeah,
that's big. That's a big deal.
No shit. Yeah, and then with these guys who say that it's attributed to a Tic Tac flying around the airspace,
right?
Crossing out power. They're making it seem like it's an engineering thing.
What does it say? 3 other LCCs were successfully restarted. The suspect LCC remains offline. What is the LCC?
Here, the LCC,
Launch Control Center. Oh. So the Launch Control Center is each missile in sequence. So if they begin to send signals out when they're not supposed to, receivers on the missiles themselves will notice this and send out error codes. It left 50 missiles in the dark. The missiles then restarted one of the LCCs and began to normally. Wow. Dude, that's freaky.
It's really freaky. And then you're doing, Hastings, who I think is a very honest actor, is doing back channeling with these guys, and they're like, there's Tic Tacs flying around, and that's what caused the outage. And then I think one of them faces kind of career reprisals as a result of this back channel with Hastings and stuff.
Yeah.
So. And then you have that power is crossed out and engineering is put up. Weird. It's like the live editing is shown on the Atlantic article.
That's because we're on the Brave browser. The Brave browser shows you all. I wonder if it shows it in Chrome.
It does show it in Chrome too.
It does.
It does because I put it in my documentary on Hastings.
Okay.
So anyway, so the Wright Pat thing, that is interesting. I guess it sounds like they were just incursions on Wright Pat, and then they ended up shutting the airspace down as a result of that. Wasn't a comms link there, so that's my bad. But
I think they were getting ready for the Eagles to win the Super Bowl, so they had to start figuring out Philadelphia. They knew people were going to be looting and terrorizing the whole town. It was going to turn into Afghanistan for a week.
That's funny. Exactly. But that's just goes to the point that, like, if these things are showing up around sensitive military sites, it points to the nuclear connection. It points to this more generalizable three-body problem narrative where they're not just showing up at nuclear sites, they're showing up at advanced science research sites and the most sensitive military sites. And that was the case with the New Jersey drone. The whole New Jersey drone, the name New Jersey drone is a psyop. Because they weren't just in New Jersey, they were at Lake and
they were in Florida too.
They were in Florida, they were everywhere, and they weren't just drones. The drones were drones. Like this shit you could see that were taken down occasionally, that's blinking red and green because they're meeting FAA regs. Obviously drones.
Yeah.
You know, like clearly those were drones. In fact, even the White House statement on the drones, the press secretary... Trump said very weird, very strange. It's not adversary, and they're going to the they're coming to the garage, and we know where the garage is. So that's interesting, right?
Weird, yeah. And when he talks, it's just so confusing sometimes.
It's very confusing. But then the press secretary tries to minimize it and say there's nothing to see here. She says, "Oh, they were FAA approved. They were research drones."
Yeah.
See, that begs a question. If you were given orders by the president who told you we will clear this up immediately, because he was asked this as soon as he was elected. He goes, "What happened there? We have to figure that out." And he orders somebody to figure it out.
Yeah.
So those were your orders. You're saying we have FAA research drones. What were they researching? If it's a prosaic, easy thing to explain away, you say it.
How come no one asked that?
If it is not, then you don't say it. So I think it points to some more exotic answers. Again, I don't know. You have to think probabilistically about all this stuff, and I'd be open to it not being UFOs. But I think there's a lot of evidence. Also, Southport, New Brunswick, Duke Energy Plant, there was UFOs showing up there too. So
so drones or UFOs?
UFOs.
Meaning what? What do they look like?
They look more like these plasma orb style things. Yeah.
Like the Bledsoe orbs?
More like the Bledsoe orbs. Like those look very different than these like fixed wing, like they're just different.
Okay.
That's why the whole thing's it's like not New Jersey and it's not just
Yeah.
It's a whole host of stuff. And it, again, if you get in these weird kind of questions of like,
were they trying to distract? Were they trying to run a simulation? There's so many
questions.
Yeah.
But also in the case in which it wasn't ours. Say in the case in which there were real UFOs, like not ours, not prosaically explained UFOs.
Yeah.
You would probably put some stuff out to research it.
Yeah.
You put some of our stuff out.
Right,
so it's like really murky, and it's way more charismatic and easy and goes viral much quicker to be like there's a loose nuke on the eastern seaboard.
Right.
That will go viral way faster than like it's actually a whole host of things. It's kind of complicated.
It's not that interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's kind of what happened, and that's why like if there were psyops around explaining things away, I think that's why it was so charismatic. But then you talk to like the nuclear support teams, the emergency teams, Nest or whatever. All of those guys were like, no, there's nothing there. Like, nobody was like being evacuated.
Right.
So it clearly wasn't that. So it's weird.
Dude, with like all of this stuff that's been happening lately with the news cycle and all the crazy things that have gone on in the last 6 months, like from Trump almost getting killed on live TV to like a week later, that story is completely dead. And then we have like the Olympics debacle, and then we have like the debates, the election, all this, the New Jersey drones. Like, there's like so much stuff happening on top of the fact that people are more awake now than ever of all the fuckery that's going on with like not only just the media trying to subvert stuff with advertisers, but with the government trying to subvert stuff. Like people more aware of the word psyop now than ever. I'm sure if we did a Google trend on that word psyop, it's probably skyrocketed last year.
For sure.
So like, I wonder if the government came out tomorrow and said, yes, we made a deal with these alien civilization and they're here, we have their UFOs. I wonder legitimately what percentage of people would believe that or just run the other way.
This is such an important thing you're bringing up because already with the Jake Barber piece, the UFO world has cleaved off and is on another island of reality from mainstream media has no idea who Jake Barber is. Unfortunately, it sucks because it's such an important story. But like, because it's a hard pill to swallow, we're talking about psionics, mind-matter connection, egg-shaped things showing up in our air. Like, it's a lot to stomach all at once. Yeah. And breaks the brain of these normie legacy people who like aren't down these rabbit holes that you and I are down, because we've spoken to a lot of people. And so it's this really important ontological question where it's like, people are like, we need disclosure. I'm like, if you walked into a hangar and were shown a UFO, you walked into the UFO, it wouldn't change your life at all. You'd have no idea what you were looking at. And it would beget all sorts of other questions that you'd have that wouldn't be answered upon walking into the UFO or whatever. So it's disclosure isn't some file that's going to come out where it's like this, these are, facts or whatever. I do think if Trump or Tulsi or like one of these people with like, serious, credentials in the government, like cabinet level credentials, or even from the past cabinet level credentials, says there's a there, I do think that's like a step function up as far as disclosure. Like that's progress. Mm-hmm. But it's going to be this, you're dealing with people's core belief systems. Yeah. And it's going to be this sort of broken, jagged process. It's not going to be this like overnight, like we have disclosure. Like people in our world are, I don't know where you lie, but in a lot of my world or whatever, they're like, we've had disclosure. Like so much has come out outside of 8K, imagery with like the president standing next to a UFO. Yeah, it's like we've kind of given a lot.
If they wanted to make it available, if they wanted to do disclosure, think about it. They're doing it the right way. Right. No one's losing their mind.
Yeah, sure.
Religion is not burning to the ground. People aren't quitting their jobs and like shooting. It's not turning into Mad Max out there. Or, like they are doing it the right way. Although, like, kind of what I was alluding to is like with the distrust of media and government now, and people being aware of the deception, the strategic deception that they are capable of.
Yep.
If the government was to say, yes, there's aliens, we have them, we have a saucer, right?
Yep.
There would be a huge chunk of people who think automatically, if they're saying that, the opposite must be true.
Yeah, of course. And I understand that skepticism, and I have a reflexive allergic reaction to the government telling me anything as well. And I would just say, just because you think somebody has an ulterior motive, because a lot of people in the UFO world have an ulterior motive, doesn't mean everything they're saying is wrong.
Right.
Maybe they're doing some weird controlled opposition thing. Maybe they're doing something where they want to make money and inherit some equities outside of the government.
Yeah.
Maybe they're I can give you 50 million reasons as to why somebody would say some shit about UFOs and, claim to come from an authoritative background that aren't pure. That doesn't mean the facts they're saying are wrong. Mm-hmm. And I think, a lot of these guys, like, I think that the prima facie stories of a lot of these guys are just fully right. They're just correct. And people just can't stomach them. They can't, they're like, this just breaks their brain. It breaks their priors. And, it's tough. And
that's why you think mainstream media hasn't reported on Jake's story?
Yeah, I think it breaks. I think they don't know how to process it. I think they have no idea how to, the computer, it like breaks their computer. I mean, dude, those guys are mind controlled. I mean, like
those guys want money though.
That's true. They do want money, but they also, have certain commercial interests and like are, connected to like various, I mean, you're seeing what's happening with Mike Pence is reporting on all this like USAID, back channel shit with like every legacy media.
I'm so shocked that YouTube's letting that shit go.
It's wild. It's wild that they're letting it go. But I think we've crossed the Rubicon of sorts. But like,
I hope so.
We don't know who's making calls at these studios. But look at like COVID, like for a year. I mean, even in like, I think 2022, the New York Times published a steel manning of the like zoonotic origin of COVID. Yeah. So it's like, give it up, guys. It's so stupid. Like you literally have to, it takes the probabilistic thinking of a child to realize there are wet markets all over China. Why was it the one wet market
right
6 miles next to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which is studying spike proteins added on to like a basically modification of SARS and how they can create a pandemic. Like, give me a break.
Like, there's an outbreak of chocolatey goodness in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
John Stewart said it best. That's hilarious. And that just gets so simple, right? But they're overeducated. They've lost their instinct. They don't actually think about any media story critically at all. I hate to say, I come from this world. I went to Columbia, and like I know a lot of these people. I love them. They think I'm crazy now, or whatever.
Yeah.
But they don't actually do thinking around like they hear a story and ideas are fashion statements, and they don't want to look bad at the water cooler, at Condé Nast or wherever they are.
Yeah.
They don't want to like and they're snarky. And if you watch, I interned for the Daily Show back in the day, and like I thought they were.
That's crazy.
Jon Stewart was a total bulwark against neoconservatism back in the day. That was very healthy and like amazing. And now he's just they're out of touch, man. And like you have, these correspondents go out to these like MAGA rallies, and they just like make fun of them, and like they're snarky. And I was probably guilty of it. I was anti-Trump in 2016, and like I thought he was kind of crazy.
Yeah,
and like
I was the same way.
And I was like, these states don't understand. These red states don't understand what's good for them. Like,
right.
And then my now belief is like the more like you go through like the liberal arts, like Ivy League education, the more you lose touch with your real instincts about reality, and your worldview and like mental models on things are actually like really wrong. You're like way off. And it's couched in this veneer of sophistry and of sophistication. And so it sounds really smart, but it's actually really stupid. And it's wrong.
I try my hardest to be open-minded about things and look at things from multiple angles, but like every single big topic like UFOs or ancient Graham Hancock's a big one.
Yeah. They hate him.
He's like, no, they fucking love him.
Well, it's either one or the other. He's so polarizing.
It's so polarizing, and the lack of open-mindedness and ability to form independent thoughts outside of the comment bubble is astonishing.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, and it's an age-old trope in history of this amateur gentleman journeyer who has correct instincts, is outside of the priestly citadel of experts, and then gets proven right. Heinrich Schliemann was this German businessman that was laughed at forever because he thought the ancient city of Troy, in the Peloponnesian War, written about by Homer and Thucydides, was actually, that wasn't mythology. Like, that was actually a real place. And then he goes out and finds it in Anatolia in the 1870s. And now have tons of corroboration. That's now consensus.
Right.
Luis Walter Alvarez thought that, an asteroid impact took out the dinosaurs 66 million years ago.
Right.
And in their case, they're actually extremely credentialed. Luis Walter Alvarez, the father, was in the Manhattan Project, very involved with Oppenheimer, and so but he was this he was out of his domain, right? He was an archaeologist, but he was right. And now you have Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson. They're saying the same thing about Younger Dryas impact. They're also pointing to mythology, just like Heinrich von Schliemann did in the case of Plato and dates around Plato. But they also have tons of archaeological evidence, great archaeological evidence that there's an airburst from the Taurid meteor stream around that time. And they're just not being taken seriously. And my money's on them. My money's not on the Citadel. So it's reflexive bad thinking. And there's a great book by this guy Sam Arbesman. It's called The Half-Life of Fact. And at any point in history, we were wrong about 50% of the conventional wisdom at the time. Or roughly, right?
Okay.
So we're probably wrong about 50% of what we know now.
Yeah.
So if you were going around being this Michael Shermer style or Richard Dawkins style skeptic, Neil deGrasse Tyson, we know everything, you are being ahistorical. You're engaging in bad thinking. Unless you can point to some percentage of current knowledge that you think is wrong, you're an extension of the Borg. Yeah. You're the thought police for the conventional wisdom, and you're probably wrong. So I like to systematically go through the anomalies because I think that they're tells on what the next scientific paradigms are. Like if you look at black body radiation was discovered by this German guy in the 1860s. We couldn't. That was the fact that would create this ultraviolet catastrophe. It was this guy Gustav Kirchhoff. We couldn't understand that until Max Planck and the quantum revolution in the 1900s. Mercury, the orbit of Mercury wasn't understood in the Newtonian context, and we needed general relativity to explain it. So when you see an anomaly, like a UFO, or Washington Scablands, impacts or whatever, you might represent, the Younger Dryas thing. You have to systematically look at the anomalies. You can't ignore them because they lead to new science. This is the Scientific Revolutions 101. Thomas Kuhn wrote about this in The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. The anomalies bring in the new paradigm.
Yeah.
So what I think you're doing and what I love to do is like talk to people on the fringes. And just because you're talking to them doesn't mean you agree with everything they say. You're not platforming them.
We have the benefit of talking to people on the fringes and the people in the center of the academic institutions.
Totally.
Which they each want to, some of them, the people in the academic institutions are in a bubble. They're not talking to people on the fringe every day.
Yeah.
And same thing most of the time with people on the fringes.
Yeah.
And like the way I explain like the whole Flint Dibble Graham Hancock thing is like, I completely understand how Flint Dibble, who his dad named him Flint because he's an archaeologist, and his dad's probably an archaeologist.
Yeah.
He spent his whole life studying archaeology, reading the boring books, doing the boring shit, traveling all over, digging through the mud and pulling stuff out his whole life, and nobody knows who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
Then Graham Hancock comes along, writes some crazy fucking book, and becomes a super celebrity and makes tons of money going on Joe Rogan all the time. I'm gonna be super jealous and resentful of that guy too.
100%. And
I'm not gonna go as far as Flint Dibble did. But to make that very clear.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the shit he did was really terrible in my opinion.
And he was like lying about it. Some certain slides were up on that Rogan episode that were just like wrong.
And not only that, but like, and this is a super unpopular opinion, and I will get completely destroyed in the comments for saying this, but I think Flint killed him on that debate.
Hancock.
Without having the ability of being able to Monday morning quarterback and see, okay, he was wrong about a lot of stuff, because he did do some dishonest things by like, he was very confident in saying things that were quite literally wrong after people were able to go back and review the stuff, and Graham was actually able to go back over the podcast and find out like, okay, like you're completely wrong about the number of ships or any of this other stuff that you were talking about. But like, I learned a fuckload from Flint during that podcast.
Yes.
He was able to fill in the gaps of stuff that Graham didn't really understand during that podcast. I feel like, and I feel like even Rogan during that podcast was siding with Flint on things. Like he's like, Graham, don't you think that looks kind of natural to me? Yeah. And I was like, no. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. I think that. Like, I thought he did a great job, but what I don't like is how he went on Twitter afterwards and like, oh, do you see how much I kicked Graham's ass during that podcast? Subtweeting every tweet that Graham did, looking like a complete douchebag. Totally. Yeah. But like, so I guess my point is like, I understand how Flint feels, why he feels the way he feels.
Yeah.
Right. And why people in academia feel the way Flint feels. And I see how there's sort of like a rift between these two groups. And just like combine that with the way modern media works, like podcasting is the number one form of information in the world now, right? And like people are more interested in the fringe stuff because it's exciting, and it's more sensational. And I think long way of putting it, but academics get resentful of that, and it's created this sort of like this dichotomy, if you will. Totally. But I think there's value in it, to your point with Flint Dibble, where it's like you need to stress test the really bold, grand, new ideas and theories. And I think science is a process. It's like, you have skepticism and dogmatism, and it's a sola and charybdis, and you want both. And I think having debates like that are really good. But I'm always partial or sympathetic to quote unquote platforming the people with the bold, grand ideas, where like some of the stuff might be wrong semantically, but they're directionally correct in like a big way. That's exciting. Versus these guys that are just defending the modern paradigm, because I don't think that gets us anywhere. Like, I agree. Like, Darwin is like a locally useful theory. Like, I don't think like Darwin's like fake. Right. It's a theory, and I think gravity's also a theory.
Gravity's also a theory, totally. But I think it's also useful in a scientific. I wouldn't like throw it out at all. Like, these things are like extremely useful. Gravity's a great example because there are like many anomalies with it, both on a macroscopic level with dark matter, and on a microscopic level with it's irreconcilable with the other forces on a quantum level, and electrons don't exhibit gravity in the same way other
super wild
objects do.
Super wild shit.
It's interesting. I don't know. I think I'm always partial to let's like systematically talk to the people with the bold theories, and then stress test and come at them and try to negate any parts of their thinking that are kind of flimsy,
right?
But like, really take seriously their ideas, especially when they're driven. I think the difference between Dibble and Graham Hancock is like one is driven more by intuition and this like life purpose mission thing.
Yeah.
And in our modern day, that's seen as inherently BS or something. Whereas the other person's like came up through the system.
Yeah.
And like that's just seen as more valid. And I would say if you're like you feel like hermetically called to a thing, you're going to be extremely motivated. You're going to find out all sorts of stuff. And we would not be talking about Göbekli Tepe if it weren't for Graham Hancock. And so the conventional wisdom on like how old civilization is would be the, classic Mesopotamia was the cradle of civilization. So like who's had more of an impact? Just based on now. It's Graham Hancock.
Even Flint said when he was in here, he goes, Graham inspired a lot of people that I know that are now academic archaeologists.
There you go.
Their careers and stuff.
There you go.
Totally. So yeah, again, and I don't even know what the actual objective was of that debate, other than to like disprove Graham's ancient civilization idea.
Debates like this are tough.
Yeah.
Because like often it's like I did like this informal debate with like Michael Shermer.
I saw that.
And like
who was the guy that he debated? Who? Michael Shermer? You Michael Shermer and who?
No, it was just me and him.
Oh no, but I saw one on your channel with
oh no, that was Mick West, and Marathon Renningham.
Oh, okay,
and that was a tough one too, where it's just you have the skeptics who I think do provide this service, and I even came out thinking, okay, like Mick actually, has some interesting debunks in these certain areas. I'm gonna like hold certain of some of these videos in lower probability. Like actually, one of my takeaways is like video evidence isn't the kind of Archimedes lever for disclosure in general. Like it's not the thing you want to hinge your belief on at all, because like they're all kind of murky and like not great. Although I think maybe on the margins Merrick won the debate, but I think the classic thing with like skeptic versus pro when it comes to these really kind of hard to answer questions is like the pro people have all these reasons as to like why it's anomalous, and then the anti people they sit on these kind of like, oh, it's law of large numbers, or it's Occam's razor, or it's it's like these like rules of thumb that like are just it's like kind of lame and like provocative and like you're not actually looking at the data. Like finally, I think Mick West has read UFOs and News by Robert Hastings because it's such an important data set when it comes to UFOs. But he can't say anything. There's nothing he can say because it's like, how are you going to go at these guys? You can't go at their credentials. Yeah. Call them liars, like they're on the PRP program. Right. It's kind of hard. So like you end up with this like two trains passing in the night in the debates where it's like one side has a data set and the other side just won't agree that the data set is legitimate. They're just like, it's survivorship bias, it's file drawer issues, it's you're a liar, you're a grifter or whatever. But like look at the data, what do you mean? Right. Like I've met a lot of these guys who've seen this stuff at nuclear sites, and it's like some of them have maintained Q clearances for years after they've seen this stuff. Like, and then at that point, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. If you're not going to like believe, if you're not going to like read the book, which is a 580-page book, extremely dry and it's almost boring, really, because it's so rigorous and good and meticulously done. Like Robert Hastings has like an eidetic memory, and so like you're either going to read the book and like engage with it, or you're not. And if you're not, then like I don't know what the debate is about.
Right. What do you make of Elon not being impressed or not being interested in this stuff?
I find it really interesting. Starlink is just like an optical group of satellites, and it's the biggest optical group. But and then obviously
satellite
RF.
Have you seen like the videos of all the satellites that we have surrounding Earth? It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. Especially with Starlink, it's just blowing it out of the water. I mean, it's everywhere, and they have I think it's Star Shield is like the dual use kind of optical or whatever. But so you hear that these things, the UFOs are like picked up by like other sensor modalities. I don't know anyone. Look, in the world in which UFOs exist, I would have to think he's got to know some stuff, Like I don't know if he's playing.
Especially if these rocket guys like Tim are fucking dedicating their lives to this stuff.
Totally, and they have any overlap. Okay, the interesting thing I thought on Elon is he walked back a couple of things recently. In the last couple of months, somebody mentioned David Gresham and said maybe we're hiding all this secret tech, and he said, well, if we are hiding secret tech, I would hope that would come out. And so that was a change in tune. That wasn't this joke, oh, I'm an alien, or like I would know, like we don't have high resolution imagery. Like he kind of walked that back in that interview question.
Yeah.
And then the second thing he said, I think Tucker asked him about UFOs, and he said, I think it's deep Black American programs.
Really?
At that point, you're kind of backing yourself into a corner where it's really interesting. Like, what are you saying, man? Are you saying that we have deep Black American programs that look like they're breaking physics? So, like, they break conservation momentum, they fly Mach 10, and then they stop on a dime.
Yeah.
And then they, make right angle turns.
Yeah.
And then they go from, right above the water to like above 80,000 feet, like David Fravor saying. And, looks like they're, not using chemical combustion. Because if you are, then you're saying we have physics that's in deep black compartments that, well surpass what we're doing with chemical combustion when it comes to Starlink. We have these, 33, 36 Raptor engines, and it's all just mass ejection. And it's all just, Newton's laws.
Yeah.
And so it's backing yourself into a corner where it's like we either have physics or you're saying this stuff is real in that interview. You're saying this stuff is real. Or maybe you can hang on like that we have some really good like radar spoofing. And like that would be your or clear spoofing or whatever. You'd have, some version of that. Maybe you could do holograms and optical spoofing. I don't know what he would say, but
it's such a mindfuck. If I can think of anyone who should be interested in him.
I'm with you. It's a strange. It feels like just like there's like dark matter in physics. It's like what's the dark matter there? Like we can detect something going on there, and I don't know what it is.
That's so true, man. That's so true.
Go take a
lead.
Let's do it. Cool.
All right, we're back from our peak rate.
This guy
sucks. Elon stuff is crazy. So I did want to ask you. How did you find this guy, Jake Barber? And I don't even know where to start with this guy. Can you explain how you met him and then how, like, what happened with him and where he came from? What's his story?
Yeah, so he was originally like a red team guy who was, he was on the program.
What does that mean?
That means he was like meant to infiltrate like adversary groups and stuff, and so like he was basically like security for the program. So he was part of the crash retrieval program. He was pipelined through Air Force Combat Control, which is a special the Air Force version of Special Forces. He didn't become Air Force Special Forces. At that point, he became kind of sheep dipped, if you know that term, in like intel circles or whatever, like erased. He became like director of operations for a helicopter company, and that was basically his title. But he was working with these prime contractors. You might be able to guess who they are. He doesn't reveal who they are exactly, but
so he says he was working with secret aerospace contractors.
And
I would imagine he's talking about companies that are like or similar to Battelle or any other, like Lockheed or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. You can guess.
He didn't say.
He said if you tried to guess two, you'd probably get them right on your first try.
So I might have got those two right.
Maybe. And so he's doing retrieval operations for them, and then on behalf of his employer, he goes to Red Team Stephen Greer. Stephen Greer was we were just talking about this. He was like the go-to guy for like any whistleblower in the government. Like he was the guy. The Disclosure Project was for the last 20 years.
He was trying to subvert Stephen Greer's whistleblowers.
Trying to subvert, and in 2023, Stephen Greer held his like disclosure, Congress thing or whatever, and he had done a version of this 2 decades prior in 2001, I think, and it was with a lot of really impressive, amazing whistleblowers, and unfortunately, it's kind of couched under the veneer of Stephen Greer, who has certain issues.
Yeah,
personality.
Every single respectable person in the UFO world, they all detest Stephen Greer. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I can imagine why. But
yeah,
I don't know if there's like any kind of like solid reason why they don't like him.
I don't know the guy personally, and I've been trying to interview him for like a year through various go-betweens, and I've gotten a lot of like weird ego responses. I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah.
So for anybody watching, like, thanks, man. Yeah. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
I'll trade you for a brush.
That's not a fair trade, bro. I need somebody else. That's so funny. So
like we're trading them these UFO people like Pokemon cards.
Yeah. Exactly. I gotta write you.
Greer's like in Pokemon. What would he be? Is he like a?
Don't say it.
I don't know. I'm not. I know like those collectibles. You gotta catch them all. Which one would Greer be? Would he be the Charizard or what?
Maybe he might be Charizard.
Okay. What's the big one that would puff out all that stinky gas?
What's the most valuable Pokemon? Charizard, right?
No, it's Mew.
It's Mew.
No, Mewtwo. No, Mew is even more valuable than Mewtwo. Mewtwo, and then Mew is like the baby Mewtwo, I think.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta if you're collecting these guys, you gotta have Greer on your belt.
Yeah, I know.
Like you explained that to me,
Look
right?
it up.
He's one of the most legendary, like OG UFO people.
Totally.
Right? You said he was like in the '90s. He was the only guy.
He was like the only guy. But I mean, that's actually an important thing to correct. He's the only very public-facing guy, and that's why he became who he is now. But I think he took a lot of his stuff from a guy named William Hamilton, who'd write about these deep underground military bases, covert operations. And there was a lot of actually hard-headed research going on at the time. He kind of shored it up and made it this more public thing. It was interesting. It's an interesting origin story because I don't quite understand how he went from. He was a physician, and he just says he was an ER doctor. He was an ER doctor, and then he got super into UFOs.
He said during one of the CEs, there was a Air Force spook or something there, and saw the stuff he was doing, and told the CIA guy, the head of the CIA, who then wanted to go to dinner with him.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I mean, and again, I believe the Jake Barber account, and like it kind of comports with that, where it involves like trying to call stuff in, which is so. At that time, you have this guy Albert Stubblebine, who also has connections with remote viewing at the time, and John Alexander, who's this long-time kind of UFO historian, but he also debunks certain things.
Also very
has
close
deep
to
government ties, also close with Bledsoe, and inserts himself in like all sorts of interesting cases. Like John Hutchinson was this guy who claimed to like have mind matter effects with like these like metallic instruments around him in California, and John Alexander shows up there. John Alexander's this very interesting figure in UFO world where he just pops in like, at very opportune times.
So Stubblebine Greer claims he offered him $2 billion to participate in the
legacy UFO I thought it was like come join our UFO program or something. It was okay.
He explained it to me like it was part of offered him $2 billion to basically be a part of their building the public narrative.
Okay, interesting. Well, that sounds like. Right. I mean, I think there's an email showing that maybe, but I don't think the offer was real. I mean, Stubblebine's this weird character. He's Army counter intel, and he's also on record touting all sorts of other bizarre conspiracies. He's one of these people who just Stubblebine is. Yeah. And so it's one of these people who just don't know what to make of him. But they do insert themselves in Greer's life, and then Greer becomes the de facto guy. Where if you're on the inside and you're working at Lockheed or Northrop or your CIA contractor or whatever, you see some shit and you want the public to know, you go to Greer. And so the Disclosure Project archives are to this day probably like among the best UFO databases, treasure troves of pretty interesting contemporary information. And so you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater as much as he's a very interesting kind of strange character. There's some ego there.
He's easy to dismiss, for sure.
Yeah, and there's definitely some messianic, like it feels like he's, it's like he's the guy who's bringing the thing. It's like, come on, dude, it's everybody.
Yeah, it is most people. Yeah, and it's just like there's also like a thing when somebody has all the answers to everything.
Yep.
There's a weird thing that's there too.
Yep.
What we're talking about Jake Barber. So Greer was hosting this thing where he had all these whistleblowers. He was providing an outlet for these whistleblowers to come out. And you were saying that Jake Barber went there to try to
Red team
meaning what?
Infiltrate Greer and
trying to like bust one of these guys for blowing the whistle,
bust the whole organization, infiltrate the organization, and then become, like the guy from Legacy who's feeding info back into Legacy UFO programs from this important kind of vulnerability, threat vector, or whatever.
Yeah.
And so he's at this Congress or whatever, and, his story is that Michael Herrera, do you know who that is?
Yeah.
He's a Marine who was in the Philippines, and he gets diverted with his unit of, I think, like 8 or 9 people to Indonesia. And Indonesia is a disaster zone to do this earthquake with tsunami warning, and so everybody's evacuating the area. And he and his Marines are apprehended. First, he sees an 8-gon, like an octagon-shaped craft hovering above the treetops that he says is Vanta Black. And it's like, he calls it blacker than black, and it's above the treetops, and he starts to close in on that craft with his Marines, because they're like, what the hell is going on here? And then they get apprehended by this elite paramilitary unit, which in like, I think it was 2009, like they had like bioscanners, like all sorts of gear you would never expect. They were clearly, and they were very well trained, probably tier 1 special forces. And we're kind of running circles around these Marines, saying stuff like, it's easy to get lost in the woods, or it's easy to get lost in the jungle, Did
these guys say that they're part of any specific branch of the military, or were they any like badging on them?
It was completely nondescript, but very advanced, according to Herrera. And
so private.
Maybe, yeah. And they were loading these plates onto this flatbed, this truck. It was like a Ford F-250 or something. And he was like, I don't know what the crates were or whatever. And so Barber, he's at this disclosure event where Herrera is giving this account. And Herrera also gets interviewed by Sean Ryan as well. Mm-hmm. And Barber's like, I could see the authenticity in Herrera, and what am I doing here, sort of thing. And there are other reasons, I guess, Barber felt like he was betrayed by his, contractor in the past. And at that moment, he goes like, "Fuck this! I'm gonna like red team the red team. Or I'm gonna like red team. I'm gonna talk to these guys earnestly. Yeah. I'm gonna side up with the Herreras of the world and try to see if we can get some of these truths out." And so he talks to Herrera, and he says that the crates actually had people in them in Indonesia. And that these crates were bringing back these psionic assets that are used for the UFO program to attract UFOs. And so it's this crazy story.
Psionic assets meaning like people. 11 from Stranger Things. They're trying to find girls like they're like young children.
I don't know.
I don't had superpowers.
I don't know what age. Again, there are stories that like really match Stranger Things as far as the ages of the people being recruited into the program. And that gets into some weird shit. And so I don't know what age these people were, because they were in these like metallic containers and they were being evacuated from the area. I mean, given the fact that they're being kept in the metallic containers is weird, right? Like, it's
also said there was they were trying to get homosexual people.
That's apparently this thing. Apparently, gay men and people who are left-handed.
Yeah.
And this is something I have no idea if that's how true that is, but that's.
I'm trying to like think through the logistics of that. You're in an earthquake zone where there was a crazy natural disaster. People are like, I don't know if they speak English, right? Or if the other guys speak Indonesian,
right?
But like, will they like raise your hand if you're a homosexual, or like, are you left-handed or right-handed? Like, how are you doing this? Are you just bulk gathering these people and then figuring it out later?
I don't know. And there's another question is like, were they engaging in operation and did they have to evacuate because of the tsunami, or were they taken? This is the way Herrera presented on Sean Ryan, which is more nefarious, honestly, where it's like, are you taking advantage of the fact that there's a disaster zone and people could go missing?
Yeah.
And taking them back with you, which is like, weird.
Of course they would be. Why wouldn't they be?
Well, it's a question of like, were those people already like willfully signed up for the program? They were attracting stuff in the jungle of Indonesia. That's why the black craft was there. I guess the black craft, I think, was human. So I take that back. But like, maybe that was part of the operation. But like, so yeah, they were like engaging in field operations there, or were you just the operation itself was to round up these people who were lost?
that's the impression that I got, was that, I mean, just from watching your podcast, the impression I got was that they saw the disaster there and thought this would be an opportunity to extract some people.
So I want to talk to Herrera, and I want to get to the bottom of it. He says that on the Sean Ryan podcast, but Barber says on my podcast, or they were engaging in operations and they had to get the hell out of Dodge because this tsunami was coming. So
Barber also seemed very off-put about Sean Ryan and Herrera saying that they were just going there to exploit the disaster. He seemed kind of like, he's like, I didn't like that Sean Ryan even used the word human trafficking.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know the kind of ground truth on that. But
so he's saying that these people are being taken from this place in Indonesia, and my assessment, my guess is that like these people are more in tune to nature. They're not around technology and civilization. So
Jake said that.
They said that on the podcast. They have a different diet. They're not eating processed garbage. So that would automatically let them be tapped into this views or this consciousness.
Well, that's what they say in the U.S. too. Like, you have Dolce, New Mexico, you have Tacoma, Washington, you have Skinwalker Ranch. All of these are ancient Native American lands, and apparently that's where a lot of this kind of weird stuff shows up. Skinwalker Ranch, we know, was professionally, as part of UFO research efforts, investigated as part of OSAP from 2007 to 2012. And so I think both, like, the people are like, it's just like, you go to, like, most indigenous tribes just talk about people from the stars. You're not going to freak them out. Like, they're going to be kind of familiar with those concepts. We should come down during our ceremonies. It's both. I think that for the people, it's like they have less of like an allergic reaction because they haven't been indoctrinated with this materialist reductionist Western paradigm, where we even need the idea of disclosure. Like, for them, it's like second nature or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
And then also the land itself, which then you're getting into like trip of your territory as to, is there a residue on the places themselves that where like more kind of strange stuff goes on? Like, I would say yes. Like, I think a lot of the stuff that goes on at Skinwalker Ranch is genuinely not, we need to explain it via science, but it's just weird. It's definitely weird. Like, I don't think that show, The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch, it might be like, the noise effects probably do it in the surface, and if you got that kind of History Channel thing. But like, it's produced. But like, I don't think they're lying about a lot of that stuff. And if you just investigate the first principles of what's happening there, it's pretty weird.
It is.
So
the cattle mutilation thing, though, that they talked about on Mirage Man.
Yeah.
Is fascinating.
Yeah, what's your take there?
Oh, I mean, it just seems like a perfect distraction or just a psyop, right? I mean, but it was all it seemed like an unintended psyop that worked perfect for them, right? Because I guess there was some sort of, they were trying to prospect for oil, I think it was, or the company, they were trying to find oil by detonating an underground nuclear bomb, and they were trying to test the local agriculture and wildlife to see how far the contamination went in the soil. So they were trying to find, like, they were extracting the glands of these cows to see if they had been affected by this radiation or whatever, see if there was contamination. And that happened to be the same place that they were flying this crazy exotic stuff. And so the people were like, oh my God, we're seeing UFOs and these cows are looking like this. It must be them doing this. So it's like, now, okay, that's the perfect place to keep doing these test flights.
Sure.
That was super interesting to learn about that and to see how, like, these just like two operations collide and end up being the perfect fucking mindfuck for the public. So like,
100%.
Make sure people don't know what's going on.
100%. No, and that movie's super important to realize how sophisticated a lot of the psyops can be. And like, you can, write scripts in back rooms and like make everything kind of weave together and fit. But like, the A could, be a data point, B could be a data point. They could look completely uncorrelated, but like, you're the source of both. And like that's definitely a thing you have to look out in this world for sure.
So going back to Barber, you were saying that there was a secret place where they were trying to use these people that they captured and give them drugs and get them to summon these UFOs.
Yeah, stress inoculation and dissociation, and we're sort of like weird. Yeah, and I think people who've had trauma in their past, I guess, are predisposed. I mean, all of this seems a little.
They were saying it was dopaminergic drugs.
Yeah, that might make sense. Yeah. I mean, again, this is not based on first-hand knowledge, so I don't.
Yeah,
this is all like super speculative. But I also like. So I'm in the camp where I believe the summoning stuff is very real and very dangerous, and I feel pretty like I think Jake Barber's story is like pretty beyond reproach actually on the like surface level details of it, and then
what do you mean by that? Reading beyond reproach, like you think it's super legit?
I think it's super legit. Yeah, I do. Where I get worried about what might be an after effect is this idea of like summoning things into your purview. I think that stuff's really real, and I think it's dangerous. I don't think it's for the, I think you have to have very pure intentions. And I think if you show up in certain places and you try to, do these things, I think it could end very badly for people. And I think it's the reason you have all this stuff at Skinwalker Ranch where like, often it's guys with big egos or whatever. It's like they have this story of this like Hell's Angels chieftain who like, goes there and he's like put into a catatonic state, like on the mesa or whatever, and then he's in the hospital for 3 weeks after that. And so I think it's kind of dangerous to do some of this stuff if you're not doing it safely and honestly with just pure intentions. What's the danger? Have you've had Daniel Pasolka on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So like, you remember the story with St. Francis of Assisi?
No.
So he's this, he's actually kind of grows up like kind of like this popular guy, and he's kind of life is a party kind of guy, and then he becomes a brother, and he's in a monastery, and he starts to become more religious, and he's on Mount Laverne, and he's hiking with his confidant brother Leo, who records all the stuff that happens to him, and he basically has an encounter with an angel, and the angel burns him. And basically,
I remember this now.
It gives him, what he calls this. He says it's like a vision of Christ. But if you actually go back to the original translation, which Pasolka did, it's a flaming torch. And
what language was it?
It must have been. No, it must have been Latin.
Oh, Latin.
Yeah, I think so. Medieval,
right?
Italy.
Yeah, probably Latin. Okay. So St. Francis of Assisi was when, like, in medieval times?
13th century.
13th.
Yeah. So like, the subplot of the whole thing with St. Francis of Assisi is like he has basically electromagnetic radiation damage, and he calls it the stigmata. He says it's a vision of Christ, but like it's probably what you would say is like just electromagnetic radiation now, and he dies from this stuff. And if you look at the files given to Gary Nolan on people who've had paranormal, basically encounters with UFOs and with alien beings, it's often electromagnetic damage and ultraviolet burns, and I think some of these truths have been disseminated through fiction. Kind of the guy's a sunburn after he sees a UFO. And I think Steven Spielberg definitely has some spooky sources, and he has across the years. And so I think calling these things into I think there are two things that attract this stuff: nuclear and certain states of consciousness. And the latter is going to, give a lot of people, an allergic reaction if you're coming from kind of like a, more Western material reductionist, academia. That's where you're coming from. But I do believe that's part of it. And calling these things into your purview can be very dangerous. All the files that Nolan looked at, and all of what happened to St. Francis of Assisi. And I think with all this stuff, there's a left-hand path and there's a right way to do it. And the left-hand path is basically occult stuff. It's like trying to summon stuff, and you're gonna get burned. It's a typical every myth, whether it's Lord of the Rings, Faust, Prometheus, it always ends badly. We've seen this movie before. If you want the secret knowledge and you don't have the right, pure intention in your heart, you're just gonna get burned. Because what you see will be an excavation of what's inside of you.
But there are some hopeful signs out there, right?
I mean that.
It's not all bad, right? Football, for one. How many women in the audience enjoy football?
So you're saying that first of all, when it comes to Gary Nolan, he was looking at people these people that he studied, people that got injured and or died.
Yep.
Right after having radiation poisoning or something like this from these things. Those people, how were they getting in contact with these things? Were they summoning them?
So it's a total black box. I don't know. I have no idea. But I just think coming into contact with them, it's like, the legend. I'm not saying the Ark of the Covenant is real, but this is a good analogy. It's like, the holiest of holies. If you don't go in with your heart, it's going to be bad for you. I think if you're dealing with this other world, it's going to, kind of see you from the inside and out, and it's going to be very bad for you if you. It's a classic myth, and I think it's not just myth. I think it's very real. I think we live inside of a cave, basically, and that cave is our kind of perceptive epistemology. And if you want to see something that's outside of the cave, you can ask for it, and it can come, and you're going to get, hit like a load of bricks if you ask with the wrong intent.
What you're describing sounds a lot like a psychedelic trip.
It's very similar, because if you go into a psychedelic trip and you have a lot of ego going in, you're going to get smashed.
Yeah.
It's going to excavate, but it's not necessarily bad for you. It'll excavate what's inside of you often, but it needs to be done in a way that like you can handle. And honestly, I don't believe in that's why I don't believe in I believe in veterans who are on their last legs who need to take Ibogaine or of course mushrooms or whatever. But this let's just willy-nilly do this recreationally. I don't think that's going to be good at all. The veil
it's definitely not.
It's not. We have the veil for a reason. You don't want to unveil everything all at once.
Right.
And so I do believe that we have a very limited scope. We only see between 400 and 700 nanometers on the electromagnetic wave spectrum. Our decibel range that we hear is limited. The idea that there's nothing outside of what we see is ridiculous. And then you have people like Donald Hoffman, cognitive psychologist, showing that what we see are basically icons of reality. They're categorizations of reality. You're not seeing electromagnetic wavelengths. You're not seeing the waves themselves. You're seeing this table, right? Because you need to instantly categorize things. So the idea that we are seeing ground reality is crazy. And then the idea that physics is the end of history is also crazy. Our consciousness definitely plays a part in what we're seeing. You say you experience synchronicities all the time. You're basically admitting that your personal epistemology is out of step with the Western materialist dogma. You're admitting that and saying that. And maybe you're saying, I don't know, it could be the pattern matching of my mind or whatever. But if you get down to it with most people, they're yeah, a bunch of shit happened to me that's beyond chance and probability, and there's probably something with your consciousness that affects the material world or whatever. So I think it's not beyond the pale to say if you want to experience something paranormal, you probably will if you do certain things, and doing that in a reckless way is very bad. And doing that, honestly, it's the whole issue, I think, with the UFO thing. The whole context of this conversation is around weaponization of this stuff. And in certain cases, I always my rallying cry is it's actually bad for national security, because I want the powers that be to let more out. So that's I'll say that, right? It's bad for national security if the left hand isn't talking to the right hand, and Russia and China have their own UFO programs and they're eating us. But my motivation is not weaponizing these things. I kind of want to poke the bear a little, so they let more out. Because they are holding on to a lot of stuff. But the fact that this whole conversation is couched in how can we build weapons out of this metamaterial that is manna from heaven is so perverse and fucked. And so my whole goal, to the extent that I ever do anything in a capitalist context with the UFOs stuff, I want civil side infrastructure updates in our cities to make our lives better, and I want more meaning in the world, in people's individual lives. And if I can do that and have top cover from national security people who are if you find something dual use, we'll take it to the back room and work on it, fine. I'm cool with protecting the free world and making sure we're ahead of China and Russia, but the whole idea that like people's impetus into this topic, like that the fact that they're into it is just like, let's weaponize this like immediately is so fucked. Like you don't know what you're dealing with. It probably is angels.
I mean, that's the whole reason that we have everything that we have. Is, I mean, the most absurd and mind-blowing science and technology that we have was literally created in the context of war. Like John von Neumann, like you were saying, the brain power of that motherfucker, like was literally used and monopolized for war. Like I think it was him. I think she was the one that calculated the exact elevation that the fat man little boy needed to be to cause the most civilian casualties. Like he estimated the exact elevation they needed to detonate those at to kill the most people. It's death.
It's death. Yeah. It's so I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's bro. I mean, in Annie Jacobson's Pentagon Brain book, all about the history of DARPA.
Yeah, that's an amazing book. That's
one of my favorite books.
She's amazing. What an epic chronicler of
just love her. Man.
Yeah,
her voice.
She's a great voice. She's like the best podcast.
She has the best voice. The best voice. She's just so seductive.
So funny. Yeah, she's awesome.
But yeah, no, I don't know how. I don't like going to what you're saying. I don't know how you break out of that, right? Like, how do you break out of that? That's the way the world works.
Yeah,
right? That's the way the world works. The main motivation for technological innovation is for superpowers to maintain their power and to gain more power.
Well, I mean, again, this requires a predisposition to some pretty trippy kind of ontological worldviews, but I think the veil is dropped. I think we're seeing more of this stuff now, and it might be because we're not being super responsible with our world. We live in this multipolar nuclear world, and you're right, to the extent we have access to anything off the books and of celestial origin or whatever, we're weaponizing it immediately, and things are just not good on a global scale right now.
No.
So I think what we might be seeing is kind of intervention, a la the three-body problem or UFOs and nukes with Robert Hastings, where if you talk to any of these guys, any of you guys who be security personnel, any of these people, first-hand witnesses, their first instinct is always they're trying to tell us to stop our way, to hang back and not destroy ourselves. So, and then you can get into the Mike Masters thing, where it's is it some future version of humanity that is coming back in time, trying to sustain the existence of the human line, because we're going to blow ourselves up. And who would care more than the future version of ourselves? It's like in Back to the Future, where it's Marty goes back in time because he wants his parents, be together.
And what Mike says about the pedomorphism thing that happens, how our ancestors, then the adults look more like the children of our descendants, is crazy. And that's all the depictions of aliens are like children.
Yeah, that's right.
So in 500,000 years, fully grown adults are going to look more like the toddlers of today.
If you were to ask any conventional biologist, somebody who doesn't believe in aliens, what will humanity look like in a few thousand years? You'd say, okay, humans are getting domesticated, so we're losing the melanin in our skin, so it's getting kind of more pale. Our brains are becoming selected for because of more white-collar work, so cranial size gets much bigger. Nose and ears, they don't matter so much because, we're not hunter-gathering.
Right.
Yes, there is paedomorphosis, there's neoteny. We retain the larval features, like young people in our, basically your kids are going to look like what your ancestors look like in the future, right? And we're becoming domesticated. A dog is to a wolf what we will look like, in the future is to us,
right?
And so I think, and then if you look at all the databases around UFO abductions, over 50%. In almost all cases, are hominid creatures. So, and then you think the likelihood of evolutionary convergence on Zeta Reticuli, of them looking like hominid beings.
What are the chances their atmosphere, their gravity, their solar system, everything, were they water worlds? I know most of the Goldilocks planets that we've discovered have been water worlds, if I'm not mistaken. So evolved in a world that was mostly water.
It wouldn't look anything like us.
Are they going to rank this directly on top of the head?
You have 8 million species on Earth, 20 upright hominid,
exactly.
one like us. So you're saying a gray is exactly like us? It doesn't make any sense.
That blew my mind the most out of that book, is how rare we are as as the species, Homo sapiens, on planet Earth, which is a planet that's teeming with fucking life.
Yes.
And how few planets that we discovered that are habitable of life, and like how much, like he was basically saying, it's like we are 0.0001% of the species on this Earth. So if you extrapolate that out into the universe and how many planets are able to inhabit life, what's the chance they're going to look like us, like that accurate?
Yeah. Yeah.
It seems almost like impossible.
Yeah. No, it's exactly. It's the likelihood. And if you're seeing a thing in your neighborhood, it's more likely to be related. It's think about like North Sentinel Island is off the coast of India. Yeah. And they never get visited, occasionally by missionaries, and they'll kill the missionaries. Right. And they probably think when people visit them, like, you know, you're just some white dude and you like show up there, they'd be like, you're an alien. Because they don't know the rest of the world exists. Right. But if you see a thing in your neighborhood and it looks like you, it's probably an extension of you. It's probably related to you. That's just kind of Occam's razor. Yeah. So, and then we have 20 billion, you know, Earth-like planets in the, you know, Milky Way galaxy. So people love to say that. But then you have over 1 trillion non-Earth-like planets. So again, the likelihood that you are seeing a thing in your neighborhood that looks like you doesn't only look like you, looks like what you probably are going to look like in a certain amount of time from a conventional evolutionary biology perspective. Yeah. I love the Mike Masters thesis as a result of that. Where I think where I would disagree with him, or where I think he might fall slightly short, and he would probably admit this because, again, he's done amazing foundational work, is like, I don't know if it's us from the future. I think we might be stuck in a time-bound reality where we're subject to Zeno's arrow of time, where we are kind of indelibly, permanently moving forward in Zeno's arrow of time. And they have some ability to do trans-temporal stuff where they can time travel. And so you get into all these weird questions of like, if time travel is possible at any point in the future, which he's saying it is, right? With his book, because he's saying they're coming back in time.
They would be able to go back past when that time machine was created. Is that right?
That's right. Then it's always been inherently available. If time travel is available at any point in the future, it's always been available inherently.
Right. So then time travel would have been figured out somewhere else in the universe.
Yes, that's right. And so then you get into these questions of like, you have the angels and demons ontology, and you have the human time travel ontology. I think a really valid, you know, use of like a think tank would be like, how do those two things comport? Are these ascended humans that have trans-temporal capabilities, time travel capabilities, that are like the next step on the evolutionary chain? But like saying future is kind of a misnomer, because in their paradigm, time doesn't even exist the way it exists in ours.
Right.
So I don't know, you get into all sorts of like crazy rabbit holes. But what I love about that book is it's very scientific. It goes through cases and it goes through data to the extent we have data. Unfortunately, the data is kind of scant, but it goes through the data and it just makes a very compelling ground-up argument for why time travel is involved and why they're related to humans and not just, you know.
The time dilation paradox thing is really interesting too. Like how he said that. I love the part where he's talking about like if we sent some interstellar crew out into the universe to find another planet or whatever, he's like 20 years of their rocket time would be like 100,000 years of our time here on Earth.
Totally.
So like 20 years into their trip, we would have figured out technology on Earth to be able to blow past them. And like he's like 20 years into their trip, we're gonna have people from Earth passing them, and they just left that morning. You can tell it for the breakfast. And they're like, what the fuck? We wasted our entire lives on this. Like, that's an interesting paradox too.
Oh, it's a fascinating one. And you have the whole Planet of the Apes. Yeah, it's like time itself is very weird. In general relativity, you have time dilation, which we just described, the twin paradox, all that stuff. And then in quantum stuff, I don't think we quite understand time. We take it as like this formal axiom in Schrodinger's equation, but it's actually kind of really weird. And like time and gravity are coupled in general relativity. The closer you get to a gravitational source, time slows. And in quantum stuff, we can't figure out gravity. That's this big field of quantum gravity, which has turned into string theory, which we've never been able to solve for gravity. We've never been able to, fully, figure that out.
That documentary you did too with Eric Weinstein and
Hal
Puthoff.
Yeah, that's fun, man.
Like string theory is some limited hangout or something.
That's Eric makes that proposition because I don't know. Because if you were trying to limit your physics, string theory would be a pretty good way to do it. Yeah. Which gets beyond me. Okay, so like is string theory this like padded walls 2D version of the real physics that they have in the back room, and it's just this like initiation recruitment thing, but it's like less dangerous. I don't know if you can do that deliberately. That seems like maybe like beyond human coordination abilities. That it gets beyond my physics knowledge, and Eric might be able to speak to that more in a more sophisticated way as to like why that might even be possible.
But crazy thing that he said that really resonated with me in that video was he was like, look at the Civil War in 1860. And less than a human lifetime later, we figured out the fucking atom bomb.
Yeah.
How to drop an atom bomb out of a plane in less than 100 years.
Less than 100 years. Less than 100 years.
So like just the understanding of physics, how that changes our world and our technology and our civilization.
We were using muskets and dude, and
muskets to nukes.
And if you take the three body problem seriously, where you have the Fermi paradox, where it's like,
can you explain the three body problem to people who might
yeah,
not
it's like
comprehend
these tri-Solarian aliens that like we've been in contact with. It takes place actually originally in the Cultural Revolution in China, and you have all these like scientists getting kind of like stamped out or whatever, and then you have modern scientists that are making contact with aliens, and often it's in these extremely advanced science projects like particle accelerators at places like CERN, and they're getting all sorts of like interesting comms from the aliens. And the tri-Solarian aliens are like in touch with the government, and they're like, you cannot tell the populace that we are in touch with you because it's going to like kind of, it's going to tip off mass hysteria. So we have to like slowly infiltrate ourselves, which is, by the way, very similar to Arthur C. Clarke's amazing book, Childhood's End. And I think this idea that like an alien civilization is slowly incepting itself is very popular, and actually probably a good answer to the Fermi paradox. If you were incredibly sophisticated, you wouldn't show up as this foreign invader hominid. You would just incept yourself. You create hybrids. You do genetic experimenting. You do all sorts of stuff. So, what were we just talking about? Why did I bring up the three body problem?
Yeah.
We're talking about
muskets to nukes.
Yeah, to nukes. So, like, you take the three body problem. Like, in the three body problem, there's this dark forest analogy, and it's like the universe could be teeming with life, and it could be adaptive from the perspective of an alien race to not show themselves to you because they're worried that you're going to kill them or like going to harm them. And why would they care until you start creating nukes or like certain things that like maybe you reach a certain level of consciousness, maybe you create a nuke, maybe it's high energy physics, and maybe it's certain people reaching certain levels of consciousness, and then all of a sudden they make themselves known, where it's like you are living in this time-bound simulation, and you're poking at the edges of the simulation. You can do it with consciousness, you can do it with high energy physics, and here we are, like trying to guard the simulation. And like make sure you're not going to like mess anything up in a big way. And so I think that's actually a very good answer to the Fermi paradox. It's like, why don't they show themselves? Well, it's actually like probably evolutionarily adaptive for them to not show themselves. It like makes more sense that they wouldn't in many ways.
Yes. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. So you think what are your thoughts on the whole string theory thing? Do you think that it's like I know Eric's like gone off the rails with it. It says Michikaku's out of control.
Yeah. I'm on Eric's side. Like I think clearly it doesn't work, and like it doesn't take Eric or any physicist like you or me can say it doesn't work. It's like naming like a piece of technology that's come from string theory.
Right.
Can't name anything. Unfortunately, name me something quantum field theory, like semiconductors, like a third of our economy. So so it's like one thing is like this: you're lost. It's like science is the map and not the territory, in my belief. So like my metaphysical worldview is more like Plato, one thing beyond us that's true. It exists in the world of like forms and ideas. But like when it comes to science, I'm more kind of Aristotelian in that what is useful is true. And the quantum is eminently useful. If you want most accurate sensor, it's a quantum sensor. If you want the best computer, eventually it'll be a quantum computer. Quantum stuff seems to work incredibly, especially at like lower subatomic scales. And it's really useful from an engineering standpoint. And string just basically trying to force fit what describes our kind of cosmological worldviews of general relativity and quantum field theory, force fit them with math. And so you have a map here that's not, the map is not the territory. So you have stuff that you can do cool things with quantum field theory. You have some stuff you can do cool things with general relativity. Neither are descriptors of the underlying reality. So the maps are going to be a little jagged and off. String theory is like you have these jagged off maps that aren't perfect, and you are forcing them together with math. Like, it doesn't take a genius, like you or I could look at that and be like, that's the wrong approach. Yeah. It's just the wrong approach. Mm-hmm. So that's the way I look at it from like a more high level perspective as to like, whether it's some limited hangout. There are all these really interesting things I've uncovered with, so the people that funded quantum gravity were, it was like initially kind of established at this Chapel Hill conference at the University of North Carolina in 1957. And it was this guy, Agnew Bonson, and he was obsessed with gravity. And he
also a guy named DeWitt, and then
Bryce DeWitt.
Yeah,
Institute of Field Physics was Bonson's outfit, and Bryce DeWitt was his chief theoretical physicist. And he's basically convening the top physicists in the world at the time. I don't think anybody would argue with this. Like John Wheeler, Peter Bergman, Freeman Dyson, like these legends. And they're all trying to figure out why gravity breaks down, at subatomic scales. So like why gravity doesn't work with quantum stuff. And that establishes the field of quantum gravity, from which you could say string theory is like a later offshoot, right? This is the crazy part. Bonson in the back room is funding Townsend Brown. And in my opinion, I've uncovered all sorts of stuff as to why Townsend Brown experimentally is figuring out real physics and is using these capacitors and with high voltage experimentation in a way that ostensibly seems to create some sort of connection between electromagnetism and gravity, which, again, if you were to talk to any conventional physicist, they'd be like, if you can experimentally do that, that is crazy. Leads to all sorts of amazing possibilities, propulsion, comms, whatever. And so I think Bonson was like funding some back at the house research with this guy Townsend Brown, who was, according to a couple of books, this guy Paul LaViolette, who was maybe even at the Chapel Hill conference. And the thing about Brown is he was never an amazing theoretician. He was more of an experimentalist. He was more of a Tesla type, and he actually wasn't like traditionally super credentialed, but he had theories around what he was doing. And I think he was kind of breaking physics, and there are all these kind of credible witnesses who saw what he was doing and were freaked out. Edward Teller was one of those witnesses who freaked out. Curtis LeMay witnessed his experiments. And so, I think he was doing some really interesting off the book stuff. And then meanwhile, academic physics is being sent into a cul-de-sac. It's being sent into a dead end. Is that incidental and emergent? I don't know. I don't know how conspiratorial to be about that, but it's fascinating.
Yeah, Jeremy Riss was explaining to me, alien scientist.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He does great work on that. He's like a fucking historian on this anti-gravity history.
He really is.
And all this stuff.
Yeah.
The amount of knowledge he has is unimaginable.
Oh yeah.
But I think he was explaining to me that DeWitt and Witten were both working on this stuff previous to that North Carolina summit event or whatever.
So okay, and then here's the interesting string theory connection. Lewis Witten was the representative of that conference from RIAS, which is Martin Corporation's anti-gravity research group. And so Martin Corporation was pre-Lockheed merger. So the original Lockheed Martin has like an anti-gravity research group. Lewis Witten is researching gravity, and he even says this. There's a video online where he says, I was meant to research gravity, and Wright Field told me to research gravity. The whole conference is sponsored by Wright Airfield, which is the epicenter of all UFO lore. Bryce DeWitt almost worked at RIAS as well, and then he ended up at the Institute of Field Physics. There are all these interesting airospace connections. There was so much, it was so bound up in aerospace that John Wheeler would complain at how tied to aerospace and anti-gravity. He kept being like, all this talk of anti-gravity is just too much. Like, we have to figure this out in like a serious academic way.
Yeah.
But that just shows you the prevailing ethos of, the place itself. And so it's really fascinating. Wright Field had its own, this guy named Josh Goldberg, who was a PhD from Syracuse, and they were systematically studying anti-gravity. Anti-gravity in the 50s was, Lewis Witten even says this, in the wind, meaning it was everywhere. But it also, the other meaning of in the wind, it's a spy term that could mean in the dark. And so it's really interesting. Like that, there could be some double meaning there. So to tie between quantum gravity and string theories, Lewis Witten's son is a guy named Ed Witten.
Yeah.
Ed Witten is the #1 string theorist, in the world, bar none. And
this is the guy that Eric was talking about on the Joe Rogan podcast, saying this guy is like untouchable.
Yeah.
I'm so scared.
Michael Jordan. Yeah, exactly.
I'm so intimidated by this guy's intelligence.
Yeah, exactly. Like alien level. Yeah, exactly. So that's Ed Witten. So that's the son of the guy studying anti-gravity with Martin Corporation and establishing quantum gravity, which is this cul-de-sac. So like your son is like the king of the cul-de-sac. And like maybe there's some interesting updates going on in the back of the house with guys like Townsend Brown, who also has a work history at Martin Corporation.
Right.
He joined Martin Corporation in 1943 or 2 or 3, right when Skunk Works starts. The same year Skunk Works starts. So it's some interesting connections there. A lot of smoke. I don't have fire.
So this Lewis Witten fella, has anyone talked to him? Have you ever talked to him? Has Eric ever talked to him?
He is, I think, 99 years old or something. It's like he's super old. And I have a friend who has corresponded over email with him. And as soon as he said, hey, I want to get into the anti-gravity stuff, the line went dark. And he stopped responding to emails. I make of it that we've made updates in the world of gravity that are off the books and not. And you don't even need me to say this. Like the National Science Foundation is now coming out with these podcasts talking about extended electrodynamics and literally scientific frameworks that if I were to say this a year ago to you, you'd be like, that's clacky. It doesn't make any sense. And like, this was relegated to like 0-point energy conferences in the Southwest, like that some crystal healer would tell you about extended electrodynamics, and you'd be like, okay, but it's being vindicated as real, and electrogravitics being vindicated. A lot of people who are high up kind of like, hey, you're kind of onto things with this stuff, and I just interviewed Carl Mell, who's the Army representative for the UAP task force, worked alongside Grush, extremely smart, was the deputy CTO of Northrop Grumman. Part of what the argument I made in the Townsend Brown documentary is that some of this gravity, interesting gravity stuff made it into the BP stealth bomber. Some of Brown's work,
this is like the Iron Man stuff, somehow, because it looks like the stealth bombers, they look like they defy gravity. They look built like they're unless they have some super powerful jet engines.
The
They do.
Most legendary air journalist in the UK was a guy named Bill Gunston, and he's writing a survey-level overview of all aero engine technology since World War II. And he gets to the B-2 stealth bomber, and he says, I do not wish to reside in the Tower of London, so I will refrain from talking about clever wings with leading edges charged to millions of volts positive, with trailing edges charged to millions of volts negative. Let's talk about the B-2 stealth bomber. And aerospace or aviation week, Bill Scott, another amazing aviation journalist. He says, when the B-2 gets revealed, early 90s, he's like, the B-2 surfs its own wave and uses a Byfield Brown effect. Some people even think B-2 stands for Byfield Brown. Wow. And so the majority owner of Northrop, where the B-2 came from, Northrop Grumman.
Yeah.
So this is pre-merger with Grumman. The majority owner, the majority investor rather, is a guy named Floyd Odlum. He's a lawyer. He's a financier in aerospace. He's funding Brown's research in Santa Monica. And the research fails, quote unquote, in 67. Then in 68, 3 months later, because the end of 67, early 68, they publish a paper, Northrop, saying we are looking into electroaerodynamics. And it's this paper that was archived in the American Institute of Astronautics and Aeronautics, Aeronautics and Astronautics. And that paper just goes missing. And so they retract that paper and say, oh, there's nothing to see here, whatever. And then a couple of decades later, the B-2 stealth bomber gets revealed. So it's like, you tell me. It's like, I think there's a there.
So basically in the 50s, before that conference in North Carolina, like the idea is that, or what Eric was speculating is the possibility that this stuff just went dark and got captured by these aerospace companies, and like they came up with a plan to basically like deceive the public, send the public down the string theory rabbit hole, and take all the stuff that DeWitt and Witten and Brown were doing and make this part of this secret Black Project stuff.
I think it's hard to say whether we just had updates in topological physics and experimental physics, and we figured out some anomalies and like locally useful frameworks where it's like, you know how this works in the context of a single, this stealth aircraft, but like how generalizable that gets, like how much you can do with that, I don't know. It's a total black box to me. And I don't know how coordinated the sequestering of that. There's a ton of smoke. There's not a lot of fire. It's just hard to say. And then you can either say it was like sequestered by, just humans, where it's like you need topside science, you need black side science or whatever, which we definitely have. I mean, that's ridiculous to say we don't. Even like, Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz, I think we're at the White House, and like some national security council person was like, yeah, we're going to like regulate AI just like we regulated physics in the past. Like, physics? You're talking about physics? So like, this has definitely been done. The idea that it hasn't been done is absurd.
Yeah.
And so is that coordinated on a human level? Do you believe the three-body problem stuff where the aliens are controlling the way science emerges to begin with?
Right.
And, like, are they, like, playing deceptive tricks on our top scientists and then, like, inspiring other scientists? Like, I don't know, you get into these, like, crazy questions. Yeah. I don't know how it went down. Have we made updates in Science in the Black? Yeah. Like, you watch my Townsend Brown documentary, I think it's hard to come out of it being like, this stuff is fake. Like, you actually, like, ingest the details. It's, like, pretty,
absolutely.
Like, and even me, I actually think probabilistically, but 80%.
Yeah. And then, so go back to Jake Barber. So going back to this Jake Barber thing, where they're getting these psionic assets from other countries and getting them, putting them in this program, using drugs and using protocols to get them to sort of summon these things. Mm-hmm. He's saying that they're using these people to summon these craft. Mm-hmm. Did he say he had any idea where they were coming from?
No, that was... the Jake interview was simultaneously felt historic and epic, and he was so articulate and like such a good, purveyor of like dude. So intelligent,
similar like Grush.
Yeah, totally. And then where it was incredibly frustrating, even in a way that like Grush is like can get into the theory and speculation, and is like a good fact finder. And it felt like with Jake, he really wanted to like keep to like the core details of what he experienced, and it was a little frustrating for me because I think I'm strongest on the theory stuff, and like that's why I always want to get into that shit. Right, and like I understand his position to like not want to totally go off the rails and speculate and crazy stuff.
And then there was some sort of tough book hard drive that was held underwater in a glacier lake.
Yep.
On top of a mountain.
Yep, and then he had to like retrieve that, and then they were trying to like sever the hidden, like they were trying to like basically get rid of him, and like because when you're like sheep dipped like that, and you're like director of operations for a helicopter company, there's so much plausible deniability. Your employer can just be like, that guy's crazy, like people in the public are now saying Jake's crazy or whatever, even if all these guys with DD-214s and like clear history are like coming to back him up, and I think he's totally legit. But like,
who's backing him up?
This guy Don Paul Gales. It's another guy that Ross Colcart has interviewed. So he's one. Fred Baker is another. John Blitch, I think, knows him less well. Doesn't have like as much of a history with him, but he's a DARPA guy who's come out, and he vetted him, I think, on behalf of Grush and some other people to see if he was the real deal. And like he was like, yeah, I think this guy's story totally comports with like that world that I've come to know and research a little bit. So
it just seems so crazy to me that like we on Earth, with our motives, our military motives and our financial motives, are able to do something as crazy as summon something from another fucking dimension and crash it.
Yeah.
So we can study it.
It feels crazy to me too. The question that begets, which I think is really important, but we should all question, is like, you hear that we only have 10 to 15 UFOs in our possession, or specific hangars or whatever, or maybe you get one. Some people say 1 to 2 crashes a year, so that would be since Roswell, maybe search a little before that, say 120 or whatever. But if you can like summon these things on command, then you'd expect it to have 1,000 plus.
Right.
If you have 1,000 plus, you can get leakage.
Yes.
Right. So like, it can't be this like you put a coin in the slot machine and the drink comes out sort of vibe. Like, it can't just be this like extremely repeatable, predictable thing.
Right.
It has to be more hard to successfully do than that. And so there are all these questions that the interview begets that I think people should ask, because I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah. And they're like, why isn't he or people he knows, or even Greer people being put in front of Congress and testifying all their stuff?
Yeah.
Why are they?
And Jake has said I would 100% testify before Congress, and so that show of confidence is important, which look, my guess is Congress has been lied to before. I've been in like rooms with Congress and like, so they're not smart, but like, I think just the fact that he's willing to do that, I think, and going under oath under threat of perjury, I think is a good display.
Yeah.
So again, I think that the details are. Everybody has to think probabilistically, but I think they're pretty solid. And then it's like, there are so many other questions it gets where it's like, what?
Yeah, like what you were saying about like being afraid to interact with this, or try to summon it, or try to somehow like do one of these CE5 things that Greer talks about, and one of the things that I think I talked about with Greer was this hitchhiker effect that happens, where like not only can people get damaged or hurt or killed by the radiation or whatever it is these things have, but like there's some sort of portal that's permanently opened with you if you're able to interact with this stuff or even see it, to where now like you have unlimited access to all this crazy paranormal stuff. Yeah, like some of the stuff that you see at Skinwalker. That's extremely common. Like everybody's, Skinwalker is a great example. And in those cases, I think it was very negative because, again, I think if you're trying to like weaponize this stuff, it explains, these kind of hauntings where these, aerospace practitioners come out, and the kids and the family get haunted by this stuff. It is like they have like residue. Lou Elizondo always calls it a sticky portfolio, and I think he calls it that for a very specific reason, which is like stuff gloms onto you. Like what it's like you stare at the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back, and I think that's just a truism, especially in this topic. And then what do you make of all like the infighting of all these people? Like Elizondo versus Greer versus like you have Elizondo calling Greer a terrorist, I think. Right. And like, and simultaneously these guys are all writing books, going on all these podcasts. It's just like, what? It's weird. And at times I see, all the infighting, and I'm like, I'm tired. Like, I want like more of like a normal life. And like, why am I like covering this stuff? Like, it's just so ridiculous. It's so easy to be fatigued by it. It is. I think like the meta psyop would be like you get distracted by this internal drama or whatever. And like a rule that I really try to adhere to is I don't go after anybody ad hominem. There's like a map that I have of UFOs, and like, I should say this for the sake of your audience and my audience. There are people I've interviewed that I suspect have ulterior motives. I don't call out those ulterior motives because I have enough danger see truth, and I don't want people like specifically coming after me because I'm like fucking with them. Right. Not only that, but there are people with ulterior motives where like we said earlier, there are elements of truth to what they, and like a lot of what they people can tell the truth in limited ways and have ulterior motives. That's what people don't understand. So you can sift out valuable stuff. So I think the best way is open, friendly, cool everybody, cool with the two guys you just mentioned. I guess I haven't met yet, but I would be cool with him. I just try to have like an open, honest, fun conversation, and then clean out what I think is true, and honestly ask rhetorical, if there's any untruths, you ask rhetorical questions that like show on the face of it that like there's something kind of going on here, but like you don't have to call it out directly, because it's just, you're just going to end up in some fucking feed fight on Twitter, and it's going to waste your time, and you're not going to get close to the truth that way. Right. You're going to get distracted by like getting into it. The times I feel conflicted about having that predisposition is like,
I do think there's been like harassment of people, and I see it on like Twitter and other places, and like that fucks with me because I'm like, I want to like come out and defend, anybody who's been harassed just for looking into this stuff.
Yeah.
And then, and by the way, I've faced it too. And there's stuff I could tell you that would like, I can tell you off air. That's like, it's fucking crazy as far as stuff that's come my way.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. So like that riles me up for sure, wanting to defend other people. But otherwise, man, it's just like, it's a fool's errand trying to like get come after somebody.
Yeah, I agree.
So I try to stay like pretty, Switzerland-esque.
It seems like you're the closest dude out there to this stuff. Like it seems like you have like flown closer to the sun than anybody.
That's not good, man. Icarus is not. Oh no!
Like the people you know and the circles you run in. Like I mean, I'm not even just talking about working for Peter Thiel, but like befriending Grush and talking to all these secret aerospace people and getting all this stuff. Like your brain, you probably got more of this puzzle put together than most people.
I thank you.
I mean, 100%. You have more of the puzzle than most people that are like in the media doing podcasts. So like even when it comes to behind the scenes shit.
Thank you for saying that. I don't know if that's a good spot to be in.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if I'm one of these people, or if I'm one of these folks that are in charge of this stuff, I'm gonna be maybe trying to get to you and subvert you.
100%. I think I'm being fully tracked at all times. I think every conversation, every text, every interaction, and I think there are insights that I've probably come to that have been gleaned and like taken for profit or whatever, and that's kind of weird. But like you gotta just kind of ignore it, put your blinders on, keep going. It used to get to me more, and now I just try to I think if you have pure intentions and you're just trying to seek truth, then I think things end well for you karmically. But yeah, for sure it's a weird spot to be in. I think it is partially because like somebody tells me something and then they say not to say it. Like I respect relationships. Like I don't, if somebody is providing as a source for something, like I really people over.
Right.
Like and even like I think in the micro X of like podcasting, Westworld, it's like some of these people would like push their grandma in front of a moving taxi for a tip, for a story, and it's like I just don't do that shit. Like and then if that cuts against the truth, I'm just not going to air it. I'm not going to put it out, but I'll kind of walk away and not touch the fine china and be like, I kind of know what you're up to, but like I know.
What would you do if the CIA came to Jesse Michael and have a talk? We're going to tell you everything. We're going to give you access to everything. But you need to shut the fuck up. Or you need to just run with the stories that we give you the green light.
Here's the thing. I think
National security, Jesse.
I think that's a counterfactual. I don't think the CIA has everything. I don't think the government has everything. And I realize this might be slightly evading your question, but it's like genuinely, I think it's so important to emphasize for people. Like, this is not a file that you can just get. The government has tons of data that like reality is not what it seems. They probably have metamaterial. There's probably some biologics. There's probably there's a lot of stuff where they like know reality is way weirder than what the average civilian does. Yeah. And in fact, I think that you would say this too. The closer you get to government circles, the more they're conspiratorial than the average citizen. Yeah. Like they're more conspiratorial. So they know that. Does that mean they have like an ontological worldview, a map of what the aliens are, what their intentions are, how many races there are, where they're from, whether they're interdimensional, extraterrestrial? Absolutely not. I think maybe you get into certain core circles and areas, they have better frameworks than people on the civil side do.
What if it was Patel that came to you, Jesse Michaels? We need to have a talk, brother. We're going to fund your podcast. $5 million a year, subsidized by Patel.
No way. I would never get like funded if the funding involves like steering the content. Like no. Yeah. If it's like educational and like in order to like tell the truth about something, and there was some like public-private partnership, I would entertain it, especially if I could be open to that to the public, and I wasn't like lying about that. Yeah, for sure. Like I don't think like everybody in government's like a bad person, or it's not a monolith.
Right, for sure.
But yeah, no, I wouldn't do some like intentional limited hangout thing.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting bridge to cross. The opportunity to present itself. I was thinking about that.
Is that your pitch, Danny?
Yeah.
you're like, just hit me up. That's so funny.
Yeah, would it matter? Because I mean, most people online already think that you're CIA.
I know, dude. It's exactly half the people are like, "She's a spook and he's funded by Peter Thiel." And blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
like,
right. Yeah, you're already. You got an uphill battle.
That's an uphill battle for sure. And like, I don't know. I was just like, okay, don't trust anything I'm saying. Like, fine. And then like the people who do, like, you're gonna learn a lot of crazy shit. Like, because I'm revealing like really crazy shit, stuff that I came to on my own. And honestly, I've put a lot of money, like the opportunity cost involved in like going after UFOs. Like I managed like 9 figures of capital. Like I was investing a lot of money in a way that would have been like really good for my future. If I wanted like a chill, good life, like I had that like set up. Like I easily could have kept going on the path I was going on. Do some conventional venture fund, you know, have fucking cocktails at happy hour in LA, go to fucking Beverly Hills Hotel and go to lunch. Like I could have done that, and I decided to go like a way more masochistic route. So it's fine. Like you can call me whatever, but like trust not fucking that.
Yeah, I have time to do the investing stuff.
I honestly don't do that much of it anymore. It's like, it's like most of what we've done, like I'm managing up on, you know, like existing investments and just making sure they're going well. And I'm like in touch with the, you know, the fund managers that I've sourced as well as the companies themselves. And occasionally if something jumps the bar and feels like a no-brainer, I'll do due diligence on like, you know, an early stage thing where it's more qualitative and not quantitative analysis, and I'll do a deal. But it's like I was deploying much more money 3 years ago than I am now, which is slow, right?
What is the absolute spookiest, darkest, sinister theory about what these things are that you've heard? That you may have some little bit of merit. Like the one that you don't want to be true.
I can't say it.
Really?
Yeah, it's too dark. Yeah, it's really fun.
You can't say it because you'd be betraying somebody, or because you just don't want to put it out there?
I don't want to put it out there.
Really?
Yeah, there are probably good factions that are angelic, you know, to use a simple term, and then bad factions that are demonic. And then what are the demonic things doing? You know, it's like maybe they're mining our attention, you know, like Robert Monroe studied consciousness, and you know, Virginia has this institute that he started. Like he had this concept of loosh. So maybe there's stuff like that going on where like when you're in a zombie state, where does consciousness go? Maybe that's sort of like a mining process. But then you look at like, you know, scapegoating cycles, like pagan scapegoating cycles, and like I don't know, you get into weird territory, and like it's hard to. I don't know what the darkest, you know, theory is, but I think the good ones are like don't interfere as much with you, and you're more like you're ascending to their level, and it's like a two-way bilateral connection where like one of my favorite quotes is the world is full of magical things patiently waiting for our wits to grow sharper. And it's like there's once if you can like increase your own, you know, kind of spiritual sense and your knowledge, and you can increase the purity of your intention, I think you get closer to the truth around a lot of these things. And I think this idea, this bifurcation, this idea that it's just academic rote knowledge that you have to learn, and then this kind of, you know, spiritual sense, like that's totally different. Like your own, you know, moral development as a person, I think they go hand in hand. And I think the more you do that, the more you have synchronicities, the more you get in touch, you feel this sort of angelic guidance in your life, the more you feel protected, and so I think whatever's good is like this kind of non-interference initiation process, and then the bad stuff, you know, I don't know, in the world in which these beings exist, they're probably behind a whole lot of human affairs, and they're probably stoking wars and causing violence and division, and then you have to ask why, and I don't know why.
Right. Well, I mean, why wouldn't they be like us, right? Why wouldn't there be good versions and bad versions? Totally.
Yeah, you have good and bad humans. Yeah. I agree with that.
Have you ever seen a UFO in real life?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen more than one.
See, that's the thing that I'm kind of like on the fence about.
Sure.
because like me and you talk about this stuff all the time, but I don't know if I want to have any of these experiences.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to actually encounter this kind of shit in real life. I don't know how it would affect me.
I think that's totally valid, and I definitely don't want to have an abduction experience. Like, I actually
Right.
everybody I interview who's had an abduction experience. My buddy from Yes Theory, Amar Kandil, who does a lot of the shows with me, I make him come with me because he's like this like positive energy, like protective energy bubble, and I'm like, I get spooked, I get freaked out. Even with Whitley, I was a little freaked out. Like,
I've never been more terrified.
Yeah, and he'll say stuff like, "Oh, people." He said it with you. I remember he said like people who are with me sometimes have like experiences, and I remember you're like,
I was like, I don't want that.
Yeah.
He's like, it might happen.
He's like,
absolutely, it'll happen to you. I'm like, please no.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell him not to.
Yeah. No, I think Annie Jacobson, when she wrote a great book, The Phenomenon. Also, I think she was talking to Jacques Vallée. She was like, please, like, don't. I just don't want to get abducted. Like, I'll study this stuff, but yeah. Once you start studying this stuff, the second you realize like a switch in your brain goes off, and you're like, okay, this person's not crazy and they've been abducted. Like, this stuff's actually just real. Then it freaks you out because you're like, am I? So
Right.
I feel that on the abduction. I don't want to get abducted.
No, I don't want to ever see any of these things in my bedroom.
Same. But I do think there's a huge difference between that and like being inspired by some like cool craft and stuff. Like, I think that's kind of chill.
Yeah.
Like and for me, that was like a beautiful. Like, what kind of experience?
What did you see?
Although I will say, abduction experiences, I think over 50% are often described as positive. So yeah, over 50% are positive, at least in the free Edgar Mitchell study. But
okay.
I saw
because Whitney was horrible.
Yeah, I know, and a lot are, and a lot again. It goes back to that like droid gray thing where it's like you do not fear, but then you're like bleeding everywhere, and they put a little thing in you, and it's going to black out, and it's like, oh, at all. My UFO experience. Well, I had two that like really stand out, and that are one was in Laurel Canyon, and I talked about this on Julian Dory's podcast as well. Where it looked like a school bus or something. Like, it was like nothing like prosaically that I ever see. And so that's why I'll call it a UFO. I don't know, if it could have been aerospace, but it was hovering above the treetops at 40, 50 feet. It was going across the treetops, and then the woman I was with, she said that she saw the thing like descend down like across the treetops in Laurel Canyon. I didn't see that. But what I saw was like, it was like this like kind of tesseract, like rectangle shaped, like school bus like thing that like I've just never seen before ever. And it was so weird. And the way it came about was also weird. It just come up in a discussion. So it was like, one of us was like, do you believe in aliens? And like, so somebody was like, yeah, I'm kind of super into aliens actually. I think it's really interesting. And then I was like, I'd be interested to meet an alien. And then she goes, it'll come when you least expect it. And this is the weirdest part of the story. We walk by a guy who has a metal detector, and it's like sunset, a little after sunset in Laurel Canyon. And it's like, why does he have a metal detector? He's like looking for something, and it's like, it'll come when, or she said it'll come when you stop looking for it. And he's like looking. It's like really weird. Yeah. And that could be, again, me noticing two patterns. But like, then we walk and we just see this little clearing, and then the thing goes over.
What color was it?
It was gray metallic, and it was like, seemed like enough noise where like the amount of weight that it was carrying, like you'd expect like an absurd amount of noise. Yeah, like Apache level, like 10 Apache level, So super strange, and it was around the time in my life where I was experiencing a lot of kind of like interesting synchronicities, and like things would kind of pop into. That was when I was around the time when I met Diana Pasulka, actually, and like I started to kind of take more of a dive down the rabbit hole. The other time, I was doing holotropic breath work in Silver Lake with a friend who's, I won't out him, but he's a prominent investor. He's like as irrational as it gets. Like, he's actually really interested in like philosophy and academic science and stuff. And like the way he described his worldview is like the natural philosophers, like David Hume, super into Noam Chomsky. Like, he couldn't be more like the material world is what it is. Like, he's kind of like a material world, like a materialist, And we had just gone surfing, and then we're back at his spot in Silver Lake, and I wanted to teach him holotropic breath work, which is, I love holotropic breath. And we're doing it, and he kind of like 5 minutes in, like your hands can kind of clam up. It's like a common thing, and like you get into like an interesting state. And all of a sudden he looks up and says, "What is that?" Oh, he's got two metallic orbs, like one above him, one above me. They look like they're way too high to be, prosaic aircraft. I wouldn't be able to tell you like what, 60,000, 80,000, but like they were high up and they were like bobbing, like hovering. And he goes, this is so funny. Like initially he goes, I go, what? I go, what do you think those things are? And he goes, I think that must be one of those like deep black, Lockheed cracks or whatever. And I'm like, interesting. And then a second later he goes, dude, those are not like ugly. How long ago was this? This was 2020. Yeah. Just that was either the Royal Canyon was 2020. That was either 2020 or 2021. Okay. Either late 2020 or early 2021. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing I've ever seen was shit like that.
So you saw a UFO?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
it
was nothing like that. It was like a ball of light.
Okay.
Like stuff that he summoned.
And he was trying to do it when you were with him. And do you? I don't know. Like, okay, gun to your head, you're wrong if you're wrong and you die.
Okay.
Would you say that was like human aircraft or prosaically explained ball lightning or whatever, or like some kind of celestial, like otherworldly thing?
I would say if I had a gun to my head, my best guess would be that it's some sort of natural phenomenon that happens in the atmosphere that I just don't notice because I don't stare at the sky.
Yep.
Because me and Steven were out there for 2 hours trying to find something. Praying to the heavens. When we saw this thing, it was definitely on airplane.
Yep.
I know
what it looked like.
We have a video. It came off of the horizon. It was like a little ball of light. Came up off the horizon where the water met the air, and it came up, started going this way, then got really, really bright, then got really, really dim, and then just fizzled out.
So how would you explain that from a scientific perspective?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ball lightning, something like that? Like ball lightning, some sort of atmospheric anomaly?
Yeah. But was there anything that would, cause ball lightning?
I don't know the science behind it, but like if I was to, I know it was not an airplane.
Yeah.
And the way it was moving would definitely showed that it wasn't an airplane. We saw airplanes that were flying. There was airplane was flying off the beach or off the ocean onto land at the airport. And they had navigation lights flashing and stuff like that. They were obviously following a specific flight pattern. And this thing was not doing that. It didn't have the flashing lights. It got brighter, dimmer, fizzled out to nothing, came off the atmosphere.
So this is the horizon of the.
Can you see the horizon down there?
Yeah,
where it's so dark.
One more time.
So like,
no, this is here.
Oh, here. There it is.
There's something right on the water.
Whoa.
Thank you. If you could flash for us.
That's an airplane on top. That's not.
I'm getting it. Right there.
Now let's go to the right.
Whoa.
It's still in here.
And now another one above it. See?
Yeah, and it's zigzagging.
That one fizzles out. And look at this one on the left. Look at this one. Look how bright it's getting.
Here, someone needs to look through this. It's very bright. Do you see it? Oh, you see it? It's right there. You see it? That is definitely an orb. I'm tracking. You want to look?
Yeah. And then it fizzled out to nothing.
Yeah. Faded in and faded out.
They were seeing it with the naked eye. I didn't see it until he put it in his little psionic camera thing that sees in like the dark. But like maybe it's something to do with that camera, but I don't know. Also, they were seeing it with their naked eye. But like I don't know. How do you explain that? I don't know. I gotta talk to somebody who knows. Like, I don't know.
Do you
see how the horizon like that? Like that? Crazy.
Yeah, it is.
You got against you?
Yeah, because is that water?
Rewind. That's water.
Yeah.
Go to the very beginning.
Yeah. So what is
move
that?
the controller so we can see the horizon. Look at that.
What? Yeah.
It was so far away, it was like how far away would you say that was?
I think from our vantage point, the horizon is probably like 3 miles.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
more.
so it's going right too.
Yeah. And it kind of goes back. Because like what flies with that? I don't know.
I think there's definitely something to what he's doing. Like what he's doing is absolutely legit and real. I don't know how to explain it.
Do you sense interesting energy when you're around him? Like, do you just feel it? Like,
I don't know what to attribute that to. I don't know whether to attribute that to whether I am just sort of being affected by the energy, and that's just a normal thing. Like it's just his vibe that he gives off.
Yeah,
you know, and it's just affecting me, like affecting my soul in a way where I'm like, I'm in it and I'm believing it in the moment. I'm like, oh my god, wow, this is fucking blowing my mind. This is real. What is this?
Yeah.
Or like I said, is this something that you could just go anywhere and stare at the sky all night long and see this stuff all the time?
That seems anomalous to me at the very least. That doesn't seem like, if you were to do some like meta study on like the probability of seeing that, even in a 2-hour period where you're staring at the sky, extremely low.
Yeah.
What is that?
Right.
That's weird. I'm not saying that that's definitely a UFO, an angel, an orb. I don't know, but I think it's worthy of investigation.
Yeah, and then like detractors would say that like maybe he set somebody up with a boat and a drone outside there, but like off the beach.
Do you get that vibe from him? I don't at all.
No,
like
I don't.
I get. You know, maybe everybody in the UFO world, but a lot of people are credulous and high on the openness scale. I don't. From my conversations with Chris Blood, so he's a good person.
And also, he had no idea where we were going to dinner that night. We just went to. I told him a random restaurant I took him to on the beach. He didn't know where it was, and I said, or afterwards, I'm like, "You want to go to the cross of the beach to see if we can do this?" He's like, "Oh yeah, let's do it." I got my camera with me, and his daughter and his wife and his daughter and his wife were also there.
Yeah,
and we just did it.
Yeah, I don't think that's a hoax, man.
No, it's not.
Something going on.
There's something going on, and the wildest thing is all these people that are attaching themselves to him.
I know,
like
crazy people. Where dude, like we're in like a Cold War with China. Why would we be spending those sorts of resources on a guy who's seeing orbs, in North Carolina outside his backyard, if it weren't something actually kind of profound and interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why?
Right.
Because these guys
we're not just connecting dots here. Like, this is like legitimate stuff.
Yeah.
This stuff is all documented. The people that are visiting and befriending.
Yeah, Jim Semivan is like very well respected at the CIA.
Yes.
Like, he's like pretty, I think, high up, and like he spent a lot of time with Chris Bledsoe.
Yeah.
Like they're good friends.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. That combined with the fact that that video was completely unsearchable in an instant.
That's wild.
On YouTube.
That's weird.
And we're like, I was good. Like after that thing dropped, I would go every day. You probably do this, where I searched Chris Bledsoe on YouTube every day.
Yeah.
For like the first week, just to see where it was ranking. Right.
Uh-huh.
It was top for the first week. The day it dropped, you couldn't find it. You could go 1,000 pages deep and never find it. It was just 4 or 5 or 6 History Channel videos of him on the History Channel.
You want to know something funny? You could type in David Grush. To this day, not to toot my own horn, but that video I did with him is the best video. Yeah, that he has.
Oh, I agree.
And like, you can't find it. You could type in David Grush on YouTube, and it's News Nation, Rogan, a bunch of other things, and my thing is unsearchable.
Yep.
And it, in 5 days, 6 days, got well over 2 million views, and then it just got throttled. And everybody, I'm working with Yes Theory on it. They have 9 million subscribers on YouTube, and I'm showing them the stats, like the click-through rate and average view rate, and they're like, "We've never seen anything this high. Like, what? Like, what the fuck?" And like, you watch it, and it's like very watchable.
Yeah.
And it's just impossible. Here, we're going through it right now. It's like we're searching David with a C.
Is that it?
Yeah, but go to David Grusch. Have you seen it before though?
I don't know. Search, go down. Look, there it is,
That
bro.
looks good.
We're back, baby.
It definitely wasn't. And like I have an email chain with Google about where it wasn't. So like
Here's what they do.
I have the receipts that it was unsearchable.
This happened to my Whitley Strieber episode 2, only for the first 2 weeks.
Okay.
After the first 2 weeks, they put it back.
Well, also go on incognito. I do want to see if it's the same.
Dude, open up
Because you've seen the video.
Open up an incognito browser.
Yeah, a new private one there. Yeah, whatever. But you're saying that it can come back?
Get off Brave. Go to Chrome. Yeah, sometimes what they'll do is they'll make it invisible on search for the first 2 weeks when it's going to get shared the most and go viral, catch traction the most. After the first 2 weeks, you're already posting your next video. Then they'll put it back so they can plausibly deny the fact that.
Okay. Yeah, so we're good now. We're number 2.
Now type in Chris Bledsoe.
Yeah, let's do that.
Which is all. It's been a year now, so it's fun. But scroll down.
That's my boy Chris.
Yeah.
Epic, man.
Keep going. Just go faster. You'll be able to definitely notice. That's it. It pops up. See, those history ones were the first one to pop up last time.
And yours it's just nowhere to be found.
And you know what's funny? Re-uploaded my full podcast on his channel with him reacting to it. That was popping up.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the same with the Crush thing for me originally. It was like all these like analysis of the videos ranking. It's
now go back to the top, Steve.
So nuts, man. And yeah, yours was like the first big one.
Go back to that scroll at the very top. It's still the most viewed, I'm pretty sure. Go to the and get out of the search thing. See where it says filters in the far right.
Yeah,
filtered by most viewed.
Yeah, it's probably yours.
Top, no, right.
Yeah, right.
You can't. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's you. Yeah. Nonsense forbidden. Wow.
Holy crap.
Wow. That's wild, man. And you have in your tags and stuff. You have like
of course. Yeah. No, like I said, it was #1 search result for the first 2 weeks.
That's it's crazy to see mine #2.
Yeah, right.
Well, dude, I swear to God.
No, I know. The guy at YouTube literally told me this.
Yeah, he told you that exactly. That mine fell off a cliff views-wise. Yeah,
and it went completely invisible.
Like completely invisible.
Yeah.
And then Yes Theories, they said, okay, this is crazy. Yes Theories, they say the best stats they have on any video, and it's one of their lower. It's like in the lower 25% viewed videos. It only has 1.1 million views, which for them is 1.2, 1.1 million views, which for them is extremely low. Like they have crazy high viewed stuff.
Yeah.
And the stats are like off the charts. So like they're also like super conspiratorial about them. Yeah. And they're like the most like kid-friendly, do-gooder, like they're like the best vibes. Like they're not, and like
they're not breaking rules.
They're not breaking rules, and like when they're like, yeah, we're getting throttled, like.
Yeah. Some people are speculating that the Trump thing is gonna do like some sort of a trust bust on YouTube and force them to stop regulating this stuff so much and stopping on content.
Well, dude, Trump made that like misinformation is bullshit. Like, you know, it's like this like speech or whatever. Like right when he got elected, I loved it. You know, misinformation is so condescending.
Yes.
Who is the arbiter of misinformation? Like, why do you decide? You're so wrong. You've proven to be so incompetent in the context of the pandemic and COVID and all these other things, like the history of American false flags. Why are you the arbiter? Look, why BBC Trusted News Initiative, CNN, you can say what is misinformation. You don't think for yourself. Like, it's ridiculous. So let everything out and let people decide. Yeah. Let people decide what they think is bullshit and what they think is real.
Yeah. No, the Mike Pence stuff really illuminates all that disinformation, misinformation stuff, and how they go to like other countries and like force them to regulate stuff, and they basically hold the corporations, like they pit them against like maintaining their monopolies overseas. Like, oh, okay, well if you're gonna censor this stuff, we'll let you keep your monopoly in Europe, right? Yeah. Like, dude, that stuff is crazy.
It's crazy. And speaking of that, in the context of the UFO topic, I should say the USAID funded the Intercept. We know that for sure. Ken Klippenstein came out with basically leaked Steve Grush's medical records, and that is what like kind of marginalized.
I hear the pitter patter. Because the last thing you want, am I right, ladies, is for your baby to catch mama's ass tossed up like a Caesar salad.
marginalized for a while. I mean, I think most people don't really realize it's bullshit. I mean, the dude was an Afghanistan combat veteran who was deployed, and his buddy died next to him, was mortared and stuff. It's just fucked up. And that's what they're and so when he would drink occasionally, he would go through that. It would re-simulate those feelings for him. And Ken Klippenstein, who's working for a USAID funded publication, is leaking these medical records right after Grush testifies before Congress to discredit him. It's just weird, man.
Yeah, that is super.
It feels really coordinated.
Yeah, the USAID thing is such a nuclear bomb for the government.
Yeah.
That stuff is just bananas, and how it's
right, was the DARPA search engine that kind of dovetailed with Google, but otherwise, I don't tell me.
Yeah, so there's I don't know much about it other than this crazy article I read on it recently about this. I forget the guy's name. It's on Substack, I think, and he wrote he did a super deep dive. It's all connected to Sergey at Stanford and the guy that he was working under were literally funded and visited the whole time and incubated by CIA and NSA people that were visiting him and checking in on him with the search with the PageRank system and all this stuff and giving him stuff that was created by DARPA. It's all connected to DARPA and SAIC and all this crazy military industrial complex stuff.
So SAIC was based in Palo Alto.
Yeah. So it basically,
where'd you learn all this?
From the stuff that I read.
Wow.
And the implications of it is that Google was quite literally funded and created by the CIA and DARPA.
Yeah.
So what does that even mean? How do you
Well, Oracle's first contract was with the CIA.
Yes.
And I do think a lot of this stuff gets created in the black.
Right.
And
so
then
it's Palantir too, right? Palantir, I understand that. I understand why you would want to create companies that you're literally doing it in reverse. Instead of creating a company and finding clients, you're finding a hole, or you're finding a need that the government has a government who has billions of dollars in resources to invest in this stuff, find a way to do it better, and you're basically creating a company that already has a built-in client, the U.S. government, which is essentially what Palantir is, right? Or what Elon's doing with SpaceX.
I think it's what it ended up becoming. I think originally it was around some of the fraud detection stuff they were doing at PayPal or whatever dovetailed with the software for Palantir, and then I think the CIA became one of the first customers.
Right.
But I don't think it was created in conjunction with.
Right, but I'm just saying, if it was me, and if I was one of these guys that was creating one of these crazy companies, right, that was doing surveillance and whatever the hell it does, I would say we have a huge opportunity to make millions of dollars off the government doing this stuff, because we can do it better than they can do it.
Right.
I think it even had guys in here like Andy Bustamante, who literally said Palantir is way better than all the stuff that we have at CIA. We use Palantir. It works way better.
Right.
So it's a great business proposition.
Yeah.
To create a company like that.
Yeah.
But find out who wrote that article about Google. I think the title of it was how Google made, it was how the CIA created Google.
Interesting.
And it's on Substack. I want to give this guy credit.
There's while you're looking that up, there was a project at DARPA called LifeLog, and it was you know, like networking all these people and like their friends and like their friend networks. And I think it was shut down in 2003 or 4, right before Facebook started. So I do find that kind of interesting too. But I have no idea if there's a connection there.
Yeah.
But it is.
No, this isn't it, Steve. It's you have to type in. Did you type in Substack after? Oh yeah, you did. Keep going.
I mean, the
medium. That's it, right there. Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry, I messed up. This is it. You can close that bottom thing, and you'll go to see who credit the author. How the CIA Made Google by Nafiz Ahmed. Nafiz Ahmed. Dude, this is mind blowing. There's two articles, like a series of it.
I can't wait for you.
But it's great, man. Blew my mind.
Wow. Well, I always found it interesting. Like they were kind of. I mean, it makes total sense, especially with the Snowden stuff in 2015, like Prison, Bull Run, all that stuff came out, and it's clear that the NSA just had like backdoors into like all of these type companies. And then the NSA had a program I think at the time called Heartbeat, which is like you can like basically query anybody's data or whatever, like in like this like centralized database repository. So we know that was a thing at the very least. But I found it interesting when Google like. As part of Project Maven, like wouldn't work with the U.S. government, and then simultaneously they were going into China, like that same year. And so there's like something. I'm like, how coordinated is this stuff? And if it is coordinated, is it?
Are you talking about the thing where recently, right, where Google came out publicly and said that we're not going to work with the U.S. government to some sort of like a part of some war? This
was 2017.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 2017, 2018.
Yeah, this was like a big public thing.
Interesting. Well, they were the biggest donors to Kamala. Number one donor.
Yeah, man.
Corporate donor. So,
dude.
Yeah. So it's funny, like we both, are so dependent on YouTube, and I'm like, it does make me occasionally nervous because it's like, it does. I'm grateful to Elon Musk, man.
So who else was a huge donor to Kamala? It was what's his name? Alex Karp. You know that is?
The Alex Karp was
the CEO
of Palantir.
Of Palantir.
That's really interesting.
Really interesting.
That I wouldn't suspect that.
I read there's a New York Times piece that came out on him.
Really?
Recently.
That's fascinating.
Where they're interviewing him about this stuff, and he's like,
he donated to Kamala.
Yeah, he was slowly saying that how he donated millions of dollars to the Democratic Party, and
he's always described himself as a like
left-wing guy, right?
Yeah, he's like super into Hegel and like very like a almost like a neo-Marxist or something. Yeah. But then it's also
repeated, right? They're like really good friends. Like they've known each other forever since college.
From back in the day, That's Stanford Law.
But he's also like he doesn't have any sort of hesitation in working with the U.S. government to advance American supremacy.
I think their like mission in many ways is like they want to protect the free world.
Yeah,
and I think they are responsible for a lot of big threats to the U.S. Going down. And I think that's a pretty good thing.
Yeah.
I know there are a lot of conspiracies.
Yeah. There's so many conspiracies, bro.
They're mostly, and that's what the other people are. It's like for me, they're mostly a black box. Like I don't really interact with them
right
too much. But,
yeah. Have you heard of Whitney Webb?
Oh yeah.
She goes deep on.
I know.
Or stuff.
She frustrates me because she's clearly really smart and showing a ton of courage and like going deeper on like Epstein networks and stuff like this. And then now she's like, and now it's all Peter and Palantir or whatever. It's like, no, it's not. And her book is so convoluted. It's almost like if you wanted a psyop to throw people off the trail for Epstein, it would be that book. Like it's so complicated. And again, I don't want to it's amazing.
I haven't read it yet.
I've tried to read it.
Okay.
And it does. She makes all sorts of amazing connections. It's like 1,000 pages long.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And she's doing an amazing service, I think. And so like very net positive Whitney Webb, but like there's certain areas where like it feels like she's just anti like anybody who's rich and powerful, like anybody. Like she's anti-Elon, with all the stuff he's doing around free speech and the USAID and rooting them out of our institutions. Like, who do you want to do that? You need somebody that powerful to do that.
Yes.
So who's like ultimately like politics like is where like the battleground takes place and like it's a power game.
Yes.
And you need the people who are the most powerful, like who probably made certain expedient alliances to get to where they are, like doing things to like get anything done.
Yeah.
And I feel like she's super like
cynical.
if you are not so cynical, and if you are not like you don't pass some like crazy purity litmus test, you are the devil or whatever.
Right.
And like I would just say like look, like maybe everybody at the elite strata or whatever has like had to at times make unholy alliances.
Right.
But like whose side are you on? And I think like some real good is being done in this like new Trump admin. And with Elon and Tulsi and like just Tulsi and RFK, like I mean those two specifically, like really I think we're on the side of truth when it was unpopular, specifically RFK Jr. I mean I love that guy, he's epic. Yeah. So yeah, I mean I'm a fan of Whitney Rex, but I do think she can just be so like ideologically purist at times. Totally. But yeah, I'm glad she was it.
Yeah. She definitely was good work. But like, that stuff is the rabbit hole for never ending when it comes to that stuff. If you don't like, you have to follow. Like, it's not black and white, right? Like, you can't just. I guess you can. You can shred anybody you want for anything and find out every bad thing that somebody has done. Like, you gotta recognize like the net positive that people are doing as well.
100%. Anybody at a certain level of power, unless it's like the Cirque du Soleil dude who like was like started from like with a homeless troupe of circus, or like the Patagonia founder. You like occasionally you'll meet somebody where it's like you got nothing.
Exactly.
But like anybody in the elite world of business, politics, government.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't name too many people where it's like there aren't certain things that you had to do, and so it's human nature.
It is unfortunately there's a political game that has to be played to get shit done in Washington.
Yep.
You have to play that fucking game. There's no way around.
Totally. And I don't want to fucking be. I mean, that's a shitty.
Fuck no.
It's not being in politics now. Like I grew up actually being like maybe I want to be in politics when I was really little. Maybe I'm interested in politics. It'd be cool. And then it's a selector for the worst people, just the worst, like just sellouts, like just spineless, like people who are just obsessed with optics.
Yeah.
And
Well, dude, thank you for doing this, brother. We almost did 4 hours. What time is it? You're playing? Okay, yeah, we gotta end it right now.
Okay.
I gotta go. Jesse Michaels, thank you, brother. That was fucking amazing.
Danny, this was epic, bro. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. American Alchemy on YouTube, aka Jesse Michaels. Where else?
American Alchemy on YouTube, and then go to WHOP.com, WHOP.com/Jesse Michaels. Michaels with no A, and that's like my Patreon equivalent. We're gonna do epic debates there. It's gonna be really fun. We're gonna host all sorts of awesome conversations, and that's where you get like some really good stuff.
We'll link it off.
You're the best. Yeah, there we go. Exclusive content, and then on YouTube as well. I'm Jesse Michaels.
Amazing. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you.
We gotta do it again.
Hey, I'm down
next time. I'll bring you down when there's waves.
Let's go. Yeah, we got surf, dude. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Later.
$50. I got a towel at home. It's worth $200,000. It's leaning against my bedroom door. That one's gross. He's gross. He's a pig. Shut up. I want to have kids, man. How about the lady that had 8 babies? You know, there's one carrying 9 right now. This was in Time magazine last month. There's a lady in Argentina carrying 9 babies. She wants to have them naturally. 9 kids come in a little opening. It's going to go to the front door. Chuck E. Cheese and close it.
It's crazy whenever I hear people like you speak about this topic, because especially you've been doing this for a long time. You've been around the block, and you make some wild claims.
No, I don't make claims. I make statements based on facts and research. I'm a scientist.
Yeah, but like you say some things that are mind blowing, and it seems like you have a lot of access to a lot of crazy dark shit. And whenever you hear people say that in today's day and age, a lot of them are full of shit. Yeah, a lot of it is we've sort of reached the breakout inflection point. There are a group of people from a few black sites, very highly classified operations with aerospace and JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, who started coming forward that I've been working with for a couple of years. And they're beginning to put their toe in the water and put some information out. And these are guys who've been on the crash retrieval teams. And they've been working with me clandestinely for about 18 months, I think, something like that, or 20 months. And that team is just starting to come up with a little bit of information, but they have an enormous amount more. And what they're trying to do is get the U.S. government to finally set up the protective mechanism so a whole bunch of these high-value targets, HPT, whistleblowers can come forward. So we've been working to set that up through a series of briefings that I've been doing for about 3 years with Senate Intelligence Committee and Senate Armed Services, and taking some of the witnesses. Now remember, I have debriefed nearly 1,000 top secret guys, and in our archive, you go to dpiarchive.com, there's 760 some named. Now only 115 you can see their testimony, but we have 115 you can look at right now. The others are blackened out because they don't want to be known, but we're handing them over to a special access project to look into what they know, the documents they have, the materials they've seen, and to try to put together the puzzle. So what I like in this group, I call it the disclosure mosaic. So imagine you have a big picture you're trying to create, and because of the highly compartmented nature of top secret special compartment information projects going with this, you get a piece here and a piece here and a piece here. So what I've tried to do over the past 35 years, since 1990 when I started this effort, is to put together the mechanism for people to come forward, give us information, and testimony, whistleblower testimony, documents when they can get them out of a secure facility, and then put that whole assessment. So it's called an intelligence assessment. And what I discovered back between 1990 and 95 is that the vast majority of information on the subject is actually very carefully curated. Yes, disinformation, right? So if I can be blunt, yeah, and that's been done deliberately to gaslight the public and Washington, the media. But it's also been done to create the specter of a threat from outer space. So what Werner von Braun, who invented the rocket for Adolf Hitler, told his assistant right before he died, who's on our team, Carol Lawson. He said, "Look, what we're planning to do is to launch a fake alien threat so the world can be united around some sort of dystopian, militaristic, totalitarian state." Yeah. And we're real close to it. I mean, a warm-up for that was 9/11. A bigger warm-up was COVID. The big one is this. And if it's not averted, it'll panic the planet into this stupidity. So, and this sort of false flag operation has been run since for thousands of years by powerful people and military people to sort of get their way and rule through fear. And so what you're doing with this is that when you look at the whole body of everything I call the legacy ufology crap, there's good information out there, and then it's mixed in with mind parts of nonsense. And so what most people do, and this is why by 94 I was ready to give up on this, I'm honest with you. Most government officials go, "I'm out," because this is such a cacophony, such a mixture of facts and fiction and rumors upon rumors upon rumors. I don't have time for it. Yeah, I'm an emergency trauma doctor, right? So I'm going, this is crazy stuff. So, but I've stuck with it to try to make my way through this vast amount of noise.
That's what I was trying to express to you kind of right before we started, was that I've had so many folks on here talking about this topic, from authors to first-hand experiencers, people that have been trying to be whistleblowers, to filmmakers who have talked to all these witnesses and whistleblowers and all these folks. And it's just like this crazy cauldron of disinformation, misinformation, different partitions of the government fighting against each other, and then you have, you know, just like the strategic deception that goes along. It's been going on since the Cold War, and it's just like I've literally just been out on the UFO topic for the last probably like almost a year. I've just been sick of it, because so much of it is bullshit. Yep. And I don't know if you've ever seen that documentary. I'm sure you have, Mirage Men, about Richard Doty and how Paul Benowitz thing. That has been my basically. I've been looking at this whole topic through that lens since I saw that about a year ago, and it seems like, as you were alluding to, it seems like that is the predominant. It seems like that is about 80% of the information that's coming out is like specifically curated. There's like counterintelligence, disinformation to poison the well of information on this topic.
But let's unpack that. Why? So if you look in our archives, we have a top secret document that was, I believe, accidentally declassified from Canada in the 1970s. It's called the Wilbur Smith document, and it's a top secret document that is from 1950 describing the U.S.-based reverse engineering research projects on extraterrestrial vehicles that were retrieved in the 40s. And it's an authenticated document. And it says a few things. Number one, it says, quote, flying saucers are real. That's what they used to be called before they made up the fake name UFO, UAP. Those were made up.
I hate how everyone's calling it NHI all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah, we'll get into this. It's the CIA Psychological Warfare Division that has the linguistics department. Yeah. All right. Look, I started briefing the director of the CIA in 1990.
And I know you did. You brought the briefing for Trump in today, right here.
Right here. So
look at this big stack of documents we got here. Did you see it on the camera?
Yeah. I mean, here's what it is. So the big problem became once they realized what they had, right? Mm-hmm. And people were seeing these things because once we started detonating atomic bombs and then some nuclear weapons, these civilizations from out there came in, you know, like it was like a homing signal. And here's why. When you detonate an atomic weapon or a thermonuclear weapon, which is a hydrogen bomb, fusion bomb, opposed to fusion, what you get is an electromagnetic pulse, but embedded in that is what's called a scalar signal, like Tesla talked about. And that is not a waveform, like the sine wave. It's a point that goes out in a straight line at multiple degrees of the speed of light. It disrupts interstellar communications and transport. So it was a bit like kicking a hornet's nest, right? Because not that they were hostile towards us, but they were concerned. What is going on in this little corner of the cosmos? So that was the whole modern era of these, although they've been seen for thousands of years. But once we got to the nuclear threshold, we crossed the Rubicon here, all right, a red line. And so this is why you're seeing all over the place, nuclear installations and nuclear ships that are flying with our big carriers that have nuclear weapons on them. Yeah, I know many officers just have these craft around them checking that out. Even nuclear power plants. So there's a big danger with that nuclear system and how it pertains to not only the future of the Earth, which they have an interest in, these civilizations, the ET ones, but they also are concerned about what happens when a civilization, our level of social and spiritual development, which ain't great, has these kind of technologies and start going out into space. So it coincided shortly within 10, 15 years of detonating the first atomic bomb in 1945. By 1957, the Soviets had put Sputnik up. Right. And so they knew that we were going to be outward looking going into space.
Why do you think these beings are invested in the future of the Earth? If they're not from here and they're from another, like if we found another Earth, if we found another planet inhabited with life and we were way more advanced than they were, right? Why would we want to protect them from themselves?
Well, I think that what I've found is people evolve. I know, it's just what do you want to call it, spiritual or socially, psychologically. You develop compassion, you develop empathy, you develop a longer range vision than the next quarterly report, right? In other words, you have a view. So you can take on a long range view. And I think those civilizations, some of them may have come our way before and faced near extinction level events. or they've seen other civilizations come and go that have, blown themselves up or become a problem.
Right.
So I think there's a big, let's call it cosmic institutional memory out there. And there's nothing new under the suns. This probably happened before. But I also think they see the goodness in humanity, the capacity for creativity, for exploration, for intelligence, even very high levels of spiritual consciousness. So it's not as if they view us all as so dimly. I think they see the promise, but they see right now this little window of time in the last 100 years or so, where we're, on the one hand, technologically advanced enough to destroy ourselves, and I'll get to this in a moment, potentially threaten other worlds with technologies that we've developed from reverse engineering extraterrestrial transport systems. But we're also not socially and spiritually evolved enough. We're not below ourselves to smithereens. So that is exactly the sweet spot, or let's call it the dangerous spot of where a civilization could go sideways very badly.
Right.
All right. And we're there. We've been there since, the mid 20th century.
Do you think there's any chance that these things or what do you make of the theory that these are future humans?
Well, I think there have been some encounters that are our descendants from the future. So I think we have to be careful here. I think of this, let's say a species evolves for 500,000 years and becomes spacefaring. Evolution doesn't stand still. And so they could evolve to something that would look like a non-human being, an extraterrestrial being, but have been descended of 20,000 generations ago, right? And certainly that's possible. I think that's probably what happened with Anderson Forest Headwaters.
You mean 20,000 generations in the future?
Yes, from 500,000 years in the future. Right. And from some of the military guys who were there, where this object landed in early 80s in England, there's pretty good indication that there was some contact that happened. It was psionic, telepathic, that they were us from 500,000 years in the future. And it was a pyramid-shaped onyx looking like black onyx looking object. Very well documented case. But eventually the Ministry of Defense in the United Kingdom, I went over there and met with them back in '93, and it was shortly after that they did declassify some of their information on it. So my understanding that might have been, but still, in a sense, they were extraterrestrial, but they weren't from this, particular time space. So it gets into how you define that. But my understanding is, if one of our whistleblowers who's passed away, Sergeant Stone, he was on a retrieval team, crash retrieval, dealing with this in the 60s. And by the late 60s, he said there were 69 specific non-human extraterrestrial species.
What up, Kim? What's up, Nico?
Yeah, and I'm sure it's now.
So what's up, Nico?
That and his information, before he passed away, we got his archive that's in our archive, and also we got a very extensive interview with him. And so there are many people like that who come forward and told similar accounts. Now, one of the problems is if you're in a compartment operation like that, you're not going to be read into or briefed on something of very similar nature that's in a different base or another compartment operation. Right. Very, very compartmentalized. This is what they call it. So what I've tried to do is to see where it syncs up. So let's say you have, 10 people who've been on crash retrieval teams that I've debriefed. That's probably more than that. Where were they? What did they see? What was their methodology? And how much of that is congruent? And when you get congruence from people who don't know who each other are, so I'm sort of, my project, the disclosure project, in the clearinghouse for hundreds of these guys, then you begin to be able to find out where the sweet spot of truth is, and try to build out the picture. So that's what we've tried to do. It's been painstaking.
when it comes to the 69 different variations of non-human life that this gentleman cataloged, the idea of the future humans thing is interesting to me when it comes to these beings, these short little gray alien beings with 2 legs and 2 arms. Because if you think about how rare we are on Homo sapiens on planet Earth, there's like over 2 million cataloged species of animals on planet Earth. Out of those 2 million, there's 20 hominids. Out of the 20 hominids, only one of them figured out how to develop technology to get off the planet. So we are super rare on this planet alone. So now you want to extrapolate out into the universe and find all the other Goldilocks planets that are able to inhabit life. They have different oxygen levels, different gravity. Most of them are water worlds, very different atmospheres. What are the chances they're also going to evolve? That something like us is going to evolve, bipedal, upright walking, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head that says brain sits directly on top of the head. It's very high, and here's why. It's a high probability that would happen.
Yes, and if you look at the work of a group of Sheldrake at Oxford with morphogenic field propagation, because of quantum entanglement, let me explain to the audience what that means. Quantum entanglement is at that level of quantum physics where every point in space and time is interconnected. Now, the ultimate quantum entangled field is mind or consciousness. We can get into this. This gets into the deep end of the pond very quickly. But when something, let's say something works in one area, and it becomes something that is within that morphogenic field at a quantum entangled level, it spontaneously begins to pop up elsewhere. And this is known as field propagation through quantum entanglement. So it would make total sense that that'd be the case. Now, there's certainly a huge variety amongst that, say, within that template. And there may be other forms as well. But I think that form, what's called the form of a universal person, a head, 2 arms, 2 legs, is probably pretty consistent. Now, there may be others. And they may have evolved from, like, we're 98% identical to chimps. So you take a look. I mean, some of us more than others. One of my best friends calls me the Big A because I'm muscle and furry. But they, so we just go, okay, that's us, right? But there could be a species that evolved from the equivalent of a cetacean or a dolphin or a bird's life or what have you. Right. So I think there's a huge amount of variation in the cosmos, but it's not that surprising that there would be this morphogenic field propagation. Some people call it the 100th monkey effect, where they studied monkeys on an isolated island, and once the troop learned how to do a skill, spontaneously hundreds of miles away, the monkeys on another island started doing it. It's like this entangled field.
Right, I understand what you're saying. You're talking more about consciousness, but I'm talking like hard biology.
I am too. But you're acting like those are separate. They're not.
So this how are they not separate? I'm saying, how is it if physically on a planet, if the gravity is different, if the atmosphere is different, if there's no land, if it's all ocean?
But that's external. So I'm talking about the internal. See, here's the thing that's very interesting. We're different in every imaginable way, but we're the same in a very essential way, and that's we're sentient and conscious. So let's talk about field consciousness and what Erwin Schrödinger, the father of modern particle wave theory and quantum physics, in 1908 said, the total number of minds in the universe is 1. That is, it is a singularity. So I know it sounds very Spockian, but this is a fact. And it's been proven. It's been proven by Dr. John at Princeton University at the Princeton Engineering Anomalous Research Lab. And I knew him before he passed away. And they did very accurate studies with random number generators, where you would just think to it, and it would change it from just equal distribution of zeros and ones to shifting to, say, ones. The digital, they're just quantum digital random number generators. Very well done studies, and they're replicated all over the world. So what is that? So we always think of ourselves as sort of these islands that are completely separate because of 3D, right? Our bodies, the environment. Right. But what if there's a level of not only in physics, physically,
what they call quantum entanglement, and Einstein called this Tukey effect. But also on a level of consciousness and mind, it explains a lot of phenomena. Great deal of phenomena. So the one good thing, before I went to medical school, and you're gonna laugh, it's such an anachronism now. I became a meditation teacher and studied Sanskrit and the Vedas, and sort of learned really in depth about the science of consciousness and all of that.
You're a hippie.
When I was 19, 20, it was great fun. Yeah, it was sort of, finished college when I first went in, and I said, what am I going to do now? So I said, well, let's do this. And that was a consequence of a contact experience I had. And then that was a consequence of having had a near-death experience when I was 17. So it sort of opened up that trajectory into consciousness and the study of that. And then where does that intersect with all this? Well, it's actually in terms of the essential. So, you have this team of people who just defected from I can't say which black sites. I've been at those black sites, and they were using a type of psionic or psychic interface with technology to intercept and bring craft in and then hit them with electromagnetic pulse weapons.
Right.
I've been at these sites. I know where they are. And I've met some of the operators, and it's real. I mean, it sounds like science fiction.
It sounds like Stranger Things in real life.
Well, I mean, everything. The science fiction is all ripped out of the things that are real often. But this is the real end of it, and it's serious. But that's why the CIA had a remote viewing program 30 years on, and a lot of those original remote viewing guys. And so that whole area, where does that have to do with UFOs? Or it has to do with it. Now, I wrote about this in a 1991 paper called The Comprehensive Assessment of the UFO ETI Subject, Extraterrestrial Intelligence Subject. And it describes two related phenomena. That those civilizations have technology that assists their consciousness in these capabilities. But they also have the ability to have their consciousness augment the technology so they can sync to that camera. It's like Neuralink without the wires. At the speed of thought rather than the speed of electromagnetic field propagation. Yeah. So, and that's real. And so civilizations that if they're, from the Andromeda galaxy, right? And 2.5 million light years. They're not using their cell phone at the speed of light. It would take 2.5 million years to say, hey, how you doing? Right. And another 2.5 million years for you to return the reply. Right. So the speed of light ain't going to cut it. So when you go what I call superluminous, beyond the speed of light, you're going into trans-dimension. You're crossing dimensions. And within those finer dimensions, it becomes more and more preeminent that you're using conscious fields and thought. And it's really strange stuff, but it's true. And so if you don't understand that, you're never going to understand extraterrestrial civilization.
How much faster is this conscious superluminal?
Instant. So it's instant. It's instant. Now, not necessarily transport systems, but if you're communicating, it's in real time. Because there too, let's say you're here and your home base is 2.5 million light years away. It's because it's not going in a straight line. Forget about the speed of light. Think again about this interrelated quantum entangled cosmos at the level of not only thought and consciousness, but even very refined electromagnetic systems. So then you go, boom, it's in real time. And this is where they've done studies recently where they have teleported particles and they have the spooky effect where the same particle in two places at once that Einstein described. So I don't know if I'm boring your audience at this point. But so at that point, you begin to realize that if you're a very advanced civilization and you want to become interstellar, you're not going to be using the junk that all of us think is so all get out from Silicon Valley. I mean, that's rubbish.
Right. How did you figure this out? This stuff, the superluminous consciousness communication.
Well, do I with Bruce? I don't know if I'm sure. Well, it's a bit of a long story. But anyway, in 1973 in March, I got very sick and I died. I had near-death experience.
I was raised an atheist, so didn't believe in anything. The infinite test tube didn't exist. Nonsense. But I had this amazing, beautiful experience, actually. And I had personally this experience of my own, say, drop of my individuality become the ocean, sort of this expanded consciousness state. That was infinite. It was boundless. It was very beautiful. And obviously, I didn't die. I was very young. But it was a very serious near-death experience. And about 6 months later, a couple months later, I decided I want to learn meditation because I want to get back to that state without getting sick and dying. So I learned how to meditate and started studying that. And then I was up on a mountain in North Carolina, outside the little town of Boone, North Carolina. And I was hiked up there before sunset. And I wanted to see the sunset and meditate, and that was it. And just before sunset, I saw a perfectly seamless disc that appeared. And I'd seen almost an identical one when I was 8 or 9 in North Carolina. I grew up in the Charlotte area. And I went, oh, they're back. I didn't think any more about it. I thought, well, here it is. I just accepted this. Okay. Because I looked into this when I was a kid after I had my sight. But that's all that happened. It was there and it didn't move off. It just winked out, just sort of like dematerialized or vanished. So I go and I meditate. I'm sitting there and it gets dark. And when I open my eyes, I have this, the whole Milky Way is up above. And up at over 5,000 feet up there, crystal clear, October 1973. And I had this beautiful thought that entered me. I said, behold, what a beautiful universe God has made. And with that, I went into that same experience I had when I died. It was phenomenal, but I was in my body. So I looked over, and there was a glow over the edge of the hill mountainside. I think it was that craft, and there was a person. Now, as an 18-year-old kid, I thought it was a deer standing on its hind legs. It had beautiful eyes, maybe about 4.5, 5 feet tall. I came over and it touched my right shoulder, and I left. I just dematerialized for about 4 hours. 4 hours? Yeah. Now, I thought it was about 30 to 45 minutes, something like that, because time isn't the same in these dimensions. But so during that encounter, I started having this experience of where non-human and extraterrestrial and humans, where could we connect? And it was this place of non-locality, it's called in physics and consciousness. So I started practicing this with these ETs.
This episode is brought to you by
and
this meditation.
Yeah. So we have an app called CE5 Contact. It's probably the most controversial thing I'm doing.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah. And it works. And if you look at the movie Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, you're going to go, whoa, wow. I just sent your producer a picture of a ET that appeared in the
yeah, you sent the alien. Can we see the alien that he's
No, the aliens are from Guatemala.
Okay.
These are extraterrestrial biological entities.
What's the difference?
I'm just making a joke. I know, we're in Florida.
We make jokes in Florida. They're way dirtier than that.
It's impossible.
So this is, where did you see this one?
So this is in Arizona a couple years ago. And we were doing the CE5 contact protocols.
You full screener, Steve?
Yeah, you have to do full screen, otherwise it's useless.
Yeah. He's learning how to use it.
There you go. So it looks like a beak, and it's this round head, and you see the eye socket on the left. There's a light source that was not ours coming from his left, and sort of a feathery tunic. Now this was about 3 feet from me, and we had David Marconi, who wrote "Enemy of the State" with Will Smith, had a great Nikon camera set up on a tripod with a remote. And we had seen what looked like a red orb right between this older gentleman and a member of our team, and it was me. And I said, take a picture here, and he did. And here's this person that we had heard walking around behind us without seeing it with the naked eye. but it captured this person.
It's weird.
It's very
what the
unusual.
hell? Like I can't. It's hard to make anything.
Well,
of it.
no. I mean, the right eye socket. You can see it's a very big head with like a beak-like nose
I can
and
see
mouth.
Yeah.
And then a tunic, and the right hand there. I mean, this is at night with no illumination, by the way. We're out there in the middle of the wilderness in pitch black. So this, by the way, we call this ET the healer because he has appeared at other times, and the man right beside him had lost his hearing since he was in middle or high school. And even with hearing aids, he could barely hear. And this,
wait, what is that next? Is there it's just like a light orb or something right there, Steve?
That's the sun.
To the left?
This thing?
Yeah. It's like I don't know.
No, that's the man. That's that older gentleman.
Oh, that's a person?
Yeah. That's a person.
So it looks like a face floating in the middle of the...
No. He's sitting in we're in chairs in a circle.
Okay.
Yeah. We could give you the whole context of it. But what's interesting is that he was healed of his hearing loss. By next morning he woke up, totally fixed. So it's, I've been doing this since I was 18. So now I'm 69, so 51 years. And what I find interesting about retail ufology is always, I was abducted and I was tortured and I was this. I'm going, yeah, that's the CIA. Oh, you mentioned the Greys. I know who manufactures it.
You know who manufactures
the
Grey
human.
aliens?
Yes.
Well, the gray beings that like Willie Streeter talks about.
Yeah, the fake ones, as they're called. So
how do they get them to abduct people? Like, there's all these stories that John Mack has talked about.
Oh yeah, I knew John very well.
Yeah, and then he talks to, I think, hundreds of people that explain being abducted by the little Greys and taken up into ships and had sperm and eggs extracted from them.
Yeah,
how do you explain that?
About the illusions of grandeur, like they need our sperm in it.
Have you heard the theory that the future human theory, like if there was a cataclysmic event in the future, like way in the future, they'd come back in time to get our DNA to repropagate humanity in the future? That's a hypothesis.
Yeah, I call it the cosmic Noah's Ark.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah. No, but I mean, there's a mixture of things. So here, remember this.
Okay.
October 1954, we mastered gravity control.
Who mastered it?
Covert programs in the United States aerospace.
But there was a couple people working on it. There was Lewis Whitten, and
no, I'm talking about if you take T. Townsend Brown's work,
okay,
and
T. Townsend Brown,
and the D. Brown effect, all that started in the 20s. And if you look at a film that we released a couple years ago called The Lost Century, it kind of unpacks all this. It's a documentary.
Okay,
and people should look at that. It explains all this and this trajectory of how this evolved. And so there were experiments with very high voltage systems called an electromagnetic effect. The things would lift, right? And that was in the 20s. That was 28, 29. It was replicated in Germany in the Halsey Frost experiment. We have a physics journal. We showed for that in the film.
Okay.
It's in here for the briefing.
Okay.
Now, imagine those early experiments with so-called anti-gravity.
Okay.
Not a good term, but those used the pop culture term. It's actually electrogravitics and electrogravitic field propulsion, but it's not a physics class.
Okay.
So what happened is that that research combined with a augmentation of that research, a big leap forward by studying the extraterrestrial vehicles that we downed in the mid-40s and 50s.
Right.
So by the time those two streams combined into a mighty river of research, but it was covert. As I was referring to that Wilbur Smith document, it's the most secret. And he said this is the most secret operation in the United States, exceeding the secrecy of the hydrogen bomb research. Now, this is 1950, before we detonated the hydrogen bomb. So imagine something more classified and secret than the H-bomb, the ultimate doomsday weapon. That's this stuff. So, my uncle had his whole career at Northrop Grumman. He worked on the lunar module. But those big aerospace companies, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Skunk Works, Raytheon, EG&G, way back then, and others, they got the portfolio for the special projects to study this material
figure out how it worked, and then apply it.
Yeah.
So by 1954, we had operational gravity control, so that we were building our own UFOs. And I always tell people, if you see something you call a UFO or UAP, you have to ask yourself, it's one of three things. It could be an extraterrestrial vehicle, or NHI craft, just a pop culture now. It can be a man-made one coming out of one of these big aerospace companies, because they've been zipping around since the late 50s. Right. Or it could be not neither of them, and it could be some extra-dimensional entity, something from another dimension that's not extraterrestrial.
So much for a way.
So this is where it gets confusing for people, and it's deliberately been commingled. In other words, disinformation specialists, from the CIA and other places, like Lou Elizondo,
he called you a terrorist.
Yeah, I know. It's very funny. I'm a terrorist for speaking the truth. Well, that's, I mean, if, as opposed to people who are actually trying to create Armageddon, which would be his crowd. Yeah. But the problem is that if you don't have enough of the information, this information's been in a blackout for 70 years. If you're David Fravor flying an F-18 chasing one of these things, and you're not read in, you're a jet pilot. You're not read into what's coming out of the underground facilities at Stumpworks out there in the desert. Yeah. So you're going to immediately think, oh shit, I just saw an alien craft. No, you saw something that was made at the Stumpworks that was moving in a way with no visible means of propulsion.
I was just trying to clarify earlier on the anti-gravity side of things. Jeremy Riss, alien scientist, who's a physics historian, was explaining to me that there was two main groups. One was Lewis Whitten and the people that he was working on it with, and then Bryce DeWitt, who was working on anti-gravity in like the earlier 50s, like before 54. And he thinks that one of them figured it out, and then I guess, from my understanding, is that went black all of a sudden. Yeah, like they got co-opted by somebody, and then like in 50, I think it was 57, there was like a what was it? There was some big like anti-gravity conference or something, right? Where they were trying to figure out why would they have that conference in 57 if they figured it out in 54. You know what I mean?
Look at the compartment. I mean, the left hand doesn't know the right hand exists. I mean, I've done briefings for the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, Rothschild General, and he didn't know anything going on with this. He didn't really need input. He was doing it. So everyone thinks that there's sort of this, you're the president, or you're a 3 or 4 star general, and you have an all-access pass. You do not. And that is what my big coming of age on that, and why I started the Disclosure Project, right, in 1993, was when I briefed the director of the CIA for Bill Clinton. I learned, and it's 2 or 3 hours.
Woolsey?
Yeah, our James Woolsey, who since flipped on everybody.
How did he find you, by the way?
A friend of his that he had been on the board of the think tank, Pentagon think tank, knew him and was following what we were doing. Okay. And it was mainly because in 1992, here in Pensacola, Florida, near there, we had a CE5 contact team, and we vectored in 4 E2 craft. And one of them was on the front page of the Pensacola paper, got picked up by the intelligence community. And before you know it, I had all kinds of spooks knocking on my door. Everyone who laughs at that, I say, yeah, what you're missing is the main part of the secret, dude. You're missing the big picture. You're flat earthers. If you think the universe is 3D flat, you're a flat earth society. But anyway, so that got on the radar of this think tank that was looking into the subject under a contract with the Pentagon. And then, and the director of that think tank and the CIA director were friends. So once he became director of CIA, he and Clinton and some other people, Webster Hubbell at Justice, were trying to find out about UFOs, and they were being gaslit and lied to or deceived, and they knew it. I mean, Clinton was smart enough to know he was being zoomed. And so they reached out to me to come up and provide the information they had. Now, initially, I will say, if you look in my archive, you'll see the letter correspondence about this. I thought they were just trying to pick my brain, and there was intel gathering exercise. No, I mean, the director of CIA and the president had completely denied access, threatened, and told nothing. And I, at that time, look, I'm a 30-something year, mid-30s medical doctor working full-time in ER, at the show. I've never seen the show. But the truth is that I thought surely they have more information than I do. This is nuts. So, and they were just lying about what the purpose of the meeting was. Right. And they were just trying to gather information from it. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't. He was shaken, and they really did. And that's when I realized that the organization that's running these covert programs is unconstitutional, criminal, and has been since the late 1950s, since Eisenhower kind of lost control when he was betrayed. Mm. So there has been no proper legal constitutional oversight of any of these operations. And this is dangerous. Since at least 1956, somewhere in that period.
Yeah. So, and that's where Rush came into the picture, and he was tasked to track down some of this lost black budget money, right? And that's where all these whistleblowers started to come out recently.
Well, not really. I mean, that's a late recent event. Yeah. Okay. So there were more significant events that happened in the 90s that people don't know about or don't talk about, because Clinton had set up a military team. Because they used to call it Team Blue was the regular military. Team Black were these illegal projects. And he set up what's called Team Red to penetrate those covert illegal programs. Most of those, and I know some of these guys, most of those guys were killed or absorbed into Team Black. So some of the whistleblowers just now coming forward, some of the older ones, had been on Team Red. I can't say which ones, but they'll disclose that when they're ready. And they got totally pulled into these illegally run operations. Now remember, if you're a 18, 20, 25-year-old Delta Force guy or a Green Beret, you're not read into the chain of command up above you. You just go, yes, sir, and you're going to do what you're going to do. But once they reached a certain level of seniority, they realized they were in an illegal criminal operation, which is when they reached out to me. And they said, one of them said, thank you for what you're doing for those of us stuck on the other side, meaning stuck in this illegal criminal operation, and they won't out. So the good thing is there's a momentum happening now. If we can get whistleblower protections through the Congress and an executive order from the president, where there's a whole dam ready to break of folks like that, that we have, who will come forward and with the evidence. And this will begin to be solved. It's just the beginning. So that's what we're trying to work on. But it way predates her. I met with Mr. Brush when he was still undercover and gave him information and his bosses for people that were people I had briefed in the SCIF, the Secure Compartment Information Facility. So he came out with what he had done, but he was secondhand. He had not been operational. Right. I'm talking about the first-hand operation of people. And what's interesting, if you look at the House Oversight Committee hearings, there's all been all these secondhand people. And I told Congressman Burchett and Luna, why don't you subpoena the people that we have? Here's a list of the top 25. Right. And these are people, like I just described, who are operational at the skunk works. Interestingly, they never call those people to a hearing. I said, don't call me. I'm just the doorway. I'm the opener, right? Call these guys. And here are their names. And by the way, here's their DD-214, and here's where they're operational. So, you have to wonder why, are really people that clueless in Washington, or is something going on there? I don't know.
Yeah, so your disclosure project has, I believe, over 400 military witnesses.
760 something now.
760, yeah. And what would you say is the most credible out of all of those witnesses?
Well, it's the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. Now, remember, I think these guys just starting to come out who dealt with the targeting and downing of these craft, and how they've done it, and the collateral damage, the civilians in private airplanes have been killed in the process. That is one of the biggest stories in American history that's about to come out. So
private planes that have come down.
So let me explain how this works. So let's say you're out at some black site out in the desert out west.
Okay.
I won't say which one I was. And I've been in this special forces guy's chopper that's on the retrieval teams and flown over this area and seen the equipment and the underground base opening, all that. I have pictures and videos of it. It's in here.
It's in your presidential briefing right here.
And that actually, this is available for people to order now. Where we sanitize some of the sensitive names out, and you can go and order it. And
this thing right
this
here.
whole thing.
How do you order it?
Well, I don't know. I don't do that. My assistant will give you guys a link, but everyone listening can get one.
And how would they go about doing that? They would get the link from your sister.
No, well, you can put it up.
I'll just put a link to it.
And it's drstephenbrewer.com. There'll be a link to it, right, Raven?
And then
I don't do that stuff. But
and then what is your plan with this? You're briefing.
This has already been provided to the incoming new president and to some of his senior folks. And we're open, and also to the key oversight committee, Senate Intelligence, Armed Services.
And what was their reaction to it?
But they're just now studying it. It's an enormous amount of information and intelligence. So there are some entities that are on the enforcement end of the U.S. government that are now drilling down heavy on the same methods and sources that are in here. The people, the witnesses, the whistleblowers, and the facilities and corporations. Probably one of the most significant people to come forward in protect them is the former chairman of a Fortune 50 company that's been involved with this. It's a household name. I'm going to say which one. And he wants to come forward. He's like 80 years old this year, and he deeply regrets what they've done. And, he's admitted that they have the schematics and the designs to provide free energy, quote unquote, to the whole world. And he really regrets all this secrecy. But at the same time, as soon as he reached out to me, to his assistant and friend.
Fortune 50. It's one of the top 50 companies.
Yes. And
can I guess?
No, I'm not going to play that game. No, I would betray that man's trust because it would be easy for someone to figure out who it is.
What's the military contractor, though?
It's a big company that has a lot of fingers and a lot of ties. Right? But this man then was threatened, and they threatened to kill his whole family and his grandchildren. So, what I'm trying to get, and it was, the Senate Intelligence Committee passed in 2023 unanimously the provision to give amnesty or safe harbor to these kind of people, right? Yep. But the House, in the reconciliation of the bill, took it out. Due to a couple of guys who were, I think, bad actors.
Yeah. Who were those guys again? Were those the Ohio guys?
Mike Turner was chair of Senate Intelligence, and the other Mike Rogers, who was chair of Armed Services, and a few other people. You got to know. And it would kind of,
and why? Why do you think those two guys?
Because I think they receive a lot of funding from the very people that need to be exposed. I mean, I think it's not obviously they're carrying water for someone, which is corruption. But back in Washington, he's got the money, he's got the black file on, but you could get bribed, you could get threatened, you could get killed. It's not a conspiracy theory; it's a fact. I've had all those games on. But I think that there's, someone like that would have, a lot of the keys to the kingdom. But if you're at risk for RICO charges, right, federal racketeering influence corrupt organization charges due to criminal activity that you oversaw as an executive, and maybe worse things, but you're also under threat from the organization keeping the secret of having you or your family killed. Like this gentleman, I don't think he would mind if he got killed, but he would want his children and grandchildren killed.
And what is his? So what did he see? What is his connection to this stuff?
No, he's the chairman of a massive corporation, but he was read into a very special project compartmented area during nuclear technology.
And that's the reason he doesn't want to come forward publicly.
He's been threatened. His family's been threatened.
Of course. Yeah. And so now I know who he is. And the people who are going to need to know, the president, the, attorney general, the law enforcement, and on down the system, will know, or do know. So the only question becomes, what are they going to do about it? Now, when I was beginning to tell you about these black sites, right? Now imagine, okay, you're out in a desert site, remote, no access, ground sensors, you're not going to get in there easily. And underneath the ground out there is a huge complex of STIFs, or subterranean facilities, and some people on domes, deep underground military bases. And in our briefing document you can get, it actually has 150 or so of these sites where UFO-related operations have been. Some are key ones, some have been incidental or peripheral ones.
Right.
And that's available for anyone to look at. Anyone who wants to look at it can see it. Okay? And so I'm in this chopper hovering over one of these, and there's the opening from underground where the man-made UFOs go up, go over the test range, and they're hit with electromagnetic weapons to see how hardened they are before they're good to go. Those are man-made, and they're manned with people.
And are these similar to like Tic Tac stuff, the Tic Tac UFOs?
They're all shapes. They're all different shapes. Eggs, octagonal, they're discs. They're the ones that are Northrop Grumman and Raytheon generally, not all, tend to be triangular or trapezoidal. They're not necessarily equilateral triangles. Isosceles, and many of the ones that are cigar shaped or Tic Tac shaped or discs or octagonal are Lockheed Skunk Works and EG&G and some others. So all the prime contractors that we know of where we have sources are named in the briefing document. And I've been building that list for 30 years, right? Ever since I was asked to put it together. And the problem is, and this gets to sort of a gut check here. What are you going to do about it? Because let's say you're the president, or if I was just on Patrick David's show a couple days ago, great guy, and he asked me, he said, well, do you think the president is the most powerful man in the world? I said, well, he could be, but he isn't. He showed a clip of Mr. Trump saying he is. But when they realize what they're up against with this, the power you're talking about derives from extraordinary technological progress. So to make this real for people, I just tell there's a sort of apocryphal. But in 1997, excuse me, I was asked to do a stand-up briefing on this document, a report about this late out of Edgar Mitchell's archive when he died. But my military advisor, who I'll be seeing tomorrow, who's retired, and I and Edgar Mitchell, the 6 men walk on the moon, and Eisenhower whistleblower, right? And my assistant, Sherry Adamek, were in attendance. But I was asked to do a stand-up briefing for Admiral Tom Wilson, who is J2, the head of intelligence joint staff. And, prior to the briefing, I sent over something similar to this, but different. But one of the documents that was in there is in here, and it's the National Reconnaissance Office, the NRO, which is the big entity that runs all the spy satellites, document from Area 51, Nellis, warning of civilians trying to spy on the range where they test and do research on the man-made UFOs, right? And they didn't want that to get out. But in that, it's not been declassified, but it's legit. And it lists the project code numbers and names, right? So, and it's a 91 document. This meeting's in 97, so it wasn't antique, right? So I give it. I have someone hand deliver it to the admiral prior to the meeting.
So he starts digging into this and gets paid. He finds a few key offices where this is going on. He calls them up and he says, hey, I want to be read into this. And he says, I'm Admiral Tom Wilson. I'm J2, head of intelligence and staff. And they say, sir, we can't discuss this with you. And you don't have a need to know. Mm-hmm. And of course, his reaction was, well, God damn it. I mean, I'm the head of intelligence of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. How can I not have a need to know? Right. Excuse my language. But I mean, this is like mind blowing. Right. All right. So then he gets threatened, and he's threatened with being demoted, where they take a star off your lapel and put you out pasture with much lower benefits and pay and retirement.
Yeah. Let's be real. 2020.
So he backed off of it. But at the meeting, at the end of the meeting, and it was supposed to be 45 minutes, and so I think it went on for 2 or 3 hours, kept canceling appointments. I asked him, I said, we need your help. I'm just an emergency doctor doing this because I'm interested, but it's serious stuff. And he asked me, who else has had this happen to? I said, well, the Secretary of Defense, the CIA Director, the President, these are all in my danger. I said, yeah, but you're key in the military and the family. And he said, no, here's what I've learned. And this is how he said it. He says, I've learned that the best thing I have in the normal constitutional government and military is a B2 cell. And that organization has craft that are anti-gravity that can do circles. He did like a circle around my B2 cell. He says it's point set max. He said, yeah, we're checkmate. Because of the technology. So now we're into the horns of the dilemma right here. Because, I realized going up against corrupt interests that have that level of technology, which is very dangerous. And when I literally tell people the threat from that organization, which is international, have these technologies, far exceeds the threat of China, Iran, Russia, terrorism, and by order of magnitude. And no one's doing anything about it because no one has quite figured out what the threat matrix is, what the threat assessment. So what we're trying to do, not to scare the hell out of these officials, but to say, here's the problem, here's the solution. Now the solution, the best outcome of this that we're recommending is a glide path out. It's not kinetic. In other words, not violent. It's not a red on black war or something. It's giving people who want to come forward a path out. And they take it, and it unravels that system, and it gets transformed into another initiative. Like those old legacy programs that have been going along without any accountability for 60 plus years, those are put out to pasture. So, and wound down. But it's got to happen that way, or it's going to be a mess.
Are you saying that these organizations that are in possession of this technology and that control this stuff, that are keeping it away from the U.S. government, are they like their own autonomous government, a / military / air force that is completely detached from any other world government?
They're detached and embedded at the same time. So,
and almost and more, arguably more powerful.
Oh, way more. Absolutely. This is why, it's interesting. Jimmy Carter, I was asking to tell this story. He's passed away now. So, he's addressing the camera. When President Carter was some years ago in Spain signing guitars, it was a classical guitarist who was there. He told me that he was part of our team. He said that afterwards, it was a fundraiser for the Carter team, and they were auctioning off these guitars that President signed. And at a dinner afterwards, there were a few people there, and someone asked him, they said, "Sir, what was it like being the most powerful man in the world?" And President Carter says, "I wasn't that man." And they go, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, there are certain things that I had no control over and I wasn't even allowed to know about." And someone giggled, "No, you're joking." do you mean things like UFOs? And he said, yes, that and more. So that was, of course, he was president 76 to 80. He took off 77 during less than 81 in Reagan came. Right. So once you understand that, then you go, well, who is mining the store here? Well, it's sort of like, if you remember, he was a brilliant guy, Senator Inwood of Hawaii, who did the Iran-Contra. Right. And he said there exists a secret government, shadow government, with its own air force, its own navy, its own funding mechanism, that's free from the law and above the law itself. I'm paraphrasing, but that clip is in our archive. And years later, after I did the original Disclosure Project conference in 2001, an attorney on our team, who was then undergraduate intern, met with Senator Inwood, and we had just done the National Press Club event in 2001, right for 9/11, and this attorney, Derek Garcia, has written an affidavit to this effect. He talked to Senator Inwood. He says, yes, like basically the UFO issue, that's the crown jewel of this shadow secret government operation, right? And it is above the Constitution and the law, but the kinds of technologies they have, and we're not talking about a jet aircraft or a rocket. I tell people, rockets were cool up until 1954. So if you think a SpaceX rocket is all get out, you're only 70 years behind the times, bro. So, but that's fact. But this means that you have an organization, one of the initials on that NRO document was MAGIC, stands for Majority Joint Intelligence Committee, or MAGI.
Ooh, MAGI, that's fun. Yeah. Do you think that any of these witnesses are strategic disinfo? Like, if I was the secret government and I had control of the stuff, I would deliberately inject some bullshit into this and I would absolutely put some fake whistleblowers out there.
Yep. And that's something we have to always, we've had this happen a couple times. Right before we did the meeting for Admiral Wilson, we had a gathering offsite for members of Congress. And the chairman of the House Oversight Committee was there, Dan Burton, and all these people. And we found out the night before, and I don't credit myself with this, my military advisor, who was to be nameless, and Edgar Mitchell, another person, was sitting at a bar with this guy. And he started telling things that they knew were factually not true. So I got word of that. I was already up in my room. I said, that person is removed and escorted off the properties immediately, and if necessary, by force. So that person was ejected from the meeting that was happening the next day with these members of Congress. So, yeah, of course. I mean, that's something we always watch for. And, I'm not 100%, but I'm certain that what I'm sharing with you about this is true. And I don't rely on one source. So in other words, if something, the crazier the count is, the more I want to hear from multiple corroborating witnesses that don't know each other. So there's no collusion. So that's what we tried to build with this mosaic, with this disclosure mosaic, great picture. Yeah. Because you could always have 2 or 3 people who work with each other and fabulate the same nonsense, right? So
that's something that happened with this recent fella that was just on Jesse Michael's podcast, Jake Barber, I believe his last name is.
So I know Victor.
Yeah, he mentioned you. Fantastic little documentary that Jesse Michael put together. And Michael Herrera, I believe. Yeah, and he mentioned during that interview that Jake, and I'm probably butchering this, I don't remember it perfectly, but he said that he was a part of some secret black program going to one of your conferences to try to subvert some of your witnesses.
A year and a half ago.
That was a year and a half ago. And then when he heard this guy Michael Herrera's testimony, he said, "Holy shit, that's exactly what I was doing." Yep, I think that was. I saw this with my own eyes. Yep. And then he said he had some coming to Jesus moment where he said, "Oh no, I can't do this. I have to go against the grain here."
No, he's legit. He's
I know his cover. I know who he worked for in a facility, Barbara and his team, and Fred, and also Don Paul. Great guys, and they're not gaslighting anyone. Now, they're not sharing everything either, because it's dangerous. But now there's some unsavory people that I think have attached themselves to these guys. The really handle crowd and the whole disinformation nexus of retail.
Yeah, I want to get to that. I want you to explain that to me later. I don't want to interject that right now, but that's something I definitely want to opinion.
Yeah. Well, it's the way the world works, man. In one part's information, 9 parts disinformation.
Right.
1 part truth. And by the way, the best disinformation, false information, it's sort of like a poison pill. It's coated in real information. And you swallow it, and then you're done, right? So this technique of counterintelligence, I'm quite versed in and how it operates, and how the PSYOPs, psychological warfare operations, run these operations on people who are innocent, good people. But Herrera, by the way, had approached me some years ago, and Michael Herrera was in the Marine. For people who don't know, you can go to our archive and see this account and the illustration of what he saw.
Okay, can you explain it to people who don't?
Sure. So he was in, I believe, 2009. He was a young Marine, I think 10 years old, and there was a tsunami and earthquake in Indonesia, and they were on an expeditionary force humanitarian mission to go there and help people and out of the Pacific. They were in the Pacific region. And he and 5 of his platoon buddies went off in a direction. And in the jungle, there was a clearing, and there was a 300-foot diameter, a man-made UFO. Which was basically octagon.
He knew this was man-made? He knew that it was man-made?
We could tell it was man-made, and it was manned by special operations guys, but in a civilian garb. They were told, basically took down their weapons, they confiscated their weapons, they took their IDs, they threatened to kill them for being seen. And one of the things we saw
was they killed their own U.S. Marines.
Well, they're not doing. This is this shadow secret government. Right. I mean, those are the real people committing treason and they're traitors. And yes, they'll kill their own. I mean, look at Jonathan Wyden's testimony when he was in the Peruvian-Bolivian border where he shot down an ET craft. And he and his guys came across it first, and the security people who were in there to retrieve it said, "When you talk about this, we'll throw you out of the helicopter and you'll never find you in the jungle." So this happens all the time. They do kill their own people, but they're not their own people.
They're Americans, though, right?
Yeah, they're Americans, but it's, these are people who are running a criminal enterprise. The biggest, think of the mafia. It's the largest criminal organization on the planet. So, when the FBI is ready and wants to grow up and be serious, they have a real target.
The technology that there are very few candidates.
Yeah. So the other thing that Michael Herrera saw was this crate. And it looked like it had like a little oxygen and HVAC mini portable unit on it. And he thought they were running drugs. And it turned out, because Jake was at this conference to try to bump witnesses and see who needed to be turned over for either wet works or arrest, he heard this. And of course, he immediately texted me. Because he has my number. And he went to the green.
Jake did?
Yeah. And the security guy.
So he knew you.
Oh, yeah.
And they've been going to your conference to subvert some of your witnesses.
Well, that's what his job was. It was to stop leaks and find out if I had the Panasonic Tough Book that had gone missing out of one of these corporations. I don't know which one it is. That had all this intel on it. Because I received stuff all the time, right? And he thought maybe I had it. Now, I didn't know that's why he was there, right? And prior to that, I had a meeting with one of his security people at a bar near Langley and near Seattle. Tyson's Corner in Virginia. And he gave me a little thumb drive. It was like a 10-page description of his involvement, what he was doing. And he subsequently, a month or two later, came in June 2023 to this Disclosure Project conference and press conference we did where Herrera and some other whistleblowers were speaking. But he immediately said, I need to see you. So I go back to the green room and he says, that isn't drugs, those are people. And so what they were doing, the way they get their psionic and other staff, let's call it, at these underground facilities, is that let's say there's a terrible disaster or a war-torn area. People are desperate. And they're not kidnapped per se, but it's under duress. They're basically told, you can either come with us and be part of our program, and I'll describe it in a minute, or you can stay here and die. You choose. Now, I wouldn't call that a very, but this is how this is brutal stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what was in those crates. These are people. And there were people who were candidates for being.
How do they discern what kind of people they need?
They were looking for people with a certain demographic that they felt would have a high psionic capability.
And am I correct in saying they were children?
They were children, they were women. Somehow there's a tendency to left-handedness for that ability, and gay and bisexual men. So that's who they were looking for, because like Ingo Swann was, I knew him very well. Ingo was, and he was a gay guy, brilliantly no humor. So, and who cares? I mean, people get hung up on that.
Right. It's like, if you're gay, raise your hand. If you're left-handed, like, I need you.
No, they don't do it like that. No, it's not silly. But I mean, they'll scope out, and then let's say they'll, and of course it's a rough sort of assessment. They're then crated up, taken to a facility, and the ones that pass muster for their psi capabilities, psionic, psychic capabilities, goes through a program. Now, a lot of those end up dying because they're put on drugs, dopamine, electromagnetic enhancement. So many end up dying or put in comas. And
wait, hold on, man. So getting these people. So this specific situation, Michael Herrera was in Indonesia after there was an earthquake. They essentially, you don't want to say kidnapped. That's not a nice way of putting it, but it's essentially kidnapped them
and taken under some duress. I mean, come with us or die. Right. I mean, well, you can call that whatever you want.
It sounds like some level of human trafficking. Brought these children to a secret base, secret black site that they control for psychic warfare
and for training to be psionic hijackers of these people. That's just the next part of it.
And they trained him to be psionic. What is so to hijack these crap? And you're saying that they gave them drugs? What kind of drugs they give them, and why they give them drugs?
I don't have the whole protocol. I just know that they were dopamine related and also their electromagnetic systems. And there wasn't a lot of bad outcomes. But the ones who passed through it have an extraordinary capability, but it's an enhanced. So basically the way they described it to me is that you have the people who are the operators, so the regular human folks. Right. These people are humans that are sort of machine tools that are being used to then tap into the guidance and control systems of these ET craft, because they're using what I just described, technology-assisted consciousness, where you think to it. You see these accounts of the ET standing there touching something, they just think, and it goes there. So, okay, I know this is getting out there, but
no, it's not. The crazy thing is it makes sense.
Oh, it totally makes sense. And of course, this goes back to my 1973 experience with the ETs, where I knew this is what they were using. So, and I believe that's why in 1992, General Stubblebine personally offered me $2 billion to be part of his little freak show, by the way.
What?
Yes. I said, no gracias. I
he offered you $2 billion?
$2 billion in $1992. What's this?
Why did you say no?
Well, because I'm not a corrupt person.
Oh my God, $2 billion.
I save lives for a living. I don't want to be part of a cabal of sociopaths and psychopaths destroying the planet, right?
What did he say?
There's no price.
$2 billion.
I'd be part of his team, a senior member of his team, because of my abilities and also being a doctor with these capabilities. And they were going
and who was he exactly?
He had been,
I'm not familiar with
head of INSCOM, and he was head of Army Intelligence, and General Albert Stubblebine III. And Bert approached me, and then I said, "Oh, no, the hell no." And then he went to my wife. We're about to have our 46th anniversary, and he tried to sweet talk her into this madness. And she was very nice. She said, "No, the devil speak with forked tongue." But
what did he do? Why was he such an evil person?
Oh, he was part of that whole group. He was like, he was passed away, but he was part of the same kind of group that of people like Colonel Alexander and Elizondo. They're all part of that whole operation. They have different roles, but his role was to interface from that black illegal program world with the UFO subculture. Back then, this is 33 years ago, right? So
psychological information manipulation, trying to handle the perception, the public perception of this stuff in the United States is basically what he wanted you to help him do.
Yes, but also be part of that operational team is what I think. In terms of these capabilities, because he knew that we had done. He approached me right after there was proof that our CE5 contact had worked. And there were these 4 ET craft that appeared here in Florida, outside Pensacola. So that is when he surfaced. Exactly. Now, of course, everyone makes fun of us for doing that. Oh, it's Ouija board stuff. I said, like the hell it is. You think these civilizations are using your iPhone? Why would they be using 20th century and early 21st century communications technology? They're using stuff like Elon would like to do. Musk would like to do with Neuralink, except without the wires, right? Not the speed of light, the speed of thought. Like that. Right? Instant. So that program has been in development for decades, but it reached a level of success, let's call it. I mean, if you can call hijacking ET craft and then blowing them out of the sky with electromagnetic pulse weapons, which are illegal, by the way.
I just can't get over $2 billion. You're a better man than me.
Well,
I might have been doing it. I would have saluted and been a psyop, fucking head of psyops.
I'm not interested in that. Look, I'm not rich, but I'm comfortable as a doctor. I don't need that, and I've never had aspirations for that.
Yeah.
And
I say it all the time. Whether people in the comments who think I'm CIA funded podcast. If the CIA wants to offer me $1 million, I'm signing right up.
Well, that's the joke. I mean, I've bootstrapped this whole effort for 35 years with a handful of people and no office and, a couple, some volunteers and 1.5 staff members and my wife. And so I said, oh yeah, if I were that guy, I wouldn't be doing this.
Do you ever think back, just laying down bed at night, God damn it, maybe I should have taken that $2 billion.
No, never. Never, because then you're owned. You're an owned asset. I value my freedom. I value my freedom more than I value all the money on earth.
Did he offer it in payments, or was it like an upfront lump sum?
No, the way he described it is that after the Cold War and the Soviet Union was falling apart in the late 80s, early 90s, that they had seized a bunch of assets in Eastern Europe, and they had swept the small. And that I would have control and access to that, and do a lot of money. And look, the kind of black budget money these guys have is enormous. There's another guy who told me in '93, a couple months before I briefed the CIA director, and he was technically involved with the UFO subculture, but he was a tech guy who was embedded with this shadow government. And he said, look, we have given at least 10,000 people $10 million a piece or more to secure the cooperation of what we're doing. And then he made another offer to me. And this was about 1.5 years after General Stubblebine. So I said, no, thank you. I don't want to go that route. I want to stay independent and free. But,
and I would imagine the disinfo people, they probably target media
personalities.
Oh, sure.
They probably target podcasts, maybe. You know, if they're still, I mean, imagine what they were doing with Richard Doty in like, what was it, the 70s, 80s?
Yeah.
With Paul Benowitz and the level they went to go to these UFO conferences and try to get these people to say, hey, I'm going to give you some secrets if you just go out there and give us some intel on these people. And meanwhile, the secrets they're giving them were like half-baked bullshit.
Now, have you ever seen the documentary Unacknowledged that they did? It's had about 800, 900 million.
I don't think I've seen that one, though. I watched Sirius.
Unacknowledged is the one that prompted them to shove Elizondo out into the public from his counterintelligence operation. It's had well over 800 million people see it, and in that we interviewed Mr. Doty, and he admits carrying bags of cash for people.
Oh, well, yes, I have seen this. I've seen this clip.
And he also admits that there were abduction programs that we were doing. But then he got really scared. I can't talk about that.
Right.
But I have multiple people who confirm that. Now, we also have a book in 92, They Shocked the Lay Road. They're very, well-known research on this. Astronomer, astrophysicist, I think. And he admits to having a document from the CIA from 1995.
Shock the Lay.
And go look at it. This is in the precinct. Where he admits that this document, he actually won't release it. I think he's been threatened. And it talks about the agency, the CIA going down to Argentina, Brazil, abducting peasants, making it look like aliens were abducting them using these advanced technology systems for quote, with psychological warfare around it. So imagine how easy it's like taking candy from a baby. And the amateur UFO research subculture to stage this stuff and get everyone at Twitter talking about how the aliens did X, Y, and Z. And they're staging. It's called stagecraft. I know what the technologies are. I have debriefed people who are operational on the man-made UFOs doing it. The cattle mutilations have nothing to do with ETs. It's all that we can prove.
So the Project Gasbury or something, where they detonated in the 70s, they detonated a subterranean nuke, and they had helicopters going out and basically went, is this correct? Where they were mutilating cattle and they were doing surgical operations and taking out certain parts of the cattle, the tongue, the glands, and trying to determine whether they had been infected with this sort of radiation, whether the food and the crops and the cattle had been infected with this stuff.
But that's one operation. There's another operation that gets substrate material, biological growth material, right, for their little weird gray and other looking, the man-made ETs, right? Because some of them are not just robotic, some are. But the more advanced ones are sort of what they call bio-nano machines. So they have a biological and a technological component, but they're man-made. And people go, this is house too far out. I said, but wait, imagine what kind of, if you have that kind of mad scientist mentality, like Dr. Strangelove, and you've got the virtually limitless funding, black budget and otherwise, criminal organism, drug running, everything.
Yeah.
And you've got ET technologies that you're studying for decades. You're going to be able to come out with a whole constellation of dirty tricks, right? People.
It's so interesting to detangle this stuff.
Well, that's my job, to try to make sense out of this madness.
And from my understanding of the cattle mutilation is the Atomic Energy Commission, like when they did that, I think it was in '67, where they detonated a subterranean nuke to find natural gas reserves in Dulce, New Mexico. What they did was the cattle mutilation was like a monitoring program to assess radiation leakage in the ecosystem or whatever. And at the same time, they were testing some of this exotic aircraft over the same location. The people started to think, oh my God, these aircraft are doing this to the cattle. It's aliens. So they said, oh, the people are saying that? We're going to keep flying our aircraft over those cattle testing mutilation deals. So that was like insane level of that's public perception.
But that's common, and then all you have to do is have someone write, an alien harvest, like when the meeting, or you have people write abduction books.
And what's interesting, the very people who are setting this up will guide those victims, and they are victims. I'm not saying these abduction people aren't real; they have been victimized, but they haven't been taken by extraterrestrials. They've been taken by covert human special operations made to look alien. Right. So it's a lookalike, right? So those programs, they sell. And the media, which is as corrupt as anything you can imagine, the legacy media, a lot of those people, they're, like I will be absolutely known shadow banned, but banned to tell the truth on a lot of media. Whereas if you're going forward telling a lie, boom, you're on 60 Minutes. Boom, you're on. That's true. Because the big media is, I think, probably more corrupt than any other institution in the United States or the world. Yeah. And being controlled by these interests.
Yeah, but I understand how the media is controlled by advertising dollars, but how do you think they're controlled by these rogue military aerospace companies?
Money and control.
Okay, they're backdoor and money throwing?
They're not. They have a non-official cover. By day and public persona, they're a media person. They're actually working with the agency or some other entity that's part of this compartmented shadow government. And I know people like that. And I mean, probably if I had taken the money, I would have been one of those guys, right? Yeah. So, that's how that works. And it makes. One of the problems with Washington is everyone's so busy doing a million different things. They have 99 things to do every day, and this thing, you pointed out at the beginning, and you're right, is such a confusing mess of conflicting information. Yeah, that they just go, I don't want to hear it. It is too complicated, right? But that is part of the reason they've made it complicated. It's obfuscated and hides it. Yeah, exactly. By making it just incomprehensible. It's impossible to know what's real. We have to make it understandable and kind of. I liken this to the epiphany moment in the Wizard of Oz when Dorothy and whoever the scarecrow, and they pull back the curtain, and there's this old crudmudgeon pulling the levers, right? That's what this is. So part of what we have to do is not just say, here's the evidence for NHI craft and people, extraterrestrial craft and people. But here's the other part. Here's the dominant information, disinformation, that's out in ufology, in the media, in documentaries, in films and books, has actually been staged by the very people trying to keep it secret. Yeah. So that you're looking over here and not the truth. Yeah. And they're very good at doing this. Yeah, extremely good.
One of my favorite stories is from Amy Jacobson in her Area 51 book, where she interviewed the CIA pilots who were test flying the first jet planes over the Air Force Base, and they said they purposely brought gorilla masks in the cockpit in the chance that they flew by a civilian aircraft, they put the gorilla mask on, so that they're poisoning that story already. So if the guy goes to the bar later, dude, I saw a monkey flying a jet plane.
Well, and the early abductions in the late 50s, early 60s, they had the man-made UFOs, and they had some guys very short stature, were not quite looking normal, and they're kind of like Hollywood. You can make a guy look like Darth Vader or whatever. But they had that stagecraft, and it was incredibly convincing. Because even now you look at one of our witnesses, whistleblowers who came forward a year and a half ago, Stephen Bigman, was at Fort Irwin, California in 2000. And he was called out by some Raytheon guys to look at some objects that were out over the range. And they had to cancel their live fire exercises because of this. And it was a triangular, not quite equilateral, more of a pointed triangular craft. And they didn't know he picked up a pair of night vision scopes. And he looked at it, and he saw the detail on it. And then he saw that there were several others that were holographic projections of the drilling. And so it looked like there was a field. Yeah. And this is how you stage a fake alien attack.
Yeah. They had this was all part of that declassified Northwoods thing when they were trying to stage a fake invasion of Cuba.
Well, no, this was a separate incident. But it's very similar to that. Right? It's very similar, and so they were very upset that he figured that out, right? And the Raytheon guys, 3 days later, abducted him and his wife. I'm coming back from a movie, back to the base on this road out in California, remote road. And if anyone who would have seen that craft and what happened would have sworn it was a alien vehicle. And it was. Now, he suffered terrible damage. He was very damaged. He was very sick. So, that is what happens if you get too close to the truth. And he was an incredibly sweet man, very courageous, totally telling the truth. But I would say if you took 1 million people on Earth and showed them that craft, that Raytheon craft in 2000, this is 25 years ago, right?
Right.
I don't think one person would think that it was man-made. And this is a problem for the National Security Council and the president. Because everyone assumes that what I'm telling you, they know. They don't. If you've seen the documentary Unacknowledged, you know more about this subject than virtually anyone in the U.S. does. Except the bad apples who are on the payroll of the shadow. Right. Well, so this is a problem. I mean, if you want to live in a free society and a democracy, you can't have something this important, completely ignored by your elected officials, right?
And also the benefit of having so much bullshit out there is if the truth does get out, it doesn't fucking matter because what are the chances that they're going to pick that as being the truth?
Well, that's now you're really smart because you just hit the nail in the coffin of keeping up at night.
And that's why I don't trust any of these whistleblowers because I don't think.
Well, I know the ones I know, and now here's someone like Mr. Brush. He was telling 100% truth until he started telling tall tales that were being fed to him by the UFO, right? About how the aliens had blown up villages in South America or someplace.
Oh, that was on the told him that?
Yeah, so he fell into that disinformation trap along with the information trap. But a lot of people do that. And why? Because those guys will say, hey, I can get you a $10 million book for movie deal. And I can get you on 60 Minutes. So, there are advantages to going with those folks as opposed to doing it, let's call it clean. Because doing it clean is a hard task. I mean, it's been a big struggle for me and the family. And, you have all kinds of problems because of it. But I don't regret it. I wouldn't do anything different at all. But it's dangerous and it's very ungratifying. From a personal point of view, nobody would do it, except I feel that this is something, if this doesn't get resolved properly, what Werner von Braun warned about, right? He said, look, the whole plan is to stage an alien threat so we can unite the world around this sort of fascist, totalitarian, militaristic sort of thing. It's like the movie Independence Day, right? And we'll say, let's go kick alien butt. And you see the Arabs and everybody in the world united to fight the aliens. So that's already a CIA psyop script. And guess what? 99% of legacy ufology, that's the narrative. They're the good aliens and the bad ones and those Star Wars, right? It's all that narrative. And I go, at least members of Congress are saying, look, if these civilizations were possible, given that their technologies are hundreds of thousands of years more advanced than ours, we'd be gone. We'd be a charcoal briquette floating in space. Now, do they have, and this is not to say, I'm not naive, this is not to say that those civilizations don't have some self-interest. Because what would you think? I mean, just put yourself in the shoes and through the eyes of an ET. You come across this planet, and in a few decades, it goes from, muskets and machine guns to thermonuclear weapons to very advanced electromagnetic weapons, including the so-called scalar ones that are knocking ET craft down. And then the same group going off the reservation of any controls reverse engineers your ET technologies and start using it against you. Got it? That's the crisis that no one's talking about. Because and you know, Jake and people like him will say, you know, it's at the point now where they just say AT, the advanced technologies humans have to most people on Earth would be indistinguishable from an ET vehicle or anything like that. And there's a big risk there because number one, they could stage a false flag attack and everyone can be doing, which is what their plan is. That's what the drones were all about, by the way. I mean, Mr. Trump got that wrong, and his press secretary commented on that. We know what that was. That was a psyop.
It was a psyop?
100%.
Coordinated by who?
By the same people who were trying to be sure that when this comes out this year and next, that it's done with the specter of fear. We don't know. People look at the guys, oh, I'm afraid.
They look just like hobby drones. Like they looked like they weren't moving crazy at all.
Oh no, I know a team that was under contract with Lockheed Martin that has some images of some of this stuff. And some of them are pretty amazing, and some of the daytime ones that they've captured. Now they're not extraterrestrial; they're our advanced stuff. But again, and some have said, "Well, these are originating from China," but that's a misnomer because this shadow government entity is transnational. You can label whatever country you want; it doesn't matter. It operates. You know, when I was the first time to meet with the latest efforts about 3 years ago at the Senate Intelligence Committee SCIF, and I went in there and I said, see that map of the world? Erase all the geopolitical boundaries, like the boundary between Canada and the United States or Mongolia and China or whatever. Yeah, this organization, the world is their oyster. They don't care about that. So now, the truth is, people like Jake Barber and his guys are patriots who got stuck in that system, as I said, and they deserve a clean path out, a safe path out. And that's what has to happen. That's got to happen from the Congress and from the president's executive orders, which I've seen some drafts of and so yeah, they're in here. Their recommendations are in here for what those need to be, and they need to be done yesterday.
We kind of just got really sidetracked down a crazy rabbit hole after we started talking about Jake and Michael Herrera's situation, where they were extracting these people out.
Yeah, he's the only guy who I've ever heard about who saw something like that and was not killed. Really? Only this guy, yes. Absolutely. It's a miracle. And I told him, I said, you have no idea how rare it is for someone like you, kid, 20 years old, seeing something like that, who will not be just a race you. Yeah.
So, yeah, I remember from that story, Jake was like saying, the guys were saying, should we smoke these guys, blah, 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 and they ended up not doing that.
No.
So they're taking these children from foreign countries, these underdeveloped places, and adults, but the primary reason is because they are out of a civilized environment. They're not in like a metropolitan city. They're not around technology all the time. They're in a completely native environment, and they're eating, I don't know, maybe unprocessed foods, natural foods. So they're more connected to nature somehow, and that somehow makes them more in tune to this psychic consciousness, the psionic stuff that he's talking about. And they put them in this program, give them dopamine drugs, and hook them up to all kinds of technology, and use them to summon these eggs. This is what he said: summon the eggs.
Well, not just the eggs; it's all different types of crap. But it's not. It's more than just summon. Okay. So let me unpack this a little more.
Okay.
Years ago, you heard about this weird-looking drone that kind of like a UFO that the Iranians were able to break into its guidance system and land, and then study to reverse engineer it. You guys know about this? I was on me. So, but if you look into that,
now maybe you can find it. What year?
Remember,
Iranian drone that was caught.
Hours that they intercepted and hijacked it basically by wire.
Iran did?
Yes, and landed it at a base in Iran, and then studied for reverse engineering.
You gotta find this shit, dude.
Yeah, but that it was a drone. It was not a UFO. Right. It looked weird. It was a very unusual shape, and
Now imagine being able to do that with this, instead of guide by wire, right?
Right there, U.S. drone recovered by Iran, 2011.
I'm sure we've been looking.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, see one of those strange looking ones.
Sophisticated spy plane. U.S. intelligence is spying intensely on Iranian sites believed to be developing nuclear weapons and long-range missiles. Bob Orr tells us an unmanned U.S. drone did vanish over the weekend.
The secret stealth drone, nicknamed the Beast of Kandahar, is one of America's most sophisticated intelligence tools. For the past 4 years, the RQ-17 has flown high-altitude surveillance missions over the battlefields in Afghanistan.
Okay, I got it. So here's my point in this, is that this sort of nonsense happens all the time.
Yeah.
What my point of it is, they were able to break into the encrypted, hardened guidance system, because these are all flown, a lot of them out of Nellis from or bases out in the desert underground, and they're unmanned, but they're on the other side of the world. But they were able to break into that system, the command and control guidance, and land it. They didn't crash it.
Did they do that with this consciousness stuff?
No, they didn't. I'm using this as an analogy if I can get through my sentence. So that's an analogy. Now imagine having an interstellar vehicle, NHI craft, and their technologies are consciousness, thought, interfacing. So you train these people to basically hack into their guidance system when no one's looking, and you hijack it. Instead of landing it, you bring it over to an area. Sometimes you can land the ET craft. Often what they do is they hit it with an electromagnetic pulse weapon, and it either is disabled and falls to the ground, or it's blown to pieces. Now, what I was getting ready to tell you is that in these same areas, they'll put up a TFR, which is basically a temporary flight restriction area over an area of airspace. If there is a civilian aircraft that strays into that, and they're using these electromagnetic pulse weapons, they will blow the innocent civilian Cessna out of the sky. And I know this for a fact. Sometimes the electromagnetic pulse goes outside the TFR and hits a totally aircraft that was trying to stay out of the TFR. So now we have over continental United States a real threat to air traffic, which we're always blaming it on the aliens. No, the real threat to air traffic are the man-made UFOs and these sort of operations because these are not always done over permanent flight restriction areas like a top secret Air Force base. They're done in these other places, right? So this is a real problem. I've brought it up to officials in Washington. And what's astounding to me, I want to vent a little bit here. I've been blowing the whistle on this nonsense since 93. And you always wonder, I think we have something called the FBI or law enforcement. Now, we can prove through our direct witnesses kidnapping, murder, treason, killing innocent civilians like I just described, embezzlement of U.S. federal dollars into black projects without oversight and oversight of the president or Congress. On and on. Half the federal penal code is being violated by this organization. And here's precisely where is the Congress and the White House and the FBI. So now that we have a new administration and a new Congress, and this is all beginning to come out, I think that the public listen. Need to contact their senators and House member and the White House and say, look, we need to get this resolved, but you need to enforce the law and protect, the American democracy, but also the American public. And that's not happening yet. And so that group goes unchecked while these terrible atrocities keep going. Now, what I would like to see happen is that those operations get wound down peacefully, because there's as I mentioned earlier, a glide path out to basically transform that mess into something that's forward-looking. And I think all the whistleblowers I know, that's what they want to see. Because an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. And if you go kinetic, if you go into a violent confrontation with an organization that have assets that are way beyond anything, as Admiral Wilson said, that they can deploy, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, like
it's a suicide.
What would it be like to go to war with one of these?
I know exactly. And now I'm advising a group that has been asked to do exactly that if it comes to it. And I don't want to talk about operational details about it.
But what's a U.S. military group?
I won't talk about what agency or what entity it is. Okay. But it's a SAP, it's TSSCI, top secret special compartment information. And I've been asked to provide everything I can, and I will. And I have been. I've been doing this for 30-some years. But now we have a critical mass of people who have details. I haven't even talked about some of the whistleblowers that are still behind the curtain that could be brought in and who know of multiple places. So there's one gentleman who was about to come forward and got threatened, but he was read into 18 unacknowledged special access projects still in the states. He had baseline clearance across 18 of them in a top secret Pentagon office. So we have people like that. They're living. They need to be protected. He's afraid of not only being killed, but his pension being erased because he signed an 80-year non-disclosure agreement that said that if he ever discussed any of this, that he would lose his freedom, but also his pension. And he's getting up in years. He has some more injuries. He's a hero. And I can't, what I never do is just shove someone like that out. I mean, I'm a doctor, so it's like a doctor-patient and confidentiality. But at a certain point, the people who can protect people have a legal obligation. I will say that given what is in here, that the unredacted part, what people can get is redacted, like this guy's name redacted. But there is a dereliction of duty here if they don't deal with this. And I think the American public, they need to hear. I've had so many members of Congress and the Senate say, we really need to hear from our constituents on this, right? Now, people are so apathetic. They just think everything happens by itself. No, it doesn't. You got to create a movement. So I'm sort of an activist that way. You got to have people say, look, we want this resolved. We want this fixed. Yesterday. But we also want to bring out the technologies that would save the biosphere and eliminate poverty. Mm-hmm. So imagine, I don't think the things that are flying at 200,000 miles per hour should come out right now that are man-made, because that's the missile delivery system. You don't want every terrorist in Mogadishu having that to boom do something over downtown LA. But the things that would sit on your table here and run this building from what's called the 0 point of quantum vacuum energy, that needs to come out. And that would then give us a civilization without pollution and without poverty within certainly your lifetime, maybe not mine, because I'm almost 70 in June, but it would be an amazing leap forward. And so I think my 4 daughters and 12 grandkids would actually have a planet to live on instead of it just being ruined by these 1800s technologies we use, So that is the big peace dividend. Let's call it the big peace dividend of this all coming out there. Is that imagine a civilization without pollution and where your energy needs are met without cost. Once you have you're like heat pump or something smaller, right? Provide all the energy for your car or your business or your house, and with no bill, no electric bill. The problem with that, and this is what Patrick David said the other day to me, he said, no one wants that to come out because there goes trillions of dollars in assets, right? All the public utilities don't need them. All the oil, gas, coal, nuclear power don't need them. But an electric plug-in car like a Tesla don't need it. Sure. So, well, you could use the electric motor part, but the 900 pounds of lithium-ion batteries,
the idea is like,
don't need it.
Right. Yeah. And conventional transportation and petroleum industries that prop up our economy are going to be all of a sudden irrelevant if you have some crazy 0 point anti-gravity technology.
Well, again, the anti-gravity technology really can't come out right yet. But the other can,
the 0 point,
the 0 point, what I call the station, basically a power plant that generates energy. You don't want something that's flying at that kind of maneuverability in the hands of unstable filled states and whatnot. Now, I always point out to people, the worst people in the world have that technology now, because these are shadow government operators that are doing all these terrible things. And I think they have more terrible things they're planning to do, which I don't know the answer. But I think we ain't seen nothing yet from that crowd.
I wanted to ask you about Roswell, specifically because I've talked to Amy Jacobson about Roswell, and she wrote about it in her book. I'm sure you're familiar with what she said. There was an EG&G engineer that was a source for her, and he told her that it was a craft piloted by, remote controlled by Soviet Union, and it had deformed children in there that were surgically altered by Mengele, or the Nazi Mengele, yeah. And it was crashed here to basically sow chaos. And she asked him, she's like, why the hell wouldn't you say this? This would make them look terrible, and it would be great for us if we, were able to expose this. And they would be completely humiliated on the world stage. And he said, because we started doing the same exact thing that they were doing.
Well, I'm not so sure of that, because we have interviewed people who are now deceased who handled the bodies, and they most certainly are not that. So now, have there been events like that? Yes, and we've confirmed that Russia and probably China have these same technologies. And have they done stagecraft and hoax things? Very likely. But see, a one source account, I know the EG&G folks. One of the G's is Greer. I'm not related, just on the record. But, I again, a one source, no. But, and if you look at the people who were there at the retrieval site of the one that was not blown to smithereens, that was no known about it. But in 1947, the only thing we had that would have been electrogravitic were ones that were unstable. So the what was called the disc that we brought over from Nazi Germany at the end of the war, that was not stable. And if you look at some of the old UFO home movies, and you see it looks like they're like falling like a leaf, like this. Those are early man-made ones that didn't have the gyro, let's say, or the stable. They had not mastered the gravity control. That was 54. Late 1954. So those craft would be very not that stable, but they were man-made. But if you look on the inside of them, like what's called the ARV that Brad Sorensen saw, and Mark McCandless, who's passed away, illustrated for us, and got the sort of good concept of schematics. All the interior components, and this is late 50s, early 60s, were Mercury era components when you look at it. Now it was electrogravitic, it had gone out into space before we landed on the moon, but it wasn't interstellar, and certainly if it came to ground, it would be obvious it was man-made components, so like right away. So I point out to people, one of the big confusions here is that, and it makes it easy once you understand there's the man-made and there's the non-human ET. But if you don't, and in here is a number of craft that are illustrated, and they're side by side. You see a man-made one versus an ET. Yeah. But I will say, can I see that one? Well, I'd have to be clicking around. But
so was Roswell man-made or was it ET?
That the one that's the famous case, and I think there may have been some cover cases that are mixed up. The 1945 White Sands event and that Roswell event were ET. There were, obviously, if you're out in that area, this is where you would be testing your prototype. So if we already had, remember, the Beetle Brown effect from the 1920s to 40s, and then we get the Nazi disc that was brought over by the billionaire Paul Mellon and General Patton and Alan Dulles, and it was a lot more advancing than we had in terms of gravity stability. So, and that was 45. So you can imagine that in the 40s into the early 50s, there had been a number of these that would malfunction, go down. They wouldn't want people to know that we're working on that technology, and they would be love for people to think it was alien or ET. Right. So I think think that, again, when you start getting into this sort of puzzle palace of information, disinformation, you have to first have a sort of a guidebook. And I liken this to being a doctor and having what we call differential diagnosis. So, someone comes in with chest pain. So a stupid doctor can tell it's automatically a heart attack. When it could be dozens of things. It could be a dissecting thoracic aneurysm. It could be pleurisy. It could be a pulmonary embolus. It could be a strained muscle. So I think what's happened with the UFO subculture, they try to make everything one thing, and it isn't. It's several things going on just simultaneously and being mixed up deliberately by very masterful counterintelligence and disinformation folks. And they're very good at it.
I want to talk about the disinformation stuff and the Ellis on this. I got to go real quick, so
Sure.
we'll pause real quick. Yep, we'll be right back. Absolutely. All right, we're back. Sorry, I can't. I gotta ask you that again. You were just talking about the quiet zone in West Virginia and how you did the CE5 protocols, and you said you let the ETs know that the Earth is armed.
Right. One of the protocols, if you get the app, the CE5 contact app, you can get it. And part of the training, and when we're doing these sort of remote viewing contact, we let them know that they should only appear in any way that is safe and appropriate for that time, place, and group, and that the Earth has a lot of systems that can pick them up when they come out of, let's call it, trans-dimensional space-time into 3D. So if you're, let's say you're an ET craft, you could be totally invisible to all sensors because you can shift, let's say, the resonant frequency of that whole craft, and everyone I can shift out of this dimension into a very higher frequency. So it's not 3D, but then it can pop into 3D. This is why people see them materialize and dematerialize. And when they're in the non-3D form, because they're not solid, you're not going to be able to strike them and down them as easily. Right. This is why we have some weird phenomena. It's like the CIA has a term, WSFM, that stands for Weird Science and Frickin' Magic. An engineer knew it, Northrop Grumman just calls it pure fucking magic, TFM. And so when you start getting into either the high end of the electronics that are man-made or the interstellar extraterrestrial manifestations and phenomena, you're dealing with some very strange stuff, right? And you would expect that, but it's not what people expect when they introduce this idea. So we make it very clear to these visitors that there are satellites that have what are called neutrino light detectors on them that started in the 70s. That can pick them up when they drop out of, let's call it, trans-dimensional higher frequency into 3D. Boom, it's a signature. So there's a neutrino light scatter that happens. And there are Earth-based sensors, there are space-based, and aircraft. And so they'll pick these objects up, and then they'll triangulate them and hit them with one of these electromagnetic or scalar weapons. So because we're doing this, it's very different from what was going on that Jake Barber talked about. We're not luring them over so we can hit them and kill them and reverse engineer their stuff. We're doing it as sort of a ambassadors, as it will, as civilian ambassadors from humans to them. So for peaceful contact. We're not doing it to get rich quick and make another widget. So
are there beings inside these things?
Yes. Not all of them. I mean, some are unmanned and some have the equivalent of an android drone that's ET because, they know how dangerous it is.
And my brain just thinks wouldn't these beings that are so advanced, trans-dimensional ETs, don't they have better things to do than to interface with a couple people that are meditating in the middle of nowhere?
No, they don't, because if they're assigned to do something about the situation here, they need a point of contact, right? I mean, stop for a minute. The reason I started this whole project in 1990 was not the disclosure project. That was an accidental outgrowth of the main project. It started with CE5. It started with CE5 contact. And the reason for that was that I realized that it was either in complete denial of society, our media, or most people in the government, or we were targeting them and killing them. There was no one on the earth setting up, let's call it, a peaceful outreach that would be, let's just say, an ambassador level where you're just willing to be someone who does this out of goodwill to establish the beginnings of a relationship between humans and these other civilizations. And I realized no one was doing that. And so that's why I started this whole organization in 1990. It was not to do the Disclosure Project. I kind of got dragged kicking and screaming into that once I realized that, you know, like most people, they think that the president and the Congress are in control of all these secret programs and they know what's going on. When I realized that how dangerous this organization is, that had gone completely off the leash of any oversight, that's when I started doing the Disclosure Project. But that's not what I was mainly interested in.
Yeah. But you have to warn these transdimensional ETs that they have to be careful for people beaming them out of the sky. Right?
Well, we just do it as just a reminder, because we don't want to be responsible for the loss of life, whether it be human or ET. So, you know, I'm a doctor, so above all, do no harm, right? The saying that doctors are supposed to live up to. So we don't want to set up a situation, and so it's not to say we think they're not monitoring this. It's just to remind them, and also, so don't be so willing to do something in this dimension because we're wanting this, right? Because humans are really wanting, the ones that come on these events with me, they really want to make time. There are a lot of people who are very pure-hearted about it. They're not all just jerks, right, out there. We have wonderful people, millions of people who've been doing CE5 now. And William Shatner got it and went up in that space thing, and all these people. And so what we're wanting to do is show these civilizations there's another side of humanity that isn't a warmongering bunch of jerks wanting to blow them out of the sky, right? But who is doing that? The State Department, the UN? No. So I liken this to back in the Cold War when there were physicians for social responsibility who were doctors going over to the old Soviet Union to try to create a rapprochement and a dialogue, right? This just takes this on a cosmic level where there should be humans reaching out to these civilizations for not some ulterior motive to get their goodies and get rich or turn them into a weapon system or blow them out of the sky, but because there's an opportunity coming up for humans to be part of a larger cosmic family, or whatever you want to call it.
So what kind of communication are you having when you're summoning these beings?
We don't summon them. The King of England would summon a valet.
What do you call it?
I know Jake uses that term as a calling. You should never use it. What do you use? We invite them. Okay. You summon your Uber driver. Right? I mean, this is disrespectful. It's completely disrespectful.
Okay, well
so look, words matter.
Sure.
Right?
Yes,
words matter.
I agree.
All right. So what are words? Words are expressions verbally of the thought. Mm-hmm. And the thought is expression of the consciousness behind it. So we do not call or summon them. We invite them with a sense of the equality that exists between all intelligent life. In other words, even if they're very different from us, they may have much higher IQs, more advanced technologically, but it's a level of what Erwin Schrödinger talked about, the singularity of mind, of consciousness, and that's a universal constant. On that level, they're awake, we're awake. And so the light of awareness from my eyes, yours, and ET's just thanks. Because they've done studies. Consciousness is in fact a singularity. It's not divisible. Sure. We divide it by our egos. Right? Yeah. But in reality, on a higher level of understanding, it's a singularity. So that is where we come together. This is why our motto is one universe, one people. That within the universe, at that level of consciousness and mind, we're all one people. And so that's why I don't like the term alien, which means foreign, right? I like the term, people. People say, what do you call it? So they're non-human people, they're extraterrestrial people. Now the trick here, and this is where it gets very complicated for some people, is that a lot of people will do something like that, and they'll bump into something from another dimension, right? Or like an angel or a demon or whatever. But that's not extraterrestrial. So this is where you get into this, Tucker Carlson. Oh yeah, he got gaslit by a lot of these intel folks who told him that the aliens are demons. Well, the reason he was gaslit was because they were preying on his valid, Christian beliefs. I'm not questioning that at all. But the sort of cosmology that is known within many traditional circles, they wanted to conflate that with aliens. And it's easy to do because that is another special operations capability. And that is to use very powerful electromagnetic systems to create phenomena like you see at Skinwalker or Bradshaw. We know how they're doing it, and who's doing it, and what the electronics are. Now, there's an innate phenomenon that was there, but then those sites were taken over by covert human black operations.
So this aliens and demons narrative that seems to be everywhere, where is that coming from, and what is the purpose behind it? What is the motive of it?
It is literally to demonize non-human existence so we can have war. See, everything tracks to the fear factor, right? Everything tracks back to how do you create an enemy, right? All right. So if you're wanting to aggrandize the military-industrial super complex on a international level, the card that has to be eventually played, which is like Werner von Braun warned about, will be this alien threat card. And so you can do it in a lot of ways. If you're talking to someone who's religious, you relate it to demons. If you're talking to someone who's conventional geopolitical, they're a national security threat or a air safety threat, right? If you want to relate it, whatever it is, so they have scripts and narratives to sort of affect. And what they do is they do an analysis of your own psychology and belief system, targeted. So, it was interesting. When I was at the Vatican, there's a flavor of PSYOP for everyone. Yes, and it's curated. It's tailored for that. You're at the Vatican, and I was at the Vatican some years ago when Pope John Paul was the Pope. I met with Monsignor Balducci. You may have heard of him. He was a senior theologian to the Pope, and very interested in this issue of the UPTs and UFOs. And ironically, he was also a demonologist. He was an exorcism. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting, and of course, not my cup of tea. I mean, whatever firefighters and rockets, but I was at his apartments overlooking, St. Peter's. Yeah, and he turned to me. He says, neither demons nor angels require flying saucers, and it was such a quaint, succinct way of putting it. And I go, yeah, of course. So he was talking about all this disinformation and fear mongering, because that's how you control a populace. You have to create fear, and a narrative, and you get people to buy into it.
There's two things. One, have you seen the shit Chris Bledsoe does with the orbs?
I've heard of it. I'm not that familiar with it. I know
summons orbs. Summons a bad word. He invites the orbs.
Yes, but he's also been intercepted by Jim Semivan, who's a CIA operative.
Exactly. This is another thing. This is crazy. There's so many layers to this. I know, right? I know that he has been. The crazy thing about this guy, I had him on the podcast over a year ago, and he is somehow able to invite these orbs, which I personally witnessed with him on the beach a mile away from here. Mm-hmm. Me and Steve both, we filmed it. I have the video. Mm-hmm. It's real. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, there's CIA, NRO, NASA people coming and visiting him and befriending him and going to his kids' baseball games or football games.
Yeah, I know.
And literally, it is almost exactly like the Paul Benowitz story.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And here's the problem. Anything that is of an extraterrestrial phenomenon can be simulated by these covert humans.
And so they're all of it. The orbs, the craft, all manner of phenomena. So people are grossly underestimating covert human capabilities, which is why we go out and when we're doing CE5 contact with a high index of suspicion and skepticism, it's like, is that ET or is that stagecraft? Because I know in great detail what those capabilities are. So, and so someone who hasn't studied that, and I have the advantage of having debriefed nearly 1,000 of these whistleblowers right in incorporation. So, but I think this is why I'm trying to share this with the public as succinctly as I can, even though it's complicated. My Marine buddies call it clusterfuck of stuff. But it is something that really needs to be unpacked and understood so that people aren't tricked, right? So any event that happens, I always go, well, you have to have it in your differential diagnosis or in your comparison. Was it something from another dimension that's not extraterrestrial, or a man-made, or a little more complicated subset, man-made extra-dimensional, where, you could set up a stimulation by a man-made electronic system that, let's just say, tickles some other dimension and brings something into this dimension. Humans can do that. Human covert physicists that I've worked with have done that.
So how do you explain this guy being able to bring these light balls around him and bring them around? And I was sat on the beach with him and his daughter for like 2 hours, and Steve saw this thing that was not a plane, it came out of the horizon, right? Went that way, back that way, and then just fizzled out into nowhere. Right? And he posts these all over his Instagram all the time. I understand.
I don't know. See, I haven't been with him to be able to discern.
Yeah.
It's like the old commercial. Is it real or is it Memorex? Right. Is it endogenous ET? In other words, original ET, or is it originating from somebody piggybacking on it, right, or using it? I don't know, and so I don't know the gentleman.
I'm just saying, have you heard anything similar to that?
Sure. We've had in fact, I was up on our land in Virginia, near Hot Springs, Virginia. I believe it was October and or November, and we were up at about 3,000 feet. And I was there. We had a buddy and we made a campfire, and I was doing a little meditation, and there were exactly what you described, about 15 or 20 of them that emerged and came over and below the crest in about a 40-minute period, 40-minute period. There were more than a dozen. And I'm like, okay, and they just, but so we have very similar phenomena happening.
Yeah.
But I also know that you can stagecraft that if you're a special operations group with technologies. And this is not to try to discourage people from doing CE5 contact. I'm just saying there has to be a higher level of education and understanding. And we're doing a cruise in the Caribbean, April 6th to the 12th, where it's for 200 people. We'll be up on this big deck out in the middle of the ocean for a number of nights. We're going to webinar if people want to tune in, and we're going to do this whole CE5 contact.
Oh, yeah?
I've never done it. I've always wanted to do it in the middle of the ocean.
What island?
Oh, we're going all over. It's some big cruise liner that we're reserving.
It's a legit cruise ship.
Yeah, it's like 3,100 people, but we have 200, and we're going to have the upper deck cordoned off. We'll be doing this late at night.
Wow.
It'll be way fun. I've never done it. It's an experiment. We'll see what happens.
So I saw so many questions that are still on this topic. Number one, why do you think so many spooks are so interested in them and trying to push this idea, encourage him?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert in that case. I don't know the man or his family.
Well, just let's hypothetically let's say it's somebody else, right? Somebody else who has some crazy ability, right? Why would those specific people be so interested in a person like that?
Well, because it's the same reason why the psionic operation teams are interested in people who have the innate capability. And they want to see what they're doing, how they're doing it. They may want to intercept what they're doing and confuse the picture by staging some hoax events with real ones. It's not like either or. You have to think about how these guys would think. And what that motivation ultimately is, I have no idea. I just know there's some very bad actors that's swirling around the gentleman.
I'm going to write the name down on this iPad. I'm going to show it to you because I don't want to say this guy's name on the podcast because it'll get this podcast shadow banned. Mm-hmm. And I want to see if you know who he is. Steve, blur it out or don't show it. You don't know that name? No. Okay.
No. Anyway, I get shadow banned all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Although, it's funny, I was on a conference call with a bunch of tech deals. Oh, that's a myth. Nobody gets shadow banned. I said, it's ridiculous.
Definitely happens. It happens to the UFO topic. That's very odd.
No, it's not at all. If you think about, go back to that 1950 documents, the biggest secret in the history of the United States exceeding the secrecy of the development of the hydrogen bomb. So, the idea that the high end of the intelligence community trying to keep this secret wouldn't sanitize information and the other naivete about most people now is that those interests are not only penetrating the tech companies, in many cases they control those tech companies. Right? Think of the corporate nexus. It's crazy. Think about BlackRock. Think about Google. I don't go too far into
Google was literally funded and incubated by the CIA, the NSA, and DARPA.
That's what I know. And so is Microsoft.
Crazy. Yeah. Completely batshit nuts when you go and you realize that Sergey had CIA and NSA people visiting him like monthly. And the technology teams get from DARPA, like this site. It sounds like such a crazy conspiracy.
No, I read it. No, it makes total sense.
Yeah, no, it does.
It makes total sense because if you can have keystroke by keystroke surveillance of everything, right? That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted with Microsoft. That's what they wanted with the big tech companies. And ironically, the technology for doing that, from all accounts, much of it was reverse engineered from ET materials. But they didn't let out the energy systems that would eliminate poverty and human suffering and save the biosphere. They let the things out that would enable them to have the uber surveillance state we have today, mostly through the private sector. And, if people said the government were doing these things, but instead you click on an I agree on all your tech platforms, and you're giving the corporate titans who are interfacing with the intelligence community, right, carte blanche, everything.
It's like a cutout.
It is a cutout. Yeah, it's to anyone who really analyzes this, it's obvious. And that's another question about, our freedoms and privacy and much of the constitutional protections.
Right.
And I keep coming back to that because whether it's here or anywhere else in the world, if we don't have the rule of law, then we're in the jungle. Mm-hmm. And on this issue that then has sort of infiltrated many other sectors of our society, we don't have freedom in the rule of law. I always tell people, they brag about us having a free market economy. I go, oh, really? When the most important breakthroughs of the last 100 years in science and technology that would completely turn this planet into a paradise of free energy and all kinds of technologies have been ruthlessly suppressed up to and including killing people, right? No, we don't have a free market. We have a managed economy. But so what the public needs to understand is we need to evolve out of that 100 years of nonsense and to this whole
Yo, what up, Big Q?
I mean, the new president's calling that. Well, you're not going to do just
how you living, Cam?
Pure.
I'm good. Dude, you got to be 18 to be in here. Take care.
Really on drilling more oil.
Bye-bye. Leave.
You got to create a golden age by letting our society advance both technologically, but also in our understanding of consciousness and spirituality, and that we're not alone in the universe. and do it in a way that doesn't cause everyone to go running for the door and jumping off bridges because we're being invaded by aliens.
I would love to see Trump do one of your CE5.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, maybe.
I want to see him meditate and kind of communicate with these beings.
I think, look, I'm completely nonpartisan because I have to be. I've worked through many administrations and members of Congress. Luckily, on this issue, in the Congress, it's very nonpartisan currently. The people who are into
which is interesting.
Yeah, and it should be that way. Because it's not just the United States. I'm dealing with countries all over the world and leaders all over the world. I mean, it's frankly, I won't say which ones, but it needs to be a global understanding that transcends the usual idiotic fracture lines of murderous monkeys fighting over every little division we can find, right? I think we have to go beyond that in our thinking. And on something like this, it can't just be a partisan or even just an American issue. It really needs to be a global issue. And that's never happened. There have been attempts. The original Disclosure Project event was supposed to happen at the UN General Assembly in 2001. And the UN Secretary General was threatened to put him on. He was absolutely free. He says, if you do this, there'll be no more funding for the United Nations. So we had to do it at the National Press Club. And his right-hand guy called me up and says, Dr. Greer, we cannot do it here at the UN. So, well, that was 24 years ago in May.
So, we got off track again. We were talking about CE5, and I was asking you, when you're inviting these extraterrestrials into the space in your meditation and you're interfacing with them, what is the communication?
It runs the gamut. Almost any weird thing you can imagine has happened. We've had fully materialized craft appear and disappear. We've had like that one ET that appeared between two people and then vanished. We've had unusual electromagnetic signals come through our electronic sensor system. So like we'll have magnetometers and other equipment out there, and they will override the circuitry and start communicating to us. This is very strange. And some of it's very repeatable sequences that we've recorded. Almost like Arecibo with up to $1 billion telescopes. It's just repeatable how, like a sequence, a pattern that repeats. That would not naturally occur or would not happen from a man-made source. And of course, many people have, and will be deep in meditation and get an override vision of a craft or a person and say, oh, I'm sensing something in the northwest sky at 60 degrees. 5 minutes later, the craft appears there and moves and comes over. So there's a lot of cognitive capabilities that develop when you develop the consciousness.
Any direct telepathic communication?
I told you, you gotta be 18 to be here.
And what is the context of it?
If you don't want to be banned, just leave.
It runs the gamut, but it's for many people who I know this is my experience is that they're making it quite clear they're here for very good reasons. Right now. But a lot of it is also relating to someone of where we are. And our civilization is at a point where it needs to either, change directions or it's going to face some really terrible outcomes. And it's not a threat. It's just like, this is where you are. And it's sort of like the Hopi prophecy where, one line terminates and the other one goes on forever. If you know the Hopi prophecy, Native American. Right. It's sort of like that. That is a theme that comes up a lot. And I think we are at that point where we're going to have to transition. If we continue to think in the same paradigm of division and war and conflict, it's not like we're using machine guns and tanks. We have not only thermonuclear, but these other technologies that are covert. It's not sustainable to live like this. And nor is it sustainable for the Earth's biosphere. We have 8 billion people living like we did in the 1800s, burning stuff, right? So there's very frequently a sort of Earth-based environmental message that comes through about the dangers not only geopolitically of in this war with these technologies,
but also what we're doing to the oceans and the atmosphere and genetic mutations and cancer rates.
Yeah.
That all of this is a consequence of having suppressed for 100 years breakthroughs in technology that would have moved us onto another path.
Right.
So that's what we call the documentary The Lost Century.
Yeah.
Because there's a lost century of social and technological evolution, but also with that, sort of spiritual evolution. Because what happens when a world no longer is in want and fighting over scarce resources? I think the work week will drop 10 or 15 hours a week. People have extraordinary amount of time for creative pursuits and the pursuit of higher states of consciousness and meditative and what have you. Hopefully not everyone's spending all their time on YouTube looking at kitty cats playing the piano, but that might happen too. But
I think there's two main drivers. There's fear of death, and I think there's sex. I think those are the two main drivers of our civilization, where we're going right now. There's a great quote from this show Westworld, where he's saying the human intellect is like peacock feathers. The human psyche is like peacock feathers. It's an elaborate mating call. Everything from the Mona Lisa to the Eiffel Tower to the Brooklyn Bridge, the Statue of David, all it is an elaborate mating call. Some of the best creations and pieces of artwork in human history. And that's sort of what drives our innovation and our part of it. Our drive to make more money, to get better things, to drive a nicer car, to have a bigger house. And it seems like if we didn't have that, if we were genderless and if we didn't fuck each other to reproduce, then maybe we would be on a different trajectory.
Well, I don't think it's either or either. I mean, I think you can have a body and a planet that's physical and also pursue higher states of consciousness and spirituality. I don't think the asceticism is the way. I don't think you deny the one, but you add to that a higher conscious understanding and spirituality. And I think that is the balance. There's sort of like these inherent tensions and contradictions that exist in the modern era and has for many, many times. But one of the features you mentioned earlier of the P3 or psionic operators, when you mentioned that some of these areas that we would call primitive, but they're living more in touch with nature, have this innate ability, it harkens back to the Aboriginals in Australia that have what was called dream time. And they would literally have lucid dreams at night, communicate with each other, and have meetups with no telephones or smoke signals or anything. And so in many civilizations that we would dismiss as primitive, that was just part of the natural order. Western civilization coming into science and through the scientific revolution, and also rejecting the superstitions and excesses of the Middle Ages and sort of threw the baby out with the bathwater. So I see a time where we'll go forward as a high-tech civilization, but at the same time an increasingly conscious and enlightened civilization, both. And I think that's the sort of balance where you become a very advanced civilization because primacy is with your conscious evolution. You know, the world is as you are, as it says in the Vedas. The world we see is a reflection of what our level of consciousness and thoughts are. And so I think that can evolve. There's no reason why we have to be stuck in the current state of things. Now, change is difficult, and people don't like change or adventures. I love adventures and change, but it's something that if we stay, there's like the old Chinese saying, unless we change directions, we're likely to end up where we're going. And I say, look, where are we going? I'm going to hell in a handbasket right now. Not just geopolitically, but in terms of tensions and wars, but also with the earth and the environment and poverty. You know, the Economist a couple of years ago had an article, 3 billion people on Earth don't even have energy to cook their food. So they're cutting out the brush and making deserts appear and cutting down the rainforest. 3 billion of the 8 billion. So there's no way to have a peaceful world or a just world with the zero-sum game of the current energy system. This becomes very clear. But, as Patrick David told me the other day,
if you bring these out, there's so many powerful interests. You're talking about hundreds of trillions of dollars in aggregate impact. So, and that was the mistake of 100 years ago. If these technologies had been brought out when there were only 2.5 billion people on the earth, and very few of those people had electricity and cars, it would have been a natural evolution. Now, we're either headed towards a very bad situation globally, geopolitically and environmentally, geophysically, or we have to bring these out, which will be, admittedly, very disruptive. You know, talk about disruptive technology. So, how do we do that? Well, it's going to have to be very smart and very managed. And so these are the complexities that, to be honest with you, world leaders and the President and the National Security Council need to be discussing urgently. And what I'm concerned about is that it seems that in the next year or two, this is all going to get disclosed. And when I meet with senior government officials, which I do quite often, they don't know anything about the subject. Or what they do know has been some blended false information that has led them, gaslit them in the wrong path. Yeah. And this frightens me. I mean, because knowledge is power, and if you don't have it, you're going to be manipulated into all the wrong decisions. And I think we need to have our leaders here and abroad brought up to speed on this in a serious way, which is, I mean, what I should be doing, and I'm trying to do. What I really ought to do is retire, but I'm tired. I'm getting old.
Go relax on that 600 acres.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we do. I take time for that, and I work out a lot. And you know, I was almost killed in an accident about 15 minutes ago. And,
oh shit!
Oh yeah.
What happened?
I don't talk about it. It was someone saw through the shooting my bicycle, mountain bike, and snapped out. And my left leg came off. My left foot came off. The bones were in the air. The shoulder was ripped off. My abdomen split open. I had 4 surgeries. Oh yeah, I didn't believe the things that happened to me. It was bad. It was the worst I've had. And you know, in the 90s, I had 3 people on my team killed. 2 by electronically induced cancers, and the former CIA director, Bill Colby, who was going to help us bring these energy technologies out. They just wet worked him in the river south of DC, made it look like an accident. So, you know, this serious stuff.
They literally tried to kill you on your bike.
Oh, I think it was nervous. He bumped me down. It was 3 weeks after I got back to the black site in the chopper, where I filmed the underground opening.
Yeah.
Where some of the Lockheed objects come up from an underground facility, and I tested it, and I handed it over to the Senate television. No, I'm not.
Not at all.
No.
All these people that you worked with have been last.
No. Your paranoid implies that you'd be afraid of all this. But I think the saving grace, even though I was raised an agnostic atheist, of having had that near-death experience when I was 17.
You're not afraid of death?
I'm not afraid of that. Really. Now I don't like being tortured. I don't want to be injured. I don't want to have a life of misery, which is what they've made my life in this whole thing. But, you know, no. I mean, being without this, you know, physical body and being in the worlds of the conscious life that I experienced, no, that's a beautiful thing. I don't have a death wish, but I'm also not afraid. I mean, it's sort of like the old Shambhala warriors.
If they were spirit warriors, why haven't they? I mean, I would imagine, like, all this stuff that you've been doing this for so freaking long.
Yeah.
I can't believe they haven't tried to take you out yet.
Well,
I mean, other than the bicycle incident.
Oh, I had metastatic malignant melanoma at the same month that a member of Congress and my right-hand assistant got cancer. I almost died. That was in 96, 7. But, yeah. Bill Colby is the idea. But
how was he killed?
Well, he allegedly was out communing on
a great story.
But his son probably committed suicide. But he was working with a colonel and with a member of my team to hand over one of these 0-point quantum generators with about $50 million in seed money so we could get it out
open source it and get it out to the public. And the week he was going to meet with a member of my board, floating. But it's an unsolved murder, but we know what happened. His best friend came to my friend's funeral, Sherry's funeral, and said he both had terrible losses, but can't look back.
Going back to the angels and demons stuff, have you heard of the Virginia, Brazil incident?
Yes, I have.
That thing smelled like sulfur. And in the Bible, it talks about demons smelling like sulfur.
But here's the other problem. I'm not an expert on that case. But the question is, was it ET? Was it human induced? Or was it from another dimension? And
have you ever seen anything like that? You know all about the alien species, right? You know all about the catalog. The guy said there's 69 different.
Oh yeah, and our team has had experiences with a huge variety.
And you've never seen anything like that one with the red eyes, the Virginia.
No. And one of the questions I always have is, given what I know about what human electromagnetic field experimentation is done. There's a physicist I'm working with, and he's down near the Redstone Arsenal, Pennsylvania. Space Flight Center, Marshall Space Center. He has his own skiff, I've been in, and lower level of his house is also a skiff. Secure compartment information facility. And I mean, these guys have created like toroidal electromagnetic systems where they will tap into the ninth ring of hell or whatever, and some creature will be 3D running around the lab. What? And it sounds absolutely batshit crazy, and it is, but it's true. So whatever you can imagine, Ben Rich, the week he died, was talking to a friend of mine, Jim Goodall, who's a well-known aerospace historian, and said, and Jim was pushing on this issue about what Lockheed Skunk said. He said, well, anything you can imagine that you've seen on Star Trek, we've already done at the Lockheed Skunk Works, and it's not at Area 51. It's out in the desert on the ground. And that is true. I've been over that facility. I mean, not long ago, right before I was critically injured. But so there are people who have surfaced describing some of it. Well, what does that mean? It means that the capabilities of this covert human group could stage anything. And this is why people say, well, you're the biggest skeptic I ever heard. You don't believe it. I said, well, I'm not saying there aren't genuine extraterrestrial, non-human intelligence, but there's all this other stuff. And all this other stuff is really complicated. And it makes sense once you unpack 70 or 80 years of super advanced engineering and science and technology from studying this area of physics. And one of the big mistakes everyone makes is they don't give enough credit to the genius of the people who work in these programs. Like this gentleman I just referred to, he's redacted in what we're making available to the public. He's not redacted for some other folks. Highest IQ, one of the highest IQs anyone ever met. And what I found is that people with very high capabilities, they're tapped either right out of college or in high school and brought in because they have such amazing aptitude. And there's a process for screening for that. And it's a real process. And they're looking for people with extraordinary talents and IQs and abilities. So I always tell people the smartest people I've ever met are not at Harvard, MIT, Caltech, or whatever. They're in covert operations and corporate and some government. And those guys are amazingly brilliant. And they're highly incentivized to study this and figure out different applications. And I think people grossly underestimate that. And because they underestimate it, they're constantly being deceived and tricked by human phenomena, human events, and weird stuff, and thinking it's something that isn't. And that's what happened with the skinwalker man. So it was an innate phenomenon there. I don't think it was extraterrestrial. I think it was entered an extra dimension. And a bunch of guys operating with Robert Bigelow and the intelligence community set up some electronics that ran the ranch off, so they forcibly bought it virtually. And then they set up all these weird electromagnetic phenomena there. And I know how they did it. And I had someone who was embedded in that team who's described it. Same thing with the Bradshaw Ranch near Sedona. You know, recently there was someone who works with those on a podcast talking about, yeah, that's an alien, but I've had my people scouted out. There are guys all dressed in black down below a hill, and it's a complete black site. I don't know if it's CIA or corporate, but so this happens all the time. If you have an area that has an innate, some would say a portal, but an innate phenomenon going on, those will get taken over and turned into a black site that's human. And then the public gets gaslit and deceived about all the phenomena.
So
it's more trickery.
You're saying that they will deliberately use their tricks to make it seem like there's some crazy fuckery going on there, and it's some sort of interdimensional portals with witches and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And then that will force the Rangers to flee, and they can buy it.
Terrifying.
And they can keep doing that stuff.
They ran off the people in the Bradshaw Ranch, same thing as Skinwalker. Now there's a new owner, I don't know him, but I knew the people who had it after the rancher was terrified and went off. And they can do things through normal electric wires, or power lines that they can put a signal down, and all of a sudden some creepy thing happens, and apparition appear and disappear. So this is the high end of what we call the stagecraft, or tradecraft, staging things. And one of the problems with ufology and with this whole subject is that you really can't begin to even make a judgment call on what you're looking at, right? Unless you unpack what the human capabilities are. And then you can begin to put it into categories and get some discernment. But it's a very difficult thing to do. And in 1991, I was at a conference, and a CIA guy, old guy, he looked like the cigarette man in that show X-Files. There were some of those episodes that took from my early work. And we were walking along, and he said, let's walk over on the beach. And he said, look, the truth is so much stranger than in fiction. We can sell the fiction and people will believe it. But if you tell people the truth, they won't believe it. And it's less believable than the fiction. Mm-hmm. And it is. Yeah. So that's been a real conundrum.
Fiction has to make sense. Truth doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. And the truth on this is such a tangled web. And it's been done deliberately because it has the ability to then confuse the picture, but also create this specter of fear, where the long-term goals can be fulfilled. My concern is that disclosure, I wrote a paper in 1999 called, it's on our website, When Disclosure Serves Secrecy, meaning the secret government operations. And if this issue gets disclosed the way it currently is on track to be, it'll be a war of the worlds, panic in the aisle. It'll be 1,000 times worse than COVID.
So the way it's on track to be disclosed.
Yes, where you have the people who keep going up to Congress and the White House and other places and conflating man-made frightening things like abductions and villages being blown up with extraterrestrial threat or NHI threat. And they're deliberately commingling. No one is making this discernment between a bunch of psyops and covert technologies masquerading as ET. No one is doing that. In fact, the dominant paradigm is to call all of it one thing. And in that calling it one thing, it makes people conclude there is a threat and we need to fight it. So let's go to DEFCON 1. Let's go to Independence Day the movie. Let's go to War of the Worlds. Mm-hmm. So I think this manipulation is 99% of what people hear. And I don't really, honestly, right now, if you were to put me under a certain antenna over Chris, I don't. Do you? Oh, go for it.
Steve, lock the doors.
Hey, I really don't see that right now, as things stand as of this moment,
that there is a critical mass of people who are able to come forward and not be captured, let's call it, by that narrative. Trapped by that narrative. Now, it even gets more spooky when you start dealing with senior people in government who have not been read into this, who are brand new to this. And we'll go in with information, and then right after us will be a disinformation team that goes in. Yeah, like clockwork. So, and I'm a private civilian, and there's people going with credentials from the Pentagon, right? Or some intelligence agency. So, it's daunting, but I'm not, I don't think we should give up on getting the truth out and exposing lies and cover up, but also the trickery. But I don't see right now there's a lot of bandwidth, let's just say.
So, you were alluding to earlier when you were mentioning Elizondo. He is behind this whole threat narrative.
It's mixed. I mean, he's actually evolving a little bit off of that because he needs to, and that's been exposed. But I think one of the reason he initially emerged was to be sure that 2 or 3 major false narratives came out. One was, we don't have anything that's man-made that could do this, when 80% of what people are saying are man-made covert. Okay, that was one message. The other was that it's a threat to the national security, which it is, but not from out there in space. It's the threat is within. I mean, right? But he was the rogue secret government organization is the threat. It's treasonous, it's traitorous, it's murderous, it's unconstitutional, it's criminal. So that narrative it is to say what I just described, and disclosure of secrecy. Yes, this is real. It's all coming out. The UFOs are real, which everybody's known forever. But they're a threat. And we don't have anything that can fly like that. Now, luckily, in the last 2 or 3 years...
Does Elizondo say that we don't have anything like this?
Yes, he did initially. Not anymore. And neither is Rush, and neither is Fravor and others. But that was something that I was forcefully in the public saying that is a falsehood. And I would go to senators and congressmen and say, no, that is wrong. And that is a lie and a damnable lie. Because if you believe that, then a priori, you have to think that all the horrible things that have happened have also been at the hands of the ETs, when they've been at the hands of the CIA special operations, right? SOs, special operations. Right. So I think that was the thing that concerned me the most. Now, I'm hoping, I don't have any grievance against any individual, honestly. I mean, mostly, I don't know them. I'm more concerned about the human future, the human consciousness, being polluted with a false narrative that leads us into this dystopian future of endless war and expanded war into space and all this stuff. Because that's how you get there. That's how you get to a catastrophic conclusion. So that's my big concern. And I think this is why I don't care who you are. I'm going to speak the truth about it. There's an old saying, I speak the truth whether it gives you counsel or offense. That's the ER doctor. If you've got a brain tumor, I'm not going to tell you have a migraine. Right? So that's just me. But, and it makes me very controversial and very unlikable. Yeah, I don't care. I'm not running for mayor of Crazy Town ufology either. Right? So I couldn't care about that. Sure. I care about what the truth is, but also how the truth is articulated that doesn't result in some just furtherance of the agenda of the secret group. Because what would be, this is their dream, is to let this come out and pivot the whole world onto a path of meeting Big Brother to run endless war and offensive and defensive operations against NHL. Right. That's been the plan. And I, right now, I will say that the weight of the thrust of how this is being brought forward, if you look at media reports and social media, that is the thrust of what's happening. We're trying to bend the curve towards something truthful, but also a positive outcome for humanity and for the United States, because the United States is the crown jewel
in these covert programs, and many of our big corporations are tied into these in a compartmented special projects divisions, and a lot of them. So I think we have to figure out how to do this, but this needs to come out where it's, and I basically in here there's a, you're gonna laugh, it's a draft speech for the president and other world leaders to get that I've written.
Why I laugh about that?
No, like I was speaking over earlier, I said, but it has to be, this coming out, you cannot speak about this with, well, let's just blow them out of the sky, right? That kind of thing. So, this is dangerous, the kind of talk that attends the disclosure discussions. It leads to a catastrophic outcome for the Earth and humanity. And there's one other risk that's a little bit more ominous. And that is, there are 3 different people I'm working with that don't know each other, that have been in comm centers, communication centers, where somehow they have intercepted communications from NHI, extraterrestrials, that they're getting quite fed up with the fact that we are taking their technologies and using it against them, and that has reached the point where we are a threat, not just to ourselves, but out there. So people are grossly underestimating how those covert programs are threatening Earth, because not that these civilizations are hostile, but they certainly are not going to let a rogue group of psychopaths threaten other worlds. So if we don't get this under control, it'll have to be brought under control. But the worst case scenario is, well, the aliens just fix this. I said that would be the worst case scenario, because if that happens, it'll be portrayed as an alien invasion.
Wouldn't the aliens?
And they're too smart for that.
Yeah, the aliens are smart. They're way smarter than us. They have to be.
IQ 400, north of 400.
So why wouldn't they just quietly go after those people and just shut them down?
There'd be no way to do that without it also being portrayed by their lackeys in government and media as an alien invasion. So
I'm saying quietly do it. So
there's no way to quietly do this, my friend. I mean, if you start looking at the map in here, and the list of corporations, sites, facilities, the trillions of dollars involved with this, that ain't going to happen where it wouldn't be noticed. Now, humans can get our, and here's what I think, here's one of the messages, is that we need to fix our own mess here. And there's no reason we can't. I think it's sort of a weird cosmic codependency to think that someone from out there is going to land here and fix our problems. I mean, how well did that work in Afghanistan, right? Or we're going to go in and nation build, and they're right back to warlords and nonsense. It's got to come from the people, right? Now, I don't necessarily say the leaders, the people. The people will lead, the leaders will have to follow. But we've become very passive. And I think we have to not be so passive. I think the people need to speak up, stand up, articulate, and hopefully exhort our leaders to do the right thing. I grew up I was born in 1955, so I remember I grew up in the South before. And my grandmother's Cherokee, my father's Native, and they were called half-breeds. And I have a twin sister who looks pretty Native. But at that time there was Jim Crow in the South. There was still segregated water fountains, all that. And I remember how weird that was. I mean, I was 4, 5, 6. And I'd go to a water fountain where there was no line, and a little old lady would grab me and say, "Don't drink out of that one. That's for," I think they said, "colored people." Or something. Yeah. And I went, because my parents were not all racist. I went, "Well, is the water different?" It was like this magical system, this racist system. And I saw that evolve. And I had an African American girlfriend in high school. She was got run over by a bunch of racists who did not like that. And, but that all changed, not because the president and Congress changed it. It happened because of Beard Rustin and Martin Luther King Jr. And there was a movement that made that happen, right?
So I think people forget that big changes in society rarely come from the top down. It comes from the people up. Sure. And this is that lesson is lost on most people today because most people will just sit around looking at their phones and don't do anything. But I remember that. And I remember how different, I mean, things aren't perfect now with race relations, but boy, there's a big difference from the 50s and 60s when I was a kid. Man, imagine having an African-American girlfriend in North Carolina, 72 or 3, you know. So I think that, you know, progress can happen, but it's a lot of hard work and a lot of sacrifice, and people have to stand up and be heard. And that's part of what the whole disclosure movement has been about. That's when I started. People don't realize that we started the whole disclosure movement in the 90s. Because now, even the word disclosure is used by the New York Times. But that was, we started that in the mid to late 90s.
Yeah. Now, obviously, I think you've said it before, but you believe that people, organizations, whether, I don't know if you were talking about the government, if you're talking about these rogue groups, have possession or captive alien bodies.
Yeah, they have living ones.
They have living ones. And who is this? Is this the government, or is this rogue organization?
That's a rogue government. It's a secret government, and those are in places that need to be what's called liberated. And
do you know where they are?
I'm not precise. I have a very good idea. So one of the things we have mapped are the underground entry points, and then and the connectivity. Say you have the Edwards complex, and then you have east of there what's called the Ant Hill, and those are entry points into underground training facilities or bases. But they connect underground to Nellis and out to the northern net. So it's an underground. That's what they call an ant hill. If you go to an ant, you tunnel on, you go in into all these connections, right? So we have a very good idea of where those are, and some of the whistleblowers we're working with know even more. And that needs to be provided to people in the U.S. government so that they can get control of those. And there are some very brave men I'm working with who have been special forces guys who are prepared to go in and get those facilities under control and also to liberate those people.
That's crazy, too. If these things are so smart and so advanced, how are they going to let one of their own be captured by us?
Well, you know, that's a lot of people say that, but just because you're advanced doesn't mean terrible things won't happen. I mean, you know, technically you could throw a bunch of spears by cavemen into the rotors of a Sikorsky helicopter and jam it up and have a crash. So, you know, bad things happen. You know, of course, being a trauma guy, I mean, you just see the weirdest things happen. So just because they're very advanced, people conflate that with being infallible.
Right.
Well, I mean, God's infallible, but certainly no individual person or civilization is infallible. So this concept that just because they're extremely high-tech and bright, I mean, they're infallible, no. No, is it that often that it happens? No, it doesn't. The one site I was over, I was told there were 1 or 2 ET craft per year down. And I went over 2 black sites. And so, you know, 2 to 4 a year over a big area of that part of the desert. So it's not like they're dropping out of the sky like flies, is what I'm saying. It's still terrible. But then remember, we have sites like that all over the world. Out back in Australia, South America, all around. And it's still tragic, and it shouldn't be happening. And when there are ones that are living, they just don't flat out kill them. They would prefer to interrogate them and keep them. And so my understanding is that there are a number of ETs that are in captivity and are still living. One guy euphemistically called them refugees. I think not. They're prisoners. But, you know, so I think that is another, you know, humanitarian effort that should happen at some point where they're free.
And how many different versions or species of these things do you think we have? Have you ever seen any of them in person?
I've not seen living ones in captivity in those bases, no.
So gang-sized bitches doing coastline.
They're not, to my knowledge, I've never heard anyone describe the variety of them.
I know that in the crash retrievals, now we have 122 documented crash retrieval events that are in part of them are in here. In our archive, bpiarchive.com, all of them are in there. And they range from ones that are a foot and a half tall to some that are 8, 10 feet tall, and all kinds of different, we would just say, genetic expressions. But they seem to all have a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. But interesting. But beyond that, there's an infinite variety.
What about the mantis ones?
Well, that one that was the healer, when you see him, it's sort of a triangular head, and they're known as really extraordinary healers. I mean, they have some amazing healing capabilities.
That one over there, this guy, that's a mantis.
Yeah, what some people call a sort of triangular head. You can see it, sort of, you can outline it. I have my cursor over here. But remember, this is in complete darkness in the wilderness up on a mountain in Arizona. This was actually in Oracle, ironic, O-R-A-C, Oracle, Arizona. Yeah, a couple years ago. And so that's, and we love doing that. That's my real passion, is going out and the experimentation and using consciousness and remote viewing to make contact and see what happens. And a lot of it varies on the group, because if there's someone not on the page or someone there who's filled with superstition and fear, they won't show up because they don't want to be around dumb people who haven't figured out.
Now, what?
Sorry, but if you haven't figured that out, then why are you out there with us? Go home. Yeah, and go look at Stranger Things or something.
How far have you gotten in your investigation into those beings that you talked about and studied in your Sirius documentary? The small beings, and I think you talked about Gary Nolan worked with you on that.
Yeah, Gary Nolan received a lot of money right after we gave him a genetic sample, and he altered the results of it. So we don't know what that creature is.
He received a lot of money.
Yeah, I think it was $3.4 million from the Pentagon, and then so he is now contracting with the intelligence community to show UAP injuries, which is just a psyop. Yeah, of course. I mean, the UAP injuries are all man-made, but of course, you get someone like him. Yes, of course. And George, you put this stink on the ETs when it's something we've done, right? So unfortunately, I think that went sideways very badly. So to this day, we don't know what that thing was. Now, he published a report saying it was a deformed fetus, even though the top geneticist or doctor who does with bone malformations said no way, because it was global. It had growth plates, consistent, equivalent of a 6-year-old human, but it was only about 6 inches tall. And so we don't know what it was. It could have been something that is a completely unknown species on Earth. It could have been something that's a result of both Earth and non-human interactions that are ancient in that part of the Atacama Desert in Chile. Yeah, there are accounts of these UFOs being seen and these small creatures. The adult ones are like a foot and a half tall. But to this day, we actually don't know what it is. I mean, I never said it was ET. I said we don't know what it is, but it's most certainly not human. So what was published was by Gary Nolan and those guys. And I've had the top geneticists in the world tear apart their data. It's totally hoaxed. It's totally academic. So, yes. But this happened, this is why you asked about being paranoid. I'm careful, but I'm not paranoid because I've had so many people who could go on the path of finding the truth, and they either get blackmailed and or both by given a lot of money. And the next thing you know, everything goes sideways. And so, I've seen that dozens, hundreds of times in 35 years. It makes you a little bit cynical, I guess, or skeptical. So, but no, he completely started out as an honest person. I know that, and when we first met in 2012, I think. But at this point, man, it's got to be cleaned up. It's a mess.
What about those mummies that were or in Peru, the mummies that were shown in Mexican Congress by Jamie.
Those were actually from Peru and from a cave.
Right.
And we know, I know the researchers, the scientists who look into that. I've never been down there, but it was handled like you would handle. There's a lot of buffoonery that goes on with this culture. It was handled in a poor way, but I actually think the actual mummies are legitimate, very old, thousands of years old, non-human species. Now, how they got there, where they're originally from, but these are not hoaxes. I've seen the cross sections, I've seen the CAT scans, but unfortunately, I was going to go down there with the team that spring last year and try to do a scientific expedition, but there was too much interference from other people, and I pulled out of that. But there needs to be a whole series. You have to do ancient DNA, right? Which I mean is different from DNA you pull on a live person, and it's a whole different technique. You need to have really good forensic dissections, partial dissections, and you need to have everyone in CAT scans, and then the metal objects on them have to go through a very sophisticated, expensive analysis to see if the atomic, let's just say whether it was of Earth origin metal or from out there, and you can do that. But this is a very complex and expensive and time-consuming endeavor that would run into the hundreds of thousands to a couple $1 million to do, right? Properly. Now, there's never that kind of, the only funding like that in the UFO subculture is to fund things that are disinformation operations. Fact. So that has not happened yet. Maybe it will at some point. But my assessment of it, I actually visited a man in Utah who had acquired several of these, but they were still in Peru. And he gave me a lot of information that when I saw it, he was a scientist. And I went, yeah, these are real. Now, their origins, I don't know. And no one's, to my knowledge, done a proper DNA. Someone attempted to, I think it was a Russian archaeologist, but it was not done properly. I don't have faith in it. Because it's very different when you take DNA from either someone recently deceased or living. Sure. How you run that is very different than what's called ancient DNA. And ancient could be even 30 years old. Because it breaks down in a way that to get a correct genetic code read on it, the completely esoteric and specialized genetic sequencing. It isn't like regular genetic sequencing. So, I would know how to direct that scientific project. I haven't had time. And then when we were going to go down, there was all kinds of nonsense and theatrics and trickery. And I said, I'm out of here until this gets cleaned up. Yeah.
So, what's on the horizon for you as far as like your whistleblowers, and what do you think is going to happen, and in what time frame, as far as getting these people like Jake in front of Congress and getting this stuff actually not going into a skip and disappearing, and actually seeing something happen, something tangible take place, and guide this whole thing in the right direction?
Well, you make a good point. One of my concerns is this comes out and gets spun as a threat, like I was talking about, or it simply goes back into the black pit of Calcutta. In other words, it just gets put back into a black project. It begins to serve as it slammed back down again. Both could happen. Hopefully, it's neither do. But so what I'm continuing to do, I'm going from here back up to. Well, I'm actually giving a lecture here in St. Petersburg.
Oh, really?
And then I'm going to be going back to D.C. for some meetings with Congress folks, and then I'll be back down here to meet with a general.
Oh, really?
Who is, yes, and who had been at one point the national security advisor for a president. So, we're trying to still work the system and get the more important trajectory, I think, is going to be empowered people through an executive order
to take all of these whistleblowers we have, protect them, and then get their information, and then get those old legacy corrupt programs under control. And that's the real plan. And whether we can make it happen, we're going to give it the all-out effort this year. And I think it can. I think there are people in the new administration very open to this. I don't think they have much information. I mean, I've met with some of the incoming prospective cabinet members already. And but I don't think there's yet a consensus on the path to take. And unfortunately, a lot of them have been targeted with false information. So it's complicated, just like members of Congress have had that happen. The best I can do is give the information, the evidence, and the advice, and see how they carry the ball. In the meanwhile, I actually think that they need to hear from the public. The public can get this and say, "Oh, these recommendations, these executive orders, and what kind of do it? Just write a letter to your members." And a lot of people don't do that. They think it's very old-fashioned. But I mentioned this earlier. I've heard from so many people in Washington who are elected representatives, and they go, "We really want to hear from our constituents on this." But most people, this is entertaining for people.
Yeah, it's just that's the other thing about it that we haven't talked about. We've been talking about the psyop within a psyop angle of this whole thing the whole time, and the counterintelligence, disinformation, and strategic deception. But you have to layer on top of that this whole subject is a business for people too.
Yep. Yeah,
there's people that build their careers off talking about this stuff and doing all kinds of crazy shit.
I lost my career over it. I've given up $15 or $20 million.
I mean careers based on the topic itself.
Oh, of course. And the scarier and more false it is, the more money it is. Because they're going to open every door to a book publisher or a big movie deal if the information is BS, right? But it's scary. So that's the other thing I discovered is that, we'll put something like this out on print on demand. But HarperCollins will give someone $1 million contract to put out a book that's full of nonsense and disinformation designed to scare the hell out of people. Gee, I wonder how that happens. So, this is something I just accept as the way things are right now. It might change.
Well,
and we've started our own podcast, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, tell people where they can learn more about what you're doing and your website and all that stuff.
Yeah, so you'll be able to get this now on our site, the briefing document material. We have a podcast that we've started. We've only done, I think, 4 or 5 episodes. They're not fancy like this. They're very homemade. But that's our band.
The homemade ones are the best.
Yeah, it's quite primitive. But it's to get the information out. And as all this begins to break, I want to be able to, on a weekly basis, comment on it. And then if you want to sort of be part of the CE5, there's the app, CE5 Contact. You can go in your app stores. And if you want to join us for that cruise down the Caribbean virtually, now, a caveat there, there'll be places for Starlink and our connectivity out in the middle of the Caribbean won't be live. We'll have to record it and put it out. But there'll still be a fun experience. And you'll really learn a lot because you'll be part of the daytime conference and then also the nighttime. 4 of the nights we'll be out on the upper deck on the stars in the middle of the ocean. And we'll see what happens.
Okay. So, Steve, we have Patreon questions. Our beautiful Patreon community has some questions for you. We can rip through those real quick, and then we can wrap it up. So this is the podcast for everyone. Good night, folks. Thank you very much. Sleep tight.
Thank you.
Same thing, come on, every day. You see other things come on, but you can't watch it. When you get married, you gotta hang around other married people. I got a boy that was married. Been married for 6 years. Videotaped this wedding day. Never watched it. 6 years later, now he watch it every day. But he watch it in reverse. I asked him, he said, I love seeing myself take that ring back off her.
And it's not so much I'm scared. I'm simply trying to report. When you have behavior scientists teaming up with venture capitalists in the Catholic Church, that's worth writing about. That's the story. These are empty out for a reason. You lied and covered up a scandal in which you destroyed people's lives. Now let's try to rebuild it with psychedelic drugs. This is an insane idea.
What's up, Travis?
What's that?
Thanks for coming, brother.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Dude, your background is fascinating. How you got into journalism and how you got into this crazy, weird, long investigation on religion and psychedelic research and the psychedelic renaissance and the stuff with the immortality key. For people who don't know who you are, just can you give us like a background on how you got into journalism and what happened with you being involved in that John Hopkins psychedelic study?
Yeah. I was living in Baltimore, and my background is in engineering, so I was actually working at a local hospital, installing and repairing medical equipment. And I got into journalism because a friend of mine, Bernard Woods, he was an editor at the Baltimore City paper, which is like an alt weekly. I'm guessing your audience knows what an alt weekly. Before the internet, all over the country, you'd have like the Tampa City paper, the Philadelphia City paper, the Baltimore City paper. And alt weeklies were a place to where non-credentialed journalists could write about the local scene, local bands and all that. You know, like the Village Voice is kind of a prototype. Right. So the Baltimore City paper is like legendary alt weekly. I met Bernard Woods, and he said, "Hey, I've been writing this column on country and bluegrass music, but they gave me a bunch of other work. Do you want to do it?" I was not a writer at all. In fact, I was making films at the time. And he said, I said, "You know what, the hell with it. I love country and bluegrass." And I thought, why not? I'll try it. He thought I was a writer, and I didn't say anything. So I was like, you know what, I'll try it, and if it sucks, we'll just fire it. Yeah. So I started doing that. And then every now and then they would send me a different assignment, go to the museum and write this up, or go to a concert and write the concert up, or interview this person. And so I started being like, man, this is fun. Compared to film, where you need a lot of money and 4 or 5 different people and all kinds of equipment, you need a pencil and a piece of paper or an iPhone, and you're ready to go. So I happen to live in Highlandtown in East Baltimore. And Bayview Hospital is the site of the Johns Hopkins Psychedelic Research Center. And so they advertised in the Baltimore City paper. And so there was like a novelty aspect when you write an article. You want to see your byline. And me, it was like, cool, I wrote an article, look, my name's in the paper. So I was down in Fells Point, Bertha's Muscles, with my friend Bernard, who was the bartender there for years and years. And I was flipping through the paper looking for an article I wrote, and I passed a page and it said, "Have you done psychedelic drugs? We will pay you to participate in a study looking into the effects of hallucinogens on mood and behavior," something like that. And so I immediately called. And so, I was thinking, well, the bureaucracy of Hopkins, would they ever get back, or would it happen? But somebody actually picked up. And he said, "Yeah, why don't you come up here next week and we'll talk." And so I was like, okay. So I went up there, and they did they do a physical, they give you a drug test, and then they do essentially talk therapy before they let you know. They want to know about your background. They don't want somebody in a psychedelic study who has a history of mental illness. They don't want somebody who's a drug addict. A lot of the studies they want people who are naive, meaning you've never taken a psychedelic drug. This study was the first one they had done to where they specifically wanted people with experience. And I'd already taken LSD, psilocybin, many other psychedelics. And so I got into the study. And that's how I had already been interested in psychedelics long time. Terrence, standard stuff. Terrence McKenna, John C. Lilly, Timothy Leary, Robert Anton Wilson, just the standard stuff that you can buy at a New Age bookstore. That was my experience.
How old were you at the time?
I was probably 25.
You were 25?
Yeah. Well, when I finally entered the study, I probably was maybe 28.
Oh, really? It took 3 years by the time you saw it?
No. What I'm saying is, let's do that. It was in 2014, so I was 29 or 30.
Okay.
When I did the study.
And what was it like when you applied for it and they brought you in, and what was the process of being introduced into this?
Yeah, well, okay, so like I said, they interview you and make sure that you're a good fit, and they say, okay, this is a guy we can have. These things are heavily screened. Like, you can't be over 50. They want a particular kind of person because they want a particular kind of result, right? So this study there was a whole list of psychedelics. They didn't say this is going to be psilocybin. They said it could be psilocybin, it could be LSD, it could be ketamine, it could be DXN, it could be any of these things because it's double blind. And so that was the onboarding process. And then they just tell you, show up I did it every Friday. You pick a day of the week. They run studies Monday through Friday. And they said, we're going to start every Friday at 8 a.m. until it's over. And I think there were 6 sessions, and you're going to get 1 placebo. And so I started one Friday. You show up at 8 a.m. There's very strict instructions. You can have like a banana for breakfast, but you can't go out to Denny's and get a brain slam or Uncle Herschel's a Cracker Barrel. They want your stomach mainly empty so that the drug takes effect very quickly. If not, you may get there and then at 3 p.m. they're like, well, you're still tripping. They're trying to, it's hard to do because, as you well know, it's hard to fit a psychedelic trip inside of strict lines of a business day. Like, well, it's wrapped up till the trip, And so sometimes, one time, I can tell you about, they had to kind of help me out of there because this was high doses of psychedelics. So one Friday, 8 a.m., I ate my banana, and I lived so close, I walked up to Bayview Research Center. Now, some people out there, Johns Hopkins School of Medicine is the most prestigious medical institution in the country. The main, and it's a university. So downtown Baltimore, you've got the Homewood campus. And then by my house in East Baltimore, which is actually Greektown, which is ironic considering the context here. But Bayview Hospital has the National Institutes of Drug Abuse. They have the Joseph V. Brady Behavioral Biology Center, which is where we were at. Because remember, people get confused. They think these are studies from drugs. They're not chopping up mushrooms and looking at them and putting under microscopes. They're studying religion and they're studying human behavior. They're interested in the intersection of religion and human behavior. That's what the studies are looking at. They're looking into religious experience and mystical experience, though it's sold as a study looking into the effects of drugs.
Okay. Was there a point? At what point did you start to question the drive behind the study and the intention behind the study?
Well, I got out of the study, and like most people, I had 5 very powerful experiences. Though I had done psychedelics before, I never had anything remotely close to what I would call a mystical, spiritual, or religious experience. Taking drugs in one of these studies with a particular playlist, blindfold,
music playlist
that's intended to drive a particular type of experience. They're trying to cultivate a very particular kind of experience. They're not going to let you pick the playlist or just hang out and take drugs. It's not like going to Grateful Dead. So they are masters at inducing a particular kind of experience that they believe is therapeutic and in studying the effects of the drugs. So when did I begin to question the aim of the study?
Yeah, and first of all, how long did you do? You did it for how long?
Well, it lasted several months because after one particularly powerful trip, it had weird effects on me, and Roland Griffiths said, let's wait a couple of weeks. And normally you do 5 in a row, 5 Fridays in a row. I ended up skipping a couple because of what happened in one session. It was DXM.
What happened?
DXM is the active ingredient in Robitussin. And I used to live in San Diego with a bunch of Navy guys, our brothers in the Navy, and they would do what's called robo-tripping. You just drink a bunch of Robitussin.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, it gives you like a strobing effect.
I've never done it, but I heard stories.
Yeah,
it's popular down here in Florida.
It is, yeah. It's popular everywhere. Mm-hmm. It's something kids can do. And they, go to the store and steal some Robitussin.
Yeah. You robo-tripping, baby.
Robo-tripping. So they gave me a really high dose, and it almost instantly after taking it, I laid down and I didn't feel good. And it just almost instantly popped me out of my body. And I kind of floated around the room and was seeing myself from different perspectives. And I could see the guides of the study. And I felt like I could see them from outside of my body, and I could hear them talking about me as if I wasn't in my body. And so it made my body feel very heavy, and then it felt like my consciousness floated out of my body. Mm-hmm. And then what happened was at night when I went home, I was having sleep paralysis. That night I went home and laid down, and in the middle of the night, I lived in inner city Baltimore, it's pretty wild, and I heard somebody knocking at the door. It was the middle of the night, and I couldn't get up. I tried to get up, but instead something like my consciousness or something went down to the door, and I heard doot, 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 and I tried to get up, but my body wouldn't get up. This is a very common phenomenon, sleep paralysis.
Yeah.
And so I told them, because they call you the next morning, like, hey, everything okay? And I was like, well, this thing happened. And they said, okay, let me have Roy call you back. And then he said, you know what, let's take a week off just because that was crazy. But it had other really interesting effects too. It made my vision better. It has really strange effects. There's not a lot known about it. But they were doing psilocybin and DXM head-to-head.
And so you're saying, so what about the DXM is so similar to Robitussin?
That's the active ingredient.
That's the ingredient in Robitussin that causes the trip.
Yep. And you can buy it if you go to, I hate to say this, but if you're an adult and you want to try it, go to Amazon and you can buy pure DXM pills, as many as you want for like a penny.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But don't do it, because I will say,
do not do that, folks.
Don't
do that.
Don't do it, because at high doses, it can put lesions on your brain and turn you into essentially a vegetable. It's dangerous. Don't do it.
Holy shit. Okay, so psilocybin and DXM are the two drugs that you were given.
Yep.
But did they tell you before they gave you that?
No, it's double blind, so not even the people giving it to you know it. It's extremely strict, so they have the pharmacy come up, and they have no idea what it's going to be. So they give you something, and your guys
don't even know.
They don't even know. It's double blind. They have no idea.
What do you think the difference was between the DXM and the psilocybin?
A huge difference, because like I told you, I thought it was ketamine. I had done different psychedelics before, and I thought this is ketamine because I fell down. I was on the bed, and I felt like I was going to go under surgery. I thought it was an anesthetic, and it's unlike psilocybin. I mean, the psilocybin experiences there followed a very kind of typical archetype. DXM doesn't do that. You won't get a mystical experience off of DXM.
Okay.
It's more like ketamine.
And the DXM made your vision better, you said?
Next day, I felt like I've worn glasses my whole life since I was a little kid. I felt like my vision was so much clearer and so much better. If there's some link between that, I don't know. I haven't really looked into it, but they want to know, look, you have to write a report after every session. And so I put that in there and everything else, because there were a number of effects that I thought, this is really bizarre.
Yeah.
Like I just didn't even have my glasses on. And for a while, I just didn't even wear them.
With the whole thing combined, was there any sort of change you noticed in yourself after the full experiment was completed? Like, was there any sort of different outlook or any sort of different insight that you took from it?
Well, it gave me an enormous amount of enthusiasm, which is what the drugs do. It gives you an enormous amount of enthusiasm, and the immediate thing, not everybody, but many, many people have, is everybody else has to do this. Everybody. All we have to do is find a way to do it, and then you get religion, because that's immediately what I thought. So I was writing articles, this is what we have to do. Everybody must do it. This is going to fix everything. I believed all of that.
Why did you believe that, though? Why do you think you believed that?
Because of the nature of the experience. The nature of the experience gave me the idea that the problems in the world didn't result from any external political things or structures in the world. It had to do with a level of spiritual immaturity, I guess maybe you could say. But the basic idea, which I wrote in an article, was that whatever obstacles were in my way as far as success and doing the things that I wanted to do and to feeling better were internal, were features of my psychology that could be worked out through one of these processes, through these drugs. So I felt that I had achieved new insight into myself. And by achieving new insight into myself, I achieved new insight into the world. It gives you a completely different perspective. You might call a mythological perspective on the world. This is extremely common.
Yeah.
And so this is why when you have these experiences, you start reading stuff like Jung. You start reading stuff like McKenna, who was really kind of an acolyte of Jung, because you go, oh, this is a totally different way of looking at the world.
Right.
It's the left-hand path. It's the esoteric path. So, yeah, I definitely felt different. I had an enormous amount of enthusiasm, and I immediately said, this must be what's behind religion.
Long winter.
And I asked Roland Griffiths, who was in the room. Roland Griffiths started the psychedelic renaissance. No Roland Griffiths, no psychedelic renaissance. He was a psychologist who was at Johns Hopkins. He died in 2023. But of course, you're at Johns Hopkins. You got Roland Griffiths, who's, woo-hoo. And so I immediately said, what's behind this? What do these drugs do? I thought for sure he knew. And he said, you don't know. And I'm a OCD type researcher, reader, and I thought there must be an answer for this somewhere. Somewhere must know this sort of what it does from a scientific standpoint. And I did tell him and Matt Johnson, hey, I think this is what's behind religion. No, I thought this was some great insight, and I'm sure everybody says that. So Roland, he didn't have much to say about it. Matt said, I don't think so. You should read Andy Letcher's book, Shroom. But I was convinced because I'm not from I'm from Kentucky, so I was around people who were religious, but I've never been religious. In this experience, I was convinced that, wow, this is totally supernatural. It's totally real. We don't understand it. What is this? So that was my immediate reaction, was to start looking into the origins of religion, into the literature of the psychology of religion, because I wanted to know what we could find out about the drug and what we could find out about these experiences.
So for people who may not know who Roland Griffiths is, he was the guy who spearheaded the whole psychedelic revolution. Can you explain to people how that happened and how he became to be?
Yeah, what happened was in the 1990s, a guy named Bob Jesse, who's a computer engineer from Baltimore, he went to Hopkins, genius guy. He went out in the late 80s. He was an employee of Oracle, which is owned by Larry Ellison. It was a CIA contractor. Their first customer was the CIA. Bob Jesse was the vice president of marketing. He was very high up. He took MDMA to rave. He said, this is going to fix the world. We have to do it. Put it in Russia and utopia. And he started to raise money for studying psychedelics. He held a bunch of conferences, and what they needed, what they did not have, they said, let's restart the psychedelic movement. Timothy Leary, he had ruined it with all these political antics and was being reckless. What we need is a scientist with a conservative reputation that can get the application approved to study it, because there was an embargo on them. And if me or you would have said to the FDA or the DEA, hey, we want to study psychedelic drugs, would you give us a little bit? And what do you think they're going to say? When Roland Griffiths, who had spent decades studying opioids and tobacco, he was giving opioids to apes. So he's a behavior scientist.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, so he was at Hopkins his whole life. He was a very distinguished psychotherapist.
Didn't he criticize soda companies for putting caffeine?
He did. He studied caffeine, and he was on a jihad against the soft drink manufacturers. So they hate him, and they actually published hit pieces on him.
Wow.
But he was after them because soft drink manufacturers said, we put it in there for flavor, but it has no flavor. So he accused them of putting it in there to addict the consumers. Right? And so he eventually became bored with studying opioids and tobacco.
That's interesting though. How did caffeine become such a common theme of soft drinks?
Good question.
Because the only reason I drink sodas is for the caffeine.
Absolutely.
I don't drink a soda for the taste.
That's what Roland said,
right? If I'm drinking a Mountain Dew, obviously it tastes great, but I'm drinking a Mountain Dew because I'm gonna get fucking jacked.
Yeah. And so when this whole a lot of the press around this came up. Do you remember when Four Loko, they were demonizing it because it had alcohol and caffeine? Maybe somebody died of it. He got in on that wave, and there were articles about it where he was admonishing them, saying this is bad and blah 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 blah. And coffee, he didn't even drink coffee. Just saying,
really?
Yeah. Well, maybe at some point he started drinking coffee, but there's an interview with him during this, and he said he didn't drink coffee. Yeah. So Bob Jesse, who wanted to start the psychedelic renaissance, the computer engineer from Baltimore, he's out in Silicon Valley. A mutual friend introduces him to Roland, and he went, wow.
In the 90s.
Yeah, he started in 1993. Bob Jesse started the Council on Spiritual Practices, which was the working group that said, let's start a psychedelic renaissance. It was Bob Jesse, Jordan Peterson, before he was Jordan Peterson, Ralph Hood, Walter Houston Clark, famous psychologist, Houston Smith. They brought Albert Hoffman over. They published a bunch of books that I've written about, Entheogens, The Future of Religion. And a lot of this was trying to gather people to say, if we're going to start psychedelic research, we need to do it right. We don't want to be painted with the brush of Leary. We need to seem conservative, we need to seem serious, and we need to have our together. This started in 1993. Okay? He didn't meet Roland until 1999. But what they did is they invited Roland out to California, and they said, hey, we want to study psychedelics. Would you be interested in this? Now, before they asked Roland, they asked Rick Strassman.
Oh, really?
Yes, and he said no. Because they didn't say we want to do psychedelic research. They said we want to research mystical and religious experiences. Strassman knows a lot about the history of psychedelic research.
Strassman reads Hebrew, right? I think he
Probably.
reads Hebrew.
He's got a book, DMT, and about DMT and the ancient Hebrew prophets, so he probably does.
Yeah.
His books are great. I mean, the Spirit Molecule is a big, massive classic that was translated into a dozen languages and sold a ton of copies and was sort of started. It didn't start the Joe Rogan podcast, but it was like a major feature of the early podcast. All the stuff about DMT.
Right.
Yeah.
So what was the spiritual practices organization?
Council on Spiritual
The
Practice.
Council on Spiritual Practice. And Jordan Peterson was a part of this.
Yeah. Yep.
And their goal was what?
To launch the studies at Hopkins. They said,
Launch the studies at Hopkins.
yes, they said, let's figure out a way to study this at Hopkins. And what altogether Peterson, of course, Peterson is a clinical psychologist who's in the Jungian tradition.
Right.
So he's already into this shit. And he's into psychedelics.
See, every time I hear him talk about this stuff on podcasts, I mean, I know he's done podcasts with Ruck and Mararescu, and he seems interested in stuff, but he seems to be more ignorant of it.
I know. Well, he's,
right?
Yeah, my personal feeling of him is when he talks, it's so confused and convoluted that I can never really figure out what he's saying.
I agree. I'm not the same way.
I don't know what he's talking about. But
I think his main message is that religion is a framework for society, right?
Yeah, that it's the operating system of the human mind.
Yeah.
He believes the mind is a myth generator and that the mind is that religion and mythology is just the operating system of the mind. He's got a book about this big called Maps of Meaning. It's the biggest convoluted mess you've ever seen in your life. And I actually read it. But that book in the late 90s, his course called Maps of Meaning was the most popular undergraduate course at Harvard. That's how he became famous.
Oh, wow.
So this was his grand thesis. He was having mystical experience. He was at McGill, I think, and he claims to be having these apocalyptic visions, the world's going to end, and he said, I have to stop it. And so he came up with this book, which he believed was going to guide humanity into the right way so that they wouldn't all, we wouldn't kill ourselves or something. It's quite strange, the book. Especially, you really only just read the intro. The rest of it.
So, like, you're saying like the human mind, the mystical mind, we like to fill in the gaps of shit we don't understand with things like God?
No, I think what he's really just following Carl Jung, and what he's saying is that the mind has to be oriented towards a fixed point, and that there's a mystery surrounding our lives, and that if you have God, it's just kind of a fixed point, right?
Okay.
And that it orients society or the individual towards something, right? And so his stuff is just rehashed Carl Jung. And Jung's, if you read one of his he wrote a book after World War II called The Undiscovered Self. Like, if you don't want to get into Carl Jung and wait because he's got so much stuff, buy this little book called The Undiscovered Self. Yeah, and if you read it, you'll understand all of the psychedelic literature.
Okay.
Because that's pretty much where all the ideas come from. And there's an article in it called Religion as it's called Religion. It's about 5 or 6 essays, and it's called Religion as a Countervailing Force to Mass-Mindedness or something. And
yeah, there was something I was talking about Dennis McKenna a couple weeks ago when he was in here, and I think this was a Jungian idea where he said that the human consciousness is it's like a giant archipelago where there is above the water, right? You see a bunch of little islands of individual people.
Yeah. And
then below that, there's this giant, volcano it's all connected.
Yeah. Yeah. Like in that book, I'd say the key quote in the Jung book is he said, you can take away man's gods only to give him others in return. And the main point of the book is once you take away God and you deconstruct that and nobody believes in religion, they're going to replace it with a human figure. And that figure, he said, was Hitler and other dictators. So he said the patterns of history will keep repeating themselves until you restore religion to its original integrity. And he believed you can restore the original integrity by reaching back into these ancient mystery cults and reviving them, and that this would restore Christianity because that's the real nature of Christianity. And if you understand Jung, you understand McKenna because it's just rehashing.
Yeah, yeah.
Or his archaic revival.
I think a lot of people replace God with aliens.
They absolutely do. That's the book we were talking about, American Cosmic. They do, and there's tons of literature where, St. Paul had a mystical experience on the road to Damascus. People thought, well, he was taking mushrooms, and then he had a mystical experience, and he saw the light. Then there's people, you have doctors who have written, I've read dozens of these papers. No, he had a temporal lobe lesion, and he had a seizure. And then you have the alien people, and they say, no, it was a UFO, and that's what the light was. Yeah. So it's definitely become, and Jung's the one who started this. UFO is a modern myth.
Right.
He wrote a little book that started people on this.
I had this dude in here, or this gentleman in here, older man, by the name of Chris Bledsoe. You ever heard of him? He's a guy who lives in North Carolina. I forget which part of North Carolina. I want to say it's near Goldsboro, maybe? No, maybe I don't know. Anyways, he lives in North Carolina, and he was seeing these crazy orbs all around the sky, and he's filming them all the time. And he was like posting these videos on these, what is the UFO, like the American like UFO organization? MUFON, that's what it was. Thanks, Steve. So he was reporting on MUFON and showing these pictures, and all of a sudden he gets visited by like CIA and people that are in NASA, like legitimate people that work for NASA and the CIA. Like, this is documented, and they're becoming friends with him. They're befriending him, and then he gets John Alexander and these legendary like remote viewing people that were like in the remote viewing program to like visit him. Like, he has photos with all these people. They're inviting him to NASA.
And what did they want?
According to him, they wanted to understand why he was seeing these things, because they wanted to study them. They knew these people believed they were aliens or religion, and they wanted to understand why they were showing themselves to Chris.
And he was taking pictures and uploading them to the internet?
Oh, they're all over. He has them all over his Instagram.
And you've seen them.
He literally came here to do a podcast with us, and he goes to me and Steven, he goes, me and you, we can go out, we'll go to the beach, and I can summon these things. He takes us out to the beach. Bro, he took us to the. You can find the video, Steve. Yeah. He took me and Steven out to the beach the night before we did the podcast. Him and his daughter, and he's like praying to the heavens, like praying to God to bring these angels down to show us, right? Like, please show yourself to Danny, and we're going to do this podcast tomorrow. I want him to be a believer and understand this. And he brought his video camera. Men, if you literally, I shit you not, this fucking orb came out of the ocean and like moved sideways, moved back the other way, and then disappeared again back into the ocean. And we got it all on video. I don't know what the fuck it was.
I very much want to see.
We got the video. He's gonna pull up for you in a second.
You haven't? Did you thought through all the angles of it was some kind of magic trick?
Unless he hired somebody on a boat. He didn't know where I was gonna take him. I just took him to a random restaurant on the beach over here. He had no idea what restaurant I was going to take him to. And unless he planted somebody with a boat, with a drone, with a lantern on it, like 500 yards off the beach.
And this was like a crystal ball, right?
I don't know if you would call it a crystal ball. It was just a light.
It was so far. It was beyond the horizon.
And what do you think it was?
I have no clue. I don't know what to think it was. It was definitely. I know what it wasn't. It was not an airplane.
Well, if it came out of the ocean, it wasn't an airplane.
Right, it came off the horizon.
Oh, it came off.
Look at this video. This is insane.
So we got a few of them. One of these is the best one.
One more time.
Oh. See that thing flashing? That's an airplane.
Right on the water.
Look at this.
Okay. Thank you. If you could flash for us.
So the contrast right there is the ocean. It stops. You can see.
Right there.
And then another one picks
It's still
up.
in the camera. It's still in here.
That other one going.
Look, now it goes out. Yeah, it fades out. It fades out to nothing. And look at this one getting brighter.
Oh.
Up there is an
Here,
airplane.
someone needs to look through this. It's very bright. Thank you. Oh, you see it? It's right there. You see it?
Now watch. Now that one's going to go out.
I'm tracking it here. Do you want to look?
Yeah, can you see it?
Let me find out.
I lost it. So we saw air traffic coming in to go to Tampa Airport, right? There were planes coming over the beach, like landing on the airport. We knew what the planes were. These were nothing like the planes. They came up off the horizon, went one way, sometimes changed direction with the other way, and then just fizzled out to nothing.
What was the distance that you can't tell from the video?
Beyond whatever.
It was way out past the horizon. It was like way far. I would say
3 miles.
Yeah, maybe 3 miles.
And before that happened, you sat there and watched him summon it.
We watched him. He was like saying, "Please." I even saw a shooting star go right above my head.
And how long from him summoning it till it appeared?
I would say about an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours. So this is how I explain it. I'm like, yeah, something crazy. I saw something crazy I've never seen before. But at the same time, I've never sat and stared at the sky for 2 hours in my life. Right. So how often do you stare at the sky and see?
Yeah, right.
If you stare at the sky all night long, maybe you'll always see
Okay, see, I was under the impression that he summoned it and then it just popped up because I was saying if that happened, that's really something.
Yeah, I mean, go to his Instagram, Steve. Yeah, so
he wrote this book, UFO of God.
UFO of God.
What's his idea? What does he say it is?
So his idea is he's been through his life. His life has been like he's been through the most traumatic experiences that I've ever heard of. Like, he's been through so much shit in his life. He was shot in the back by a shotgun hunting. He literally, there was a point in the book where when he was younger, his wife or his girlfriend and him were at a party, or he was working and he was supposed to meet his girlfriend at a party, and he was on his way there. He was late, and on his way to the party or whatever, he was like really, really late. He saw a car that was completely rolled over on the side of the road by this like curb or whatever. He went to go rescue the person. The person was covered in blood. The person died in his arms, and he was yelling at people to call the ambulance to come save this person. He couldn't even recognize this human being because it was like so destroyed. And he found out that was his wife that died in his arms. He had no clue, and he was late to the party. The guy he's been through so much trauma in his life. He thinks that the trauma that he's been through is what opened up some portal in his head to see aliens. And now he also reports in his book seeing this angel lady that like floats and shit and talks to him. But anyways, this is what the orbs are.
This is the guy. Oh,
So these are the. I wonder if there's audio.
Yeah, there's audio. Click the bottom right. You
right there.
You can hear him like
right there.
You got a tripod now.
That's focused. Or new. Keep that anniversary today. January 8th.
Look at another one, Steve. So you show one that's like not as clear as that. Try that one. Yeah, try that one. Look at this.
This is the Bigfoot Festival. This is underneath the clouds.
Oh my God! Did he really say Bigfoot Festival?
Keep an eye on it. It's gonna get brighter, I think. But what? At the bridge, this is the IR.
I can't keep it in frame.
So has anybody legitimately tried to debunk it?
No, I've never heard anyone suggest. I mean, the most legitimate thing I've heard, I don't know if you would even call this legitimate, but
Is that what you got Limp Bizkit for?
Is that really Limp Bizkit? Where's Limp Bizkit? Where was Fred Durst?
Right there.
Oh, it is Fred Durst.
He is talking about.
All right. You tell Chris Jr. I said, what's up?
I'll do that for sure.
So his son's in a metal band.
Really?
Yeah. So his son, I think it's his son or his son-in-law, is in a really big metal band, and they tour. I think they might have been on tour with them or something.
Wow. I like this guy.
I mean, yeah, he's a funny guy. He's a fun guy. But, like, I don't know. I mean, could it be satellites, maybe? Like, low-orbit satellites?
I don't think so. The video you showed before this one, it looked like one of those things you got at Spencer's to where you touch it and the ray goes over the... You remember those?
Mm-mm.
Well, there used to be a novelty shop in the mall called Spencer's, and it had all kind of, shit, novelty stuff. And it always had a ball and had a pink kind of electricity current going.
Oh,
you would
yeah.
touch the ball and it would come up to your finger.
That's what it looked like, yeah.
That's what it looked like.
Right.
I mean, if that's legit, that's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, these
But
things.
it's hard for me to believe that it is. I don't know what it could be, unless it's some rigged up
He
drone.
thinks they're angels. He thinks they're angels. He thinks they're biblical beings.
I like that he's the southern guy from North
I love that too.
I like it.
Yeah, and he's has a slow southern drawl.
Yeah. Well, people in the backwoods place have been obsessed with the occult for a long time.
If this was just some random guy posting videos, I wouldn't even think twice about it. But the fact that he's got literal CIA people and NASA people
they're going to want to
visiting
know
him, taking photos with him, letting him publish his book with photos of them, talking about them. There's secret aerospace engineers that had to remain silent that come and visit him and say crazy shit to him. He's been through all kinds of weird, top secret shit.
That's amazing.
So why? I don't understand. That's just one of the most perplexing things to me.
Well, of course, the government's going to come and investigate if you have any kind of paranormal phenomenon.
Yeah, but they also reinforce his beliefs. Tell him that they're telling him what he's seeing is real.
Well, is that documented or anything? I hate to question people's integrity, but as a journalist, you got to look in and look for written documentation, or go talk to these people who supposedly told them.
Right.
As you know as well as I do, most of these things are hoaxes.
Yeah.
But that orb was, that's pretty impressive.
It's interesting shit.
And the fact that you saw it, if you hadn't seen it, I would say this is a hoax. But that's weird.
Yeah, that video that Steven showed you in the beginning, we shot that the night before the podcast.
The only explanation would be, and I don't know how realistic it is that somebody that he's in touch with through text message has got some rigged up drone flying it around. I don't know.
It was the ocean, though.
Yeah.
It was on the beach.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. It came from below the horizon.
But see, if the government's interested in this, I can't imagine they didn't tell him to, call your friends and then hit it with the butterfly net.
Right. Exactly. Right.
And we use these things for the military. How many friends would you say that you got? Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway. And what was your impression of his personality? Just does he seem dumbfounded by this, or
he seemed very level-headed. He didn't seem like he definitely wasn't trying to convince me of anything.
Yeah.
He was just telling me what he's been through, and I think for him, those people in the government and the military confirming all this shit for him and befriending him, I think makes him feel he's got some other stories where he's literally at this party, this government party, where the head of the CIA is there, and there's pictures of him and the head of the CIA, and some guy apparently had passed out, and then Chris went to heal him, touched him and healed him back to life.
Okay, now we're getting there.
So he's got healing powers too.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow, this is some old-timey Southern shit.
Oh my God, bro, you got to read his book, man.
I want to meet this guy. Now, did you have you should tell Priscilla to look into it.
They know each other.
I knew it.
They know each other.
I knew it because she loves eccentric people like this.
Yeah, man.
He beat me to the punch because I want to meet him.
Yeah, he's an interesting dude.
That's incredible.
So I don't know what those orbs are, but there's I don't know. I would love to talk to some of these people, these folks in the military and the CIA.
What's the range on this thing? Is it like Bluetooth? Is it? Could he call one over? What about if he wanted to send one up to the window?
He said they'd come up. Yeah, he said they come up within 10 feet of him before.
But what about could he call one and go down in Tampa to Danny's house and pop in for a minute?
Yeah.
Or does he need to be within a mile of it? Does it have to be within a mile of him? Is what I'm saying.
No, his kids have done it without him. Yeah. It's crazy.
I've got to read this book.
It's crazy. I got to get you in touch with Spell.
I'm telling you.
Maybe you guys can elaborate.
Yeah.
How did we get on this topic in the first place? I don't remember. We're talking about God and UFOs and aliens.
Maybe that's what it. Oh
yeah.
well, no.
Yeah.
You said that some people say that it's aliens.
Yes.
St. Paul or whoever.
Yeah. Not only that, I think some people replace their God, the mystery of God, with extraterrestrials coming here.
Absolutely, they just graft that mindset, and that's what we were talking about. That's what Peterson and them say. It's going to be UFOs, it's going to be God, it's going to be science. You have a philosophy or religion. The only thing is, do you know what it is or not?
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, definitely. I mean, that was Jung's idea that this is the modern myth. This is replacing religion, or this is just one cult that's popped up that's about religion. And McKenna looked into these UFOs too. He would speak at conferences.
Yeah, he said he saw a UFO in La Chorrera when he was tripping on mushrooms.
That's right. But he also said of the UFO conference, he went to him and he said, what sort of connects these people is a predisposition to gullibility. I don't know. I'm not.
Are you familiar with John Mack, the Harvard psychologist?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, he interviewed hundreds of people who had abduction experiences.
Oh, really?
And he interviewed them, hypnotized some of them, I think, and tried to figure out what was going on with the abduction experience. Yeah, because they were also similar.
Yeah, and those I found convincing. Some writers that attributed that to mental psychological phenomena. Because what you notice, look, during the late 19th century when spiritualism was huge, there was table tapping. The ghosts are here. You see, I mean, there's all this phenomena, and then all of a sudden it just goes away. This is what Casadega is about. I was up in Casadega. Yeah. This place is chock full, a village full of people that are into every aspect of all this.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. We could go up there right now, and they healed me with crystals, and they did everything.
Does it even
I got
work?
the full package. I don't know. I can tell you.
There's a placebo,
but it was fun. They're fun. But it's a camp to where you can be trained into the traditions of mediumship, psychic, healers, crystal healing, telepathy, I mean, you name it. Wow. You could go up there and do it.
Man, I gotta pick that place up. I go up to that part of Florida often.
Oh, stop. Go in there. It's really cool.
Casadega.
It's really cool. Yeah, there's been albums about it. Very famous.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How long has it been there?
Oh, 150 years.
Steve, pull up Casadega. I need to see this shit.
It's cool. Yeah, that band Bright Eyes. I'm not a huge fan, but
Bright Eyes?
Yeah, they have an
emo band.
Yeah, they have a band. They have an album called Casadega about Casadega.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
Okay, so this study, this John Hopkins study, was supposed to be like an empirical, conservative, straight-laced, scientific study into what psychedelics were actually chemically or mechanically doing to the brain, what is actually happening when you're in these psychedelic states, right?
Yeah, we're studying the science of spirituality.
And Roland died before this thing got published.
Well, he published many papers. What started the psychedelic renaissance is they started in 2000. 6 years later, they published a paper. 2006, they published a paper said psilocybin can induce or reliably occasion mystical experiences. This was a detonator. It was the big bang of the psychedelic renaissance too, because what they knew would happen is once Roland Griffiths at Johns Hopkins published a study, what do you think is going to happen? It's a green light for everybody all over the world. All they did is that paper, they took it to their boss, scientist. Roland Griffiths said, we can do this. It exploded. All over the world, they started studying it again.
Really?
It was his reputation that allowed it. Most people who want to study psychedelics are wacko birds. I mean, they're not going to be the people you want to do.
So people in different universities across the world or institutions can say, look, this legitimate guy, this scholar, published a paper, so that gives us license to do it, basically.
Absolutely.
So we don't look like cuckoos.
And then you get psychedelic renaissance, because right when he published that paper, in NYU, Berkeley, everywhere. So now they're everywhere, all over the world. Without Roland, maybe it would have happened, but it would have happened much later. It was based on his reputation. And what the idea was, and in every paper, Michael Pollan did a thing in the New Yorker. Michael Pollan wrote a book about it called How to Change Your Mind. And the whole premise was, look, this ain't the old days. We've got a new guy, and he's very conservative, and he's not into this religious crap. He's going to just study it straight up, and he's going to give us the answers. Well, it turned out didn't turn out to be true.
So he was into the religious crap.
Well, if you look at it, but right before he died, he was on Oprah Winfrey, and he sounded a lot like Albert Hoffman and Timothy Leary. Not Leary, but like Albert Hoffman. Look, there's an ecological disaster enveloping the planet. Human beings are going to... He's saying this on Oprah.
So when you say religious bullshit with these guys, what you're saying is they have a fundamental belief that psychedelics can change the world.
Yes.
And that everyone needs to take psychedelics to fix the ails of
Instead of the UFO, it's the mushroom. It's a belief in the powers of the mushroom. Push aside God, push aside the UFO. We keep changing out that spot. Something has to take that spot. So what it is I think I told you before, all of this...
They're evangelists.
Yeah, essentially. Now, evangelist they called that article about Roland the psychedelic evangelist. I was very surprised they did that. I wouldn't go as far as saying an evangelist.
Okay.
Some of them are. Leary is. Many of the other people were. You could even say Michael Pollan was. I mean, he was going around giving speeches saying, we need to do this. Sorry. So would I say he was an evangelist? No, but when you make a statement, a scientist saying, if we don't get these drugs,
it's water. You good? You want another water?
No, I'm good. Okay. I mean, he was, saying, look, there's an ecological disaster. Human beings are going to kill themselves. The only interruption, the only thing we can do to stop this is we have to, on a global level. See, this is where you start getting into dicey territory. It's not enough for certain people to do it. Everybody's got to do it. It's got to be a global thing. And that's something he told me himself. This can't be just a few people taking it. Everybody's got to do it.
It should be mandatory for people.
Well, I wouldn't use mandatory because then you start sounding like Joseph Stalin.
Right.
That's the problem. But it's because, as Rick Strassman says, what about if everybody don't want to get spiritualized? There's a lot of ornery people in the world that don't want to do it. Are they going to have to do it? Because how else are you going to do it? Because this is a fringe thing that not a lot of people are interested in. But once you have this belief that everybody's got to do it, the only question is what? Distribution. How do you get it out there? Then you have the medical system and Medicaid, and you have religion. And so these become your two pipelines in which to introduce this drug into society on a global scale.
Medical religion, or the medical side and the religious side.
Yep.
So medical and spiritual.
Yeah, because, think about it. If you want people to do this, you can't say, we're starting a new religion, and it's based on the mushroom, and everybody should take it. They're going to immediately write you off as a crank. So what you do is you need to give it scientific legitimacy. And so all the press during the psychedelic renaissance, based on tiniest amounts of evidence in studies of very small, heavily screened numbers of people, are this does this, it cures depression, maybe it'll save the world. So they had to give it a scientific validity, and that's through psychiatry. So the debates in psychedelics have always been, which way do we go? There's two paths. Is it a religious sacrament or is it a medical cure?
And they're so tightly entangled, it's almost impossible to separate them.
Exactly. And if you go back to antiquity, it's wonderful. Why? Because medicine and religion are all intertwined in magic in a way that you can't tell anymore. So you can see the interest in reviving that, because the Eleusinian mysteries and mystery cults and all of these things are a mixture of all of these things.
Right.
So there's a heavy interest in those. Was because why? It kind of lays the foundation for whatever it is you're trying to start with now. You see?
Yeah. So do you think it would be a bad thing if psychedelics became ubiquitous and more people used them? Like, let me give you just a crazy hypothetical example. So say if Trump and Putin and Xi Jinping all went together and did some ayahuasca retreat together. Yeah. You think that would be a bad thing?
Well, we don't have to speculate because they've been using it in Israel, Palestine. We've been doing things like this before, so we know what psychedelics do. But do I think that would be a bad thing? No, I'm for it. Go ahead.
People like them. I mean, do you think what's the probability of it de-escalating?
Zero.
Zero. Global nuclear war.
Zero, because Stan Groff, who knows he's 90-something years old, and he knows more about psychedelics than anybody. Stanislav Grof, Grof, The Way of the Psychonaut, the movie. Old time. He's been studying psychedelics since the 50s. He's out, and I think he's in New Mexico now. He's too old. He's the only person I've emailed, and I got an email back, auto reply that said, "I'm too old and retired from email." I was like, dude, this is the most bad. I know. He calls them non-specific. This is a definition a lot of people know. He calls them non-specific amplifiers of mental processes. They amplify what's already there. The idea that they're going to reduce conflict is complete and total nonsense.
Interesting.
The non-specific amplifiers of mental processes. If you give them to crazy people, they get more crazy. That's why they screen out people who are mentally ill.
Right.
What about violent people?
Violent people?
Makes them more violent?
It would be a very bad... I don't know. We don't know, because you can't... you can't do a systematic study. Get a bunch of get some people in here and we'll poke them with a stick and then get on psychedelics. How are you going to do a systematic study on that? But we do know you can just look anecdotal evidence from around the country. You had an Alaskan Airlines pilot He was trying to heal his depression, took a bunch of mushrooms with his buddy, got on the flight the next day, got into a depressive trip, tried to take the whole plane down, got charged with 84 counts of attempted murder.
This happened recently, right?
That happened recently. You have now. I think they're going to have some leniency. I just feel sorry for the guy. The other guy cut his penis off. The other guy in Oregon shot up a bunch of people at a mushroom festival or music festival. You don't know what it's going to do. The effects are essentially unpredictable. Okay, there's just no way around it. They're unpredictable. The way you try to give it the veneer of that you can predict it is you have very small studies of heavily screened people, and you give them, the way. Think about it. How do you study psychedelics? I can tell you. You're in a study. They give you drugs. You lay down on the couch, and when you wake up, they're all sitting there like, "What happened?" And then they have a few questionnaires, just like that. Well, now they're on an iPad, and they hand you a questionnaire, and it says, "What happened during your experience?" And then I wrote a long article about this. It's a questionnaire called the Mystical Experience Questionnaire, and it has all the attributes of the experience that they believe these experiences have. Did you enter did you enter a space that was timeless and spaceless? Check. Did this happen? Did this happen? Did you encounter God? Check. And if you check 32 out of 32 boxes, they determine that you've had a full-blown mystical experience. And if you have a mystical experience, they say there's more therapeutic benefits. All of the science of this is very, very shaky. So returning to what you asked me before, I just became interested in it because I did it, and I wanted to figure out what happened. And the more I looked into it, like when I became interested in that questionnaire, I went, hey, maybe fill out these questionnaires afterwards. Who wrote it? So then I went and found him in Tennessee, and he's an expert on Appalachian serpent handling calls. Who? Ralph Hood, he wrote the questionnaire. Wow. So then I went, oh, wow, this is great. I mean, I'm a writer. So right then I went, this is fascinating. There's something here. There's a story here, and it's not the one that I thought it was. And so that's why I kept going.
And why did these people bring in all of these religious leaders from different, like they brought in like a Christian preacher, a Jewish guy, a Muslim. What was going on with that? And what were they looking for with those people?
Because Roland Griffiths and the other people who started the Hopkins program have a belief that all religions share a common core. And they get this idea from perennialism. And so they wanted to test it out. So think about this. This is why I'm writing about it. Nobody else is writing about it. It's the most amazing thing. There's this esoteric literature concerning perennialism and books written by all of these most colorful people. And they have this theory that's been around for a long time. And this, at Johns Hopkins, our most prestigious medical institution, they're like, you know what, let's test it out and see if it works. Let's get them in here, let's give them the drugs, and let's see if they all check off all the boxes. And if they check off all the boxes, we can provide some empirical evidence proving that perennialism is true. And they see this as a way that we maybe could bring world peace and things, and the type of things you're talking about.
So they're trying to find commonalities between all of these people's experiences from different religions and different spiritual backgrounds.
No, they believe that the origin of religion is drug-induced mystical experience, or mystical experience through isolation, sensory isolation, prayer, all the different ways you can conjure a mystical experience, because these same experiences happen naturally. Right. So when you're validating the scale, they give it to people who've taken drugs, but they also give it to people who can conjure these experiences through prayer and through all kinds of different ways. Right. Like you could start fasting today, and you could, like, you ever seen Orthodox Jews when they do this stuff? Start chanting prayer and they do this, repetitive motions. You can conjure these type of trance states, all different kinds of ways without drugs. Right. Okay. In the old, you know Hillman, he studies people. You can read books, Galen, all these other people. They would go in caves, all right, because it's dark, and you would cultivate a mystical experience in there. You know, there's recipes next to recipes for drug wine that you can make to trip. There are recipes for how to clear out a cave so that there's no snakes in there. You don't want to crawl into the cave trying to get Apollo or Zeus on the horn and sinks its teeth into your ankle. So you clear it out with smoke, then you climb in there and you take a couple swigs and then enter into the other
sensory deprivation tank.
Exactly.
Cave.
Exactly.
Wow.
All the stuff that's happening now, there's ancient analogs to it of ways that people were doing it before. Yulia Ustinova, who's a researcher who writes about these things, she's got one called Caves in the Ancient Greek Mind. If you're interested in this thread, she's in Israel. Buy her books. They're wonderful.
Caves in Ancient Greek Mind.
Yeah. Huh. She writes all about divine mania and Plato, and she goes through all of this literature, much like Hillman does, and she finds these instances of people conjuring altered states of consciousness, and she's written a ton about this. It's really interesting. Yeah.
So, do you think that these ancient mystery cults had anything to do with the foundation of Christianity, or do you think there is a link to some of these pagan drug cults and the shit they were practicing before Christianity came on the scene that spawned Christianity in a way?
Well, I don't think there's no evidence that it spawned Christianity, but
Christianity was a spin-off of those. Like they borrow shit from those.
Yeah, the people that study this for a living don't think so. But what they do admit, which seems really significant, is that they did borrow language from it. They are mysteries. Jesus was in some of this stuff a hierophant, he was portrayed. You got to remember what they're pulling from. They're pulling from a vast literature to where Jesus is portrayed in all different kinds of ways. So early Christianity was in this larger context next to these things. Whenever you're trying to recruit people for a cult, so St. Paul, when you're trying to recruit people to your religion, and they say, look, we've got Asclepius. He heals people. He does all these things we like. Why would we come to your side? Of course they're going to say, well, our guy heals too. What does your guy do? Well, we can do all that too. So come here. And they absolutely were doing that. Like the last major pagan god to fall was Asclepius, right? He was the healer, right? There were temples all over the Roman Empire and ancient Greece to where they would come in and they would give incubation therapy, which were basically drug-induced mystical experiences. And there were also snakes in there. There were labyrinth snakes, all kinds of stuff. And that was the last pagan god that Christianity had to kind of topple before it totally.
Right, but it seems like Christianity cherry picked a bunch of things from all these ancient myths and mysteries, for their the idea of Jesus, like the God that dies and then rises again. Right?
Yeah. But a lot of the foundation on which you can trace the foundations on which these ideas were built. So the idea of rising and dying gods is from George Fraser's book, The Golden Bow, which is a very famous book. But when you look back at books like this, like The Golden Bow, a lot of it doesn't stand up to modern historical standards. I'm sure you've heard New James Fraser was Mircea Eliade, who was an extremely important person in all of this literature. So what you're talking about, the rising and dying gods.
Yeah, like Persephone.
Yeah. So
this is in Ruck's book.
Yeah, that's because he's drawing from this literature.
He's drawing from the book you're talking about?
Yes. No, you wouldn't have any of this stuff if it wasn't for Fraser's book. Everybody should go and buy it. It's very famous. The Golden Bow, Bough. And here's an interesting thing about it. You can buy the Oxford edition now, and there's a deleted chapter in it, because when it came out, it caused a massive controversy. And the reason why is because there was a chapter that said, Jesus is just a generic dying and rioting god, agricultural god, and people lost their minds within the academy. You're still conservative Christianity.
Well, that just means it's true if they got rid of it.
Well, not really, but they became very mad and they deleted it. He agreed to have it deleted. But then you can buy editions now to where they put it back in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what you start to, what you have to do in order to make the structural comparisons, what you're talking about, well, this guy's kind of like this guy kind of like this guy, is you have to take them out of their local context and saw off the edges of them to make it fit. So is there something to it? Probably. But also, if you go back and look at these where these ideas come from, you often find that these people have motivations to do it. You see what I'm saying?
But even Hillman and Ruck believe it, right?
Sure, all kinds of people believe it.
These guys read these languages, right? Like Ruck.
But there's a lot of other people who read these languages. You can't just say, I'm only listening to the people who say what I like.
Right.
The other people I'll ignore.
Sure.
What you have to believe in is a conspiracy amongst academia, which Graham Hancock and other people's push, which is absurd. There is no conspiracy.
It's not that absurd.
Yes, it is.
I don't think it's that absurd. Because I haven't had Graham Hancock on here, but I don't know if you're familiar with the debate he did with Flint Dibble.
Yeah, that was great. He got demolished. Hancock was demolished.
I agree with you. But I also had Dibble in here.
Yeah.
And he specializes in Athens, in archaeology in Athens, and he has a little bit of classical Greek in his background, and we were talking about Atlantis, and he perfectly, systematically dismantled the Atlantis theory for me. Like, made perfect sense. I was completely on board with him. I thought it made perfect sense as well when he was debating Graham on his Lost Ancient Civilization.
That was
although he did get a lot of shit wrong in that debate. There was some shit that where Flint exaggerated shit with 250,000 ships. There's a million ships. That was way the fuck off.
Doesn't matter because he was absolutely demolished. And Graham Hancock's. If you look at the implications of it, what Hancock said is, "I believe all this stuff, but I don't have any proof. But you don't have any proof that it's not true." No. The burden of proof is on the believer. I don't get to say there's a teapot in the sky and it's there, but nobody else can see it. You got to prove me wrong. Not the way it works. If you make claims, you have to prove them, and Hancock can't prove anything he says because he made it up, because he's a fantasy writer. The books that Hancock writes are in a long tradition of Victorian literature of the same shit. Right. UFOs mixed with mystery cults. Yeah. He's building on Eric von Daniken. You know his stuff?
I know Eric von Daniken. Yeah. But so again, there are things in that podcast where Flint acts like what he does is clever, right? He got 90% of it spot on. I agree with him on it. But there were, to be fair, there were points in that podcast where he took things and said it as if it was gospel when he was completely wrong about it. Right?
But that doesn't make Hancock right.
No, you're right. It doesn't make Hancock right.
No, but I don't know enough about these topics in order to say he got it wrong. But I totally believe that he was wrong, probably on multiple.
So things. I think there's a psychological thing that happens with people like Flint, who have spent their entire lives as him and his father, and probably his grandfather, who knows, in archaeology, in the academic part of this stuff, drinking and eating the gruel, sludging through the mud, doing all the boring shit, reading all the boring shit, and then next thing you know, you're 40 years old. No one knows who the fuck you are, and you've been in the mud doing this archaeology your whole life. Then you have people like Graham Hancock who go on Joe Rogan. They make documentaries. They write all these books. They're making millions of dollars. Everybody knows who they are, and you're Flint Devil. Nobody knows you from Adam.
Exactly.
Right?
So you're saying he's bitter?
Absolutely, he's bitter.
I'm sure there's something to that.
Yes.
But to us,
I'm not giving him a pass. I'm not giving Graham a pass because of that. I'm just saying you have to understand the whole dynamic of this thing.
I know all that, and they do want to police their borders. Yes. As you say, look, what do you know? Get out of our business. This is our zone.
Right. Exactly.
And they do want journalists who are going to pay deference to them and say, look, well, they're right about everything. Mm-hmm. But it still doesn't change the fact that Hancock is completely full of shit and that he knows it. He's a wind-up merchant.
I think he believes a lot of the stuff he says. I think that there's legitimate questions in some of the stuff. And also, Flint gave him credit. He goes, a lot of the people I know in archaeology that are legit archaeologists, they only got into archaeology because of him. Because of Graham. I think it's the same thing with Hillman. I think the shit that Hillman says, I think he's inspiring people to prove him wrong and to learn Greek and to read these ancient languages and revive this shit.
I think there's something to that.
But so in that Flint podcast, like he was really, I was following him and I was agreeing with him, and he was really laying it out in a very cohesive manner with all this stuff about Greek and Atlantis and how it's probably completely bullshit. And going back to Eric von Daniken. But then I showed him these things. These ancient, I don't know if you're familiar with these. These are like dynastic Egyptian. That's a 3D print of an Egyptian vase that was, according to the academics and the Egyptologists, was created around the same time as the dynastic Egyptians, which was about 4,500 to 5,000 years ago, when they only had copper chisels and pounding stones to create things, right? And there's even depictions. There's depictions, drawings, and stuff on caves and tablets where they show how they made these. They show them like going like this on wheels and stuff. But this guy who lives down the street from here, Matt Bell, here they are. That's how the Egyptologists believe that these were made, right? So these are made out of granite. Some of the hardest, like rose granite and red granite, right? Some of the hardest stones on Earth. And he had these measured at a laser light scanner thing, some big aerospace company. And this vessel is the ones that he purchased, the real ones from ancient Egypt, are perfectly symmetrical within like 1/1000th of a human hair. Like impossible. It would have had to have been made on a CNC machine today, like on a computer, and it's impossible. Like how they make these, and these handles are made out of granite. And I asked Flint this, and like he creates this. It's like this. To me, it's like a cop out where he says, "Oh, it's bullshit." People like him don't deserve to talk about this stuff or question this stuff because he's buying these vessels that are contributing to cartels that are selling them, and it's this underground black market. And I don't want to be associated. I don't even want to be in the same room with one of these ancient relics.
This is what Dibble
told me, and it's the same thing he's doing with Graham, trying to call him a Nazi.
Yeah, I see. I don't. Would be my criticism of Dibble is whenever he turned it into a personal attack that he's Nazi white supremacy. Now, look, he said that he didn't do that, and I don't know, and I'm not interested enough to go and look into it. But I think he was saying because of some of this Victorian literature has this romantic, noble, savage type of thing, and there's racism in it, that makes him racist. I do not believe for a second that Graham Hancock is racist.
Right.
Sorry, I don't.
Right.
Do I think he's full of shit? Yes. Is Dibble 100% right? No. And is he kind of have an annoying personality? Yes. Mm-hmm. I can see why people don't like him. It is an annoying personality of this guy, Graham Hancock's got this cool thing going. It's kind of interesting, and Dibble, well, you're wrong, and yeah, that's kind of annoying. Mm-hmm. It is kind of annoying. But it doesn't change.
And when people come in here and they're unwilling or unable to say the words, I don't know, it's always...
It's a red flag. It's a red flag.
Yeah.
It's a red flag.
So yeah, going back to Hillman and Ruck. So, I mean, these guys, you're saying because... just because Hillman and Ruck believe that drugs were everywhere in antiquity and probably had something to do with Christianity.
No,
you interviewed a lot of people who think otherwise, right? I mean,
well, you have to.
You have to, right? And most of these people that are saying otherwise are in universities and have
some of them
they're professors of religious studies.
Some of them.
Okay,
but you got to take this on a case by case basis because when you're creating conspiracy theory, you like things that are very vague. So this academia. My experience has been totally different. Every single person I've contacted, from Patrick McGovern to Jan Bremer, Bart Ehrman, name it, dozens and dozens of scholars over here, Ann Tate, Hugh Irving, all kinds of people who study these things. Everyone that I've reached out to, they're like, hey, how's it going? Sure, you can ask me questions. These people have no reason to talk to me. Why would, they're always willing. Everybody that I've talked to has been totally willing to answer what were probably stupid, uninformed questions from me, and were totally nice. I never sensed there was any conspiracy at all. But they're working in a discipline in which you lead with evidence and then come up with theories. You don't come up with a theory and then look for evidence. And I'm not. But let's be clear. I'm not accusing Hillman or Ruck of doing this. Carl Ruck has made an enormous contribution to the humanities. Without him, as Chris Bennett told me, you wouldn't be able to write a PhD thesis on these things. He is a pioneer in this, and what he's done is enormously creative. But nobody's going to be right. Everybody now that may seem right in 50 years, a bunch of them will probably be wrong. As Richard Knowles says of this type of scholarship, we wash each other's diapers. They'll contribute a little bit, then the next generation, that was a bunch of shit. You wash it off and you start again. It's a long process. What you have to be careful for is when people combine these things with political and theological agendas. I don't care that Graham Hancock's made a bunch of money. Great, wonderful. He's very industrious. He's very creative. There's a lot of good things you could say about him. But I do think that he's taken his readers on a ride. But so what? I mean, they're fantasy books. Where you have a problem is a lot of these people think that it's real. But I don't. Unlike Dibble, I don't think there's some nefarious thing with Graham Hancock, like, he has some secret agenda. I don't personally. I think they're good fantasy books, like Von Daniken. Von Daniken stuff, I just did Magicians of the Gods or something, same thing. I saw you got Jason Giordani. This is a genre of books that take aliens and mystery cults, and there are tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of them. Yeah. You go to Inner Traditions, Bear and Company, these books are unlimited. It's the same elements reworked, and they're pretty much all the same, and they make the same claims. Once you read enough of the books, you start to see larger patterns, and you start to go, okay, I'm starting to understand this more. And of course, it all comes from the breakdown of Christianity, which we should talk about. This tradition of book goes, I thought it was from the 1960s.
Mm-hmm.
You find these books going way back in the early 1800s and even in the late 1700s. Whenever you have Christianity breaking down, like around the time Isaac Newton, people start looking for more scientific explanations for things. Okay, so then you get into the 1800s and you have the birth of psychology, anthropology, and religious studies. Right. And what they're looking for is, initially, like anthropology, they were looking for evidence that Christianity was true. Right. But essentially what you have, you probably already understand this. What happened were explorers were going all around the world and they were finding other flood myths, other serpent myths, and they were going, hold on a second here. They got a flood myth? Well, you can imagine what people in the church thought. Well, this came after ours. This is just a copy of Noah's flood. This is just a copy of the book of Genesis. It must be, because our story, many people today have a hard time believing that many people for a long time believed the Old Testament was literally true, that everybody was related to Noah, everybody was related to Ham. That was our ancient kinfolk. And if you could trace the lines on ancestry, it all goes back to them. Most people today, it's hard for them to believe that. Yeah, many people believe that for many years. That story started to break down when they started finding the other flood myths, the other serpent myths, and they went, we got a problem. So the job of people in religious studies and all these different disciplines, and mythologists like Ruck and then I am now, was to try to figure out this relationship between the mystery cults and Christianity, which came first. Did these primitive, what they thought of as primitive belief systems, did they come first? Did we come first? And so you start this game, which is called mythography. And you have in Britain what are called the mythography wars. This was like contemporary debates over, say, like the 1619 Project or something. This is how hot this shit was in the 1800s. This was a major theme of intellectual life, maybe the primary theme of intellectual life. An obsession over the origins of religion. An obsession. I thought before Nietzsche, God is Dead, I thought that was kind of the beginning of it. That's the end of it. By that time, Christianity was basically dead. By the time of amongst intellectuals, by the time of William James in the late 19th century, the 1880s, he wrote his book, The Varieties of Religious Experience, being contrary and saying, okay, amongst intellectuals, it's the fad to say religion is this primitive superstition. I'm going to look for something in psychology and biology that it may be inherent to who we are as people. Maybe you can't get rid of it. Maybe it's not a tale from an earlier stage of evolution. Maybe there's something to it where you can't get rid of it. That's the tradition that we're in. The psychedelic literature and psychedelic studies are not a part of the history of science. Now they are, but they're part of the history of religious studies. It comes out of these battles, of which go back hundreds of years. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of. So the flood, the flood myths. I mean, that's something that Graham Hancock talks about too. That's one of his biggest questions. Is like, why are the flood myths everywhere? And his hypothesis is that there was a cosmic impact at the end of the Ice Age, like the Younger Dryas, which, I think that's pretty legit, man. I like that theory. I'm a believer.
Oh, hey, look,
and then that, it melted the ice caps. I mean, and that created a big flood that took out a lot of the megafauna in the North American continent. Yeah. Not so much in Africa, which is why there's a lot of big megafauna there still. Yeah. And none in here.
Could be.
And then that was something that was around the world, which inspired those flood myths.
Could be. Any kind of large-scale theory like that is probably going to be almost always wrong. You need to people need to think on a much smaller scale, because then you have a chance of it actually being true. When you're thinking of large scale, but what they are is sometimes a good starting point. Maybe this happened, and then you start working on other little elements of it. But here's what I was talking about, what you're talking about. Here's a book you should read. It's by Colin Kidd, and it's called The World of Mr. Casaubon. And if you want to understand the tradition of literature this is the book you should read, because it goes into Graham Hancock's forebears and where he got all of these ideas.
Mr. who? Casaubon?
Casaubon. He's a character in the novel Middlemarch. Casaudon. Yeah, Colin Kidd. It's a hilarious book. It's a short book, and everybody should read it who's interested in these topics, because what you get are the original Graham Hancocks. And you get also Karl Rux, the people before him who were saying, people even in the late 1800s were already saying, what if Jesus was a shaman? You started to get books like that.
Really?
Yes. And you started to get, like, there's a book, Cockling and Common Sense by Andrew Lang, who was I think he was British, but he was a paranormal researcher. And he had what was called a predecessor to the drug theory called the hallucination theory of religion. And so they were already starting to figure out, like, hold on, the people in these books are all having visions. What's going on here? And at the same time, you had Havelock Ellis and other psychologists experimenting with drugs, and they started to put it together. They started to go, hold on a second, what if they were on drugs? Well, you can imagine.
Afghanistan still aren't safe.
And now this went over. It was taboo then. It's taboo now.
Right. But it does make a lot of sense, though. Like
sure,
a DMT experience is like dying. Like there's definitely clear. Like, I wouldn't have to read literature on it or hear other people's experience first to have that myself. Like I didn't experience that just because I read about it first. You know what I mean? Like it didn't influence the way I experienced it. Yeah. Like it was definitely like a dying and being born again experience for sure. And it was definitely like seeing God or meeting God or understanding like the creation. Like you're flying through this universe, you're flying, like having the universe ripped open and flying through light arteries, you know what I mean? Sure. And seeing like the foundational creation of what we are. And it's like down to the very fiber of your being.
Yeah.
It is, to me at least, it seems like a very...
To a lot of people it is. But, Rick Strassman has said, what about if it just amplified pre-existing beliefs, the drugs? Because you can cultivate these experiences. People have them naturally all the time. We don't know. Remember in the spirit molecule, it's like, well, maybe some of the DMT is leaking out of the third eye. Nobody knows. So people do have these experiences naturally. There's a record going back thousands of years of people cultivating them. In Christianity, you don't have to look much further than the New Testament. The origins of Christianity are in the Pentecost. You have all of these people who... Were they on drugs? We don't know. Maybe I don't see. There's probably no way to find out. But we know they were experimenting with altered states of consciousness. And where I'm from, you have people doing the same thing now. They're called Pentecostals. Some of them, you go to a serpent handling church down in eastern Kentucky. They're playing music. And it all starts. It's like jazz. It all starts impromptu. It's not like a concert. Somebody starts one thing. And somebody starts another. You're almost on some like hillbilly John Coltrane stuff. Then somebody gets out the fire. You start burning. Then they pull out the snakes. And you're creating this disorientation that leads to altered states of consciousness. And if you walk into one of those churches, people are hopping in down and going buck wild.
Right. Yeah.
And then you have Pentecostals that don't do serpents, that run the holy rollers.
Right.
So the many New Testament scholars have argued that this is for the early Christian communities were doing this. Okay, so were some of them also using drugs? Probably. But what this turns into amongst the public is they were all on drugs. Jesus was a mushroom, and hold on,
Jesus was a mushroom.
The Allegro stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with it.
The Allegro stuff. So
he ties the connection of the mushroom, basically how it's not pollinated like a normal plant is. It's just it comes out of the ground through the mycelia from the rain, and the rain is the sperm of God, and the mushroom is like the virgin.
Well, the mushroom is
or not the virgin, but the immaculate conception.
Well, it is literally the sexual organ of the mycelium. It literally is the sexual organ of the mycelium. That's what it is. That's what the mushroom is. It looks like a sexual organ because it is one.
Right.
That's what it is.
Oh wow.
Right. A dog, whatever deer eats the mushrooms. It goes a few miles. It takes a shit. The spores land. A few days later, a mushroom comes up. The cap explodes. Spores spread it by the wind.
Reading an article about a family.
But everywhere else, it's really bizarre.
Yeah.
And so then
I was sad because when there was a drought.
You think about how bizarre these studies are at Hopkins. You have this mushroom. You give these people this mushroom, and then scientists are, hold on, maybe this is the origins of religion. The whole thing is bizarre, and people are not covering it. I don't think people are really appreciating that fact of just how strange it is.
It is very strange.
The terrorist one after all.
So we have no idea. No scientists have any idea of what, like, chemically or mechanically is actually happening. Like what are these pathways? Like,
well, they come up. Okay, one of the paradigm. Well, it increases neuroplasticity.
Yeah.
They had this default mode network. That was the rage for a while. They discarded that. They put people in imaging machines where you see colors. Okay, we don't know much. As Roland Griffiths said in my latest article, our ability to measure what's going on in the brain is incredibly primitive.
mm-hmm.
We don't know. He told me all we can do is start guessing at it and throwing different frames of reference at it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they've done with this religious thing. Because perhaps these psychologists like Jung and James, they've provided some of these, they pull in alchemy and all these other things to try to explain this process, because we just have no idea. So no, there is no scientific explanation for it. No,
That's insane.
it is. It is. And that's what drives even though I know, and Roland said, look, we're not going to figure it out anytime soon. In your lifetime, we're not going to figure it out. So
yeah, that's built into the human psyche. If we can't even understand it with science, it has to be something that we don't. It's some like what if it is? What if we are contacting some other realm or some other like beings that are from a different plane of existence, right? Like, what if that's true?
yes. Well, in some of the criticism, you notice I put both sides. I put people who criticize this,
Yes, you
and
did.
I put boosters like Ralph Hood that says the problem with psychedelic research is it's too conservative. He believes, Ralph, who helped design the Hopkins studies, who's the expert on serpent handling, he says we need to open up the possibility. The scientists are going, well, that's obviously delusion or mental illness. You didn't come into contact with anything.
Right.
He says that's bullshit. That's anti-scientific. It's a bias against religion. We need to be open to the possibility that these are alternate dimensions. You can go and look at the shamans and they say, how'd you figure out how to make ayahuasca? Well, the snake told me, or the jaguar told me, and everybody laughs, but we don't know where they got it from.
Right. To automatically dismiss that
Is
based on
anti-scientific.
science is anti-scientific.
It absolutely
definition.
is. It absolutely is. It's and William James said, well, it's fruits, not roots. Who cares where it comes from? I mean, he didn't say if it helps people. Pragmatism says if they thought they talked to God and that made them want to be a better person, who gives a damn if it's a delusion or not?
Right.
They became a better person.
Mm-hmm.
The fruits of the experience. If it comes from drugs, good. But I think here's the major point with me and you. What I'm afraid is that novelty is being elevated above morality, and that we're forgetting about the moral parts of it. Because it's so weird, because it's so new, because it's so like, wow, this is amazing, these experiences are amazing, we have to be careful when people are making moral claims that these drugs, which is a claim that Roland made and what they were looking into. They believe that these experiences transform people morally and ethically. And that's the basis of all of these wild newspaper claims and media claims. And it's the basis of the immortality key. Whenever he puts in the introduction, he puts this conversion experience and says, look, these experiences change people for the better.
And that's only anecdotal, to your point. That's not with everybody.
It's the side. Most of it's anecdotal, because a lot of the books are they're just collections of conversion experiences. They mirror they mirror kind of evangelical tent revivals. If you go to an evangelical tent revival where I'm from, they get people on stage who have been transformed by the Holy Spirit and by God, and they've totally changed their life. I was drinking, I got a DUI, I ran somebody over, but now I have God and I've changed. Yeah. It's identical to what you see with these pharmaceutical advertisements with psilocybin. You see? I've been changed. What I mean by that is the
pharmaceutical advertisements of psilocybin?
Well, the press is doing it for free for them. Yeah,
right, the press.
Yeah, because they're using Bob, Jesse, other people. They're going in, but he's not going in the press. But they're pushing this narrative that it has a medical application. So absolutely, when you get people from clinical trials and you pay them to go out and say positive things. It was pointed out in the New York Times, these are the same methods as a pharmaceutical company. Prozac, they did it with Prozac. They have a clinical trial participant, I'm healed, and then they pay them money and they go out and try to evangelize to other people to get on them. They use it on them. They use it in advertising.
Yeah,
and this is
I'm aware of that, but I never once thought that would be applied to the psychedelic stuff.
It absolutely is. This is a lot of what I've been writing about and pushing back against.
So what about, are you aware of MAPS?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what? So MAPS is
The Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Science. It's an organization started in the 80s by a guy named Rick Doblin. And actually, it came out of Earth Metabolic Services, which was some company started by Buckminster Fuller, and like Doblin bought it, and then it became MAPS. But Rick is well, I think he's from Boston, or maybe he's from Chicago. But he landed here in Sarasota, Florida, and went to New College. He was like 35, still a student at New College. But he has been doing studies on mostly MDMA for 40 years now. So he's not really pushing psilocybin. He's an all-over psychedelic guy, promoter of psychedelics, and they hold the biggest conference in the world there in Denver. But he's mostly been into MDMA, which is a total different thing. The effects of MDMA are not correlated
They're
with
not
the mystical
psychedelic.
experience. Well, they're psychedelic, but they're very different from psilocybin. It's not correlated. They don't provide this mystical experience. You can get benefits from it without that.
So is MAPS doing the same thing?
Absolutely, and they also have been. What their main strategy has been is using veterans. All the veterans you see, Rick Perry.
I've never heard a veteran talk about a negative experience with MDMA or psychedelics.
No. Even though you see in the news, the guy took psilocybin and went and shot the veterans. 2 of them went and did a mass shooting on them. And I'm not saying that should be a scare tactic.
When was that one?
One of them was in Oregon at some kind of music festival, and there's been several. There's so much in the news that it's hard to keep track of because, of course, the people in the industry, and somewhat rightfully so. Look, if 1,000 people do it and one person goes nuts, it's not fair to define it by the one person.
Right.
It's not.
Right.
But they're only highlighting the most positive experiences, and where you get into trouble is when these people are being paid. And a lot of these organizations like Heroic Hearts and all of these other people, look, these people were genuinely probably healed by it. But then they're become part of a larger plot by people who have financial interest in these things. Some of them just want it to pass through the FDA, but other people, they've got nonprofit companies where they're making money and they're promoting themselves. And it's a massive intertangled landscape that we wouldn't know about if it weren't for a few people, including myself, that have reported on it.
How much money could there possibly be to make from pushing psilocybin? Right.
Well, if you can pass,
like all the big pharmaceutical companies, they don't do any of that stuff.
They absolutely are interested. Really? Yeah, Johnson & Johnson's Spravato they own ketamine. They're making billions. I don't know. You can look up how much money does Spravato make. They're absolutely studying psychedelics right now. The Compass Pathway, Johnson & Johnson, MAPS, and they want to patent particular variations of the drugs. So
Johnson & Johnson does?
Johnson & Johnson.
Can you find this, Steve?
They just look up Spravato. It was just
Spravato.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a ketamine. I think it's a nose thing. Absolutely. I'm not saying people shouldn't be able to have prescriptions, but of course, it's a massive gold rush to try to figure this out. Now, look, maybe they won't be able to make any money off of it because you can grow it naturally, but they obviously want to.
Specific revenue figures for Spravato are not publicly disclosed, but its high cost suggests significant earnings.
They're making a fortune off of it.
Wholesale cost of Spravato can range from $590 to $880 per dose, with each treatment costing around $1,000 to $1,500 without insurance. Given this high price, there's no generic alternative. Spravato likely generates substantial revenue from its manufacturer Janssen Pharmaceuticals, a subsidiary of Johnson & Johnson.
Now, this is the only psychedelic that
what is in it?
Ketamine.
It's just ketamine.
I think it's a nose spray, isn't it? I thought you might have.
See if you can find anything juicy on Spravato, Steve.
Well, and here's the thing with ketamine. They start advertising this, giving it to people, and during the COVID, where people were staying at home, people were depressed, people got hooked on it. I mean, it's addictive.
On ketamine?
Yes, on ketamine. And there was this amazing New York Times story to where
there was more drug overdoses, I think, in human history than during the pandemic. There was more than ever.
Yeah, people dying of alcoholism.
Yeah.
It's a horrible, almost criminal. But what it can do if you keep taking, because obviously you reach a tolerance and you got to keep taking more and more. So what can happen is you can lose control of your bowels sometimes, and people wear diapers. So in the New York Times, you had people 25 years old, These are all people in New York City. Well, this cures my depression, and I do have to wear a diaper forever now, but at least I'm not depressed. It was just, yeah.
What? From Stravana?
Yeah, well, and other, you can buy, there's all kinds of telehealth companies to where that provide this shit, and you just Zoom with them, and they say, okay, and then they send it to you. They have to have at least a rubber stamp of, yep, we talked to them, and they seem depressed, right? And people take it. So it's not very well regulated. But after this actor died, the guy from Friends, Matthew... Matthew.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Well, when he died, now there's a huge backlash against it because
he was on it.
Because he was on it.
Shit.
There's somebody gave him a big dose, and then I think he drowned in it.
I think it was in Orlando, wasn't it?
No, he was in L.A.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Yes, I remember that now.
Yeah.
It was a different guy.
So you got to be careful of exaggerating the therapeutic benefits and downplaying the risk. But, we need to be honest. Striking the right balance there is extremely hard because there is taboos against these drugs, and people don't like you pointing out these type of things because hey, we're just now improving our reputation. Let's get this stuff through, and then we'll start talking about this.
I think the pushback comes from this being like federally illegal, right? When there's so much other shit these pharmaceutical companies push that are way more dangerous.
Sure, they passed. If I remember correctly, the FDA approved OxyContin and said there was less than 1% chance of addiction.
Yeah,
that's how many million people.
Right, that's what the Sackler family said. Like they're like that. Yeah. Some of this stuff is sinister compared to psychedelics or marijuana, or even like DMT, which there's like literally, if you want to really get scientific, there's DMT in a plant, right? There's DMT in every living animal on Earth. So like the fact that you can make this shit illegal when if you want to put it on a scale of how dangerous it is, it's way lower than some of the shit that's federally illegal and prescribed by doctors on the regular.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
So I think that's where most of like these people kind of get jihad about it, right? And they want to push it, and it becomes like it becomes their identity.
Yes, and there's also a financial incentive. We're in America. You never forget about that. There's a financial incentive. They want to make money. The stocks are out there. Every time something bad happens, when the FDA approval happens, the stock slump. Something good happens, they go up.
Yeah.
I'm not against that. I'm not against making money, but I don't think you need to lie in service of it. And the medical industry here is so corrupt. It's horrible. And the FDA, some people say, see, the FDA said it's dangerous. Well, just like here, I don't give a damn what the FDA says. We know they're corrupt.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
there's definitely, there's nuance and everything. You can't broad brush this stuff by saying it's just good for everyone, and everyone needs to take it. And then another thing that is scary, which I didn't even realize, because we had this conversation on the phone the other day, and one of the things that you're afraid of is that if churches or preachers are given, or whoever they are, the heads of these religious institutions, are federally licensed to handle and distribute these drugs. I thought initially, I'm like, okay, that sounds great, right? Maybe give these people drugs, and it's going to make it everything better. But you pointed out that when you make these people who are already, like, you're having these people that are going to church and being preached on by these, that are connected to God, and now you inject hallucinogens to them and psychedelics to these people who are able to put you on psychedelics, which you're already probably vulnerable if you're there in the first place. But now if you're on psychedelics, you're becoming way more vulnerable. And imagine the control that these people would have if not only these people are subscribing to this religion and believing that you are connected to God, but now you put them under the state, a trance, right? Like, I can see how that would be a very slippery
slope. You could radicalize them even. And it's not that so much I'm scared. I'm simply trying to report. When you have behavior scientists teaming up with venture capitalists in the Catholic Church, that's worth writing about. That's a story. And so do I think it's a bad idea? I don't sound like a good idea, but I'm just trying to keep people abreast of, hey, these are some extremely interesting things that are happening. In the response has been people are like, wow, I didn't even know this was happening. What the Catholic Church might be interested in psychedelics. So yeah, I don't think it's a very good idea. But, I'm not a Catholic, so they're not going to give it to me.
Right.
They're not going to have any control over me. But as Matt Johnson pointed out in my article, when you set up a situation where someone is claiming they have direct access to God or the sacred, and you put minors around them, you just get prepared for what they didn't need psychedelics to how many people? Millions of people?
Right.
And now we're going to the church is failing for a reason. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad.
Right.
I'm simply saying it's emptied out. The pews are empty out for a reason. You lied and covered up a scandal in which you destroyed people's lives. Now let's try to rebuild it with psychedelic drugs. This is an insane idea. This is an insane idea. A new reformation. And so that's in the center of my inquiry. New reformation. Interesting. It's okay. So there's going to be, nobody likes you looking into the origin of their religion. And if they're starting one, they're never going to say this is a new religion. They're going to say, no, this is an old one. We're starting it back up. Right? They like, especially a startup religion. They want it to get down the road and already, going before you start looking into its origins, right? People in Scientology would prefer you don't write books, and in fact, they, let's just say, discourage people from writing about them. We're in Florida, so
they're 10 minutes from here. The
headquarters. Really?
Yeah, the flag building is like 10 minutes from here.
Wow, I want to see it. But you can see they don't like people looking into the origins of the religion. Why? Because they want the founder to be mythologized, so that you don't know much about him, right? Because if you look into L. Ron Hubbard, you're going to go, this guy's a crank. This is full of shit. So what I've been trying to do is look at all the intellectual, cultural currents and all of the books that are tied up in this philosophy and these ideas, and trying to pull them apart and illuminate them so that people can understand some of the figures involved with this. Even more so than saying this is wrong, this isn't wrong. I've been more interested in the field itself. Like, what does Rick Strassman think of the New Reformation? What does Carl Ruck think of the New Reformation? Carl told me, as people who read,
you're fine to be here, but this coming in and leaving and coming in and leaving, coming in and leaving, you got to stop it. Just choose one. Stay here all day if you'd like, or leave, but quit with the coming in and leaving.
Read my new article in Reason. We'll see. In his words, it's suspect and potentially dangerous for the Catholic Church to endorse psychedelics, because what he said and what he believes is that the church has been the cause of global conflict for millennia, in his words, and that they're going to try to indoctrinate people into the church to swell their ranks, and it could create more conflict. It could radicalize people into the religion even more, and it could intensify the conflict. And this is what's happening. But what nobody talks about is that these drugs are being deployed on the battlefield.
And they're being weaponized. That's the thing we haven't even talked about yet. There you go. Since the Cold War, they've been weaponized with shit like MK Ultra and all this other shit. Like,
yes,
you can absolutely. There's been studies on how you can break down the human mind and mind control somebody, create a Manchurian Candidate, or whatever. I mean, Charles Manson. Have you read Chaos? That book, Chaos.
That's an excellent book.
Like,
yeah.
They've been studying this stuff in the context of war, right? So imagine if you, holy shit, man.
So this is what's happening, Danny, is if you read their literature, you don't have to make anything up. Just read their book, and they say Western civilization is failing.
Whose book? What are you talking about?
Well,
by the way, what is the New Reformation?
Oh,
definition.
There's a book called The Immortality Key that's kind of a blueprint for the psychedelic renaissance of what's happening.
Right.
In the first chapter, there's a foreword by Graham Hancock there's an introduction called A New Reformation, which lays out his vision, the author's vision, Brian Murarescu, for what he calls a new reformation, which is to rebuild the Catholic Church by incorporating a psychedelic sacrament. And the idea is that this will revitalize Western culture because it's collapsing and dying of a spiritual crisis, etc., etc., etc.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I understand that.
Yeah. And so what you see is this playing out in real life, that you see psychedelics being deployed on the, I think I sent you those two articles. And the New Yorker had one article, then Ryan Grimm at The Intercept had a really interesting article that was called it was called Ibogaine versus meth. And on the Russian side of the Ukraine war, they're all loaded on meth. On the Ukraine side, they're all taking Ibogaine, which is a very powerful psychedelic. And he was chronicling this
right now.
Yes. And the New Yorker article is about the same thing, because they believe that psychedelics.
Steven, pull this up, bro.
Yeah. Put Intercept Ibogaine and it'll pull up. It's amazing.
What?
They believe that it
All
increases.
the Russians are on meth?
Read
The
the article.
casualties are way higher on the Russian side.
Well, and that's normal though, because Syria, they were all on
the
there.
Nazis were on
And the
meth
Nazis
too, right?
were all on there.
Yeah.
Well, you got to keep them going, you know.
Right. And so were the Pearl Harbor, the kamikazes.
Go down a little bit to where the real article's at. There it is.
There you go.
No,
No,
right down
Steve,
there. There it is.
Oh, that's it? Okay. No, it's not. You just gotta close that. Right? Enter your email. Just enter your email.
Ukrainian military is experimenting with ibogaine, a psychedelic drug banned in the U.S. Now, this is fascinating. Do you see this? To do so, it is partnering with founder of the Yippie movement, Irvin Dana Beale. Now, he got thrown in prison.
Okay, scroll up. Hang on, scroll up real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see the headline. The Ukrainian military is experimenting with psychedelic drug ibogaine to treat traumatic brain injury. Okay, Ukraine is working with the founder of the Yippie movement to provide ibogaine to soldiers on and off the battlefield. Scroll down. Okay, what were you pointing out?
Well, to promote battle readiness, they said it increases spiritual resilience, so that it kind of puts you in this heightened.
Ibogaine's most famous American patient may well be Hunter Biden, who has battled his own drug addiction with help of ibogaine treatment at a Mexican clinic. At low doses, Beale, whatever how you spell it.
You got to get it. You should get it. It's Dana Beale. You should get him on here.
Dana Beale? Oh,
he's
really?
He's an old-timey Yippie guy. So they were like anti-war, hippie, like Abby Hoffman types. And he is convinced, he's a big marijuana activist who's been to prison a dozen times over this, but he's the one. Rick Doblin got him the ibogaine, and he brought it in because it's illegal. And he brought it into Ukraine and provided it to the military. And when he got back, he was bringing marijuana somewhere in Oregon and got thrown in prison. And I contacted him after I read this article, and I wanted to ask him details about this to write an article. And about 2 weeks later, the phone rang from a prison, and it was him. And he's a wild dude.
Is he in prison right now?
No, I think he's out.
Where is this guy?
I think he's in New York. I'll give you his phone.
I gotta get in here now.
Oh, he's an interesting guy.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're using this on, and if you look at the New Yorker article on the same thing, they think that, remember Terrence McKenna's stoned ape theory?
Of course.
Okay, you know how he said, okay, maybe it's part of the theory is that it increases hand-eye coordination, it makes you a better hunter. Edge detection, all of these attributes. Well, who do you think's interested in that? The military. So what I'm trying to report on is that we're in this utopian mindset. Oh, psychedelics, they'll do all these things, but they're always going to be used for the opposite thing too, and we need to be prepared. Aldous Huxley says in Brave New World, the cost of liberty is eternal. The price of liberty and freedom is eternal vigilance. And so I've always took that to heart. You need to be vigilant. Don't get caught up in the sales promotion. Oh, we're all going to heal each other, and then there'll be a utopian cult, and all war will end. Bullshit.
Right.
This is what's really happening. Is it all bad? Is this a condemnation of the whole movement? No. There are legitimate medical aspects, but we should also be asking, what else are they going to be used for? One reason is just because it's interesting, right?
Yeah.
I never thought about using this on the battlefield, but there's a new article out called, it's on some religious website, and it's called "Do Psychedelics Fix a Broken Brain" or something. And it's about, part of it's about John Lubecki, who's an Iraq War veteran, and he's talking about using MDMA, and he said, I'm on the front lines, but he's an American GI who went over to Ukraine to try to help him because he hates the Russians and believes in this war. And he said a lot of the people, they have trouble sleeping because they have PTSD, et cetera, et cetera. And he said, man, I'm over here on the front line sleeping like a baby because I've been healed through psychedelics.
Wow.
Yeah. So they have this usefulness, and if you think about it overall, this is really could lead to an intensification of war. Because during the Iraq War, you can look up these numbers. There was a lot of articles during the Iraq War of how much Prozac and antidepressants they were sending to the front line, because my brother was over there a long time. They kept extending your service.
I told you.
Go home in September.
It's coming, leaving and coming back, leaving and coming back. This is your last warning, man. If you do it again, I'm just going to kick you. Okay? It's as simple as that. I want you here. I don't want you leaving and coming, leaving and coming, leaving and coming. Simple as that.
Well, now it's going to be March. Well, actually, it's going to be the summer. And people are now socially depressed because it was horrible, because of all the things that were happening. So now they're thinking, well, that's SSRIs, those didn't work that good. What about if we can send them over there? You can extend the length of time to which they're there. You don't have to worry about shell shock. So it's what one member of the military, and this you can find this too. He called it. We need to have sophisticated understanding of psychedelics on the battlefield to get a leg up on the enemy, because it results in what he called increased lethality. It makes the fighting force more lethal. So what you see is, I was joking, how am I making more lethal? All of the things I just told you, increase in hand-eye coordination, edge protection. If you're in the jungle or in the desert, this is an advantage.
Right, so there would have to be like a very fine line you can't cross, right? If you're taking psychedelics, to where you don't want to be like tripping too hard.
That's why they're spending millions of dollars.
Micro dosing.
And the government and DARPA is dumping $50-60 million into this. Of what we know, they're dumping hundreds of millions of dollars into this. In order
type in DARPA and psychedelics, see what comes up.
In 2020, they put $23 million into it. That's in a Nature article, which is a very prestigious journal.
In 2020, put $23 million.
23 million. So you know it's more than that.
DARPA is exploring ways to remove hallucinatory side effects from psychedelic medicines while retaining their therapeutic benefits.
Now, do you see this? DARPA's granted $27 million to UNC Chapel Hill. I think that's David Nichols, the chemist David Nichols, who made a lot of the psilocybin for Hopkins and made all of the MDMA for the MAPS trials. He makes a lot of these drugs, and he works for DARPA. Yeah, you should have him on too. He's from Kentucky. He's another part of
What's his name?
Dave Nichols, Nichols. Yeah, really interesting guy. Knows a ton. He's a chemist, and his son also does this, and he speaks out a lot. And he knows a ton all about the chemistry side and everything else. I think he knew Albert Hoffman. He knows.
Yeah, why wouldn't DARPA and the military, like, that's such a silly thing to overlook. Why wouldn't they be dropping millions of dollars into this stuff? If you can chemically enhance cognition and effectiveness on the battlefield with drugs, why wouldn't you spend a ton of money on it?
If these things provide general optimization, of course you're going to put for the military.
Right.
What about if what about if the Russians get it, or the jihad gets it, and they're all hyped up on Ibogaine and we don't have it? Well, they might get it,
Right.
So it's moving in all kinds. But imagine this is now when our understanding of it's very primitive. What about when the science keeps developing? Because they've got our best people are working on taking the trip out. Our best people are working on amplifying the good effects, getting rid of the bad effects. So we're moving. And Shayla Love wrote an article, psychedelic journalist. She's up at Atlantic now, I think. She wrote an article called "The Psychedelic Drugs of the Future Are Ones You've Never Even Heard of." At some point, this stuff we think of is going to be looked at as primitive. They're building novel compounds all the time, but who knows what they might do. But you can see a Brave New World type scenario developing. It could go one way or it could go the other, and very likely, like all other things, it'll be a mixture of it. But I think it's important to bring this up, not as a scare tactic, but simply to say, look, you may need to balance out or temper all of this utopian thinking with the realization that there are other things happening. Because a lot of, there's just too much. The coverage of psychedelic research has been extremely bad.
And one-sided.
Yes.
Well, not necessarily one-sided, but it's been like a one-front thing.
It has, and now it's entering, as many people point out. Nothing in this country can be balanced. It can't be balanced like we're talking about now. There's good and the bad. It's either all the way good, and now it's in a negative cycle. So it's bad, it doesn't work, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
So it can't.
That's Twitter for you.
Yeah, it can't just be balanced. So I think hopefully we're moving towards somewhere where it might be balanced. People like Rick Strassman, I think Rick has been better than anybody as far as the major psychedelic researchers, who has always been honest and candid about the dual nature of these substances, and that we ought to be careful of conflating science and religion. That you should be very leery when someone says, "Oh, we found the answer to all our problems." That's not what science is supposed to do. It doesn't pride itself on finding answers.
Yeah.
Hey, can I walk up that door for a second? Grab my phone?
Yeah.
I want to show you.
Yeah.
This was an accidental send from Roland right before he died.
Oh, is this what I think you sent me this, didn't you?
Did I?
Correspondence with can this be on the show or no? Correspondence with Travis after a 70-minute call. He's well-intentioned, but his objectives are unclear, and he may be prone to take extreme positions. I will not pursue. Roland.
Yeah, odd text. He accidentally sent it, and then he sent back a thing saying, "Oh, I was just taking personal notes over our phone call. That was nothing."
What did he mean by that?
By that? Well, I mean, didn't you read it as it's signed at the bottom, right? See, I will not pursue.
Well, obviously, it was
meant for somebody else,
meant
right?
for somebody else, right?
He said it was a personal note. So who was it to?
Bullshit. Yeah.
And why is he tracking a clinical trial participant? Who's he sending notes to, and why? That's weird.
That is weird.
Isn't it weird?
Did you ask him what he meant by that?
Yes. He said, "Oh, it's just a form of
Sure,
personal."
we can talk about this in the show or no?
Whatever you think.
Okay.
I'll leave it up to you. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it will be the
show.
So you asked him about it. What did he say?
He said it was just a form of personal note taking. Now, do you want me to tell the story? Because what I just said, I would prefer not to be on the show.
Yeah.
You want me to talk about it again?
Yeah. What was the context of that? Why did he say that?
Because we had been emailing back and forth, and he was upset with me, and then he called me. He said, "Can I call you?" And I said, "Sure." And so he called me, and we had a rather emotionally potent conversation to where he did not want me reporting on the program. He didn't like he was simultaneously, he said, "I'm astonished by your level of research." That was his word. At the same time, he thought that it was threatening their objectives, as you saw in the email. His intentions are unclear. I think he's well-intentioned. I think he's well-intentioned, but his objectives are unclear, and he may be prone to extreme positions. I said, "Thank you for my first book work," which I will now call extreme.
This motherfucker comes back in the next 5 minutes.
I don't know. It's very weird. I mean, science, if you know of another example of scientists doing that, I don't know, except for maybe pharmaceutical companies, to where they want to control what's said about the drug.
Yeah.
They don't want you saying. But the funny thing is, I've written a lot about this, and I've never said anything bad about my experience because my experience was good under the clinical trial. It didn't heal any ailment, but it was fascinating. But again, on the Groff thing, it just amplified the way I already was. I was just a more extreme version of the person I already was.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I had
only when you were under the influence of it, or
long after.
You think it had a perpetual effect?
It had a major perpetual effect because for a year after, you're still feeling the effects, or 6 months to a year, and you change the sales of your life. I became obsessed with studying this, which perpetuates and keeps determining the course of your life. Because even after the enthusiasm wore off, I was knee deep into this research project. I mean, if you go to my house now, there's thousands of books. Many of them rare books on medicine.
I don't do that for
everybody. I became obsessed because I thought, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm an engineer by trade, right? That's what I went to school for. That's what I've mostly done in healthcare and IT. And so in what I do, there's always an answer. You can always reverse engineer something back in order to find the problem. I'm trained in troubleshooting medical devices. That's what I did. Okay. So I'm trying to reverse engineer it and look back where all of this came from to see what is this program? What are they doing? What is this all about? Where do these ideas come from? So I don't know what the text means. I mean, the email. I don't know. I find it odd, but I don't know.
Based on everything we know about MK Ultra in the 60s, 50s, and 60s and 70s, do you think it's unreasonable to suggest that they're still doing something that we don't know about today?
Oh, I think they are, but there's a recent article that talks about how now the CIA is mostly, it just came the other day, the head of the CIA said, we can't compete with Google, we can't compete with Palantir, we can't compete with Thiel and Musk and all these people. So they said, we're working now, the spy agencies work directly with these massive corporations who are hoovering.
6'2" friend, how you living, baby? You sound a lot better. So what happened? Dude, I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Things are wonderful in my neck of the woods. Pimp, fill me in. Since we last spoke, what happened?
So like, I need to share with you a few updates.
Yeah, you do.
You know when I sent her that breakup text that day, like she literally spam calling. She literally started spam calling me, and
Dude,
begging
you did it.
Hold on. There's a plot twist. And now she wants to come to India and all that, as I told you before. And we're fine with it. Okay, fine. Everything's cool. But today, especially now, like just a few weeks ago, when she was on a break at work, let's just say I don't know what happened to her. Like she just completely did a 360. Like she just completely took a 180.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did she do?
Now she's saying that I don't know you in person. What if you are someone else in real life? What if you are this? What if you're that? And I'm like, oh, man. And from the inside, I'm like, bitch, you get what you say.
Exactly. Wait. We gotta go back though. We got.
Yeah.
I just am so proud of you for sending that text. I have to say that. Good for you.
Yeah, like it's just so much fun, And she just started saying, "Oh, I don't know you in person. What if things are different in person? What if this? What if that?" And I'm like, "Bitch, you get what you say. There's nothing. Like I've been hiding nothing from you since day one."
Exactly.
Like, I have my intentions, right? I'm a genuine person. I don't have anything to hide from you. I've never hidden anything from you. Then why do you have to bring up all these things, especially after that day when she literally said that she needs to control my anger. She's sorry for doubting me. That's what she said that day.
Okay.
Like, I personally think that she suffers from like bipolar something.
That could be. That could definitely be. All right, dude, but she's putty in your hands. You got the control again. Dog, you got the control. You got the control. Look, it's very simple. You send her another text and you say, I am who I've been through our entire relationship. I loved you. I want you to know that I want to see you soon. I'm excited to see you in the fall and talk with you every single day until then.
And like one more thing, when she asked me this question, why did you wait till 21 to put back your life together? Like how I got a job a few days back.
Right.
So I said that I didn't really wait till the age of 21 to piece my life back together. I just wanted some motivation, And for me, she was the motivation to put back my life together.
Everybody needs something.
Exactly. And she just said that, I don't really like the idea of being someone's motivation. It makes me feel that they're being dependent on me. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this was supposed to make you feel happy that, because of me, my partner's feeling motivated again to do something in life.
Right. You could say, no. But if she asks again or it comes up again, you say, look, I got a career for me. I go to school for me. Everything I do in life is for me. I want you to know that I want you to be part of my life. Okay? But I'm not going to live my life for you or for anyone else. I live my life for me. And I understand that you did some of these things to, perhaps have a better face for her. I get that. That's cool. Don't let her know it though. That's part of the secret. If you let her know that, then she has all the power again. You want to keep that power. And this isn't like you versus her. You want it to be a partnership. However, right now, she isn't being that easily understandable. So she's at work right now, and she just did a 180 on you and said that I don't even know what you're doing or whatever garbage she's saying. You just say to her, I want you to know that I live my life for me and for me alone. I want you part of my life. I love you. I look forward to talking with you every single day until we can be together soon, hopefully in a couple months this fall. And then we can be with each other every single day. Like, that's a little long, but if you send her that text, she's going to be like, oh, okay, well, it's not that far off. And you've got to understand as well, there's something here that you don't even recognize. It's hard for you to recognize. She's a virgin. And so, as much as you are a cool guy and everything, she's afraid of losing her virginity, or she would have done it by now. So she's like, all of the emotions and stuff that sometimes she may throw at you, she's actually saying to herself, like, they're self-reflective, like, oh, you don't want to be with me. Well, actually, maybe she isn't ready to be with anyone because she's been a virgin for this long, and she knows that that's gonna be a huge commitment, and she doesn't even know. I mean, truthfully, it's just a physical action that happens between someone, but they're between two people, but there are a lot of emotions that are involved, and especially if she still has a hymen, there's gonna be, it might not be that enjoyable at first, and all kinds of things that she either doesn't necessarily know or doesn't have a perfect understanding of. You have more experience, and you basically have had a taste of now what it's like to have the power in the relationship. So if she's having these second thoughts, that's cool. You've got to just say, I got to be me. And the more that you are you, the more she's going to want you. So if I were you, I would take my advice and I would just send her a text message that says, I live my life for myself. I made the improvements in my life for myself. I want you to be a part of my life. I love you. I look forward to speaking with you every single day until we can be together physically, hopefully as soon as a couple months. I hope you have a great day. If you send her that, then that takes away all of her ammunition. Sure.
Like, I watched a video from this male influencer, like I forgot what the name was, but it's like the guy basically said that you should date someone who has at least some experience. Who, like, you shouldn't date someone who's like a total virgin, and you shouldn't date someone who has like a really high body count.
No, don't listen to that. Don't listen to that. Because everybody's got to start somewhere. So you were both virgins at one point, and you're not somebody with a huge body count. And then if you do date someone with a huge body count, that's fine. That doesn't mean that they can't be monogamous. They absolutely can. There are people who have phases in their lives where they are highly attractive to other people for one reason or another, and they rack up that body count. But no, I would not take that advice at all. You can certainly be with a virgin and have a wonderful relationship and perhaps have a lifelong relationship with this person. Or you can be with someone with a giant body count. And if that person, in your case, it'd be a woman, says to you, Curry Chad, I want you to know that I've been with a lot of guys in my life, but I love you and I want to be with you and I don't want that life anymore. That's cool. Now, you always have to have in the back of your mind, this girl at one point was hoeing, and I know that she has that kind of experience. But as long as you're able to meet her and exceed her needs, she's not going to go hoeing again.
It's frustrating to deal with this stuff every other day. I sometimes question myself that is she giving whatever she's saying? Like, she says one thing today and says the complete opposite tomorrow.
Yeah, she may have some kind of psychological issues when it comes to that. But truthfully, she's very immature. She's never been fucked. Once she's fucked, it's gonna be like a wake-up call to her. But until then, she's gonna just be in this world of thinking, well, what if he does this, and what if I do this, and what if he does this, and what if I do that? You can't play those games with her. You have to be the mature one. And you just like you did. Hey, I live my life for myself. I make the improvements in my life for myself. I love you, and I want you a part of my life. I love having you as a part of my life. I want you to know that I look forward to speaking with you every single day until we meet, and then we're able to be with each other every day. I hope you have a great day. You tell her that. Let's see what that does. It takes away her ammunition of you live your life for her. You got a job for her. You go to the gym for her. You stop smoking for her. It takes away all that. I know you told her, even with me, like you did these things for her. That's fine. But you knowing that you did them for yourself, even if that may not be 100% how it worked, is really about yourself. Because truthfully, you are with her because you want to be happy, or else you wouldn't be with her. She brings you happiness. So you are doing it for yourself. So that takes away that weapon. Another weapon that you're able to take away from her is by telling her that you love her. I mean, that's certainly nice. But that you look forward to meeting with her or talking with her soon, talking with her every day and seeing her soon. That takes away that whole, I don't think that you want to be with me. I don't think that you actually want to be here. You got into a school around her simply from the fact that you wanted to be near her. And that's all totally cool. You don't have to tell her that. But so long as she knows that you're a confident individual in yourself, that's what women want. I'm going to tell you, there is an entire community that you should be, of which you should be aware. You're 21 or whatever, you're young, and so you may not know about this community, but it's known as the seduction world. It's pickup artistry. Basically, there are things that you can do that give you a higher perception of not only yourself but by other people, and it's not talked about really in society unless you are a pickup artist. So what's a pickup artist? Pickup artists are guys who get a lot of chicks. They can be girls too, but generally they're men who get a lot of chicks. But that means they have to take a lot of attempts. And so that means that people with, dozens of or hundreds of women in their body count list, they've struck out with a lot of chicks too. But these are your alpha individuals, generally people who know society very well and social games very well, and people who have high value of themselves. These are the people who, it's like, there are like terms that you learn in this community called peacocking, where you wear vibrant clothes and you do things to get people's attention. I'm not saying you have to get into that world right now, but just know that there's an entire world of, it's an art, it's a science of picking up women. And you've got someone, you don't need to pick her up. She already likes you. What you need to do is just increase the value of yourself, your self-worth, and make sure that she's aware of it. So if I were you, you've got the text to send her, and it's just, I want you to know that all of the changes that I've made are for myself. I want you to know that I love you, that I am excited to speak with you every single day until we meet, and then to be with you physically. I hope you have a great day. Takes away all her weapons. You're a good looking dude. I can see it well enough. I can see it. I can see it well enough that you can pick up chicks. And if I'm telling you, if Curry Chad, I'm just gonna be honest with you. This girl is not for you, but that's fine. And why do I say that? Because I'm someone who believes in transhumanism, and that means that you may be able to live not just 100 years, but 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, or 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, or 10 million years, or 100 million years, or 1,000,000,000 years. If you're living that long, you're going to want to try out another girl. It's just as simple as that. So I don't really have the mentality that like, oh, you'll be together forever. Okay, that's fine. If you want to have that mentality, that's fine. You can keep meeting each other in future lives or whatever. But what you should know is that for at least the next 7 years or the foreseeable future, I think you can be with her, and I think you will be with her. So if you want to continue that, and then another 7 years, and another 7 years, and you're together for 50 years, then I think we're somewhat in agreement. I'm still someone who says that, perhaps if you can live forever, you might try out other chicks, but you can also have the opportunity to make this a girl who you have a long-time relationship with. And so I think that this might be an opportunity for you. You're a good-looking dude. I think that's a much better profile picture. The other one of Drake is kind of creepy, and it shows that you have like more self-confidence in who you are and what you do. And with her, what does she do for a living?
She works at a Goodwill.
Okay, that's a fine job. So she's basically has nothing to do except think about you and your relationship with her for 8 hours a day, because she's just marking down or putting tags on clothing and ringing people up. It's a menial. It's a boring job. I'm not saying that it's not of value though.
Every single time, there hasn't a day that has gone by that she hasn't complained about job. Like she has told me that she wants to quit, but she's like, oh, what if I don't get another job? And I'm like, there are no shortage of jobs.
That's true too. But if she doesn't have the education or experience, that's fine. And it's a fine job, and it's a good company for her to have a position, because, as I understand, they help other people who need help getting jobs. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that job. But what I'm saying is that it's not super mentally exhausting where she's not thinking about you. I mean, it may be from a boringness standpoint, but that means that she's... You're okay, big dog.
The worst part about her job is that she's surrounded by older women who bitch and complain a lot, and like she's the only 18-year-old in there.
Exactly. Okay, so she's 18.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's younger than you are. Okay, well, that's not a bad thing necessarily. You are a little bit older than she is, and it just means that she has just had the recent opportunity to really open herself up to relationships with people of older ages, but that's not a bad thing. I mean, and I understand all she does is hear women bitch and moan about men and relationships, and so she might want to do the same. I can tell you this: if she's telling her friends about you, it's almost like you don't really... Yeah, that's a tough one, and I could kind of tell that. But I mean, even if she's telling the women...
She has no friend at all. Not in school, not now, no guys, no girls.
And why?
She just lives with cats.
Yeah, and why do you think that is?
Because based on my observation for the last 6 months, she's just really antisocial. Like she's so hostile towards other people. Like I've told us so many times, like nobody's gonna hurt you. Like at least let them enter your life. Like the whole world works on trust, right?
That's okay. Okay, so you know what to tell her, and now let's play it out. What could she say? She might say, "Is she going to be hot or is she going to be cold?" She might text you back, "Oh, I love you so much. I don't know what I was thinking. I can't wait to talk with you soon."
Oh. Now she said, "I'm sorry."
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And it's the same text. Nothing about your strategy changes. She's bored. Let's be honest. She's bored and just is looking for some excitement. So you can say to her, "I accept your apology. I want you to know that I live my life for myself. I want you to know that I love you. I want you to know that I look forward to speaking with you tonight and every day up until we have the opportunity to meet, which is hopefully just a couple months away. I want you to have a good day, and I can't wait to talk to you after work." If you send her that, you're going to make her day, because not only are you willing to accept her apology, but you're showing that you are a person who has a high self-esteem and a high status of themselves, and you're giving her plans that, hey, I'm going to talk to you after you get off work, and, you know, in like the next 2 or 3 months, I'm going to fuck you, girl. I mean, you're not saying that, but basically that's what's going to happen. And you hope that she has a good day and that you'll talk with her after work. You're made in the shade.
You know, before calling you, before like, you know, joining your voice chat right now, I actually wrote a text. I didn't send it to her, but it's still in the draft.
Okay, read it
you
to
know,
me.
like what I said, that like we are done. You and I are so done. I don't fucking want someone who sees me in a negative light all the time, who fucking doubts me all the time because I'm from some other country.
Delete that. Delete that.
Yep.
Delete that. Okay, absolutely. And that may be how you feel. And
like, I was about to go ballistic on her before, but I thought like maybe I should, you know, at least consult you on this.
Absolutely.
So that I don't say something and I don't fucking regret it later.
Yeah, if you send that, that's just, you're never going to talk to this girl again. And you love her, and you care about her, and if you play your cards right, you're going to move here, you're going to have a girlfriend, you're going to be able to go to school, and you're going to have a nice life.
Yep.
Now, keep in mind, you applied to a college and got into a college that isn't as good of a college as you could have gotten into in the United States. And the reason why I say that is because you just chose an area that was close to her. So you should recognize for yourself as well, in the back of your head, look, if things don't necessarily work out with this girl, I can apply to other schools, maybe even a better school than in which I got, or
like maybe I can find someone that was in the same school.
Oh, exactly, or that too. But what I'm saying is, like, you chose an area of the United States that isn't that desirable. It's cold, it's snowy. You're like from a tropical climate. It's not going to be something that you like. So,
to be honest, I have I can tolerate the harshest of winters, but I can't tolerate the heat at all. So some place like Arizona or like Texas is not for me.
Yeah, but you could apply to Los Angeles, somewhere in Los Angeles, where it's a perfect climate, or San Diego. I mean, I'm just telling you, and the girls are way hotter than anything you're gonna find in where you applied. But just keep that in the back of your mind. Just between you and me, if something doesn't work out with this girl, and let's say the school that to which you apply is you're not able to start there in the fall, which hopefully doesn't happen. Just apply to a couple of schools in Southern California. I really mean that. There's a much bigger Indian community here. Not saying that's what you want, but it's just more diverse. And look, frankly, it's this. The girls are way hot. If you're looking for good-looking chicks, they're going to be just way hotter. But you got somebody who you like. You didn't torpedo yourself with the text message. Thankfully, you came in here and we spoke before you did that. So delete that text message. Send her the nice text message.
Yeah, I did.
Excellent. And then you're going to make her day, because that's a really nice thing. And now what do we plan from here? If she says, okay, what time you want to talk tonight or whatever, that's fine. Then you're made in the shade. If she comes back and is weird, then you just do you, Playboy. And what do I mean by that? You just do your best to improve yourself, and you can always tell her what you're doing to improve yourself. Hey, I just want you to know that I started running, or I went to the gym today, or I joined a book club, or I've learned this really neat thing, just to make yourself more interesting. This girl has like no friends. So basically anything that you do is good.
Like, she has no, like, not to criticize her or anything, but like, just gotta be honest, like, she has no life. Like, she's pretty much a very boring girl. But you know, like, despite all of that, I still am like, oh, okay, like, it's fine. Like, I can tolerate that. It's not something. It's not a deal breaker for me. You know?
You bring excitement to her.
In reality, she's a very, very boring girl who has nothing to talk about except what she's feeling or what she wants to do, which she isn't gonna do anyways.
You bring excitement to her life, and that's.
Well, I try to, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
That's okay, and depending on what she says to you or whatever, I mean, if I were you, I would try to bring more excitement to her life, but it also raises your standard with her. So normally you probably just talk on the phone or like webcam or whatever. Do you ever play games together?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, so then you could tell her. You don't have to say this right away, but whatever she says, when you say when she says to you, "Look forward to talking with you" or whatever, you can say, "If you want, we can play a game." Or let's play XYZ game that we like to play. Give her something to look forward to.
Like she's like okay, if I talk about her interests, it's mostly like she's been a very like she has liked video games and gaming consoles since she was a kid. And
Okay.
like what she really likes the most is collecting rare Nintendos, which she does. Like she has like a good collection, like a good 5 or 6 of the like 5 or 6 of the rarest of rarest Nintendos.
Are we talking Nintendo Entertainment System, Super Nintendo, Wii, or like? Are we talking Nintendo Entertainment System?
Yeah, like a 3DS.
Oh, that's not okay. So that 3DS. Okay, so she likes 3DS. But what I'm saying to you, what games do you like to play with her?
Okay. So I have told her for the last 3-4 months I've been telling her that like we can play Minecraft together or we can play Call of Duty together on our phones nowadays. And she has been like, yeah, I'll see about it. Okay. Okay, like her main issue is that I'm not in person, so she's not able to do in-person activities, which I feel that too. But I don't bitch and moan about it all the time.
That's okay. You could start a countdown with her. I mean, I can tell you this. I love countdowns. Uh, Here's one. I mean, this isn't like maybe that interesting to you, but if I just look it up, it is exactly 343 days, 14 hours, 31 minutes, and 40 seconds until Grand Theft Auto's launch. Grand Theft Auto 6. That's a big game. Okay? So here's what you do. You can start a countdown. Okay, so it's just an app on the App Store, and there are a million of them, but you get a countdown app. And you get her excited that you guys are going to be together and that you're going to be able to see her. And so you say, hey, did you know that it's not going to be that long? It'd be like 98 days until we're together, hopefully. And then you can remind her, it's 97 days and 96 days. Then it doesn't seem so far away. You basically are almost halfway through the summer and you've just got the other half to do. It's not that long. So, get her excited. But also, if she like you should say to her, I know that we're not together. I get that. You and I both understand that. But I want to have more fun with you, and thus you choose whatever game you want. If it's not like the games that you just named are like dude games. There are games that women like as well. I'm not saying women don't like those games. A lot of them do. But you could play games like The Sims. Do you know what The Sims is? Okay, that's a great game for girls because it's about building a family and houses and cool stuff like that. And maybe that's more in her lane. Or you can find an emulator of 3DS games if that's what she really likes. Dude, I bet you right now, are you in the Nintendo 3DS subreddit?
Not really, no.
No, you're not.
I just only know about Nintendos just because she likes them, and I just looked it up on Google for a bit, and that's all. Like, to be honest, I'm not look, I love video games, but it's not like it's my whole personality,
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. But imagine you were able to say this girl.
Brand fucking new PS5, in a room, which she doesn't even turn it on and play some games on it. Like, if I were her, I would have played that shit all day and all night.
Of course, because you're cool and you're a dude.
Like, I've told her so many times, like, see, if you're bored, or if you don't want to talk to me, or if you just want to spend time with yourself, just fire the PS5 up. At least for like half an hour or something, play some games on it. It's just sitting on the table and collecting dust.
100%. I understand that. But you don't want to, she doesn't want to play it, obviously, and that's fine. You want to play something that you both can play. But also, you want to have a more Like, you know what would make you sexier to her is you having more knowledge of an interest that she has. So she's into 3DS, then you join the 3DS subreddit and you say, hey, did you know that there's a Louvre kind of 3DS game? Or did you know that you can get 99-cent 3DS games at some Targets? Or did you know that, like some people consider it controversial that 3DS is the best console of all time? Or, I mean, I'm just reading through the subreddit right now. But basically, like, you become a 3DS expert, and then she's like, wow, you like something that I like. Not only do you like it, but you have more interest in it than I do. I want some of that knowledge from you. You don't have to say, hey, yeah, I joined the 3DS subreddit, but you can. That doesn't necessarily hurt, but then it gives you something to talk about, too. So what console, and maybe it's nothing, do you have? Do you have a Nintendo, or do you have a Xbox or a PlayStation? It's fine if you don't.
No, I don't.
Okay, that's fine.
No, I don't.
That's fine.
Like,
That's fine.
I've never really been
That's fine.
interested in getting a console. Like, I prefer playing, like games on computer.
Yep, I get it, man. I get it.
Like those AAA titles.
I get it. I get it. 100%. So then you say to her, look, I want to play a game with you. I don't care what it is. It could be, I mean, there's a game that I play with people in here all the time. It's an app called Plato, Plato. And the reason why we play it is because it has 30 different games in it. So if we get bored of one game, we can just go play another game. So it has things like chess and checkers and poker and Uno and bingo and mini golf and darts. And it has things like soccer, and it has things like skee ball and bowling. I have somebody who comes in here every single night, and we play 2 games of bowling, and then she falls asleep in here. That's just what she likes to do before she goes to bed, and that's what we do. But basically, it gives you a whole bunch of things. And look, if she's like, I don't want to play those games, that's fine. You know there are games in Discord that you can play. I'm sure you're aware of that, right?
Yeah. Like we have, very recently, we have started to play that snake game on Discord.
Cool.
And she says it's a silly game, but she low-key enjoys it.
Okay, well then you can tell her, hey, I want to play more games with you. And you should know that it's 96 days until we see each other in person. Hey, I want you to know it's 95 days. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Now, if she is scared, she might be saying to herself, it's 95 days until I lose my virginity, 94 days until I lose my virginity. And it may scare her, and that's fine. Then she's not the girl for you. She's then going to be a virgin for life, or probably not. What she is going to do, look, she's 18. She's not that mature. You look at yourself at age 18. You've matured a lot in the last 3 years. She's going to mature as well. But basically, if she likes you, she'll be excited to hear that you're excited to see her, and you've got a countdown. And you should always make sure that she's aware. Look, and I'm sure she is. I want you to know things can happen with the immigration process. So this isn't a guarantee, but I want you to know that it's not forever that we're going to be apart. I'm not just this random person on the other side of the world who's just a computer or who's just a voice to you. I'm a real person who loves you, and we're going to be seeing each other in less than 100 days.
Also, one more thing, that she is really very, very hesitant when it comes to spending money. Like, I wouldn't call her stingy, but, okay, so she has been pestering me about wanting a laptop, and I've told her, and I've asked, like, what is a budget for a laptop, so I can look for a laptop, because, I really love tech and all of that. So it's like, if, for example, if you ask me that, oh, I wanted to look for something for me within like $1,000, like a computer or a laptop, then I'll be more than happy to do it for you, because I really like doing that kind of stuff. But like I've told her, like her budget is $1,000, okay, and I've told her that like if she just wants a good new computer which is reliable for like the next decade or something, then she should get a MacBook Air, the new one, Like it's only $999.
I'm in agreement with you. MacBook Airs are great. I was helping somebody with one yesterday. I have friends who have them. It's a good one. Yeah, you can't play many games on it, but it's good.
Like I told her when she's like, okay, I'm gonna buy it tomorrow, I'm gonna buy it today, I'm gonna buy this, that. Like, she just says things and never plans on doing them.
That's okay. She's 18. She's not financially independent enough to be able to do that. So let her just have those conversations. Let her just have those conversations, and that's fine. And
my my main question is that, like, why do you want to ask me for help if you don't want to follow my advice or something?
well, because her bank account, I'm not sure what's in it, but let's say there's $3,000 in it.
Like she has like 3,500 something.
Okay, so I was very close. So she has $3,500. So basically, she's going to be spending 1/3 of her net worth on this device, and she's never done that, and that's scary to her. And what if it doesn't work, or what if it doesn't work correctly, or what if I don't like it? Or not only that, it's just the fear that in her bank account it's no longer going to be 3,500, it's going to be 2,500, and then she's going to get add-ons and all, and then it might be $2,000, and then for what? Like, she doesn't see. She's never made a purchase that big, or likely hasn't made many of them. So that's okay. That's a learning. That's a learning curve.
Like a few months ago, she has bought a sealed pack Nintendo 3DS for like $1,200. Like, she made that purchase without any hesitation. But what about now? Like, it's gonna be a brand new device, like a laptop. It's gonna be a brand new device straight from the Apple Store. And if she doesn't like, I told her that if she doesn't like it, she can return it within 15 days of purchase with no questions asked.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not that important to her. And obviously the 3DS was. That's fine. And she doesn't necessarily... Does she have a computer of any kind right now?
No.
Okay, so she's only talking with... She's only able to talk with you on her phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's fine. Look, nobody says that she needs a brand new MacBook Air. If anything, she could get a refurbished IBM computer for $200.
Before, like, she was the one who was insisting for a brand new machine, because, like, initially I suggested her to go buy something from eBay, under like $300 or $400, because you can get like pretty good laptops.
Absolutely.
You can get like a 2021 MacBook Air for like $400.
Right. She may not be comfortable with that.
If she wants to play safe, then there's that option.
I think it even...
She was insisting that, I want to get a new one, I get a new one. I was like, okay, then if you want a new one, then there's a new MacBook Air for like $999.
There you go. So, obviously, it's not that important to her. She was just talking the talk. That's fine. When it comes to things that you can do with her, does she have 2 devices, or she only has one phone and that's it?
No, she has an iPad Pro as well.
Perfect. Oh, she has an iPad Pro that's basically a computer in itself. Okay, so she could play games with you. So what you can do is with her, just say, hey, look, I want you, Ghost Girl. What is it, Ghost Girl?
Yeah.
Ghost Girl. We're going to find the game because I want the time to pass quickly between now and when we see each other. It's like not 100 days away. And so let's find a game that we both really like. There's The Sims, we can create a family together. Or there's, if you want to play Call of Duty or whatever, we can do that. Or we can play games in Discord, like the Snake game, which I know you don't really like, but you sort of low-key do. Or we could just play, Rabbi told me about Play-Doh. It's got like 30 different games in it, and it's really simple to play. Whatever you want to play, I want you to know that I want the time to go by quickly, and I because I'm excited to see you, and I know you're excited to see me too, and so let's do some stuff together. On top of that, what kind of music does she like?
She likes heavy metal and rock.
Okay, cool. Are you in the heavy metal or the rock subreddits?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in the subreddits, but I do listen to the metal. I like it's like that's one of the things that she and I have in common.
Okay, so what's her favorite rock band?
I would say AC/DC.
Perfect. All right. Are you in the AC/DC subreddit?
Not really.
Okay, but you should be. And here's why. because then you're going to be this fountainhead of knowledge to her. And you'd be like, hey, did you know that AC/DC's coming to Detroit in November? Do you want to go see them? Or do you want to plan on seeing them? No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like, for instance. But we could see, I mean, I'm going to look right now with AC/DC's touring, and if they're anywhere around where you are, AC/DC tour. I don't know if they're touring. I don't know if they still do. But, okay, so they just went off tour last year. Okay, they've got a 2025 U.S. tour. So, let's see here. It's an ongoing tour. Okay, it began in 2024. It's got a North American leg. So, tour dates. Okay, 2025. They're going to be in... they're not going to... They're here, but you're not here. So, they're like... They just stopped playing in, like, pretty close to where she was. That's okay. No big deal. She likes other bands. That's cool. I mean, she'll, but basically, like, you could be like, hey, did you know that AC/DC's touring? You gotta, whatever. You want to just be an expert in the stuff that she likes, because then you're going to be of more interest to her. And you're going to be, like I said, a fountainhead of knowledge to her. So whatever her interests are, she likes AC/DC, she likes rock, she likes heavy metal, she likes 3DS, she likes some kinds of gaming. She's maybe interested in a MacBook Air. I would join all of those subreddits. So I know everything about all those subreddits or all those topics. And then when I'm talking with her, you're an expert. Then when you're talking with her, then when you speak, then when you're fine. You're fine. You're Curry Chad, you're fine. Then when you're speaking with her, you're an expert in all of her favorite things. And you're going to become more and more her favorite person.
Okay, so like another thing is stuff like she wants me to like see I'm already interested in the stuff that she likes. Like I genuinely am growing an interest in it and stuff like that. So it's like she wants me to show interest in the things she likes. But when I try to, display something that is of my interest, she's like, yeah, it's boring. Like, I'm a big car nerd. Like I'm gonna be possibly the biggest partner you're ever gonna meet.
Excellent.
So it's like when I try to explain something or say something about cars, and she's like, "Yeah, it's boring. Yeah, it's this, it's that. Can we not talk about this? I don't want to see or learn about cars like all of that." I'm like, okay, that's not fair to me.
Yeah, I understand that cars are important to you, but that just might not be of an interest of hers, and that's pretty common. I mean, a lot of women don't find cars that cool. What's another interest that you have?
I would say guns.
Okay, that's not going to be something generally she's going to find cool. Okay, what about this? This is just an idea. Okay, but you say to her, I know that we're going to be seeing each other soon, and you've talked about we've never even been on a date. Well, I can't teleport to where you are because I wish I could. Let's go on a virtual date. Hold on.
I've actually made plans and preparations for her arrival. Like,
okay.
I know what places to go.
That's fine. That's fine, but that doesn't do anything. That you're not following me here. What's her favorite food?
I would say, like you're asking about Indian food or like global cuisine?
Fuck no. What is her favorite food?
Oh, what is her favorite food? I would say chicken nuggets.
Perfect. Then you say, look, I know you like chicken nuggets. If I could, I would take you on a date for chicken nuggets right now, but I can't. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you $15. I want you to go to the store and buy chicken nuggets. And I want you to buy your favorite sauces. And guess what I'm going to do? Hold on. Curry Chad, just one moment. And guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to take the same amount of money and I'm going to buy chicken nuggets here. And we're going to have a date of chicken nuggets where you eat chicken nuggets in the United States and I eat chicken nuggets in India. and we're going to be on camera, and it'll be like a date. The only difference is that we're not in the same room with each other.
You know, I have tried that before.
And what did she say?
Like she just like even during that time, she just still complained that I just want some physical touch. That's all.
And you can say to her, baby, it's 98 days until you get that. So you weren't able to say that to her before because it was like 6 months ago or something like that. But you can say to her, I want you to get ready because I'm going to be seeing you soon, or you're going to be seeing me soon. So this is what a date is going to be like between us. We're going to have your favorite food. I'm going to have your favorite food. We're going to have all the sauces that you want, and we're going to enjoy each other's company.
And also, can you give me one moment? My dad just got back home from work, so like let me greet him for a moment.
Take your time, Pam.
All right, like I'm not going away. Just like
do whatever you need to do. You're fine. Go knock yourself out. Mr. Chris, how you living, girl?
I'm good. I am COVID free. I am negative. I just got to get this mucus out of my nose and it's coughing. And other than that, I'm going to recovery 100%. I go back to work tomorrow.
That's great to hear. Congratulations. Have you been drinking your water?
Yeah, drink some more because I got to get out of this sometimes. Taking mucilage. So I got to drink all the water I can drink.
All righty. Well, that's great to hear.
Take me a nap. And I'm almost with my meds. My last meds is tomorrow. So finish taking these meds and I'm good.
Well, congratulations. I'm proud of you, and I'm happy for you.
Thank you. You've been sleeping all today.
You got that right. I've been tired.
I know. Take me out now. I'm done. I got to take this. I can't help it now. It's medicine. So I got to take me another nap.
That's good. You take your nap. You get your water in. You take your Mucinex. You take your nap. And by the time you awake, you'll be good as new.
Yeah, that's how the Mucinex.
Okay, excellent.
Drinking my water. Now,
all right. Well, enjoy your nap.
Yeah, thank you. Talk to you later.
Excellent, Miss Cruz. That's right. Yo, pimp. Okay, so I know you tried it earlier. You know how many days it is until you're in the United States?
I would say somewhere around August.
Even
Mid of August, or probably towards the end of August.
okay, but let's say it's September 1st. Worst case scenario. That's 77 days. That's nothing, dude. Yeah, so you can like remind her, hey, it's not going to be forever. It's 77 days away at the latest. As long as everything works out with the visa and everything. And why don't you take her on a virtual date? Did you pay for her date previously? I don't want you giving her a lot of money, but if you were going to take her on a date, that's something that I could understand. So you Cash App or Venmo or PayPal her $20, let's say.
Yeah, I have paid over
No, I know you have. That's not something I want you to do. But what I want you to do is say, look, I know we can't be together, but in 77 days we'll be able to be together. But in the meantime, I want to take you on a date. So what I want you to do is DoorDash yourself or go to the store and just buy chicken nuggets or whatever you want. And I'll get the same and we'll have a virtual date. You turn your iPad on and have it face you. And I'll turn my phone on and have it face me. And we'll just have a nice dinner date together. And if she's down for it, you get some candles in the background and you make it as romantic as possible. Word.
I tried that and she just said the same thing, that she's really not interested in computer stuff.
No.
She's more interested in physical things.
Wait, you tell her, baby, it's 77 days until physical things, okay? But you have to understand, this is a two-way street. Not everything's here to just please you. This is also something that I want. I want to be closer to you. If you're going to go on a date with me in 77 days, well, then you have to be comfortable eating in front of me and having conversation over dinner with me. If not, then I'm not the guy for you. Like basically everything in a relationship is a give and take. And she keeps taking and she's not doing a lot of giving. And so what you have to explain to her is that, baby, you're going to have to do some giving. And we're starting it like this. I mean, if she says no, then that's fine. You say, why not? And she'll say, well, I want something physical. I want it real. Okay, it's 77 days. Do you want me to put that in terms of hours for you? Girl, then that's...
Well, 77 days sound fine because an hour is going to be like so long. She's going to panic.
Not really. It's 1,848 hours. That's nothing. In 1 hour, it'll be 1,847.
Yeah, I get that, but it's a human tendency to follow about the numbers than the actual
Look, it might be impressive of you for her if you know it down to the numbers. At least if you know it down to the days, because she doesn't think you're good with math. So this is a way to show, hey, guess what? I'm a lot better with math than you think. Look, I think that she is not ready for a relationship, to be honest with you. She's not. Or she'd be in one in her local town with some dude from high school or from the college.
I know, like, you have the doubts and everything, and like, a lot of other people have raised the same question too, but, like, when you spend time, or when like, when you get to know someone, then you can actually see that, yeah, this person is not like what I thought, because other people don't get the full picture. Right.
Right.
I know her other than, like, more than anyone else ever could. It's like she's not really that kind of person. Like, if she were, I would have spotted that for a mile already.
I get that. What I'm saying is that she's likely not ready for a relationship, or she would have been in one already. Women don't just say, I want to be in a relationship. Let me just throw a dart at the globe and choose one of the furthest countries away from me. No, they get on a dating app, or they have a mutual friend introduce them to someone, they start dating that person. So there's a reason why she's not doing that. I get it. She's different. Like you've said, she's just not that kind of person. That's fine. She has to get comfortable with you. And one way that she can get comfortable with you is going on a virtual date. Another way she can get comfortable with you is playing games with you. And if she's like, well, I just want the physical thing or whatever, baby, it's 1,848 hours until I see you. And you can always, don't ever forget the feeling that you got when you had the power in the relationship, which you're starting to gain back, which is what you need. And I'm not saying you abuse that power, but if you give her all the power, then you're just going to be pulled along like a puppy. And that's not what you want, because you're not going to be happy that way. So we've got virtual date, we've got gaming. Does she sing? Does she have a good singing voice?
Yeah, she does have a good singing voice, actually.
Okay, then you can say to her, look, Ghost Girl, let's do karaoke on Discord. There's a karaoke server. It's very easy to get into. And you guys sing karaoke in that server. And that's something to do that's fun that you can do virtually. And it's low pressure. You don't have to have your camera on. And if she's like, well, I don't want to sing, that's fine. And you have to respect that. But you can say, well, I'm going to sing. And you can listen to me. And if you get more comfortable, then you can sing as well. You're not singing in front of 100 people. You can choose how big a room you want to sing. If you want it to only be you two, it can be that. If you want it to be 5 people, it can be that. 10 people, 20 people, or unlimited people. But basically, you need to be able to do more stuff with her. And you have 77 days. And if you, by the end of that, recognize that this is not someone with whom I want to be because she's just no fun, then you'll have figured that out. But if she's not willing to do a virtual date, if she's not willing to do gaming with you, if she's not willing to do karaoke or some kind of singing, if she's not willing to have any of the interests for you, well then, dude, you just have the wrong girl.
Oh, and one more thing, like, this is not related to this, okay? Like, it's a totally different issue, which I'm basically. All right. Like, can I say?
Absolutely, please do.
All right. So, like, last month, I got myself a used iPhone.
Okay.
And like everything was going well with it until today. Like, I live like. I just saw it now that it has that remote supervision thing. You know, like when you get like a device from your work or school and it is like restricted and all that, you know.
Yep.
So apparently this device was used by someone before, and like the previous owner of this device. He forgot to delete that thing before he sold it to me.
Sure. Yeah.
And now my phone is great.
Yep.
It has the remote supervision thing where it's like locked, and without the credentials of the previous owner, it cannot be unlocked.
Yeah, Ken.
So what can I do in this situation?
Yeah. So
I've tried contacting I've tried contacting the person I bought it from, but it's just straight going to voicemail. And I know this phone isn't stolen or anything because that person had the bill and the box and everything.
okay. How did you buy the how did you buy the phone from the person?
Like the person.
Okay, can you go to their house?
No, I can't. I don't really know that person. I've tried reaching out to them, but it's just going straight to voicemail.
Okay, try with another telephone number.
I've tried calling using my mom's phone too, but now it says that the number doesn't exist.
Okay. So there are some things you can do. There are some things you can do. Just hold on. Let's get the list. You can find somebody in India who can get you on that phone. But one moment. How do I get into a phone that is locked under someone else's iOS account?
No. You're getting it wrong. It's getting it wrong. Like, it doesn't have that iCloud lock, like you said. It doesn't have that. It has like something called remote supervision, like MDM, like a mobile device management thing. Like, you can type MDM and see, like what it is exactly. Like you can type something like MDM and like what is MDM in iPhone?
Okay, MDM. Okay, you typically need admin credentials from an organization that set up MDM. MDM profiles are used by schools, businesses, or other entities trying to bypass. There are ways to bypass it, though. So you can find someone in your local town who has iPhone jailbreaking experience. You could jailbreak the phone yourself. Why don't you do that? I mean, let's put it this way. You're in a position where you're never getting that phone back. So you've already taken the biggest risk that there is, which is you're not going to be able to use that phone anymore. So you have nothing to lose.
That's my primary phone. I don't really have another phone.
And you can't use it right now, right?
It's great and it just shows only like I cannot even switch it off,
Exactly, and you can't get to.
Only one screen.
And you can't.
It's just showing only one screen.
Exactly.
Credentials of this and that person.
Exactly. So you're basically at a point you're never going to be able to use that phone again, right? So you have nothing to lose by jailbreaking it. So what you do is you plug it into a.
Without jailbreaking an iPhone, like it's a risk, like you can basically corrupt the iOS in it.
You're never going to be able to use that phone again. Basically, it's as good as a brick to you. So at least this is an opportunity to try to get back into it.
Will jailbreaking remove that lock?
Yes.
Because I've been looking at Reddit for this exact same thing since the last couple of hours, and like turns out I didn't really find anything meaningful.
Right. So you could go to an unauthorized iPhone retailer, so not an Apple store, and see if they can get in the phone for you for a certain amount of money.
But that I have to wait like tomorrow, like if it's like almost 12 a.m. It's almost 11 p.m. right now.
Well, yeah, chances are you're never getting back in this phone. So it's basically lost to you. So what you do is you take it, you plug it into your computer, and you jailbreak it.
Should I try to jailbreak it on my own using watching a YouTube tutorial or something?
Yes. Make sure you use the exact make and model of your phone. So what I mean, like, what kind of phone do you have?
It's an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Perfect. Then you want to use an iPhone 12 Pro Max step-by-step guide, not an iPhone 12, not an iPhone 11, exactly what you find. And you'll be able to get... Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, so it's just basically a different kind of app store that's side-loaded onto your device that Apple doesn't normally let you have.
Obviously, this phone is like 4 years old and it doesn't have a warranty, so I'm not really losing anything.
Exactly, you have nothing to lose. And you'll...
If you jailbreak the device which is within warranty, it's going to void that warranty if you jailbreak it within some way.
Right, you don't have that. And in the future, I wouldn't buy off eBay. I wouldn't buy off anything of any place that's good. Is Amazon. They have a 90-day warranty, and they have ratings on their stores. They're more legitimate.
Oh, you mean like Amazon refurbished? Unfortunately, we don't have that in India. Like that service is only for like other countries. They don't have that in India, so I can't really buy refurbished phones.
Okay. I mean, I don't know everything that's going on with the laws of India, but then, if anything, I think yes, for the fourth time, yes. And you're not going to be able to probably do it in the next 12 hours. It takes a while. It's not super easy to do. But
or should I wait until tomorrow and get an expert on this and actually fix it?
Nobody's going to be able to fix it. They're either going to jailbreak it or you're going to be able to jailbreak it. They're going to charge you $100 to jailbreak it at a minimum, or you just do it on your own. Or if neither one works, then you just go buy another phone and you say, well, I learned my lesson.
I bought this phone last month. Last month was my birthday. So I bought this phone out of saving for months. I got this phone from my own money, and I'm not really I don't think I have the funds to buy another one right now.
Then you.
I mean, I do have the funds, but I feel shameful asking for my dad, asking money from my dad.
Yeah, especially when you haven't tried to get into it. And that's at the your dad will say, did you try everything you could to get into it? And you're going to be like, well, no, there's a way that I could try it. And he's going to say, well, then try it. So just jailbreak it. I mean, you go to YouTube and you go to iPhone 12 Plus Max jailbreak or Pro Max jailbreak. I have a bunch of them, but I use an iPhone SE primarily.
Oh, I used to have that phone. I used to have the first and second generations of the iPhone SE because I really loved them.
They're amazing phones, dude. They're amazing phones.
I still have it.
Yeah.
I still have that phone.
So the other key part is you need to know what iOS you're using.
Oh, okay. So right now, so normally all iPhones are currently running iOS 18.5, right? But I am currently using the iOS 26 developer beta one.
Okay, you might run into some issues with that.
Yeah, the official release of iOS 26 is going to be in September. And when the new iPhone's released.
Right.
So I've been using the developer beta right
now. Okay. Well, you don't have the ability to do anything but try to jailbreak it yourself right now. So just do that.
I've been doing this to all my iPhones since iOS 10, or downloading the experimental operating system for an iPhone.
Right. I don't think that's smart, but okay.
I know it's not smart. It has a lot of bugs. Obviously, because it's a beta, a lot of bugs that needs to be fixed. But hey, it's pretty stable.
Yeah, I would just be more patient and be like, okay, it's not ready yet. Okay.
I have this thing in me that, I want to try the latest thing first. You know what I'm saying?
That's fine. You have to say that the latest thing is not the experimental versions, it's the finished versions. Okay, but that's neither here nor there. Go on YouTube, jailbreak your phone. I'm here if you need help. The big thing is you need a cord to plug into your computer. Do you have that?
Yeah, I do.
Perfect. Then you should be able to do it.
And for the computer, I'm using a MacBook Pro, so it should be pretty easy, I guess. I got this computer back in 2019 brand new. It was like $1,800. Obviously I have no use for such an expensive computer, but I just got it because like that time I really had my dad.
All right, we'll go jailbreak it. And that'll give you something to do until Ghost Girl gets off of work.
She's gonna call me like in an hour. No, not an hour. Yeah, in an hour when she has her second break.
Okay, so just be ready for her call.
And in the meantime, I can look for help for jailbreak.
Exactly.
If I find something, I'll just rejoin it.
Sounds like a plan, big dog. All right, see you, big man. Peace.
Bring in data, and we now know data is worth more than oil.
Yep.
And so the way they're doing it is going to be different. They're not going to be like, okay, guys, it's MK Ultra 2, let's start it back up. They're doing it in a different way. And this is what I've been looking into too. Who are these people? Some of them are very odd characters.
Yeah, well, Google was literally created and incubated under the umbrella of the CIA and the NSA.
Sure.
Like Sergey Brin, there's a great article on this on Substack. I forget the name of the guy who did it. He did a series on it, on basically how Sergey was being visited at Stanford by multiple CIA people and NSA people, and he was getting his funding from them directly for their search engine, whatever it was called, the name of the software that made the search engine work, and some of the other fundamental mechanisms of Google itself.
Sure.
So if they were involved in funding it and creating it, why wouldn't they have just full control over it? Like this is a big difference between.
Sure, and Oracle.
No, this isn't it.
The psychedelic renaissance came out of Silicon Valley by a guy who worked at Oracle. Oracle was the CIA kind. That's what it is. Look up Larry Ellison, CIA, and you'll see.
Larry Ellison was the guy who was just talking. There was just a huge thing that came out with him recently. We were talking about AI, right? Him and Sam Altman together.
Probably. Yeah, he's extraordinarily rich.
What was that recent news about Larry Ellison? He was standing right there next to Trump, giving a speech. Can you find that, Steve? Anyways,
of course you have, Roland Griffiths would compare psychedelics to nuclear power in how powerful they are. Do you think the government's going to just we're just studying this over here, don't worry? No, foreign governments are interested in this. You must be involved in what's happening. It only makes sense for national security. And like you're talking about the birth of the internet and the birth of psychedelic research are intertwined at Stanford, right? There's a great book about this. You should get him on. The book is called What the Dormouse Said. It's an incredible book about the entwined origins of the birth of the internet.
What the Dormouse says?
It's called, which is a line from Jefferson Airplane. You know, feed your head, rape, you know that song, Jefferson Airplane. Feed your head.
Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Trump's AI deal fueling early cancer detection from Oracle's Larry Ellison. Trump said this project is the largest AI infrastructure by far in history. And Elon hates these guys.
Oh, they're his competitor.
Right.
He wants his business to do all the work.
Well, Elon's doing it open source. These guys want to make and then they also OpenAI. Sam Altman's trying to take it private, trying to make it from being a open source nonprofit to a private company. So they're trying to do one of the most exciting things we're working on, again, using these tools that Sam and Masa are providing, is our cancer vaccine. Ellison said during a news conference with Trump in the Roosevelt Room. Ellison said early cancer detection can be provided with simple blood tests. Artificial intelligence can leverage and look at the blood test to find out cancers that are seriously threatening. So they can take your blood and they can process it through like DNA sequencing and find out what cancers you're predisposed to, and then create a custom tailored vaccine for you to avoid cancer.
Yeah,
that sounds promising.
Could be.
Now,
or it might be like Elizabeth Holmes.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, right. What could go wrong? Exactly. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Okay, going back to the immortality key and what we were talking about with this new Reformation.
Yeah.
So I reread the Immortality Key again over the last couple of days, trying to get a good gist of what it was about, and I've only got about halfway through, so I probably missed some of the key parts where you're basically saying that what the goal behind that book, Immortality Key by Brian Marescu, is to merge psychedelics with religion or with the church, and to try to revive Christianity and Catholicism by infusing it with psychedelics and getting these people.
That's what he argues in the introduction. Yes, he said the premise is this. He says, look, the world is in chaos. The United States, we've got deaths of despair, opioid addiction. He paints a picture of Armageddon.
Yes,
and then like, let's say a medical lab, he says, we found the cure. Go to Roland Griffiths. They cut to Roland Griffiths at Johns Hopkins. He's discovered the origin of religion. He has a Johns Hopkins clinical trial participant saying, I was healed. There was this miraculous healing. And then he combines Roland's research with this search for the origins of religion, and then also adds in a bunch of psychedelic scientists who are interested in pushing this through the medical system. So it's essentially selling psychedelics as a cure for not just medical problems, depression, mental illness, but also the same old utopian stuff that Albert Hoffman and other people. Albert Hoffman was he's really kind of following Albert Hoffman. Albert Hoffman discovered LSD.
Yeah,
right. He's a chemist from
I'm familiar with him from The Road to Elusive.
Yeah, fascinating guy. And in that book, he had a rap that he did different variations on his rap, but he gave this kind of rap all the time. The world's coming to it. He was what Jonathan Ott, who translated, Jonathan Ott, psychedelic researcher.
Yeah, I'm familiar with him.
You should get him on there. But he,
I think like a bunch of people have told us we need to get.
Yeah, I can't get his email address for the life of me, so I don't know how you get a hold of him. But he just popped up. There's a new lecture by him that's amazing. He's in Basel, actually, talking about Albert Hoffman. Anyway, Ott described Hoffman in this lecture as an ecological fanatic who didn't like people. He loved nature. He was very pagan. If you look at pictures of him, he owned this huge strip of land in the mountains of Switzerland, and he thought that industrial civilization was destroying the planet. And so he saw his drug as something that could resolve this. He thought it would revive the ancient mysteries and that it would magically heal the world. And fix the world by fixing the root of the problem, which he believed was human psychology. And so Marescu, really, he's following in that tradition. And what he did is kind of dumb it down and turn it into a commercial sort of Hardy Boys mystery. If you overall, it's kind of like a drug.
It's like the Da Vinci Code for trying to uncover this ancient chemical evidence of the ergot fungus that's grown on wheat or barley in these vessels that were found in Eleusis. Right, to support his hypothesis that basically it's confirming and kind of building off of Ruck's Road to Eleusis with Hoffman and Lawson, trying to just do a deeper dive on what the actual science is behind that. Can we evaluate? Can we confirm that they were mixing psychedelics with this wine that they were drinking and finding God this way? Which is fucking fascinating. I mean, it is fascinating.
It is, and all the work on ancient. What it is, think about it this way: the book, the story that most people have clung on to, is essentially a literature review. It's taking Ruck's work and Lawson, The Road to Eleusis, and it's looking at updated research using the work of mainly Patrick McGovern, who's the author. He's at University of Pennsylvania. He's a chemist. He's the one who pioneered this study of finding little objects like this, scraping them for residue, and chemically analyzing them. That his work is the basis of the book. His books are Uncorking the Past, and his other book's called Ancient Wine. It's on Princeton University Press. Everybody should go out and buy it. You should have Patrick on. He's a fascinating dude. So Brian is writing this book. He tells Patrick what he's doing, and McGovern's mentioned in the book over 70 times. It's largely based on the updating of Ruck stuff is mainly using two things: McGovern's work on ancient wine mixed with the work of Roland Griffiths. So you see, he combined all of these things together. Right? But so the middle of it's like a literature review. It's bookended by an introduction and an outro that are really trying to sell Hopkins' research in psychedelics as some kind of medical cure. He says, look, let's revive Eleusis. Let's turn it into this chain of mental health clinics. Let's get the government to pay for it, and it'll cure people of all these different diseases. That's what the book argues.
Now, is there any? And I can't remember from the book, but did we ever find any sort of hard evidence of psychedelics in these vessels, or is there any hard evidence that there were psychedelics used in Eleusis?
No,
there's none.
None. Zero.
Other than the texts, like Hillman would claim, and that Ruck would claim.
Yes.
Right, there's no hard evidence.
None. And they would say, look, they would say it's a bias to demand this type of scientific evidence. That's what they say. This is a bias. We don't need that hard scientific evidence. There's just certain people who science has now become the standard of believability and evidence. And so people like McGovern and other people, I'm maybe biased in this way a little bit too. I kind of want evidence. But if you read these texts, and if you read about the ancient mystery cults, even reading like Walter Burkert, who rejects the drug hypothesis, and you even read the people who reject the drug hypothesis, and I mean, it does, if you look at the descriptions, it does seem like it's psychedelic drugs. There's no doubt about it. But they want to take it a step further. Hey, is there any physical evidence? Because you're finding these vessels all around the world, South America, here, there, Telerad, and Israel, and you're finding drugs everywhere. You're finding, Hillman was talking about, there was this, what was that vessel that he found that had human bodily fluid?
Oh, it was in Tampa, the University of Tampa. It was an Egyptian mug, the god of Bes or something like that.
I sent him that article,
Yeah, and they actually, they found like vaginal mucus in this mug.
Yes.
And when was that mug from, Stephen? Did they date it? I think they dated it in that article. Oh, here it is. That's the mug right there. That's the god of Bes. And go down, let's see when they say it was from.
5th century.
16th. Okay, the vessel is the shape of Bes played an important part of the cult as a way from the 16th century BCE to the 5th century CE. This particular example dates the Ptolemaic Roman period, from which the 3rd century BCE to the 3rd century CE, when the production of such objects peaked. And then go down to where it says what was actually found in it.
Psychoactive drugs, human blood, and other.
There you go. Yeah. They found evidence of human blood, bodily fluids such as oral or vaginal mucus, and breast milk.
Yeah, so morning, you had, I think Bogana Homila is morning glory seeds, right? I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
traces. Okay,
so here you have scientific evidence of what Hillman's been talking about for a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you have these strange concoctions that you find in these ancient medical books. Now you find them with it in it, and I'm sure this is going to keep happening. I think if you compare Hillman's work to the Immortality Key, you see something interesting.
Yes.
In Hillman's work, it's most people would find absolutely revolting, wild, and crazy,
disgusting.
And what you see in the Immortality Key, and I've talked with Hillman and all these Ruck and people about this. You see a kind of advertisement for a more modern, new age sort of, wellness, Michael Pollanized, Oprah-fied wellness center that him and his associates are interested in making, apparently.
And in your Reason articles, you claim that some of the people that Brian interviewed and used for the research behind the Immortality Key is people like Ruck or like Hillman. They were not. Brian did not explain to them his hypothesis or his
wasn't his hypothesis.
His motivation or his spin on the book.
They didn't know about a new Reformation. They didn't know about the pharmaceutical stuff. All they knew about was, look, I'm going to diligence Ruck's theory. Is it true or not? I'm going to go out and I'm going to look for evidence. And if there's no evidence, I'll say there's no evidence. If there is, I'm going to say there is.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know about all of these other things. They didn't know about the new Reformation. And you can imagine Ruck and Hillman with the way they are. Whenever he found out what we're rebuilding the church, it was all the thrust of the psychedelic literature from Hoffman to McKenna. I mean, look at McKenna's stuff. He wrote. I sent you that.
McKenna was very anti-Christian.
All of them are. The whole point of psychedelics was to debunk Christianity and to dissolve it and get rid of it. After we debunk it, get rid of it. They want to destroy it.
And you can tell by talking to Hillman that he very much has a disdain for religion and Christianity.
So you can imagine his surprise whenever you open up the book, of which, as in his words, the Immortality Key is peppered with his research, and anybody who knows his research can read the book and see. He's only cited once. There's a short discussion of
Amen.
It's called Smashing the Victorian Lens. It's probably his best paper, Hillman's best paper. Smashing the Victorian Lens. He talks about it in there for a paragraph or maybe two, but his research is much more prominent in the book than that would lead you to see, the witches and all this stuff. They were definitely surprised. Right when the book came out, I had already known Ruck. I had already known all this literature.
Okay.
And Ruck introduced me to Brian through an email. And so I was like, oh, cool, new book coming out. This is going to be amazing. Maybe this stuff will become more popular. This is great.
Yeah.
And then when the book came out, I didn't read it at first, but Ruck and I wanted to interview them about it, talk to them about it. And they were like, kind of like, what?
You wanted to interview Ruck and Hillman about it?
Well, I wanted to talk to him about it. Hey, what's going on? Are you happy? Isn't this amazing? These subjects are getting out there. What do you think of the book? And they hem-hawed around about it. And about, where I expected to find jubilation, I found, I don't know.
That's interesting too, right? Like the foundational beliefs and values and ideologies of the people like Ruck and Hillman. It goes to even like biblical scholars. Like lots of biblical scholars are religious and believe and are Christian, and they're kind of like they're going to school and studying this stuff, and it's supposed to be scientific, but they're also looking at stuff that only bolsters their beliefs they already have. And on the opposite side, you have people like Ruck and Amen, who are like very anti-Christian and anti-religious, but they're both looking at the same text and both coming up with their own. Amen, to his credit, he says he's not trying to get to the intention of the author. He says that he's only trying to say what the texts say. Like he when I asked him about it, he's like, no, I don't care what the intention of the author was. I don't care what their ideas were. All I want to understand is what the texts say, what the context of it was.
Yeah, the context is what really matters. And I want to be careful about painting with a broad brush of saying, well, Ruck and Hillman are anti-Christian. It does sound like that.
There obviously is a whole group of classical scholars that are anti-Christian.
Yeah, and Ruck, I don't know if Carl would say he's anti. Maybe he would. I don't know. You could ask him. But yeah. I don't. But yeah, it's there. With Hillman, let me just say this. With Hillman, it's much more overt. He's very clear about his motivations and how he feels about modern Christianity and the Catholic Church. I mean, he wrote a book on the Catholic Church called Ritual Child. I mean, come on.
Right.
So when you have that's what's motivated the literature. Then you have the Immortality Key come out, and it's, hey, let's, and then he's meeting with the Pope and handing him the book. This is extraordinary.
Yeah, can you explain that part of it? Like, how did Brian get into meeting the Pope, and who was involved in going to meet the Pope, and what were the motivations behind that?
Good question. I'd love to hear Brian tell the story. It was referred to in documents that were leaked to me as the Holy Meeting. And so I'll go, wow, a Holy Meeting. And then somebody sent me a photograph of him handing the book to the Pope. And I went, wow, this isn't just talk. It actually happened. Yeah. And so all I know is that him and Richard Rohr, who I think is like a liberal Catholic theologian and popular writer who's, I don't know, he's old, I think he's in his 80s. They went and met with the Pope, and they maybe discussed Thomas Merton, who's a Catholic mystic who, I think he was French, but he lived in Kentucky, down around Maker's Mark, down around Loretto. And so what was discussed, I'd love to know. Maybe Brian will come on and tell you about the new Reformation and the Holy Meeting.
So Brian claims that he's Catholic.
Yeah, good Catholic boy. He was trained by the Jesuit. He gives the impression that he's a Jesuit, but he's not. He's never said, I'm a Jesuit, but he talks a lot about how his mentality and approach was shaped by his early Jesuit training. I guess he went to a Jesuit high school in Philadelphia.
Okay. So that would explain that then. But he's never tried psychedelics.
He said,
I understand why he would lie. I mean, if that's a lie, I understand that lie because he wants to maintain credibility and not have to be,
Yeah. When people aren't forthcoming about,
unfortunate.
Yeah, when people aren't forthcoming, you have to use other. You have to start gathering evidence and information and start putting together a coherent picture and saying what's going on here. I mean, they put up a statue for the immortality key in Silicon Valley. That was Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk, and Steve Jurvetson, who's high up at Tesla, and it looks like Elon Musk's right-hand man. They're very much enthusiasts of this book. They erected a statue at Burning Man celebrating Brian in the book.
Wow.
They're heavily invested in the money side of psychedelic medicine. They're funding a lot of it. They want to turn it into a medicine. So you already see there's theological entanglements, financial entanglements.
Mm-hmm.
Brian's very involved in the marijuana business.
Is he really?
Yes. Yeah, he was the head executive director of Doctors for Cannabis Legalization.
Okay.
And I was told that he's also financially invested in hedge funds in marijuana and, I don't know, Denver or California or something. I haven't looked closely into it. So we know there are financial motivations. We know there are theological motivations with the new Reformation. So the question is, what is going on? That's what I've been trying to figure out.
Have you asked Brian directly?
Yeah, he didn't want to talk that much. He didn't. He didn't want to talk about it. He answered some of my questions and didn't answer others.
What did he say?
Well,
what was his reaction?
To what?
To all this stuff.
Well, as far as the new Reformation, he didn't give me any information on that. He just said, I'm a guy who wrote a book, and what you see is what you get. I didn't get any information from him. There was no information on what's going on. He didn't say, this was before I knew about the Pope stuff. He didn't say, well, here's what I'm doing, and there's going to be a holy meeting, and then we're going to get it in there. He very much wanted to separate himself from psychedelic research, that he doesn't have anything to do with Johns Hopkins. He told me, I've never been to Johns Hopkins. I don't really know those people.
Which is obviously not true. Exactly. He does know those people.
Exactly. And the religious studies paper that we were discussing earlier, that where Roland Griffiths and Bob Jesse and others got at Hopkins, all these religious leaders, Muslims and Christians and Jews, and gave them psychedelics.
Yes.
In the first paper, which Roland approved, they cite the immortality key. Later, after a big fight over this, he took it out. So we know they knew each other. We know they were involved. He uses his research in the book. I mean, Roland's research is a major plank in giving it scientific credibility. But no, I got the answer to your question is I didn't get really any information out of it. He didn't really want to talk about the things that we're talking about.
And he never said anything, never reached out after the article was published or anything like that?
No, never. He didn't really want people writing about it in that way. He likes people that take it at face value because he's pushing himself as the representative, like the new Ruck, like the flame has been passed from Carl Ruck to me. He's trying to create that impression, which obviously isn't true. That's my interest in this. I'm talking to Carl and I'm looking at the Joe Rogan podcast and all this other stuff, and then you talk to them and you go, hold on, there's two different stories here. Which one's true?
Right.
And how is this entangled with the Hopkins project? Because the center of my investigation is the project at Johns Hopkins. Right? So when this research is being used for a new reformation, I go, well, hell, I got to look into this too. What's going on? And then I read the book and I go, wow, this is fascinating. Rebuild the Catholic Church. And this, I've had people tell me, oh, Travis, this is nothing. It's just self-promotion. Right? It seems that it's not a lot of fun with self-promotion. If this is self-promotion, it's quite elaborate.
What is that paper that you were citing that has never been released or is never going to see the light of day?
That was the religious studies.
That was the one with all the religious folks.
Yeah, let me tell you what happened. So Roland gets diagnosed with cancer. They're putting the finishing touches on this paper, which he believes is going to be the magnum opus, proving that psychedelics are the common core of all religions. What happened was a controversy happened at Johns Hopkins. His protege, Matthew Johnson, was accused of a whole bunch of stuff. Bullying and yelling at colleagues, bullying at colleagues. And when Roland was dying, he had to appoint a new director. Well, he naturally appointed Matt because he was his protege. He'd been working with him for 20 years. He personally groomed him to be his replacement. He puts Matt in charge of the Hopkins Psychedelic Research Center. Other people are mad, who basically are mad that he got the job and that are jealous and that maybe they have some, I don't know what their resentments were, but they were mad about it and didn't want him to be the director, so they made up a bunch of stuff. Roland said, Matt, we got to let you go. And it created this massive controversy. And that controversy led to the New York Times expose called The Psychedelic Evangelist, which exposed everything that was happening behind the scenes. If that would not have happened, the paper would have been released. And we would have said, wow, they've proven that psychedelics are the common core of all religion. But because of this controversy that happened at Hopkins, all of these details, people started talking about what was going on. And they went, this is not what you think it is. Behind the scenes, this is a push to incorporate psychedelics into religion. They were taking clinical trial participants like me, paying them to go out and start religious organizations and try to recruit people into it. Wow. And this was being paid for by the heir to the UPS fortune. His name's T. Cody Smith. And he wasn't just funding it and funding all of these groups by clinical trial participants. He was also working on the study. So the funder of the study was working directly with the volunteers in the study. Oh, wow. And if you believe Matt Johnson, they were trying to shape their beliefs and saying, well, when you only rated the experience as a 4, could you bump that? Wasn't it really a 5? Could you maybe bump it up a little bit? They were giving them spiritual literature to more and more try to convince them that this joined the movement. And so if you read that Times investigation, obviously these are major ethical transgressions. And so you start to get a picture of what really looks more like a religion in a scientific study. Wow. Right? Yeah. The reason why this information hasn't gone very far is because you can see it's convoluted. People who are doing these things, they're not just going to come out and say, we're starting a new religion. Who wants to join? You see, it's extremely complex. And Bob Jesse was clear from the beginning of starting these studies. Look, science is what has credibility these days. We have to push this through science. But he said in a lecture, he said it's inevitable that it will turn into a new religion centered on psychedelics. So you've asked me before, but isn't that a good thing? I don't know. I'm simply saying it's happening. I don't know whether it's good or bad. Now, it is odd that the people that are demonizing the old religions are also starting their own.
That is odd, right?
Yeah. Some people have called it Scientology with drugs.
That's a funny way of putting it.
Yeah, a lot of this information came out because one of these organizations that they started called Legare, which is a Christian missionary organization, one of the people that worked for it, his name's Joe Welker. He became unsettled by what was happening, and he left the organization and leaked a bunch of emails and told what he knew. And said, there's something going on here that people need to know about. And he published a series on Substack called the Psychedelic Religion of Johns Hopkins. I can't remember the title, but Brian was involved in that. And the interesting thing about that is all the stuff about Brian, a couple of weeks after it was published, all those parts disappeared. But I'd already printed them out.
What do you mean they disappeared?
They disappeared from the internet. They're no longer there. If you go look at it now, he doesn't mention it. But Substack has this nice feature that it's a newsletter service, meaning when you hit publish, it sends the email to your mailbox. So you have an original record of the original document.
Wow. Yeah.
So I looked and I go, hold on, there's a bunch of pieces missing now. What happened? I went back to look at it. This is interesting. All of the references disappeared. So I went back to the original emails. A bunch of it had been deleted. Yeah. There are people don't want you talking about this. They do not want you. Hence my little message over there. Right. They don't want you talking about it. And it's most people you can dismiss, but I did the trial. I know more about this than most people do. I've been studying for 10 years really intensely the scholarly literature. And not only did the clinical trial, but I've met most of these people and talked to them. So it wasn't so easy for them to dismiss me and say that, well, he doesn't know what he's talking about. No, I do know what he's talking about. I did the trial. You didn't. You know, and it also came out, we should say that Roland himself was using psychedelics during these trials. Right. While he was studying them, he had also been taking them himself in his house, which he even admitted on the Tim Ferriss podcast, convinced him that it was true. That this must be true. All of these ideas are true. The original psychedelic theory of religion.
The perennialism idea is very interesting.
It is, isn't it?
How, like, I think the way you described it, how, like, everyone speaks a different language, but the fundamental archetypal stories are all the same, just like it presented in different packaging.
Yes, and you know how they came to these conclusions? I'll give you a very, very short summary. The literature that they're reading, what happened, Danny, is people like Mircea Eliade and Jung, what they did is take all of this information on old mystery cults and old religions from all around the world, all the different pagan religions, all the different primitive religions, and they synthesized them. They took reports of mystical experiences from all over the world. They synthesized them into one generic and said, these are the basic features. These are the basic features of this mystical, religious, psychedelic experience. They synthesized them. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then...
But they cherry picked certain things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What they're doing is using all of this literature on religions essentially to create a new religion that they believe is a universal religion. And the way that they've done that is by citing literature in which we know that those people, rather than providing accurate information about all these different religions, were leaving out the parts, and they said it themselves, the parts that don't fit and that don't share the common core, you just kind of push that to the side and take an eraser and take that off in order to create this universal religion, which they believe can replace all of these other religions. You see, so what you see is the build-up to a new universal religion. And here's what I think your audience should impress upon them. You know, one of the books that has influenced them is a book called Global Mind Change by Willis Harman, who was at Stanford, one of the early psychedelic researchers. Much of this stuff was funded by the CIA. And really? Yes, he was an electrical engineer and a teacher at Stanford. And he was involved early on with psychedelic drugs. He was a major enthusiast. Really interesting guy, really good guy. But he wrote a book called Global Mind Change. And so really, I think the worrisome part about this, because some aspects, like you say, but that kind of sounds good. Some of it is interesting. Some of it does sound good, but the scale is a serious problem. Anytime you're talking about a global mind change, I don't want that. I'm not interested in it. Change to what? What are we changing to? Right. Because everything is very vague. Well, Rick Doblin says we're all going to get spiritualized. What does that mean? What about if you don't want to get spiritualized?
Right.
So
I can see how. I mean, it's easy to see the goodness of it all. I mean, from
good intentions.
From a good.
You know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? This is why Huxley said the price of liberty and freedom is eternal misery. You see, you can't just believe what I was taught early on. You don't allow institutions to self-define themselves. All of them. Oh, name a corporation. Well, we're just trying to help. No, they're not. They're trying to make money. Right. That's what they're trying to do. And you've got to also know that though they may have very good intentions, what about if there's things they're not thinking of? So when we all participate and we all give our part of the conversation, they may say, hey, we never thought of that. And then it becomes a more constructive thing. Rather than, they're bad, they're evil, let's demonize them. I don't want to be a part of that. I want to illuminate the ideas that are driving me. And so in my latest article, and many of my articles, what you see is just little profiles of the different figures and their ideas. I try to focus on who are the people that came up with these ideas, what are the ideas, and how is that playing out in the world today? Who are the people like Brian that are acting on these ideas. Because that's fascinating, because this is esoteric and magical literature that you have people with enormous amounts of money like Elon Musk. They're the ones funding all of this. They're the ones funding all of the psychedelic research. Silicon Valley. Well, his brother, Kimball Musk, and the people around him, yes, absolutely. One of the biggest ones is the Psychedelic Science Psychedelic Science Collaborative Funders, or PSFC or something. That's in Silicon Valley. They're the main ones that are pushing this and funding the projects. They get together and they say, what should we fund? What's the strategy to push this through? You see, so yeah, it's all Silicon Valley. No question. There you go.
What is this, Steve?
That's it. Yeah, good
Psychedelic Science Funders Collaborative.
Look at the team.
PSFC is a community of philanthropists dedicated to supporting psychedelic medicine and science. Oh, wow. Who is there like a, oh yeah, let's see the team. The board, there you go.
You got Bronner, the soap man.
David Bronner, Graham Boyd, and Michael Cotton, Joe Green.
Jurvetson, you see Genevieve Jurvetson. She's been very involved in trying to push MDMA through the FDA process. But her husband, Steve Jurvetson, very nice guy. I emailed with him a little bit. He was always very polite. They were the ones who erected the Statue of Immortality key at Burning Man. But they're also heavily involved with this, and this is all about funding psychedelic research. And there's obviously a for-profit thing in mind, which is nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
It's just, that's who's funding it. These are the people who's funding it. And this is just some of the people. There's more people, but.
What is that? Can I see the statue? Let's see what the Immortality Key statue looks like.
Oh, yeah. It was Burning Man 2023.
And you said there's one erected in Silicon Valley?
No, it was just the Silicon Valley people who put it up.
Oh, this? Top article?
Yeah, go to the top article. Yeah, they're the ones who designed it.
Oh, it's a big chalice.
Yeah. And there were drones spelling out, you must die before you die, or if you want to live forever, or whatever.
Oh, that's incredible, man.
Yeah.
With the key in the side of that. That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is pretty insane, man.
Yeah, and there's pictures of Jurvetson and Musk and Norlesker all in front of it.
Oh, with is that Greek shit on the bottom of it? The chalice to Eleusis.
Yeah. Yeah. You can see all of this is part of this new.
I'm sold, brother.
Bring on the new Reformation.
Bring it on, baby.
What are we reforming? We need reform. Bring it on.
Yeah, and then what happens when the government gets control of it, and then the government it's one thing making it just legal, and it's another thing when the government gets its hands on it.
Yeah, and behavior scientists trying to engineer all of this. You got to be.
What does the world look like with one religion, or one world religion?
I don't want to live in it because you look. In one sense, it's a rather banal point. There's a common core to all religions. Well, there's a common core to all music. The human mind, and somebody had a rock or a guitar, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
There's a common core to Led Zeppelin and Tupac. It's called blues. Big deal. Right. So what? I like the differences, personally. I like those little differences. I like little, small, local places. So I don't like their global mind change. I don't like the new Reformation. I don't like things that are big. Large-scale ideas often have large-scale bad results. That's called the Soviet Union, the Nazi Party. It's not a good idea. When you're mixing futurism with occultism, brain scientists, billionaires,
gang signs, bitches.
This is
doing coke, mine, throwing up gang signs, rabbi, eating family
I like what you're doing, following the money, because usually following the money is going to lead you to the intentions behind this stuff, and the truth of what's going on.
And unfortunately, one of my weaknesses is the money thing, because I have no interest in business. So I hope somebody else gets on this. It's better at tracing money, because when I start looking into it, you talk about a ball of yarn. It is the most convoluted shell game you've ever seen in your life. If you're trying to figure out who's